the boy from the ancient village. Dark, heavy clouds pressed down upon the sky, obscuring the recent brilliance of golden light, creating an oppressive atmosphere as if the entire world had fallen into silence. A distant wind swept through sharply, leaving behind the chirps of birds and the hum of insects, while delicate flowers and grasses trembled in subservience to the impending storm. Amidst the dense grove of ancient trees, a figure darted through the underbrush, pursuing the elusive black-scaled lion. Though the black-scaled lion moved with remarkable swiftness, the figure was swifter still. When the distance between them narrowed to 6 or 7 paces, the figure's right arm rose sharply and swung forward. A piercing whistle shattered the air as a formidable black iron spear, measuring nearly half a zhang in length, surged forth, penetrating the lion's back and emerging from its belly, anchoring it to the ground. The black-scaled lion roared in defiance, struggling in vain to dislodge the spear that impaled it, its breath growing fainter by the moment. At that juncture, the figure reached the lion's side, a boy clad in coarse linen, with bright, clear eyes that sparkled like stars, his black hair cascading down his back, and a hint of youthful innocence gracing his face. Observing the lifeless form of the black-scaled lion, the boy gripped the black iron spear, giving it a firm shake before hoisting the creature onto his shoulders and turning to Leah. Should anyone have witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly astonished. The black-scaled lion, a formidable beast weighing several hundred pounds, was a creature that even seasoned hunters approached with caution. Yet here it lay, effortlessly vanquished by a mere boy. As thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, torrential rain poured down like a deluge. But fortunately, the boy had already taken refuge beneath an ancient tree. It truly is not a favorable day. Yet fortunate are we to have reaped a harvest, the boy murmured softly, casting a glance at the shadowy scaled lion's paw draped over his shoulder. Once the rain subsided, the boy, shouldering the lifeless form of the black-scaled lion, hastened with determination in a singular direction. An hour later, a small village came into view. Call Uncle Nyo to divide the meat of this black-scaled lion. The boy, known as Shang, set down the lion's carcass. With a swift motion, he drew a short knife from his waist and severed a leg from the beast before making his departure. As Shang walked away, the eyes of the children sparkled with admiration. In the village, boys under the age of 15 were prohibited from hunting, and even upon reaching that age, they were required to accompany the village hunting party. Yet, at merely 14, Shang already possessed over a year of hunting experience, consistently returning with bountiful catches. This was an ordinary village named Zhuyuan, home to about 50 families who relied on hunting for sustenance. Upon seeing Shang, the village's aunts and elder women greeted him warmly. As he exchanged pleasantries, Shang made his way to the far western end of the village, where his home stood. Though it was a modest abode, it was shared by only two, himself and the aged grandfather who was busy repairing a unicycle beneath the eaves. "Grandfather, you never finished recounting the tale of the Holy Light Sect's guardian and the duel with the women of the Southern Dipper sect, who emerged victorious in the end," Shang inquired, kindling a fire to roast the lion's hind leg, curiosity etched across his face. Disregarding the outcome, "Let's speak no more of it. First, wipe your face," old father remarked as he approached the fire, offering Shang a towel. After traversing the rain-soaked woods, remnants of raindrops clung to Shang's hair and visage. The evening following the rain brought a slight chill, with the wind causing a cluster of bamboo in the courtyard to sway gently. The flickering flames cast a warm glow upon the faces of old father and Shang. As old father tended to the fire, he scrutinized Shang. "Are you quite captivated by this?" he inquired. Shang nodded, continuing to roast the lion's leg over the flames that a silence enveloped them, each aware of the other's thoughts. Shang longed to venture forth, aspiring to become a warrior, while old father wished to keep him sheltered, cognizant of the perils lurking beyond their haven. "Ah, how much do you truly know of the world outside?" Old father sighed. The 9 domains and 18 states stretch infinitely, with distances between regions often exceeding millions of miles. No one can ascertain the true vastness. Even a lifetime spent wandering may not suffice to traverse a single domain, lost amidst the endless mountains and expansive marshes. In those boundless mountains and marshes, dangers abound. Ferocious beasts, malevolent creatures, and ancient monstrosities reigned supreme, commanding respect even from the most CISO. Ned practitioners who dare not provoke them lightly. Bamboo Garden Village is situated in a remote northern corner of Dongxin continent, with the nearest town over 1,000 miles away and the closest cultivation sect, Medicine Val. EY, lying 10,000 miles distant. Old Father fell silent. Lost in contemplation, this Nightmare gazed upon the contemplative figure of the ancient elder. He refrained from uttering further words. He understood the elder's disposition. If he had consented, it was settled, and if he had not, further discourse would bear no fruit. In the remote mountains and vast marshes, the rain arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly. Peering through the crevices of the bamboo wall at the myriad stars adorning the night sky, Nightmare's thoughts were consumed by the elder's tales of fierce duels between masters. Restless, he rose and donned his outer garments, making his way towards the rear of the bamboo dwelling, where two solitary graves lay nestled. Upon observing the graves, Nightmare instinctively touched the jagged scar beneath his ribs. According to the ancient elder, when he had ventured out for a hunt, he discovered Nightmare in a dire state. The two souls interred in the graves had already perished in a steel dagger had penetrated Nightmare's side, narrowly missing a fatal wound due to its slight misalignment. The gravestone bore the inscription Ancestors of the Yi clan, a name the elder discerned from the tokens found on the deceased. Nightmare himself wore a jade pendant around his neck, inscribed with the character for Yi. As he reached out to caress the gravestone, Nightmare bit his lip, acutely aware that his survival was undoubtedly attributed to the elder's guardianship. Yet it was inextricably linked to the souls resting beneath the earth. When the elder found him, one of the deceased had collapsed upon him, the steel dagger having been thrust through the man's body in bed. ING itself in Nightmare's side. Thus, the name Nightmare was derived from the sorrow of those who came too close to death. It seems that the thoughts in your heart are difficult to dispel. Initially, I intended for you to live a tranquil life in Zhuyuan village, much like an ordinary person marrying acing children, and experiencing the cycle of life and death. However, you are, after all, not the descendant of an ordinary family. Thus, I shall not cling to this notion any longer, sighed old Gu, giving Yes Hang's shoulder a gentle pat. Chapter 2. Encountering Beastfather. Nightshade had long yearned to witness the world beyond, yet when Old Father finally consented, he found himself at a loss for words. As Old Father recounted tales of the outside realm, Nightshade gleaned some understanding of the circumstances beyond their village. The region encompassing Zhuyuan village lay within the jurisdiction of the medicinal sect known as Yaogu, where densely populated towns were overseen by its disciples. The sect's mountain gate resided upon Danding Mountain, extending its influence over a radius of 100,000 miles. Their discourse about the external world continued until the break of dawn, yet Old Father took little rest. Nightshade, however, rose early, determined to gather provisions for Old Father before his departure. Zhuyuan village, primarily inhabited by hunters, relied on game as its principal sustenance. Nightshade's actions piqued the curiosity of the villagers, several of whom followed him to Old Father's bamboo hut, not out of greed for his catch, but out of concern for his well-being. In Zhuyuan village, the bonds among neighbors resembled those of family. Father, you misunderstand. We merely wish to ascertain if anything untoward had occurred. Nightshade, are you unharmed? Aunt Lin, who had always treated Nightshade with kindness, scrutinized him with concern. Indeed. I intend to send Nightshade out for some training. He is merely considering this old man as welfare. You rascal, do you think I could starve without you? Old Father shot Nightshade a reproachful glance. Nightshade, you are planning to leave? Aunt Lin and Uncle Nyo regarded him with eyes brimming with reluctance. Yes, I wish to venture out and explore, Nightshade replied softly, fully aware of the collective concern that extended beyond Old Father to encompass all in Zhuyuan village. Very well. You are the most exceptional child in our village. You should indeed seek to broaden your horizons. Uncle Nyo patted Yishang's shoulder and said, The jacket I promised you is not yet finished. It should be ready by tomorrow. Aunt Lin's eyes were filled with reluctance. After chatting for a while, Yishang saw Aunt Lin off and proceeded to process his catch, hanging it under the eaves to dry. Having completed this task, Yishang began his daily practice of boxing beside the bamboo hut, a habit he had cultivated over time. Old Gu, a man of the world, had once crossed paths with formidable adversaries. After a bitter conflict that left both sides severely wounded, He managed to vanquish his opponent, but at the cost of his own cultivation, leaving his dantian damaged and his skills diminished. Nevertheless, his robust physique remained intact, and it was through the martial arts he imparted to Shang that the latter acquired his remarkable strength. In the days that followed, Shang rose early each morning to hunt, filling the eaves of the bamboo hut with his spoils. Old Gu understood that this was Shang's way of caring for him and chose not to voice any objections. The villagers were aware of Shang's impending departure and brought him numerous gifts. Aunt Lin presented him with clothing, while Uncle Niu offered 2 leather bags of wine and a trained leopard. Although Shang was still quite young, he was known for his impressive tolerance for alcohol throughout the village. The trained leopard served as a mount, a unique companion raised by Uncle Niu. Initially, Shang intended to refuse the gifts, yet upon witnessing Uncle Niu's displeasure, his face reddening with indignation, he reluctantly accepted them. As preparations neared completion, Shang resolved to set forth. His provisions were modest, a bit of jerky and the 2 bags of wine from Uncle Niu. "Take this, you must," Old Gu exclaimed, his eyes wide and beard trembling as he bellowed at Shang. Shang nodded slightly, securing the pouch of coins at his waist. He understood that the ancient man would only tremble with excitement on rare occasions. "Let us depart." The old man gestured, turning to retreat into the bamboo cottage. Standing in the courtyard, Shang gazed at the cottage for a moment before taking his leave, aware that the old man was reluctant to confront the sorrow of parting. He patted the tamed leopard and exited the dwelling, feeling a twinge of sadness as he prepared to leave the place he had called home for over a decade. After walking several hundred meters, Shang glanced back at the cottage. In the faint morning light, he discerned a figure beneath the old bamboo in front of the cottage. Gritting his teeth, Shang turned away and pressed on, knowing that the figure was the ancient man who had cared for him for more than 10 years. Upon exiting the village, Shang mounted the back of the tamed leopard, selecting a direction and beginning his journey. In the desolate mountains and vast marshes, there were no established paths, only the necessity to navigate by instinct. The nearest town to Zhuan village was Gunnan Town, which Shang had visited with the village hunters over 6 months prior, a journey that had taken them 6 or 7 days due to the heavy cargo they bore. The villagers of Zhuan only ventured to Gunnan when absolutely necessary, as the distance was considerable and fraught with dangers. Wild beasts and malevolent monsters roamed the land, not to mention the ruthless mountain bandits. Some bandits adhered to a code, stealing only goods, while others, devoid of scruples, would resort to murder and pillage without leaving any survivors. After advancing several dozen miles, the sun rose brightly overhead, leaving no time to admire the scenery of the mountains and forests. Shang urged the tamed leopard onward, tapping its neck to hasten their pace. Fortunately, he was well acquainted with this leopard, which understood his intentions. As darkness enveloped the land, Shang had already traversed 300 miles. At this pace, he would reach Gunnan Town in 3 days. However, he dared not travel at night. The depths of the mountains and the vast marshes were the dominion of venomous creatures and insects, where a moment's inattention could lead to misfortune. At that moment, 2 plump rabbits hung from the black iron spear slung over his shoulder, a fortunate catch during his journey. Shang preferred not to consume dried meat, for the texture of fresh game far surpassed that of preserved provisions, and the path to the medicinal valley was still long and fraught with uncertainties. Before night fell, Shang discovered a suitable resting place beneath an ancient pear tree. He unloaded his pack from the trained leopard, fed one of the rabbits to the creature, and then set about kindling a fire to roast the other. The leopard, having finished its meal first, lay down to rest, while Shang leaned against the tree, munching on his rabbit and lost in thought. He worried about how his absence would affect the old man. A gust of wind swept through, sending a chill down his spine. Something felt amiss. There was an unusual scent in the air, a foul and fishy odor. At that moment, the leopard began to tremble. Danger! With a modicum of experience as a hunter, Shang sensed the impending threat and rose to survey his surroundings. His heart raced as he beheld 2 glowing green orbs in the distance, about 70 or 80 feet away. With his hunting experience, he recognized these were not lanterns, but the eyes of a beast. Chapter 3. Arrival at Gunnan Town. In an instant, Shang darted up the tree and shouted at the trained leopard. Regrettably, at that moment, the tamed leopard had succumbed, unable to even stand, which left Shang in a state of profound astonishment. This was no ordinary beast. Otherwise, the leopard would not have been reduced to such a state. It was a suppression, either a dominance stemming from innate abilities or a manifestation of superior cultivation. As Shang grappled with the shock, the beast revealed itself, emerging beneath the tree. Illuminated by the flickering flames, Shang discerned its true identity, a dark WYRM. A creature as thick as a water barrel, though its length remained obscured by the shadows of the night. As Shang scrutinized the dark WYRM, it sprang into action, its cavernous maw opening wide to ensnare the immobilized leopard. With the grotesque sounds of crunching bones, the leopard's entire skeletal structure was shattered before it was ingested whole by the WYRM. Just as Shang began to ascend the ancient pear tree, the WYRM slithered beneath it, its body coiling upward to launch an attack. Sensing imminent danger, Shang grasped a branch and swiftly propelled himself upward. Just as he left his original position, the WRM's jaws severed the very branch he had clutched. Hearing the ominous crack behind him, Shang scrambled up the tree with all his might. Cursed be it. Once he secured his safety, a low curse escaped his lips. Just moments ago, the leopard had been in fine fettle, and now it was nothing more than a meal for the dark WRM. Could he contend with such a creature? Shang dared not risk it. This WRM was evidently an intelligent beast, far from being a low-tier creature. He feared that even his black iron spear would prove ineffective against its armored scales. Fortunately, the WRM's substantial girth rendered it clumsy in climbing. Its ability to leap up and strike at Shang was solely due to the support of its tail. Unable to find the elusive creature, Shang lingered for a while before the serpent departed. Once he confirmed its absence, he gracefully descended from the tree. Gazing at the deep trench left by the serpent's passage, a chill of apprehension coursed through him. Had he not acted swiftly, he might have become mere prey for the beast. The package remained beneath the tree, yet the trained leopard had vanished without a trace. With the package in hand, he ascended the tree to rest for the night, and the following day, Shang resumed his journey with unwavering determination. For the next 2 days, Shang navigated his path with utmost caution, fortunate to encounter no perilous threats. As he beheld the distant town, his eyes were drawn to the towering ancient fir that marked its entrance. He realized he had reached his first destination, Undone Town, a bustling hub in the vicinity, with the ancient fir serving as its emblem. Though the journey to the medicinal valley was long, the presence of merchant caravans alleviated the need for solitary travel. Upon entering Undone Town, Shang sought refuge in a tea house, ordering a pot of tea while he unpacked some jerky to satisfy his hunger. Though there were restaurants in town, he was reluctant to spend money unnecessarily. A modest sum for hot tea sufficed to bring him contentment. As he indulged in his meal, a series of beastly roars reverberated through the air, heralding the entrance of 3 rugged men accompanied by a woman with cascading golden hair. Shang cast a fleeting glance before returning to his meal, his keen senses detecting the palpable aura of menace that surrounded them, reminiscent of predatory beasts. Brother, we have gathered far too few medicinal herbs this time, and we have yet to locate the serpent. It seems we may not fulfill our mission, the golden-haired woman lamented. Indeed, Steward Zhao has deceived us, claiming that this area is abundant in qi-ling grass, yet the serpent's skull remains elusive, sighed the man referred to as brother by the woman, his expression heavy with frustration. Hearing a few people mention the wujiao, Shang raised his head. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have your eyes plucked out. The woman glared at Shang and shouted at him. Fourth sister, do not stoop to the level of a child, said the man with a beard, casting a glance at Shang. Shang drained his cup of tea and stood up to leave. He had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble. Yet, the irony is that sometimes, trouble finds you even when you seek to avoid it. Being offered the chance to accompany a young master is a privilege, and you dare to walk away? Stop. The woman rose and shoved Shang, causing him to stagger. Apologies, but I am in a hurry, Shang murmured, rubbing his shoulder. Accompanying someone, that merely equates to servitude. Shang had never entertained such thoughts. Regardless of his circumstances, he intended to maintain his dignity. Fourth sister, what are you arguing with the child for? Forgive me, young brother, but where are you headed? The bearded man intervened to calm the irate woman. I am bound for Qiang City. Shang had inquired with old man Gil, who informed him that Qiang City was the largest settlement on his journey to Yaogu's Danding Mountain. How infuriating. If only we could locate the wujiao, we would have departed this forsaken place long ago. The woman shot Shang a glance before sulking off to drink tea. Contemplating her words, Shang fell into deep thought. He was aware of the wujiao's whereabouts, and if these individuals managed to hunt it down, they would inevitably head to Qiang City. Accompanying them would be far more convenient than joining a merchant caravan, which only makes infrequent trips and rarely heads directly to Qiang City. often traversing numerous towns in a cumbersome manner. Additionally, Shang pondered the reliability of this group. What is the matter? Upon witnessing the contemplative knight's mourning, the man with a braided beard inquired, I know the whereabouts of the Wujiao, but you must escort me to Qiyin City. After a moment's reflection, Knight's mourning concluded that he possessed nothing of significant value to provoke greed. The worst outcome would be that these individuals might betray him by not honoring their promise to take him along. However, if they proved trustworthy, he would save considerable time. Do you truly know where the Wujiao is located? Indeed. As long as we can find the Wujiao, we shall ensure your safe passage to Qiyin City. The bearded man exclaimed with enthusiasm. I am certain of the Wujiao's location, Knight's mourning affirmed with conviction. There is no wine here. Let us venture out for a drink before we set off, the bearded man suggested eagerly. I have wine, though I cannot ascertain if it suits your tastes. Knight's mourning replied, gesturing towards the 2 leather pouches he was carrying. I am not picky. Second brother, third brother, fourth sister. Let us finish our drinks and then depart, the bearded man declared, clapping Knight's mourning on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. The force of this gesture nearly caused Knight's mourning to stumble. Take care, elder brother. This young lad is still quite tender in years, remarked the man with a scar on his forehead, who had been referred to as the second brother, chuckling softly. Knight's mourning opened the leather pouch and poured wine into tea bowls for the 4 of them, filling one for himself as well. Young brother, my name is Yang Senior. This is my second brother Du Chong, third brother Zhang Zhongshuan, and fourth sister Lin Xiao. The bearded man introduced himself. Du Chong and Zhang Zhongshuan nodded in acknowledgement. While Lin Xiao hesitated briefly before speaking, I apologize for earlier. Chapter 4. Commencing training. My name is Knight's mourning. You flatter me, Sister Lin. Listening to Lin Xiao's words, Shang felt a sense of reassurance. This clearly indicated that the few of them were bold enough to take responsibility and knew when to let go. Enough talk. Let us drink, Yang's son remarked, noting the thawing of the distance between Lin Xiao and Shang. After the 4 of them consumed their drinks, Eastern Xuanzhou began to cough. What kind of liquor is this? It tastes exquisite, but it is exceedingly potent. Yang's son and the others also appeared quite flushed. It's brewed by an uncle in our village, Shang replied, downing a large bowl of the liquor as if it were mere water. Shang, you haven't eaten anything. Let us change locations so you can have a proper meal before we set off, Yangson urged, his impatience evident. No need. Seeing how eager you are, let us first find the Wujiao, Shang suggested. Very well, then it's up to you, Brother Yi, Yang's son nodded in agreement. Upon exiting the tea house, Yang's son and the others mounted their beasts, while Shang lacked a mount, having lost his leopard to the jaws of the dragon. Brother Yi, would you like to ride with my sister? Lin Xiao asked with a smile. Shang blushed. He had never interacted closely with a woman, let alone shared a mount. Don't tease Brother Yi. Come ride with me, Du Chong beckoned to Shang. Shang then leaped onto Du Chong's trained lion. With Shang guiding the way, the group moved swiftly forward. Through their conversation, Shang learned that the 4 were from Qiyin City and were retainers of the deputy city lord, here specifically for the gallbladder of the Wujiao. Brother Yi, should you find yourself in Qiyin City, do not hesitate to visit us at the deputy city lord's residence. We can assist with any small matters, Du Chong offered, his impression of Shang evidently favorable. Thank you, Brother Du. Shang graciously accepted Du Chong's kindness. The lion taming process was remarkably swift. In just a day and a half, they arrived at the site where the monstrous serpent, Wujiao, had been assailed. Third brother, you shall lead the way, while Shang. You may remain here, Yangson stated, observing Eastern Xuanzhou, who had already tracked the serpent's trail. Shang nodded, understanding that this matter was beyond his involvement. After sipping a couple of drinks, he settled beneath an ancient tree to wait. Moments later, the distant sounds of a fierce battle reverberated through the air, signaling the commencement of the conflict. Given Wujiao's immense size, it was unlikely to have fled far. Its lair must be nearby. The cacophony of combat persisted for a full quarter of an hour before subsiding. Once the tumult had ceased, Lin Xiao approached, revealing that she had slain the beast, which surprisingly was of the second-tier elite rank. You were not injured, were you? Shang inquired, noting the bloodstains on Lin Xiao's attire. Under Lin Xiao's guidance, the pair arrived at the base of a cliff, where the long, 7 to 8 zhang body of Wujiao still writhed, though its head had been severed, leaving it in a state of unconscious struggle. Du Chong sat nearby, his right arm wrapped in his clothing, clearly injured. Shang poured a bowl of wine for Du Chong, who laughed heartily. This is delightful. While Shang conversed with Du Chong, Yang Sun commenced the task of disemboweling Wu Jiao. A short while later, he extracted the serpent's gallbladder, followed by its fangs and the scales from its neck, materials of utmost value. Just a few pieces will suffice, Lin Xiao remarked as she wielded her longsword, slicing off several portions from the creature's body. After a brief respite, they set off to pick someone up. This time, Shang and Yang Sun rode their tame beasts, while Du Chong, with a broken arm, found it difficult to accompany Shang. At the inn, Yang Sun assisted Shang in securing a room, and everyone retired for the night. Shang slept soundly, aware that the challenges of reaching the Medicine Valley had diminished significantly. Having arrived at Qian City, they were now more than halfway to their destination. As for Yang Sun and his companions, Shang believed that despite their limited exposure to the outside world, their hunting experiences had attuned them to both kindness and malice, making such perceptions instinctual. Shang rose early. Unable to practice martial arts in the courtyard of the inn, he took to training in his room for a while. After freshening up, he emerged to find Yang Sun and the others prepared to leave. "Let us have a bite to eat before we set off," he suggested. Yang Sun, in high spirits, had secured the gall of the black dragon, marking their task as accomplished. "Excellent," Shang nodded in agreement. After their meal, the group departed, with Shang continuing to ride alongside Yang Sun. Taming beasts was no simple feat. It required either lifelong training from a young age or the subjugation of wild creatures, many of whom would rather perish than submit. The lions ridden by Yang Sun and his companions were cultivated by beast tamers since their youth and purchased from them. These lions were swift and steady, allowing for casual conversation as they progressed. Through their dialogue, Shang gleaned further insights into the outside world. Qian City was under the aegis of the Medicine Valley, with both the city lord and deputy city lord being disciples of the valley's elders, governing Qian City on behalf of the Medicine Valley. Shang did not conceal his intentions, openly stating that his destination was the Danding Mountain of the Medicine Valley. In regard to the fundamentals, Shang found himself in a state of helplessness. His ancient father had always wished for him to lead a mundane life, and thus refrained from imparting the skills of cultivating the profound arts, namely the manipulation of vital energy. Instead, he only taught Shang the martial techniques to strengthen his body. Upon learning that Shang had not practiced the profound arts, Yang Sun took it upon himself to instruct him in the rudimentary practices of energy gathering and storage. During the daytime, they journeyed, and at night, while resting, Shang diligently followed Yang Sun's teachings, meditating to cultivate his energy gathering and storage. To the astonishment of Yang Sun and his companions, Shang developed a sense of energy within a single day, and by the following day, he successfully gathered energy into his dantian. "You truly possess the makings of a cultivator," Du Chong encouraged Shang, noting that although he had started his training somewhat later than usual, it was of little consequence. The journey proved monotonous. However, Yang Sun and his companions regaled Shang with numerous tales of their experiences, broadening his horizons. They traversed mountains and leaped through forests, encountering many wild beasts and demonic creatures along the way. Nevertheless, Yang Sun and his friends effortlessly dealt with these threats, leading to a noticeable improvement in Lin Xiao's demeanor towards Shang. After nearly 20 days of travel, they finally arrived at Qian City, where Shang had made significant progress, advancing from a complete novice to the second level of energy refinement. Cultivators are categorized into various tiers based on their level of mastery, including energy refinement, essence gathering, core formation, spirit separation, void inquiry, heavenly ascendance, and sacred realm. Yang Sun and his companions were all at an advanced level of essence gathering, similar to humans. Demonic beasts are also classified into 7 ranks according to their cultivation levels. The black dragon they encountered was a second-tier beast, nearing the 3rd tier. Even Yang Sun and his companions would have had to flee if faced with it alone, as beasts of the same level were generally stronger than humans. "Thank you, Brother Yang, Brother Du, Brother Zhang, and Sister Lin, for your care along this journey." Upon entering the city, Shang decided not to intrude upon the group any further. Chapter 5. The Qin Mansion Banquet. "Shang, what are you saying? Have you not also assisted us? Come, rest with us for a while, and we shall help you find a merchant caravan. This way, your journey to Danding City and then to Danding Mountain will be much more convenient. I have already informed you that the annual disciple recruitment day at the Medicine Valley is still a month away. There is ample time," Yang Sun remarked, looking at Shang. "Very well. I can only continue to trouble you," Shang replied, accepting their kindness. Through their shared experiences, He recognized that Yang's son and the others were men of great loyalty. Although Lin Xiao had a fiery temperament, she was amiable once one caught her favorable eye. Shang did not stay at an inn but was taken by Du Chong to his home. After freshening up and having a meal, Shang commenced his cultivation. After over 20 days of training, he felt a significant transformation within himself. Previously, without cultivating the profound energy, a punch from him could muster only 500 or 600 pounds of force. However, after harnessing this energy, the power of his strikes had markedly intensified, becoming a formidable force. A being capable of wielding power as spoken of by the ancient patriarch was Shang's fervent dream. Moreover, he had never relinquished his quest for the truth about his origins. Only by leaving the bamboo garden village could he possibly uncover clues. His cultivation lasted an entire day, with the exception of breaks for meals. Shang remained in deep meditation, acutely aware that he had started his journey later than others. Additionally, he could not compete with those hailing from prestigious backgrounds. The ascent of a cultivator typically hinged upon two factors: innate talent and available resources. According to the accounts of Yang's son, Du Chong, and others, Shang is well aware of his remarkable talent. The training he has undergone over the past 20 days is equivalent to what others would achieve in several months, or even half a year, surpassing their resource utilization and cultivation. After a single day of training, Shang received news from Du Chong. Is that so? This is splendid. I can go directly to the Medicine Valley without dealing with the merchant convoy, Shang exclaimed, filled with excitement. Indeed. Those attending the disciple ceremony at the Medicine Valley are all promising talents from Qian City, and the city lord's residence will dispatch a guard team, so safety is assured. Du Chong reassured him, patting him on the shoulder. Thank you. Brother Shang expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the assistance from Du Chong and the others. Had he not encountered them, he could only imagine how long it would take to travel from Gunnan Town to Danding Mountain, likely missing the disciple ceremony at the Medicine Valley altogether. Shang, you mustn't say that. This time, it was you who greatly aided us 4 siblings, Du Chong replied, shaking his head as he recounted their past. Yang's son, Du Chong, and the others were originally guards for the merchant convoy of Qian City. During a mission, they encountered formidable mountain bandits, leaving them all severely injured. In their most perilous moment, it was Qin Aoshuan, the deputy city lord of Qian City, who appeared and rescued them. From that day forth, they became loyal retainers of Qin Aoshuan. Qin Aoshuan has only one son, Qinjin, who is of similar age to Shang but suffers from congenital meridian atrophy, rendering him unable to cultivate. This predicament causes Qin Aoshuan considerable distress, which in turn worries Yang's son and the others, who wish to alleviate his burdens. Qin Aoshuan managed to obtain a prescription from the Medicine Valley, but has been unable to find the primary ingredient, the black flood dragon gallbladder. In the eyes of a master like Qin Aoshuan, the Wujiao was hardly a formidable opponent. However, due to their rarity, it had been several years since one had been sighted. This time, Shang's assistance in locating the Wujiao not only benefited Yang's son and his companions, but also proved invaluable to Qin Aoshuan. Shang came to understand why Lin Xiao had chosen to accompany Qinjin. Born into a prominent family, Qinjin could not cultivate and exhibited a melancholic, somewhat reclusive demeanor. Lin Xiao wished to find him a companion to alleviate his solitude. There was no need for haste. The deputy city lord was occupied with tending to young Master Qinjin's injuries, and young Master Qinjin was also scheduled to visit the medicinal valley at Danding Mountain. After sharing a conversation with Shang, Du Chong took his leave. Subsequently, Shang remained at Du Chong's residence to cultivate. Reassured by Du Chong's words, he felt no urgency. He was certain young Master Qinjin would not abandon him during his journey to the medicinal valley. 2 days later, after completing his training, Shang was greeted by Du Chong. Shang, let us go. The city lord's mansion is hosting a celebratory banquet, and the deputy city lord has specifically requested that I bring you along. Is it appropriate for me to attend? Shang inquired, somewhat taken aback. The city of Qiyang was vast, dwarfing Gunnan Town by hundreds of times, and Zhuyuan village was even more incomparable. As the deputy city lord of Qian City, Qin Aoshuan was indeed a person of great significance. This was not a matter of Shang feeling inferior. It was simply a recognition that they belonged to entirely different worlds. Do not worry. The deputy city lord may be ruthless toward enemies and rivals, but he is quite benevolent toward those close to him, Du Chong reassured with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shang decided against further refusal. After tidying himself, he followed Du Chong towards the Qin residence. As you tidied up, You truly exuded an air of sophistication that even a wealthy scion might lack. Du Chong observed Yu Shang while they walked. Please refrain from mocking me, Brother Du, Yu Shang responded with a smile. This is no jest. I have encountered the young masters of the city lord's manor and the elder families within the city. Their ostentation and debauchery are quite remarkable. Alas, I digress. Considering that Du Chong's residence was in close proximity to the Qin manor, he fell silent, mindful that their conversation might be overheard. Upon approaching the imposing entrance of the Qin manor, flanked by two towering stone lions, Yishang grasped the extent of Qin Xian's influence in Qi Yin City. The guard stationed at the entrance acknowledged Du Chong with a nod, allowing them passage without hindrance. Du Chong led Yishang directly into the grand hall of the city lord's manor. Inside, numerous individuals exuded an intimidating presence. At the center, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe occupied the main seat, flanked by several elders, each accompanied by a few younger individuals. Yang's son and others were also present. Standing beside the blue-robed man, Du Chong, this must be the young man who helped us locate the Wujiao, the middle-aged man remarked with a smile directed at Yishang. Indeed, our successful acquisition of the Wujiao's gall is largely thanks to Yishang. Du Chong replied with a slight bow. Yishang, Yishang. What a splendid name. Please, take a seat. The blue-robed man, identified as Qin Xian, smiled and nodded at Yishang, acknowledging the vice city lord. Yishang chose not to sit, instead offering his respects and stepping back to stand beside Du Chong. Zhener should express his gratitude personally, but he is unfortunately unwell at the moment. Qin Aoshuan's gaze remained fixated on Yishang. Deputy City Lord Qin, your words carry weight. But this is merely a trivial matter, Yishang remarked. What may appear trivial to you is indeed of great significance to our Qin family. Should you require assistance? Please do not hesitate to ask, Qin Aoshuan replied. His statement sent a ripple of surprise through those gathered in the hall. It was no easy task to solicit aid from Qin Aoshuan, a figure renowned for his unmatched capabilities in the region of Qi Yin City and a prominent individual within the Yao Valley. Thank you, Deputy City Lord Qin. But I find myself in no need of assistance, Yishang responded, shaking his head, unwilling to owe anyone a favor. His father's wisdom echoed in his mind. A person devoid of desires remains resolute. Chapter 6. The Alchemical Gratitude. Very well. However, my earlier offer stands. You may seek my help whenever you require it. Now, let us proceed to dine, Qin Aoshuan declared, rising and making his way outside. The assembly was held in the conference hall, while the banquet was arranged in a separate hall adjacent to the Qin residence. Fronted by a grand garden that exuded elegance and splendor, Du Chong escorted Yishang into the hall, where they joined Yangsen, Eastern Xuanzhou, Lin Qiao, and two other young men. Guard Yang, Guard Du, please venture out and procure a black dragon. After all, I sent it a considerable favor to have my third uncle assist with such a significant matter, a youth with sharp eyes remarked, directing his gaze at Yishang. Young Master Hai, I urge you to exercise caution in your words, Yang's son warned, his expression shifting at the youth's comment. There's no need to rush. Why the tension? Young Master Hai, otherwise known as Qin Hai, chuckled, observing Yishang with the same curiosity one might reserve for a rare creature. Human sentiment. It was the Deputy City Lord Qin who uttered those words, not I, Yishang. Thus, I beseech you not to dwell on this matter, Yishang spoke coldly. His disdain for Qin Hai's condescending gaze palpable. It suffices to be aware of it, haha. Let us eat. Qin Hai let out a hearty laugh and resumed his meal. As Yishang grasped his chopsticks, he soon set them down. His appetite extinguished by the sight of Qin Hai, Yang's son and the others refrained from eating as well, their indignation evident. Yet, they dared not provoke the young man, for he was the son of Qin Xian. Yishang longed to rise and depart, but such an action would only bring embarrassment to the Qin family. He could not allow one individual's impropriety to dictate his conduct. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a middle-aged and elegant lady entered the hall, accompanied by two maidservants. Upon her arrival, all present rose to their feet. Greetings, madam, Yangsen and his companions greeted as they stood by the entrance. You must be Yishang. In the past few days, I have been visiting the temple to offer prayers and have not had the opportunity to meet you. The middle-aged lady addressed Yishang as she approached him. Madam, you are too kind. It is merely a trivial matter, Yishang replied with a slight bow. Oh, what a good child you are. Do take care to eat well, the lady remarked before making her way to the seat of honor. Do not mind those who are irrelevant. Let us eat, Lin Qiao said as she caught a glance at Qin Hai and pulled Yishang to sit down. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Qin Hai snorted dismissively but refrained from further comment, as the bond between Qin Madam and Lin Xiao was strong, and provoking Lin Xiao at this juncture would yield no benefit. With a smile directed at Lin Xiao, Shang finally picked up his bowl and chopsticks to partake in the meal. After finishing their meal, Madam Qin sought out Shang and exchanged a few words with him, all imbued with genuine concern. Shang could perceive that Madam Qin's intentions were sincere. She was indeed a kind-hearted woman. Subsequently, Shang departed the Qin residence alongside Du Cheng. The quality of individuals varied greatly. Qin Hai had little promise for greatness. Were it not for his ties to the Qin family, his audacity would have surely earned him a broken leg by now. Du Cheng harbored considerable anger towards Qin Hai's arrogance, deeming it unnecessary to stoop to his level. Shang chuckled and remarked, "It could pose a bit of trouble. That fellow is also headed to Danding Mountain's Medicine Valley. Your journey may encounter difficulties." At this thought, Yang Sin's expression shifted. Upon hearing Yang Sin's words, Du Cheng, Eastern Xuanzhou, and Lin Xiao came to a halt. "It's nothing. As long as I don't provoke him, there should be no issues," Shang said with a smile. "You may not be aware, but Qin Hai is an insufferable second-generation rich kid. If you leave him be, he will undoubtedly seek out trouble." Lin Xiao expressed with some concern. "Perhaps I should inform the deputy city lord not to go to Tan Mountain and instead join this escort team," Du Cheng suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Rest assured, Brother Du, I can take care of myself," Shang responded, understanding that his companions still had matters to attend to. "Just be cautious," Yang Sun advised after some thought. Shang nodded with a smile, genuinely wishing to avoid causing any further inconvenience to his friends. Upon returning to Du Cheng's residence, Shang dedicated himself to cultivation. The recruitment ceremony at the Medicine Valley was notably rigorous. Without exceptional talent and a solid foundation, passing would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, Shang sought to bolster his strength. 2 days later, Du Cheng came to summon Shang, as the expedition to Danding Mountain was set to depart. Qin Aoshuan was preoccupied with pressing matters. Yet he managed to send Du Cheng with a vial of Peiyuan Dan, a pill of qi breaking, and 2 gold notes. This left Shang with no option but to accept, even as Du Cheng elucidated the benefits of the Peiyuan Dan and the qi-breaking pill. As Du Cheng accompanied Shang outside, they fortuitously encountered Yang Sun, Eastern Xuanzhou, and Lin Xiao. "Come, let us escort you," Yang Sun cheerfully proposed. Under the guidance of Yang Sun and his companions, they arrived at the plaza in front of the city lord's mansion. By the time they reached the plaza, it was already bustling with people, some youths accompanied by their guardians, and others clad in form-fitting black combat attire acting as bodyguards. Shang spotted Qin Hai and the young man who had been by his side at that moment. The latter was Qin Shan, the offspring of the city lord's second brother, akin to Qin Hai in nature. Noticing the gaze of Shang, Lin Xiao spoke up. At that moment, Madam Qin appeared, accompanied by 2 bodyguards and a boy of a similar height to Shang, albeit rather slender. The arrival of Madam Qin prompted many to pay their respects and greet her, as she approached Shang with the guards and the boy. "Jenner, this is Shang, who has contributed significantly to your recovery," Madam Qin addressed the boy beside her. Though Qin Zhen was somewhat frail, his eyes sparkled brightly. He glanced at Shang a couple of times, performed a slight bow, yet remained silent. "This child is rather reserved," Madam Qin remarked apologetically, smiling at Shang. Shang nodded with a smile, recognizing that Qin Zhen indeed struggled with communication. However, his gesture of bowing was already a commendable effort. After a brief exchange, a figure from the Lord's manor approached, nodding respectfully to Madam Qin before announcing the assembly to depart. Madam Qin, along with Yang Sun and the farewell party, waved their goodbyes. However, the 2 guards who accompanied Madam Qin remained among the group, indicating their concern for Qin Zhen's safety. Once they exited the city, the enigma that had plagued Shang began to unravel. Outside the city gates stood 2 or 3 enormous beast carts. Initially, Shang found himself puzzled, wondering if they were truly embarking on a journey to Danding Mountain, a destination that seemed eons away. Noticing the bewilderment in Shang's eyes, Qin Hai let out a mocking laugh and boarded the cart first, followed closely by the others. Shang, however, remained unhurried. He could not abandon himself to the uncertainty of the situation. Moreover, Qin Zhen had not boarded either, and Shang trusted that the guards were aware of Qin Zhen's status. With a considerable number of people present, just as Shang, Qin Zhen, and the other 2 youths had yet to board, the cart was already at full capacity. "No need to squeeze. You may take the next cart behind us," the captain of the guards remarked. Originally, the arrangement had designated the group of youths to occupy the central beast cart, with the guards positioned in the front and rear carts. However, due to the larger-than-expected number of participants, the captain had to readjust the seating plan, understanding that a long journey would be uncomfortable if everyone were crammed together. Chapter 7. Cultivation on the road. Shang, Qingjin, and the other two youths, along with Qingjin's two guards, entered the last beast cart alongside the captain of the guard and several other guards. After boarding, Shang settled into a corner, and upon doing so, he felt a jolt of surprise. The beast cart was crafted from fine steel, which explained why each cart was drawn by 3 formidable wind tigers. Qingjin sat across from Shang, while the other two youths glanced at Shang before taking their seats beside Qingjin. It was evident that, in terms of perception, Shang was of a different ilk altogether. After closing the car door, the guard opened the window, revealing steel bars the thickness of an infant's arm, a testament to the vehicle's formidable security. As the car began to move, Shang placed a package beside him and commenced his meditation, seeking to cultivate his inner strength. Just as he was on the verge of entering a state of deep concentration, the two youths began to whisper amongst themselves, attempting to forge a connection. "Be quiet, or I shall have you thrown out," admonished the captain of the guards, showing no leniency in his reprimand. The expressions of the two youths shifted, and they fell silent. For these guards were affiliated with Qian City, and even their parents would not dare to offend them lightly. With an air of tranquility restored, Shang delved once more into his meditation. Time slipped away unnoticed, until he was roused by the guard's call, signaling that a day had passed, and it was time to set up camp and prepare a meal. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, Shang surveyed his surroundings and noted that they were in a relatively open area within a desolate forest. Prior to camping, the captain had dispatched guards to scout the vicinity, confirming the absence of any large beast. Shang kept his medicinal pills and gold notes close to his chest, as the package contained no significant items and was left in the vehicle. Armed with a black iron spear, he set off in search of kindling. Exiting the open space, he spotted a dead tree, thick and towering. While others might have found it insurmountable, unable to fell such a tree with its high branches and twigs, it posed no challenge for Shang. Shang skillfully ascended the withered tree, wielding a black iron spear to sever its branches, which he then cast down to the ground. Just as he was about to leap down, he spotted an antelope darting past not far from the tree. With a swift motion, he descended from the tree and pursued the antelope. Closing the distance, Shang thrust his spear, pinning the antelope to the earth. "Well done, young man," the captain of the guard praised, nodding in approval. He recognized the antelope's remarkable speed and understood that Shang had been out for only a brief time. After accounting for the time spent gathering dry wood, the antelope must have been struck down in an instant. After igniting the fire, Shang began to roast the antelope. "You are quite skilled," the captain remarked as he approached Shang. "Indeed, I have done this before. Soon, Captain, I shall prepare some for everyone to taste." Shang replied with a smile. "Very well," the captain responded, smiling in return. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his frustration and gestured to the other guards. Realizing they could not rely on those who offered no hope, the captain assigned tasks to the guards. Some were to gather dry wood, while others retrieved hardtack and jerky from the cart to distribute to the group of youths. Qingjin placed the dry wood not far from Shang and prepared to light the fire. "Young master, those twigs are thin and will burn quickly. Why not join forces for warmth?" one of Qingjin's guards suggested. Qingjin looked up at Shang, and upon hearing the guard's words, Shang turned to Qingjin and nodded amicably. Qingjin then brought the dry wood over to Shang and squatted beside him to warm himself. For the night in the desolate mountains was rather chilly. The roasted antelope sizzled and glistened, transforming into a golden hue. Nearby, the guards were also preparing their game, though their efforts paled in comparison to the exquisite results achieved by Shang. After a considerable passage of time, the antelope was ready. Shang deftly split it in half with his black iron spear, offering one portion to the captain of the guard, who graciously accepted with a nod of acknowledgement. Returning to the campfire, Shang carved 2 pieces of meat and handed them to Qingjin's 2 guards before presenting a foreleg to Qingjin himself. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qingjin accepted the meat and began to eat, having consumed only a small amount of rations earlier. He then poured some liquor from his leather pouch into a dark sand bowl and offered it to Qingjin. This time, Qingjin did not hesitate and took the bowl into his hands. "Young master must not drink," exclaimed a guard with a somber expression, drawing the attention of many nearby. Shang chuckled wryly and reached for the bowl in Qin Zhen's grasp, realizing that if they did not trust him, there was no need for him to force his warmth upon their cold indifference. Yet, Qin Zhen did not relinquish his hold. When Shang tugged at the bowl, Qin Zhen still held fast, turning to the guard with a glimmer of displeasure in his eyes. From now on, concern yourselves less with my affairs, Qin Zhen stated coldly, raising the bowl to his lips and drinking deeply. Coughing ensued as the liquor went down, reddening his face. Young master. Upon seeing Qin Zhen cough, his two guards grew anxious. Qin Zhen merely shook his head and resumed feasting on the antelope's foreleg. The crackling of the fire echoed around them, casting a warm, red glow over everything. Night Shadow took a few bites of meat, then sipped some wine. Moments later, Qin Zhen extended his wine bowl towards Night Shadow. Without uttering a word, Night Shadow poured a bowl for Qin Zhen and continued to consume his own meal. He refrained from offering any more meat to the two guards. Unwilling to flatter anyone, the guards felt somewhat awkward, left to linger at the side. Once everyone had finished their meal, the guards cleared the embers, striking them to extinguish the flames, and then brought the beast cart closer to the fire to keep its base warm. After arranging this, the captain of the guards called for everyone to board the cart and rest, instructing them not to linger outside for their own safety. Upon returning to the carriage, Night Shadow began to meditate and cultivate. Observing Night Shadow in his practice, Qin Zhen also closed his eyes to meditate, but not before consuming a pill. Should Night Shadow see this, he would recognize it as a Peiyuan pill, identical to the one Qin Ao Xian had given him. Night Shadow was reluctant to use a single vial of Peiyuan pills, but Qin Zhen harbored no such reservations. After cultivating throughout the night, they resumed their journey at dawn. Noticing Night Shadow once again immersed in meditation, Qin Zhen followed suit, both sharing an immense yearning for cultivation. Previously unable to practice, now that he could, Qin Zhen's desire for strength was no less fervent than that of Night Shadow. The following 2 days unfolded quietly, with the guards dispatching any obstructive beasts. Each evening, during their rest, Night Shadow would procure some game, sharing portions with the guards and offering some to Qin Zhen as well. Qin Zhen accepted all the provisions offered by Shang, including the wine, yet their communication remained as sparse as ever. Following yet another departure, Shang noticed Qin Zhen consuming a Peiyuan pill for cultivation, which stirred a profound realization within him. What purpose does a pill serve if not ingested? Are not such elixirs designed to enhance one's strength? It is through the elevation of power that one maximizes their benefits. With this understanding, Shang too partook of the pill to cultivate, and at that moment, he was not far from reaching the third level of qi refinement. As Shang and his companions diligently practiced, a sudden roar of a beast reverberated, followed by the violent jolting of the beast cart. The captain of the guard, Xiaozhen, paled and commanded, "Do not move." He then opened the carriage door and disembarked with his guards. The expressions of Qin Zhen's two bodyguards shifted as they discerned from the roar that the approaching beast was no ordinary creature. Otherwise, the wind tigers, which were all peak second-tier beasts, would not have caused such turmoil. The current tilt of the carriage was a result of the wind tigers crouching down. The battle erupted forth, and simultaneously the carriage overturned. Shang grasped the window railing, preventing himself from being thrown about like the others. Though the two young boys inside the carriage were not so fortunate. Qin Zhen, however, was secured by his nearby guard. This is bad. It's a blue-winged eagle. Possessing the bloodline of the ancient blue-winged Peng, one of Qin Zhen's guards growled through the window. Can the guard team not handle it? Qin Zhen inquired, his brow furrowed. I cannot ascertain its cultivation level. Perhaps only the captain of the guard can withstand it, but to defeat it would be another matter altogether. One of Qin Zhen's guards responded. Nightshade leaned against the window, observing the unfolding scene outside. The azure-winged eagle had engaged in battle with the guards. Its expansive wings spanned 5 or 6 zhang, and its talons shimmered with a cold glint, resembling lethal blades. As Nightshade watched, the eagle swung its head, striking a guard's long sword with its beak, shattering the weapon and sending the guard flying. The guard's chest caved in, blood spewing forth, rendering him gravely injured. With a fierce roar, Xiaozhen's penetrating gaze discerned the situation. Nightshade noted that the eagle's talons struck with precision. Only the outer thigh of the guards remained safe from its assault. Although the eagle's wings could also lash out, their threat was comparatively diminished. Lacking the capacity to deliver a fatal blow, Xiaozhen engaged the azure-winged eagle head-on, moving with such speed that Nightshade found it difficult to track his movements. One by one, the guards were sent sprawling by the eagle's wings. However, the eagle could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the guards. In a short span, Its wings and legs bore several deep gashes. Nightshade observed that an attack on its vulnerable tail would yield more effective results. After a moment of contemplation, Nightshade spoke. Qingjin's two guards stiffened, turning towards him. The one with a somber expression, Li Song, responded, "You protect the young master, I will assist. If we fail, none of us will fare well." "Understood. Guan Xiong, exercise caution," Li Song replied, nodding in agreement. Qingjin's solemn-faced guard, Guan Xiong, pushed open the carriage door and dashed toward the rear of the azure-winged eagle, where Nightshade had indicated the vulnerable spot lay just beneath its tail. Guan Xiong struck unexpectedly, his longsword piercing deep into the gullet of the azure-winged hawk. With a mighty roar, the hawk attempted to shake him off by sweeping its powerful tail, yet Guan Xiong clung to the sword, refusing to let go. The hawk's roar, distinct from the chirping of other avian beasts, echoed through the air. Its massive form suffered from the wound inflicted upon its gullet, causing it immense pain. While Qiu Zhen intervened to protect Guan Xiong from the hawk's retaliation. After several futile attempts to dislodge Guan Xiong, the hawk took to the skies. But Guan Xiong was unable to retrieve his sword, which remained firmly lodged in the creature's gullet due to its powerful grip. As the azure-winged hawk fled, a collective sigh of relief washed over the group. Those who were injured began to tend to their wounds, while the unscathed rallied together to right the beast cart. "Guan Xiong, we owe you our gratitude. Had it not been for your timely intervention, we would have faced utter annihilation," Qiuzhen remarked, his expression grim. For several of his guards had been injured, and during the earlier chaos, the hawk's lethal beak and claws had claimed the lives of 2 of his men. "Captain Qiu, my thanks alone are insufficient. It was Yi Shang who discerned the hawk's weakness," Guan Xiong responded, refraining from bowing. "Yi Shang, you possess remarkable insight," Qiuzhen said, his astonishment evident as he gazed at Yi Shang. "I once engaged in hunting and learned that in combat with beasts, one must exploit their weaknesses. Had there been a swift attacker to target the hawk's gullet without hesitation, it could have been driven away without casualties," Yi Shang articulated. "You speak truly. This creature possesses the prowess of a false Dan, and had it been at the Dan condensation stage, we would have met our demise." Qiu Zhen felt a pang of apprehension. This was not his first venture to Danding City, yet it was the first time fraught with such peril. The assault by the azure-winged eagle inflicted grievous losses upon the team. Aside from the injured, 2 lives were lost, and the 3 wind tigers of the foremost beast cart were slain by the eagle. Consequently, they had no choice but to dismount 1 wind tiger from each of the second and third carts, ensuring that each cart was drawn by a pair of beasts. After laying the fallen guards to rest, the group resumed their journey, remaining in the same cart as Yi Shang. Qiu Zhen and several other guards exhibited greater warmth towards him. Witnessing the might of the azure-winged eagle left Yi Shang trembling with fear. Having ventured out for merely a few days, he wondered what further challenges lay ahead. If they were to travel with a merchant convoy, the dangers would be even more pronounced, as the strength of the merchant guards paled in comparison to those dispatched by the city lord's residents. Following another brief respite, Qiu Zhen informed everyone that they had just 3 days of travel remaining to reach Danding City, a place where safety could be assured. For the region surrounding Danding City was not prone to beastly incursions. The distance from Danding City to the Medicine Valley was not great. This time, with our numbers augmented, had it been only a handful of individuals, they could have simply utilized flying tame beasts, Qiu Zhen remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this news, Yi Shang felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, with the tamed leopard, tamed lion, and wind tiger, flying beasts could also be employed for taming. How navi! Were it not for my uncle's favor, would you even have the opportunity to visit Danding City? Qin Hai remarked with a sardonic tone, observing Yi Shang's astonishment. Chapter 9. The distinction between dragons and snakes. Throughout the journey, Qiu Zhen and his companions engaged in light-hearted banter with Yi Shang, largely ignoring Qin Hai and his group. This disregard incited discontent among Qin Hai and his companions, who felt slighted, as they were members of the Qin family, while Yi Shang was merely a native. Meanwhile, on Qin Zhen's side, he interacted minimally with Qin Hai and Qin Shan, merely nodding or shaking his head, showing reluctance to connect with them. Yet managing to share a comfortable rapport with Yi Shang, despite the lack of conversation and their shared accommodations. Country bumpkin. Just a country bumpkin. Yi Shang chuckled softly, genuinely disinterested in engaging with Qin Hai and his group. Throughout the journey, he discerned the heavy air of arrogance surrounding Qin Hai and his companions. Realizing that future interactions would be unlikely, thus he chose to refrain from any disputes. Yishang's dismissive remarks ignited Qin Hai's fury, and though he refrained from a violent outburst, the disdain in Yishang's tone was unmistakable. You seek your own demise. Qin Hai, incensed, grasped the sword at his waist and advanced toward Yishang. Qiu Zhen's expression shifted. He understood Qin Hai's status and felt a deep-seated contempt for him. Yet the weight of Qin Hai's position could not be overlooked. However, he could not stand idly by while Qin Hai threatened Yishang. Just as he was about to intervene, Qin Zhen stepped beside Yishang, while Yishang's hand instinctively reached for the black iron spear at his back. Uncertain of Qin Hai's cultivation level, Yishang resolved that if Qin Hai insisted on provoking him, he would not hesitate to fight, even at the risk of defeat. Some things could be sacrificed, but dignity and honor must not be lost. Qin Zhen's sudden appearance at Yishang's side momentarily stunned Qin Hai. Qin Zhen possessed little in the way of cultivation, even falling short of Yishang. However, he was accompanied by 2 bodyguards, both of whom were members of the Qin family. Yet, the standing of Qin Hai and Qin Zhen within the family was entirely disparate. At this moment, Guan Xiong and Li Song would acknowledge only Qin Zhen as their young master. Just wait. A country bumpkin will forever remain a country bumpkin. Qin Hai spat before turning to leave. Yishang's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he observed Qin Hai's retreating figure, silent. Once was a mere insult. A second would not be tolerated. He tightened his grip on the black iron spear, then broke into a smile, easing his hold. Strength governs all. Yishang, should you enter the Medicine Valley, strive diligently, Qiu Zhen remarked, patting Yishang on the shoulder. Thank you, Captain Qiu. I will, Yishang replied with a nod, then smiled at Qin Zhen by his side. Qiu Zhen departed to arrange for the guards to scout the surrounding area. Captain, that Qin Hai has gone too far. Such a temperament will lead to misfortune in the Medicine Valley. The vice-captain, Qiu Yuan, interjected. Qiu Yuan, a cousin of Qiu Zhen, had earned his position through his own merit. Character is essential. Qiu Yuan, do you understand the difference between a yellow snake and a flood dragon? Qiu Zhen asked with a smile. The yellow snake leaps about, unaware of its limitations, daring to attack any target, thus failing to thrive and meeting an early demise. The flood dragon, in its youth, remains hidden. When it moves, it emerges like a dragon rising from the abyss, soaring to the heavens, Qiu Yuan replied. Indeed, there is a distinction between dragons and snakes. The same holds true for people, Qiu Zhen mused, his gaze settling upon Yishang. Qiu Yuan followed Qiu Zhen's gaze and landed on the silently standing Yishang. He understood Qiu Zhen's meaning, yet he could not fathom the high regard Qiu Zhen held for Yishang. Subsequently, over the course of 2.5 days, the group arrived at Danding City. From a distance, the towering city walls resembled a colossal dragon sprawled across the earth. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the land, enveloping the ancient city in a gossamer veil of shimmering gold, draping it in an air of mystery. This was Danding City, the largest metropolis within a radius of 100,000 miles. Danding City boasted a storied history, whether it spanned a millennium, 3 millennia, or even 10,000 years, none could ascertain. Upon entering, Yishang noticed that the ancient city's walls soared more than 10 zhang high, constructed entirely from dark basalt. The city gates were 5 or 6 zhang wide and 7 or 8 zhang tall, topped with a watchtower, and guards were stationed both within and outside the gates. Qiu Zhen presented a token, allowing the group to enter Danding City without hindrance. Once inside, Qiu Zhen instructed everyone to disembark from the carriage and walk, allowing the children to experience the grandeur of Danding City. This city is far larger than our Qiyan city. It ought to be called Tian City, a youth remarked. This is merely a corner of Dongxian continent. The world beyond is vast, and such cities abound outside, Qiu Zhen replied. He glanced at the youth and then at Yishang, who remained quiet, seemingly unfazed. Over the past 2 days, Yishang had said little, devoting himself solely to cultivation, and had even refrained from hunting. Qiu Zhen understood that although Yishang did not outwardly display it, the conflict with Qin Hai had profoundly impacted him. Qiu Zhen sought out an inn to accommodate everyone, subsequently assigning Qiu Yuan the task of procuring 3 wind tigers. Although 2 wind tigers could suffice for transport, they were inferior in configuration and speed. Moreover, the wind tigers bore a considerable burden, as the steel carriage was quite heavy. Upon settling into the inn, Yishang commenced his cultivation, striving to enhance his prowess before the disciple recruitment event at the Medicine Valley. Although advancing to the 4th level of qi refinement would not be overtly apparent, a deeper foundation would undoubtedly increase his chances of being accepted into the sect. In another room, Qin Hai and Qin Shan engaged in conversation. Brother Hai, do not take it to heart. The likelihood of him being accepted into the Medicine Valley with his third level of qi refinement is exceedingly low. Should he fail to gain entry, you can dispose of him with ease, Qin Shan remarked with a smile. Indeed, not to mention other cities, even among our contingent in Qian City, the lowest among us is at least at the 6th level of qi refinement. His chances of entering the Medicine Valley are virtually non-existent. I shall inform Guard Song. If he cannot join, we shall eliminate him. Qin Hai's voice carried a chilling undertone. I simply do not comprehend why Brother Jin protects him. Is it merely because he shared a bit of game? Qin Shan expressed his concerns aloud. If he were not the son of my third uncle, his cultivation would render him no different from you, Shang. Qin Hai's words dripped with resentment, for Qin Jin was the heir of the Qin estate, while he was not. As for Qin Jin's potential acceptance into the Medicine Valley, he had no doubts. For Qin Ao Xian's master was an elder of the Medicine Valley, and also Qin Jin's grand teacher. Brother, it will be difficult for Yi Shang to enter the Medicine Valley. His recent progress has been swift, yet his starting point is far too low, Qiu Yuan remarked to Qiu Jun from another room. This year is not feasible, but perhaps next year. I believe he will not give up. After all, gold will shine in due time. Qiu Jun remarked with a smile after taking a sip of wine. After resting for a night, the nine-headed wind tiger continued onward, driving 3 beast carts. The journey from Danding City to the entrance of the Danding Mountain Medicine Valley still spanned 1,000 miles. However, this area was no longer desolate, as a sturdy Qinyan road had long been established. Many beast carts traversed the route. For the annual apprenticeship ceremony of the Medicine Valley was the grandest event within 100,000 miles, so the multitude of people was hardly surprising. Chapter 10. Arrival at the Medicine Valley. Yi Shang was still meditating and cultivating. Observing Yi Shang's diligence, Qin Jin also settled down to practice. After a night of rest, the group arrived at the entrance of the Medicine Valley by midday the following day. This was also the front mountain of Danding Mountain. 2 towering stone pillars, intricately carved to resemble medicinal cauldrons and various herbs, soared to heights of 20 to 30 zhang and measured 4 to 5 zhang in diameter. Atop the pillars, a stone plaque connected the two, inscribed with the radiant characters Medicine Valley. The beast carts did not proceed through the entrance. For those who were not disciples or invited guests of the Medicine Valley were not permitted entry. One by one, the carts veered off the straight path into a secluded valley, home to thousands of pavilions, resembling a small town. This was Xiaogu Town, a resting place for those conducting business at the Medicine Valley, as well as a marketplace for disciples to procure their daily necessities. Once Qiujin arranged accommodations, Yi Shang returned to his meditation. Just as he was about to enter a deep state of concentration, a knock interrupted him. Upon opening the door, Yi Shang was taken aback to find Qin Jin standing there, with Guan Xiong and Li Song not far behind. I must take my leave. You must strive diligently. Qin Jin gazed at Yi Shang, marking the first instance of verbal communication between them. Upon reflection, Yi Shang grasped that Qin Jin was no ordinary individual, thus did not require the conventional pathway of apprenticeship. However, Yi Shang was mistaken. In truth, Qin Jin was not seeking a mentor. The arrangement made by Qin Ao Xian was for Qin Jin to remain by his master's side for 1 or 2 years before participating in the disciple recruitment ceremony. What I possess, you shall too. Yi Shang nodded in acknowledgement. Although Qin Jin's path seemed untroubled, he felt no envy, understanding that each person's journey is uniquely their own. Qin Jin produced 2 vials of elixirs and extended them towards Yi Shang. Noticing Yi Shang's reluctance to accept, Qin Jin stepped forward, clasped Yi Shang's hand, and firmly placed the vials within his grasp before turning to depart. After exchanging farewells with Qiujin, Qin Jin, accompanied by Guan Xiong and Li Song, departed the inn, heading towards the entrance of the Medicine Valley. Armed with a personal letter and token from Qin Ao Xian, Qin Jin passed through the examination conducted by the disciples of the Medicine Valley with ease. However, Guan Xiong and Li Song were not afforded the same privilege. They were well aware of the restrictions on their entry and had come merely to escort Qin Jin to the gate. As they observed Yi Shang being led away by the disciples of the Medicine Valley, Guan Xiong and Li Song turned to leave. Once one plunges into the deep sea, one becomes a dragon. Reflecting on the character suggested by the young master, Guan Xiong mused on the boundless potential that lay ahead. Yi Shang was commendable as well, yet his lineage imposed limitations upon him, a pity indeed. It was uncertain how he would choose after this. The Qin residents could offer him opportunities, yet his life there would not be easy. Li Song, being perceptive, understood that the other two young masters of the Qin family held a disdainful view of Shang. He too harbored doubts about Shang's prospects of entering the Medicine Valley, especially given the multitude of aspirants, many of whom were far more accomplished than Shang. If those two young masters could also enter the Medicine Valley, then Shang would find greater stability within the Qin residence. Although those two possess considerable strength, gaining entry to the Medicine Valley is no trivial matter. Guan Xiong chuckled, expressing his skepticism about Qin Hai and Qin Shan, as those two young masters are more adept at indulgence and revelry. In the following 2 days, Shang diligently devoted himself to cultivation. He achieved a rank and received a numbered token, which bore the number 1226. Upon reviewing Shang's recorded cultivation level, the disciple in charge of the registration merely smiled. For a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement was merely a formality for attending the disciple recruitment ceremony. The quality of the Medicine Valley's disciples is exceptionally high. Although they deemed Shang to have little hope, they nonetheless registered him with a smile, as even in failure. This experience holds value. One should never underestimate the potential of youth. After completing the registration, the disciple departed, informing Shang to arrive punctually at the Medicine Valley's Mountain Gate Plaza 3 days hence for the recruitment ceremony. Shang, that was an elite disciple from the Medicine Valley, exclaimed Tang Tian, who had also come from Qian City. How do you know he is an elite disciple? Shang inquired with a smile. Tang Tian is the grandson of Elder Tang Foming from Qiang City. Although he hails from a prestigious family, he lacks the ostentatious demeanor exhibited by Qin Hai and others. Upon observing the garments and insignia, it became evident that they were adorned in white battle robes, a privilege reserved exclusively for the inner disciples. Additionally, the cuffs of their robes bore the emblem of a medicinal cauldron, with the foremost among them displaying a silver cauldron. The presence of this insignia indicated their status as disciples of the elite hall, and the silver cauldron signified an even higher rank, though its exact classification eluded me. As I reached a crucial point in the conversation, I awkwardly chuckled while touching my nose. That emblem signifies entry into the Yuan list, Chuzhen interjected. Having overheard the discussion, Uncle Chiu, what is the Yuan list? Before Shang could speak, Tang Tian eagerly inquired. Indeed, it exudes an impressive aura, Tang Tian nodded, expressing his admiration for the ranking. It is not merely about the imposing presence. The benefits also differ substantially, depending on their rank. Disciples of the Medicine Valley receive varying levels of resources. For the miscellaneous disciples, merely making ends meet is a considerable achievement. As the Medicine Valley does not hold them in high regard, no amount of resources can cultivate such disciples. Those who ascend the ranks possess promising futures. Thus the Medicine Valley is generous with resources. Little Tang Tian, you must strive diligently, Chuzhen remarked with a smile. Uncle Chiu, just wait and see, Tang Tian declared, patting his chest. After nodding at Chuzhen, Shang resumed his training. That foolish boy, all he does is train, not fearing that he may become dull. Tang Tian murmured, observing Shang's retreating figure. He is different from you, Tang Tian. Due to his humble origins and lower starting point, he works exceptionally hard. Do not underestimate him, Chuzhen cautioned. With a smile directed at Tang Tian, Qiu Zhen rose and departed, making his way toward the entrance of the inn. The Grass Valley serves as the gateway to the Medicine Valley, where the trading market boasts an array of fine elixirs. As a cultivator, Qiu Zhen also requires resources in the form of medicinal pills. The span of 3 days is fleeting, and soon the day of the Medicine Valley's disciple recruitment ceremony arrived. Under Qiu Zhen's guidance, the group approached the mountain gate. This time, the Medicine Valley opened its doors to all. However, disciples of the valley were stationed as guardians, preventing any disorderly conduct. Led by the disciples, thousands gathered at the square in front of the mountain gate, where the recruitment ceremony was set to take place. Chapter 11. The disciples' recruitment ceremony. The square extended over a vast area of several thousand feet, with a grand arena positioned at its center, flanked by a dozen chairs. Have you noticed the chairs at the back? Those are reserved for the leaders of the various peaks. They may not attend in person, but will likely send representatives, Qiu Zhen remarked. In a humble cottage behind the main hall at the pinnacle of the North Polar Peak in the Medicine Valley, an elderly man sat cross-legged, while a young boy stood beside him. If Shang were present, he would surely recognize this boy as Qin Zhen. Zhener, why are you not practicing? The elder opened his eyes, and a flicker of brilliance shone within. Master, it is as follows, alongside my fellow disciple. There is another youth who has rendered kindness to him. I hope Master can assist him, allowing him to remain in the Medicine Valley. Qin Zhen hesitated before speaking. Zhener, The Medicine Valley has its own regulations. Just like you, though you are my disciple's apprentice, you are not yet a disciple of the Medicine Valley. Admission requires one to prove their own capabilities, the elder replied, casting a glance at Qinjun before closing his eyes once more. Qinjun refrained from continuing the conversation and instead retreated to a corner to meditate. The elder, being the peak master of the northern polar peak, spoke with the authority of his position. It was not just Qinjun, but no one within the northern polar peak dared to refute him. A sentiment that held true even in the Medicine Valley. As Qinjun sat in contemplation, he found it impossible to quiet his mind. Very well. I shall take you to witness the reality. Should you fail to gain entry to the mountain gate, you will be relegated to the duties of a menial servant. The elder rose and exited the thatched cottage, with Qinjun closely trailing behind. Upon leaving the cottage, the elder flicked his sleeve, and a current of air enveloped Qinjun as they descended the peak. The elder did not follow the mountain path, but traversed directly, the valleys and ravines beneath them appearing as flat terrain. Qinjun felt a profound shock. This was flight, a feat unattainable even by those in the condensation period, achievable only by true practitioners of the Golden Core realm. The distance from northern polar peak to the Medicine Valley's mountain gate spanned 1,000 miles. Yet under the elder's swift progression, they arrived in mere moments. Upon reaching the square, the elder descended directly at the front of the arena. At that moment, among the several chairs in front of the arena, only one remained unoccupied. The others were filled with individuals. Upon seeing the elder, the previously seated individuals rose and bowed in respect, addressing him as Master Uncle. One among them stepped forward, bowing before the elder and addressing him as Master. The elder nodded and proceeded to take his seat at the designated chair belonging to the northern polar peak. It seemed a stroke of fortune for this generation of disciples that Master Uncle could personally attend. A middle-aged man seated in the central position clasped his hands in salute towards the elder. Ling Xiao, your cultivation grows increasingly refined, truly. Your lineage is blessed with extraordinary talents. The elder acknowledged the middle-aged man with a nod. This man, Chu Ling Xiao, was a disciple of the Medicine Valley's headmaster and the administrator of the direct lineage of the Pill Cauldron Peak, presiding over the disciple initiation ceremonies. Who is the supervising elder this time? Why has he yet to arrive? The elder frowned as he gazed at the empty seat. The junior brother, engrossed in his cultivation, had lost track of time, unaware that the third senior brother had come. As the voice echoed, a figure clad in black appeared in the square, swiftly materializing before the vacant chair. Is that you, junior brother Lu? Are you the one here to meet the supervisor? The elder was taken aback upon seeing the old man in black robes. Indeed, it has been over a decade since I was tasked with supervision. But I lost myself in cultivation and forgot. This time, I must not let that happen again. Furthermore, my Taishan peak lacks vitality, so I must recruit more disciples. The elder spoke as he settled into his seat. Master of Taishan Peak, Hantiansho Lu Yangyu. He is a pinnacle expert of the Medicine Valley. Another prominent figure. The master of Beiji Peak, Yan Beiji, was also a formidable expert. Whispers from a distance reached Shang's ears, prompting him to scrutinize Lu Yangyu. The Medicine Valley is renowned for its alchemy. Yet this Master Lu is celebrated for his formidable combat prowess in the Jinyan mountain range, Qiu Zhun remarked with admiration. Chu Lingxiao clasped his hands in respect towards Yan Beiji and Lu Yangyu, then announced the official commencement of the Medicine Valley's disciple recruitment ceremony. The first step was to verify qualifications, conducted by an elder from the Medicine Valley. The initial assessment involved checking bone age and cultivation level. Those exceeding 18 years of bone age would not be accepted. One by one, the aspiring youths stood in line, presenting their tokens as they passed before the elder, who verified their ancient lineage and registered their cultivation levels. After a quarter of an hour, it was finally Yu Shang's turn. He extended his arm before the elder for inspection. 126, bone age 14. The elder addressed a young disciple beside him. I'm afraid your cultivation level is only at the third layer of qi refinement, which does not meet the requirements for our disciple recruitment ceremony. The elite disciple responsible for the records spoke up. Why have the rules for this year's recruitment ceremony changed? Yan Beiji inquired, casting a glance at the elite disciple in charge of the records. He then looked at Qinjun standing aside, conveying that there was nothing more they could do. Young man, strive hard and come back next year. Next, the elite disciple from the Medicine Valley said to Yi Shang, maintaining a courteous demeanor despite the rejection. Is there a chance for me to try, given that I am at the fourth layer of qi refinement? Could you grant me an opportunity? Yi Shang was unwilling to accept being eliminated so easily, After journeying thousands of miles from Zhuyuan village to Danding Mountain, the abrupt dismissal was hard for him to bear. Hee, you believe you can accomplish what those at the fourth layer can? Yin Beiji chuckled. How about giving him a chance, Ling Xiao? He noticed the hint of disappointment in Qin Zhen's eyes and wished to shield him from distractions regarding Yi Shang's situation. At that moment, Chu Ling Xiao turned to Lu Yongyu, not out of disregard for Yin Beiji, but because Lu Yongyu was overseeing this disciple recruitment ceremony. A resilient spirit in youth is commendable. Will the second round of assessments adhere to the previous rules? Lu Yongyu asked. Then let him have a try. Since he has come this far, he deserves a fair chance, Lu Yongyu replied, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Shang. With a wave of Chu Ling Zhao's hand, several disciples from the Medicine Valley appeared, bringing forth a stone wall towering 3 zhang high. Additionally, a disciple presented a finely crafted steel pillar resembling a human arm. Chu Ling Zhao emerged, accepting the steel pillar from the disciple's hands, and descended the platform. With a powerful exhalation and a vigorous sweep of his arms, he drove the steel pillar into the black rocky ground. The elite disciples measured the distance and positioned the stone wall accordingly. Now, you shall strike the testing pillar. As long as the pillar makes contact with the test stone, you shall pass, Chu Ling Xiao instructed, stepping down from the platform to address Yi Shang. Chapter 12. Striking the testing pillar. The testing pillar stood 2.5 zhang away from the test stone. To strike the finely forged pillar so that it touches the test stone is no small feat, even for a practitioner at the 4th level of qi refinement. This is precisely why the Medicine Valley has heightened the threshold for cultivation. May I observe before I strike? Yi Shang inquired. Indeed, but inform me before you make your attempt, Chu Ling Xiao replied, his tone lenient, recognizing Yi Shang's humble origins by his attire. Yi Shang ascended the platform, first measuring the positions of the testing pillar and test stone, as well as the height of the pillar. He then lightly punched the pillar, curious about its elasticity. After his assessment, Yi Shang retreated to the edge of the platform, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect toward Chu Ling Xiao, signaling that he was ready. Young man, this is your singular opportunity. Should you fail, do not limit your fate, Chu Ling Xiao stated before taking a seat, harboring little hope for Yi Shang. Stepping back 6 or 7 paces, Yi Shang retrieved the black iron spear from his back, rubbed it slightly, and set it down upon the ground. This would be his first venture into battle without the black iron spear. Taking a deep breath, Yi Shang lunged forward. Taking 5 swift steps before leaping into the air, he struck the test pillar at 1/3 of its height, standing at an impressive 5 zhang. The pillar would not sway if struck at its base or apex. Only this juncture could yield the necessary force to activate its elasticity and hit the Philosopher's Stone. With a resonant hum, the pillar bent in the middle, then rebounded, sending Yi Shang staggering backward, while the upper part of the pillar swung forward. A sharp crack echoed as the pillar struck the Philosopher's Stone, pushing it back several feet. Retreat, shouted Chu Ling Xiao from his seat, concerned that Yi Shang was too close to the test pillar and could be caught in the backlash. Even before Chu Ling Xiao's warning, Yi Shang had sensed the impending danger. He planted his right foot firmly on the ground and leapt away, executing 2 rolls to distance himself from the spot. Not bad, Yin Beiji remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Have I passed? Yi Shang inquired, disregarding the bloodied state of his right hand as he turned to Chu Ling Xiao. You have. Someone assist him with a bandage. Chu Ling Xiao replied, his eyes twitching slightly at the sight of Yi Shang's bleeding hand. Intelligent and courageous, yet the key lies in his resolve. It is a rare feat for one of noble lineage, Yin Beiji observed with admiration as he watched the disciples of the Medicine Valley attend to Yi Shang's wounds. The only opportunity lies in a desperate gamble, Lu Yongyu stated, his expression betraying no emotion. I wonder if he can pass the 3rd and 4th trials, Chu Ling Xiao mused, glancing at Yin Beiji and Lu Yongyu before signaling for the assessment to continue. The guards, including Qiu Zhen and Qiu Yuan, were immensely exhilarated. Not only had Yi Shang passed the initial assessment, but he had also successfully navigated the second challenge, a source of pride for Qian City. Among the crowd waiting for their evaluations, Qin Hai let out a cold snort, his irritation bubbling beneath the surface at Yi Shang's moment in the spotlight. He believed such recognition should rightfully belong to him, as he was at the 8th level of qi refinement, the most accomplished among the youth in Qian City. In fact, even within the entire assembly gathered for the disciple recruitment ceremony, few could rival his prowess. It took an entire hour to complete the evaluations of the young candidates participating in the ceremony. While several youths at the 3rd level of qi refinement were afforded opportunities by the Medicine Valley, none managed to strike the golden pillar successfully. The second challenge entailed the trial of the golden stone. Mere cultivation was insufficient without mastery over one's strength. And the Medicine Valley had no use for those lacking in this regard. Shang bypassed this phase, awaiting the third challenge. At this juncture, those who had previously scoffed at Shang's abilities began to grasp the significance of his achievements. Among the youths at the fourth level of Qi refinement, 9 out of 10 were eliminated, and nearly half of those at the fifth level also failed to advance. The test of strength against the golden pillar not only assessed raw power, but also gauged one's tenacity. Fear of injury rendered it nearly impossible to unleash one's full potential. Following the conclusion of the second challenge, only a little over 400 candidates remained, having filtered out the majority. This included Qin Shan, while Qin Hai progressed. Given that his cultivation placed him among the elite of this youthful cohort, the day's assessments reached their conclusion here. Those who had participated in the second challenge could proceed to collect a vial of bone restoration ointment, which promised to restore even fractured bones to their original state within a fortnight. Chu Lingxiao stood up and announced the conclusion of the assessment. Well done. Are you injured? Qiu Yuan asked, patting Yishang's shoulder vigorously. I'm fine, just a superficial wound, Yishang replied with a smile. Don't mind him, that's just his nature. Ouch. Tang Tian exclaimed, slapping Yishang's shoulder, only to wince as he felt a sharp pain due to the bandage wrapped around his right hand. Show off. Qin Shan remarked coldly from within the group. All right, you all hail from Qiyan City, so let harmony prevail. Xiao Zhen interjected, halting Qin Shan before he could continue. Upon returning to the inn at Xiaogu, Yishang consumed a P1 pill and commenced his cultivation. In the thatched cottage of Beiji Feng, Yin Beiji sipped tea while Qingjin stood nearby. Indeed, it is said that he emerged from the mountains near Morning Star City. According to 2 of my family's guards, when they encountered Yishang, he had not yet displayed any cultivation, Qingjin stated. Aware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead, he spoke of Yishang's merits, hoping that Yin Beiji might make an exception and allow Yishang to remain at Beiji Feng. Master understands your intentions. In the past, it might have been feasible. But now, even if the master wished to make an exception, it would be difficult. The supervising elder for this discipleship ceremony is rather stringent. If he fails the assessment, he will only be able to remain as a servant, Yin Beiji replied. Qin Zhen remained silent, although he had not interacted much with Yishang. He understood his character well enough to know that Yishang would never accept a subservient role. After a night of cultivation, Yishang refreshed himself with a bath and tidied up before joining Qiu Zhen and the others for a meal in the dining hall. Nightshade, do you know about the third and fourth trials of the Medicine Valley's assessment? After finishing his meal and setting down his chopsticks, Qiu Zhen inquired. I am unaware. I would be grateful if Captain Qiu could enlighten us, Nightshade replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, for prior knowledge could indeed provide a greater chance of success. I comprehend your thoughts. However, knowing or not knowing makes little difference. The third trial is an endurance test, requiring one to run around the Qinshe Peak at the mountain gate for 4 hours. Those who cannot endure or fall short of the required laps will be eliminated. The crux of this trial lies in the judicious allocation of stamina and endurance, Qiuzhen explained. Chapter 13. The sect's spiritual artifact 1 lap is 25 miles. And 15 laps are deemed satisfactory, which translates to running 4 laps, or approximately 100 miles, within 1 hour, Tang Tian interjected. As he was well aware of the assessment's details, a fact known to many, Nightshade calculated that over the course of 4 hours, one would need to cover around 400 miles, a considerable challenge indeed. In the deep mountains, he had ventured only 600 miles in a day, albeit under more arduous conditions. If it proves too difficult, it would be wise to concede early and avoid the embarrassment of elimination, Qin Hai remarked with a sardonic tone. Are you insulting me, believing I am afraid? If it is unmanageable, I shall seek a place to test my limits. Stung by Tang Tian's rebuke, Qin Hai's composure faltered, taken aback by Tang Tian's disregard for the Qin family's reputation. Are you suggesting that I fear you? How amusing. You dictate the time and place, Tang Tian countered resolutely, showing no signs of concession. Enough, let us not engage in infighting that may become a source of ridicule. Qiuzhen interjected. Thank you, Captain Qiu. Now, could you elaborate on the 4th trial? Nightshade gestured respectfully towards Tang Tian, recognizing that he had stood up for him. The 4th challenge is a test of willpower, the ascent of Danding Cliff. Allow me to elaborate on this Danding Cliff. Qiuzhen sighed, recognizing the difficulty of the 4th trial, leaving Yishang with little opportunity. Danding Cliff is a unique entity within the Medicine Valley. At its pinnacle lies the 8-Dragon Cauldron, the treasured artifact of the Medicine Valley sect. This cauldron serves as the protective charm of the sect's founding ancestor. For many years, the 8-Dragon Cauldron has been positioned atop the Danding Cliff, which also serves as the core of the Medicine Valley's protective formation. Vigilantly guarded by several esteemed elders of the sect, the cauldron has attained sentience, and only a coalition of the valley's most venerable elders can summon its power to activate the protective array. Under normal circumstances, no one can approach it, not even the valley's master. The 8-Dragon Cauldron, as a spiritual artifact, perpetually emanates a formidable pressure. Thus, the climb up Danding Cliff is a confrontation with the cauldron's suppression, serving as a true test of will. This cliff is not merely a site for entrance examinations. Disciples from both the Medicine Valley's Yuan and Dan rankings frequently scale it to hone their skills. Just as Qiuzhen finished speaking, an elite disciple from the Medicine Valley entered the inn and announced to everyone the necessity of gathering at the Mountain Gate Square for today's assessment. Shang lingered at the back, aware of the arduous nature of today's trial, yet he resolved to persevere. Young man, if you find it difficult this year, simply return to your cultivation. Success will come in due time, advised the disciple with a smile, having witnessed Shang's commendable performance yesterday, which outshone even those at the 5th level of qi refinement. I will strive diligently, Shang affirmed with a nod. The elite disciple smiled in acknowledgement. Shang realized that the elite disciple had misunderstood his intent. His declaration of effort referred to participating in the assessment, not to the notion of exerting effort after failing the trial. A group of individuals arrived at the square of the Medicine Valley's Mountain Gate. Contrary to expectations that the number of participants would dwindle due to the elimination of many, the square remained a bustling sea of humanity. 400 candidates eligible for the apprenticeship ceremony gathered before the arena. Chu Lingxiao rose from his seat and instructed the enforcement disciples of the Medicine Valley to proceed to Qingshi Peak, tasked with overseeing the 3rd round of assessments. Should any participant resort to cheating, they were to intervene. If anyone could not keep up physically, they were to be eliminated. Once the elite disciples of the Medicine Valley were in place, Chu Lingxiao nodded towards a disciple clad in a white robe adorned with a silver cauldron, who represented the Medicine Valley's prestigious list. This disciple, named Qiming, stood upon the platform and addressed the gathering. If you succeed in entering the Medicine Valley, I shall be your senior brother. Allow me to extend my congratulations to all my junior brothers and sisters. The next phase is the 3rd round of assessments. As you can see, Qingshi Peak stands beside us. The challenge entails an endurance test where you must circle the peak for 4 hours, completing 16 laps to qualify. Should you find yourselves unable to continue, feel free to withdraw. Furthermore, remember that selection will be based on merit. As Qiming announced the official commencement of the 3rd round, murmurs rippled through the crowd. The requirement had increased from 15 laps in previous years to 16 this time, elevating the challenge. The remaining participants, guided by the enforcement disciples of the Medicine Valley, ventured onto the mountain path. With a wave of Chu Lingxiao's arm, a throng of individuals surged forward. Shang, unwilling to be eliminated, darted ahead with the swiftness of a leopard, quickly joining the leading ranks of the top-tier participants at the 8th level of qi refinement. Noticing Shang's rapid ascent, Qinhai scoffed and accelerated further. Nightshade, do not be hasty. Wisely distribute your stamina. Tang Tian, while forging ahead, called out to Nightshade, unwilling to concede the spotlight to Qinhai, who raced ahead. Fear not. Nightshade maintained his pace, surging forward with the agility of a leopard. Such exertion posed no challenge for him. When hunting, he had once pursued a swift-winged leopard for half a day before ultimately slaying it. As the 1st lap concluded, the participants, fueled by high energy and speed, completed it swiftly. However, sustaining such velocity would prove arduous as the event progressed. The youths participating in this assessment displayed commendable prowess. Chu Lingxiao observed Yan Beiji and Lu Yangyu, commenting with a smile. This is merely the present. The true potential will reveal itself in the 4th challenge. Lu Yangyu remarked while watching the swiftly moving crowd. That little fellow is running at full speed. Such recklessness is unwise. Upon spotting Nightshade, Yan Beiji stroked his beard thoughtfully. At this moment, Nightshade did not occupy the forefront. He was positioned between the 1st and 2nd ranks, primarily due to the rapid pace of the leading group. Even at full throttle, Nightshade could not yet keep up. He understood that the 1st-tier competitors had not yet unleashed their full speed. Despite the competitive spirit, no one would exert themselves entirely. as it would swiftly deplete their energy reserves. Currently, Nightshade was indeed sprinting at his utmost. He wished to avoid falling behind, knowing that such a gap would make it difficult to catch up. As for stamina, he had no worries, for he excelled in long-distance running. The race continued, with 400 participants charging forward, the distance remaining constant, as those in front conserved their strength, while those behind fervently pursued. An hour had elapsed, and the swiftest among them had completed 6 laps, while Shang had managed 5. The reason for his slower pace was the astonishing speed of those ahead. Even at full throttle, he found it impossible to catch up. Currently, Shang occupied a mid-tier position, as those trailing behind began to exert themselves after 2 laps. The assessment continued, yet many eyes were fixated on Shang, not due to his prominence, but rather because his relatively low cultivation set him apart from the others in this group. Chapter 14. The despicable knave. Many pondered over how much longer Shang could endure. After 2 hours, the fastest had reached 12 laps, while Shang remained at 10, still in the middle tier. This young lad exhibited great potential, though his cultivation level was lacking. This year might not be his time, yet in a year or two, he would surely excel. Chu Lingxiao's assessment of Shang had also risen. Shang felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He realized that if he continued at this pace, he could achieve 16 laps, but his performance might still land him at the bottom, subject to the harsh rule of survival of the fittest. Upon reaching the starting point once more, Shang drew forth his black iron spear, swinging his arm to thrust it into the rocky terrain, then surged forward. Can he really accelerate further? Yan Beiji rose to his feet, and Lu Yongyu's eyes sparkled with fervor. This was reckless. The desire for victory had overtaken their rationality. Chu Lingxiao sighed. There were still 2 hours left. If Shang overexerted himself, he would find it impossible to complete even an hour's worth of running. With renewed speed, Shang began to overtake his fellow participants, each of whom felt a pang of reluctance, yet dared not run at full capacity. His ranking within the group steadily improved, gradually approaching the second tier. 3 hours had elapsed, and the first team had completed 16 laps. Shang found himself positioned between the first and second teams, yet he faced considerable difficulty in catching up with the leading group. Despite the significant depletion of energy among all participants, the prowess of the first team members, with their cultivation levels at the 8th and 7th stages of qi refinement, was undeniably formidable. Shang himself had managed to finish over 15 laps, but by this time, several youths participating in the assessment had already withdrawn, their stamina exhausted from the intense physical exertion over the 3 hours. If the evaluation were to admit only those who met the standards, Shang would have qualified. However, the Grand Elder's stance was one of strict selection, accepting only the top third of candidates. Chu Lingxiao remarked, "How many will remain by the 4th challenge? 100? Yan Beiji furrowed his brow in response. To be candid, we are only accepting 30 disciples this time. If the requirements are not met, we will not compromise, even if it means accepting none." Chu Lingxiao affirmed, "Precisely. What purpose does it serve to recruit the inept? It would only squander our resources." Lu Yongyu added his thoughts, and soon after, Shang completed his 16th lap as well. Shang, keep pushing. Don't give up until the 4-hour mark. It's not merely about meeting the requirements, but about excelling to advance, Qingjin called out, as Shang returned to the starting point. This marked the second instance of verbal exchange between Qingjin and Shang, with a primal roar akin to that of a beast. Shang waved his arm in acknowledgement of Qingjin and continued to sprint without losing speed. Chu Lingxiao and Lu Yongyu exchanged glances, perplexed by Qingjin's sudden appearance, as he was clearly not a disciple of the Medicine Valley. He chuckled, "This is the child of my disciple, Qin Aoxian. Observing that I had no one to attend to me, Aoxian sent him to serve me tea and water," Yan Beiji remarked with a smile. Chu Lingxiao and Lu Yongyu fell silent, although it was not the most appropriate moment for Qingjin to speak, with Yan Beiji having initiated the conversation. They felt compelled to give him face. Meanwhile, Shang gradually closed in on the first tier. By the 17th lap, he had approached the first tier. Just as he neared, a shadow from within the first tier suddenly flashed forward, delivering a kick to Shang's waist that sent him crashing to the ground. It was Qin Hai. The one who attacked Shang was Qin Hai, who, upon witnessing Shang's approach to the first tier, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. How could someone at the 3rd level of qi refinement dare to approach the first tier? The first tier had passed the assessment with flying colors. Shang's fall stirred the crowd. An overwhelming number of spectators had gathered for the Medicine Valley's disciple recruitment ceremony, many of whom hailed from impoverished backgrounds, with Shang being their representative. Now, having been ambushed, they erupted in fury, demanding punishment for Qin Hai. Please remain calm. The assessment did not stipulate that attacks were prohibited. However, any further attacks on others will result in disqualification. Chu Lingxiao rose to quell the unrest, simultaneously announcing the new rules. The new regulations were promptly communicated by the law enforcement disciples of the Medicine Valley to Qin Shi Peak. Meanwhile, Yishan also stood up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Qin Hai's kick had been quite severe. As he wiped the blood from his lips and took a deep breath, he continued to run. Despite sustaining internal injuries, he refused to give up, a rare quality indeed. Brother Chu, he has already completed 17 laps. Perhaps he should be allowed to rest and heal? Continuing like this may lead to further internal injury. A man seated beside Chu Lingxiao rose to his feet. What do you think, esteemed uncles? As he observed Yishang's somewhat unsteady movements, Chu Lingxiao felt a jolt within. Rules are rules. A minor injury pales in comparison to the desired outcome. For him, the result holds far greater significance. Lu Yongyu spoke, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. After a brief period of running, Yishang's swaying form gradually stabilized, and his speed began to increase. However, blood continued to trickle from the corner of his mouth, and his complexion turned ashen. Time slipped away, inching closer to the 4-hour mark. The pace of the first echelon slowed, as exhaustion weighed heavily upon all. Within that hour, they had only managed a little over 2 laps, and wounded, Yishang could only trail at the rear of the first echelon, unable to keep pace. With the tolling of a bronze bell, the third assessment concluded. Yishang, alongside the first echelon, completed 19 laps, albeit slightly behind schedule. How does it feel? Not so pleasant, I presume. Qin Hai, who had arrived at the arena earlier, sneered upon seeing Yishang. Being a member of the first echelon, he was assured of his advancement, which elevated his spirits, especially as he had managed to undermine Yishang's performance. Yishang could no longer contain his ire, nor did he wish to suppress it any longer. Qin Hai had become overly arrogant. Granting him an inch would only encourage him to take a mile. Such individuals must be dealt with decisively, leaving no room for further audacity. As for the consequences, Yishang chose not to dwell on them. If one were to constantly fear repercussions and thus tolerate without limits, individuals like Qin Hai would abound. If Qin Hai were able to kick himself today, tomorrow someone else would be there to slap him across the face. Yishang's strike was sudden, not only Qin Hai, but even the senior members of the Medicine Valley seated before the arena were taken by surprise. It was only when Yishang's black iron spear was thrust before him that Qin Hai reacted, twisting his neck to evade the fatal blow to his throat. Yet his right shoulder fell prey to the spear's edge. Qin Hai's complexion paled dramatically. Retreat was no longer an option. To avoid being cleaved in two by Yishang's spear, he lunged forward to evade the blade, narrowly escaping the solid impact that could have shattered his collarbone. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the black iron spear crushed Qin Hai's shoulder, rendering him weak and forcing him to his knees. With a swift step forward, Yishang delivered a kick to Qin Hai's abdomen, sending him flying. As Qin Hai was propelled backward, Yishang's body moved with agility, aiming to thrust the black iron spear towards Qin Hai's neck, fully intent on eliminating any future threat. Stop! Qi Ming appeared in the path of Yishang's advance, seizing the black iron spear with one hand. Chapter 15. A confrontation approaches. Why? Yishang glared coldly at Qi Ming. Realizing that killing Qin Hai today would be exceedingly difficult, the element of surprise had been lost, and interference from the Medicine Valley made further opportunity scarce. During the Medicine Valley's disciple selection ceremony, no one is permitted to engage in violence, Qi Ming declared. If violence is prohibited, then how did this footprint come to be on my body? Yishang retorted, pointing to the imprint on his side with his left hand while firmly gripping the spear with his right. It was an unfortunate incident, one we could not prevent. You must refrain from further action now. With so many witnesses present, you cannot contravene the regulations of the Medicine Valley. Qi Ming released his grip on the black iron spear, attempting to elucidate the situation. Yang nodded, aware that persisting in this moment would yield no benefit. To enter the Medicine Valley, one must adhere to its rules. Yang, this matter is far from over. Qin Hai spat blood as he rose, casting a fierce glare at Yang. Though Yang's cultivation level was inferior, his kick had not shattered Qin Hai's dantian. Nonetheless, it had inflicted significant damage, fracturing his collarbone and destabilizing his dantian's vital energy. Consequently, His chances in the upcoming fourth assessment were severely diminished. Masters, this youth exhibits extreme behavior. Should we not revoke his qualifications? A man clad in blue robes sitting in a chair spoke up. He was Lu Jing, a disciple of Yuan Tai, the master of Wanggun Peak, representing the sect. Lu Jing, your assessment is rather inappropriate. Should we merely accept such a kick as if it were inconsequential? A disciple who behaves this would have little future. Chu Lingxiao interjected before Yan Beiji and Lu Yongyu could respond. He held Yang in high regard. Throughout the 3 assessments, he had observed Yahong's performance closely. In the second assessment, he displayed tenacity, willing to endure injury to complete the task. In the third assessment, his remarkable flexibility allowed him to keep pace with the leading group, showcasing not only endurance but also willpower and character. Excessive behavior? The speaker asserts that there is no exaggeration in their sentiment. The notion that a gentleman takes his revenge after a decade is merely a saying. When the opportunity presents itself, one must act decisively. The true regret lies in the failure to seize such moments. Lu Yongyu, who had been silent, cast a glance at Lu Jing and remarked. Lu Jing, acknowledging both Lu Yongyu and the seated Yan Beiji, offered a respectful nod before taking a seat. It was not just him. Even his master, the esteemed Yuan Tai of the Forgetting Cloud Peak, would show deference to Lu Yongyu, who holds considerable influence within the Medicine Valley, compelling even the Valley Master to yield somewhat. Chu Lingxiao rose to announce the names of those who had successfully passed the assessment, with Shang being among them, and notably the last to qualify. It could be stated that only those in the first lineup succeeded, while the rest faced elimination. 2 esteemed uncles, Chu Lingxiao spoke. The day is drawing to a close, and 2 of our companions are injured. Should we not allow them to rest this evening and continue tomorrow? His gaze fell upon Shang, as he held high hopes for him and did not wish for his condition to deteriorate further in the 4th challenge. As for Qin Hai, he felt no fondness. You may arrange this as you see fit, Lu Yongyu replied before closing his eyes, seemingly indifferent to the upcoming disciple ceremony. What do you think, Uncle Yan? Chu Lingxiao inquired of Yan Beiji. Very well, the remaining individuals are all promising candidates. Nephew, ensure someone is dispatched to the Grass Valley for oversight to prevent any unnecessary disturbances, Yan Beiji stated, rising to share his perspective before departing with Qinzhen. Yan Beiji departed, and Chu Lingxiao rose to announce his decision. The assessment would take place tomorrow. He tossed a vial of elixir to Qiming, providing each of them with 1 pill. Furthermore, today, you shall lead the law enforcement team on patrol in the Grass Valley. I do not wish to witness any occurrences that might disrupt tomorrow's assessment. Without casting a glance at anyone, Lu Yongyu stood up and departed. Qiming approached the arena, distributing one of the pills he held to Qin Hai, and subsequently handed the entire vial to Shang. Upon opening the vial, Shang discovered 3 additional pills inside and offered a slight bow to Qiming, sensing the latter's goodwill. Indeed, this is a channeling pill. Consuming one should alleviate your injuries. It is a remarkable healing elixir. I truly wish I could keep it for myself, Qiming remarked with a smile directed at Shang. Thank you. Shang expressed his gratitude once more. He had heard Chu Lingxiao's directive, which instructed Qiming to provide 1 pill each to himself and Qin Hai, and understood that it was only fair for Qiming to retain the surplus. This demonstrated a commendable generosity. Tomorrow's assessment would be quite challenging. Strength was one aspect, but there would be other tests as well. Remember to persevere and not fear injury. The Medicine Valley will ensure the well-being of the assessed disciples. Qiming reassured Shang as he observed the assessment members following the law enforcement team of the Medicine Valley. I will, Shang nodded, aware that those injured during the assessment would indeed receive healing pills from the Medicine Valley. Upon returning to his quarters, he greeted Qiuzhen and Tang Tian, then consumed the channeling pill and began to meditate, striving to adjust his condition to its optimal state, for tomorrow was a pivotal juncture. During the tranquil moments of the night, a visitor arrived at the inn, an acolyte from the Medicine Valley. Clad in a white robe adorned with a silver alchemical cauldron insignia on the cuffs, this individual caught the attention of Qin Shan, who had just finished tending to Qin Hai's collarbone and was eager to greet him. Elder brother, please take me to see Xiao Hai, he exclaimed with palpable excitement. The man nodded slightly and waved a hand in acknowledgement. He was none other than Qin Hai's elder brother, Qin Zhan, who had entered the Medicine Valley 6 years ago and had since risen to the status of an elite disciple, securing his place on the prestigious Yuan list. Elder brother, you must avenge me, Qin Hai declared through gritted teeth. To lay hands on you is to slap my face. I shall spare no one, regardless of their identity. Where are they? Qin Zhan rose, his voice resolute. They are within the inn. Qin Shan interjected before Qin Hai could respond. With that, Qin Zhan took both Qin Hai and Qin Shan out of the room, following Qin Shan's lead toward the quarters of Yishang. Junior brother Qin, do you require assistance? At that moment, Qi Ming appeared, responsible for the security of the Grass Valley. Qi Ming's primary concern lay with the forces from Qian City present at the inn. Chapter 16, The Four Trials. There were 3 individuals from Qian City who had advanced to the 4th trial, warranting close scrutiny, alongside the conflict between Yishang and Qin Hai, which also demanded his attention. Indeed, senior brother Qi, these 2 are my brothers. This one is my biological sibling. Qin Zhan indicated Qin Hai. Oh, so he is junior brother Qin's brother. There was an unexpected incident today, Qi Ming replied with a smile. Is that understood? Senior brother Qi. I am aware that you are the captain of this enforcement team, but I implore you not to obstruct me, Qin Zhan said, gazing intently at Yishang's room. It is indeed a relief to clarify. During the disciple selection ceremony, no conflicts are permitted in Xiaogu town. The smile on Qi Ming's face vanished as he realized that Qin Zhan's arrival heralded trouble. Upon learning that Qin Zhan is the brother of Qin Hai, understanding dawned upon him. Are you opposing me, thus challenging our Tianyue peak? Qin Zhan inquired, fixing his gaze upon Qi Ming. Opposition is hardly the term. There is no need for you to leverage Tianyue peak against me. Today, while I stand here, certain matters are best left unthought, Qi Ming retorted, his earlier demeanor fading into seriousness. I shall not engage you in battle today. My intention is to take a life. Can you prevent that? Qin Zhan sneered coldly. With these words, the onlookers in the inn grasped the situation, though Qin Zhan's strength did not match that of Qi Ming. Should he choose not to confront Qi Ming directly and aim to kill Yeshang instead, stopping him would prove exceedingly difficult for Qi Ming. Qin Zhan, you must understand that this is the order of Uncle Master Chu. Do you dare defy the commands of the sect? Qi Ming inhaled deeply, asserting himself. Did Uncle Master Chu issue such an order? I am unaware. When the time comes, I shall explain to Uncle Master Chu. My master and senior brother will also provide their explanations. Qin Zhan made it clear that he had no intention of backing down, even invoking his master as leverage. The exchange between Qin Zhan and Qi Ming stirred Yeshang from his meditative state. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. Elder brother, it is he. Upon witnessing Yeshang's appearance, Qin Shan eagerly pointed at him, exclaiming, Qin Zhan, while I may not be able to impede your actions, you have overlooked a crucial fact. I am the captain of the enforcement team, yet not the most formidable among them. To preempt any disruptions from other sects, our faction has appointed several unique individuals within the enforcement team. Should you insist on resorting to violence today, I am unperturbed by the potential adverse outcomes. Qi Ming, whose previously taught expression softened, produced a token, at which point the other members of the enforcement team made their entrance into the inn. Observing the unfolding scenario, Qin Zhan narrowed his eyes at Yishang, hesitating to take any action. He discerned that Qi Ming had decisively positioned himself against him, making any attempt to harm Yishang exceedingly difficult, if not impossible. Qi Ming, opposing me will yield no benefits for you, Qin Zhan declared, his gaze fixed on Yishang, brimming with malice. Spare me the futile words. If you were not Lin Tianjue's junior, how many within the Medicine Valley would even recognize you? You lack the standing to intimidate me. Be gone. Qi Ming retorted with a fierce shout. Qin Zhan's complexion darkened, and with a pointed finger directed at Qi Ming, he turned to leave, unable to maintain any semblance of dignity as Qi Ming had dealt him a sharp rebuke. Thank you, Captain Qi Ming, Yishang said, offering a respectful gesture. He understood that the conflict between Qi Ming and Qin Zhan stemmed entirely from his presence. This fellow is insufferably arrogant, flaunting his connection to his slightly more powerful senior, which is rather irksome, Qi Ming remarked with a smile. Is your senior Lin Tianjue? Yishang inquired. Indeed, he is a paragon among the younger disciples of our Medicine Valley, fiercely protective of his own. Now enough of this. You must attend to your injuries, for the 4th assessment tomorrow will prove quite challenging, Qi Ming advised, nodding at Yishang. Naitang once again cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Qi Ming before turning to enter the room. He understood that while the Medicine Valley appeared tranquil, it was rife with both overt and covert strife. In another room of the inn, Qiuzhen, Qiu Yuan, and Tang Tian were enjoying their drinks. Uncle Qiu, what has happened with the Qin family? They have produced such worthless individuals? Tang Tian remarked indignantly after taking a sip of wine. It is difficult to articulate. But Qin Hai and Qin Shan have little promise, and Qin Zhan's temperament is excessively arrogant, Qiuzhen responded with a nod. As the night passed, Tang emerged from his room, his complexion rosy and devoid of any visible injury. In stark contrast, Hai held one arm awkwardly, his face pale. "How is your recovery?" Tang Tian inquired as he approached him. "I'm nearly back to normal," Tang replied, gently rolling his neck. "That elixir truly works wonders," Tang Tian said, patting Tang on the shoulder with a smile. Tang nodded, withholding some thoughts. The efficacy of the Tongluo pill was indeed remarkable. But his swift recovery was also due to his constitution. From the ages of 5 to 7, he had regularly bathed in herbal infusions prepared by his ancient father every fortnight. This recipe had been passed down through generations in Zhuyuan village, and all children of that age were required to partake. The outcome was enhanced physical strength, as a good hunter must possess a robust body. The benefits of these herbal baths were evident. When bitten by wild beasts, bleeding would cease shortly, and even severe injuries would heal rapidly. After having a meal, Shang and his companions followed the law enforcement team of the Medicine Valley to the square. Shang, Tang Tian, and Hai approached the arena, where only a mere 100 individuals remained. At that moment, Shang spotted Zhan standing behind a figure clad in blue robes, whom he recognized as the representative of Tianwei Peak. Chu Lingxiao rose to his feet, first extending his congratulations to the 100 for passing the 3rd round, and then announced the commencement of the 4th round. At this juncture, several Xianjiao appeared in front of the square, each carrying law enforcement disciples. Under their direction, the participants boarded the Xiandiao and set off towards the east. Yushan also noticed that Lu Yangyu, Yan Beiji, and Chu Lingxiao had their own flying beasts as well. After flying for a quarter of an hour, a towering peak, rising majestically into the clouds, came into view. The group flew alongside the mountain, its cliffs resembling those carved by a knife. On one side of the cliff, 3 large characters were inscribed, Dan Ding Cliff. Upon disembarking from the Xiandiao, Shang finally comprehended why the square was devoid of spectators. It seemed that the onlookers had all arrived here. Shang calculated that, given the speed of the Xiandiao, it was quite a distance they had covered in just 15 minutes, making it challenging for the others to catch up. After casting a glance at the crowd, Shang turned his attention to Dan Ding Cliff. Contrary to his expectations, the cliff was not a sheer ascent. Its face was adorned with numerous protruding stones, making it relatively easy to climb if one could grasp the rocks. Interspersed among the stones were platforms that appeared to serve as resting spots. Looking upward, Shang could not discern the true height of Dan Ding Cliff or the number of such platforms it contained. This was the site designated for the 4th round of assessment, Dan Ding Cliff. As you ascend, this endeavor is not merely an assessment, but also a trial for you. The standard for qualification is set at 3,000 meters. Should you fail to reach this height, in adherence to the principle of preferring quality over quantity, the Medicine Valley will not accept any candidates this year. Upon achieving the 3,000 meters, 30 individuals will be selected based on the heights they have scaled. Chu Lingxiao spoke. Chapter 17. Extreme climbing. Gazing upward at the Dan Ding Cliff, which pierced the clouds, Shang realized that the success of this journey to the Medicine Valley hinged upon this moment. Hai's expression darkened. The internal injury from Shang's earlier attack had nearly healed after consuming the Tongluo pill and a night of recuperation. Yet the broken collarbone rendered him incapable of climbing the Dan Ding Cliff. After a moment's hesitation, Hai stepped out from the crowd and approached Chu Lingxiao. "I, as a junior, have been injured due to an ambush and am unable to partake in the assessment. I kindly request that you, esteemed senior, allow me to remain in the Medicine Valley." "This is against the rules," Chu Lingxiao replied, shaking his head. "Senior Chu, while it is indeed improper for him to remain as a disciple of the Medicine Valley, he has successfully passed 3 trials and possesses commendable aptitude. Our Tianwei Peak is in need of some attendance. Allowing him to serve as an attendant and return next year for the disciple selection ceremony would be a more suitable arrangement," interjected the representative of Tianwei Peak. "Not becoming a disciple of the Medicine Valley, but serving as an attendant is acceptable," Chu Lingxiao mused before nodding in agreement. Shang smirked disdainfully within, understanding that this outcome was influenced by Zhan's connections. In truth, Hai would still enter the Medicine Valley. The distinction between an attendant and a disciple was merely a formality. With Zhan's support, Hai would undoubtedly enjoy superior treatment compared to other attendants at Tianwei Peak. After addressing the matters concerning Hai, Chu Lingxiao announced the commencement of the assessment, simultaneously emphasizing that any act of aggression towards others would result in immediate disqualification. Shang, armed with a black iron spear, approached the Dan Ding Cliff, grasping the protruding rocks with both hands as he began his ascent. While Shang climbed, the others swiftly scrambled upwards with remarkable speed. "Keep it up," exclaimed Tang Tian, who was in close proximity to Shang, as he surpassed him and nodded in acknowledgement. "This lad, I wonder if he can endure today," Chu Lingxiao mused, observing Shang's calm ascent. "Brother Chu, if this young man fails to pass the assessment, let him join us at Wuwei Peak. We are also in need of disciples," suggested the representative of Wuwei Peak. "What is this? Are you attempting to preemptively allocate individuals?" Lu Yongyu retorted, casting a cold glance at the representative of Wuwei Peak. "My apologies for the misunderstanding. To speak candidly, I do not wish for him to leave the Medicine Valley. He is a promising talent. His foundation may be somewhat lacking, but that is a deficiency that can be remedied. However, certain innate qualities are irreplaceable, and his advantages are quite evident. If he departs the Medicine Valley for elsewhere, it would be a loss for our sect," the representative of Wuwei Peak explained to Lu Yongyu. "Junior brother Han has indeed taken on a commendable disciple. Wuwei Peak will have a bright future," Lu Yongyu acknowledged, a hint of admiration glimmering in his eyes as he regarded the representative of Wuwei Peak, who was none other than Yishui, the disciple of Han Dong, the peak master of Wuwei Peak. "Junior brother possesses great insight," Chu Lingxiao concurred, appreciating Yishui's broad perspective. Yin Beiji nodded in agreement with Qinzhen, who stood beside him. Qinzhen understood that Shang no longer needed to leave the Medicine Valley, irrespective of whether he could pass the fourth trial. There would always be someone to take him in. At that moment, the pace of the exam participants ascending the Dan-Ding cliff changed. The swiftest among them had considerably slowed, no longer maintaining their initial speed. Shang, trailing behind, continued to ascend gradually, acutely aware of the significant disparity in strength compared to the others. His inner true qi was not as profound as theirs, and should he attempt to climb rapidly, the consumption would escalate, rendering it arduous to endure to the end. As those ahead began to slow further, some required frequent breaks after only a few movements, with a few even retreating to the platform to recuperate. Shang found himself drawing closer to the front, observing his ascent. Others who were meditating to recover rose to continue their climb. At this juncture, beads of sweat began to form on Shang's forehead. He comprehended why those in front, possessing higher cultivation levels than he, still required rest. An invisible pressure surged in waves, bearing down upon him from above. Having ascended merely over 1,000 meters, Shang dared not fathom the immense pressure that awaited him higher up, for the visible height of the Dan-Ding cliff reached 6,000 to 7,000 meters. Shang refrained from utilizing the true qi within his dantian, relying solely on the strength of his own body to climb, wary of exhausting his true qi, which would be essential later on. In this moment, the physical stamina he had honed through 2 years of hunting vividly manifested. Despite the difficulty, he persevered in his ascent. Without the protective shield of true qi, Shang's palms had been grazed by the jagged rocks, leaving trails of blood upon the stone. Although he had closed the distance to others somewhat, he remained at the bottom of the ranks. The nearly 100 individuals were resolute in not allowing Shang to surpass them. They took breaks as needed, yet whenever Shang caught up, they would accelerate their ascent, for it would be quite embarrassing for a mere third-level qi refinement practitioner to outpace them. Among the remaining 100, the lowest cultivation level was 6th-level qi refinement, their strength far exceeding that of Shang. Climbing solely with physical strength, without employing their vital energy, was unprecedented. Chu Lingxiao stroked his beard thoughtfully, observing Shang's figure and remarked, "His meager vital energy is of no use." Beside the representative of Tianwei Peak and Qinzhen, Qin Hai muttered, "Pa, Qinzhen, take him down and teach him some manners." The Tianwei Peak representative, Luo Daoyuan, instructed Qinzhen with a stern expression. This situation was quite humiliating for him, yet he found himself with no opportunity for retort. It was Qin Hai's ignorance of the rules that placed him in this predicament. Furthermore, in terms of status and position, he was still beneath Chu Lingxiao. If Qin Hai was regarded as the successor groomed by Tianwei Peak, then Chu Lingxiao was the heir cultivated by Yaogu. "Junior brothery, what do you think of this Shang for our Ziwei Peak?" asked the only woman among the seated group. "Junior sister Tang, Shang is not for my Wuwei Peak. As long as he can remain in Yaogu, it matters not where he goes," Yishui replied with a smile. If he possessed 5th-level qi refinement, none of these individuals would stand a chance, Yin Beiji interjected. "Uncle Master is correct. If he can achieve this much at 3rd-level qi refinement, surpassing the 4 barriers would indeed pose no challenge at 5th level." Chu Lingxiao nodded in agreement. At this moment, the climber who had ascended the highest had already reached an altitude of 2,000 meters, while Shang remained at 1,600 meters. Sweat streamed down his face, and his hair clung to his skin as blood and perspiration left numerous handprints upon the stone surface. The pressure emanating from Danding Peak crashed upon him like relentless waves, making it arduous for Shang to even lift his head. A fierce spirit of defiance ignited within him, and he let out a primal roar akin to that of a wild beast. After this fierce outburst, he resumed his arduous ascent. In response to Shang's cry, two fellow participants, struggling against the immense pressure, suddenly lost their footing and tumbled down. "What on earth?" cursed a young man clad in white. "What are you howling about? You nearly made me fall," shouted Tang Tian, positioned 200 meters above Shang. He was not alone in his sentiments. Others too were startled by Shang's bellow. The two youths who had fallen were caught by the flying beasts of the Medicine Valley and brought before Chu Lingxiao and the others. "I refuse to accept this," one of the young men declared, stepping forward to face Chu Lingxiao. "What do you mean by that?" Chu Lingxiao asked with a smile, looking at the youth. "His actions may not constitute an attack on others, yet they have certainly disrupted my focus," the youth replied, casting a glance at Shang's figure on the precipice of Danding Cliff. "This is not a form of sonic martial arts." He merely roared to bolster his own resolve, which hardly qualifies as an attack. "What is your name? If you are dissatisfied, you may continue your climb. The examination lasts for 3 hours, and only half an hour has elapsed. You still have an opportunity." With a smile still gracing his face, Chu Lingxiao was quite taken aback by Shang's sudden shout, which startled him momentarily. "Disciple Chuning, I shall make my way there," Chuning said, bowing slightly to Chu Lingxiao before hastening to the edge of Danding Cliff to continue his ascent. "This lad possesses a commendable mindset. Chu Shixiang, he shares our surname," Yishui remarked with a grin as he observed Chu Lingxiao. "Indeed, he is the youngest son of my elder brother. I met him a few years ago. Though I must admit I momentarily forgot his name," Chu Lingxiao chuckled in response. In the midst of their conversation, Shang, having climbed over 50 meters upwards, paused for a brief moment to unleash another thunderous roar before charging upward once more. "What on earth is this lad up to? Is he ever going to stop?" A group of contenders, fully focused on the pressure of the challenge, were once again startled by Shang, yet no one faltered. Chuning, who was closely trailing behind, found amusement in the situation. "Keep going. Let's terrorize this bunch." After letting out another roar, Shang surged upwards over 50 more meters, now nearing a height of 2,000 meters. While the highest climber had almost reached 2,300 meters and appeared to be in significantly better condition than Shang. Pausing briefly, Shang roared once more and charged ahead, though the distances between his pauses grew progressively shorter. "Chu Shixiang, how high do you think this lad can climb?" Yishui inquired, glancing at Chu Lingxiao. "Perhaps between 2,003 to 2,005. His cultivation limits him considerably," Chu Lingxiao contemplated before responding. "Is 2,005 achievable? If he can reach that height, with a year of cultivation, he should undoubtedly succeed next year," remarked Tang Qianqian, the sole female representative among the peaks. "That is certainly the case," she affirmed. Chu Lingxiao nodded slightly. "It would not be 2,005. It would either exceed 3,000 or result in a complete failure." Today, for the first time, Lu Yangyu spoke up. He remarked on the peculiar boy who had appeared from nowhere, suggesting that his presence at the disciple selection ceremony added an intriguing element. Yin Beiji readily concurred with Lu Yangyu, noting that Shang was clearly not one to give up easily. The bloody handprints on the stones behind him attested to his fierce determination. The youth who had managed to reach 2,500 meters had already found a stone platform to rest upon, while Shang was at 2,300 meters. After scaling a few more steps, he paused to catch his breath. As the altitude increased, so did the mounting pressure. By the time Shang reached 2,500 meters, others had already ascended to 2,600 meters. Despite the seemingly small distance of 100 meters, those at the 8th and 7th levels of Qi refinement had spent nearly half an hour climbing. Upon reaching the platform at 2,500 meters, Shang retrieved a small deerskin pouch and took a sip of strong liquor to replenish his energy. Even on the platform, the exertion was relentless. Waves of pressure emanating from the mountaintop continuously assaulted him, as if determined to force him down. After resting for a while, Shang rose to his feet, drew his mysterious iron spear, and made 2 swift cuts across his arms. He then poured the remaining liquor from the deerskin pouch onto both his arms and hands. What was he doing? Observers were taken aback by Shang's actions, with Tang Qianqian even rising to her feet. This assessment was far too brutal for him. His physical strength had been excessively depleted, and his arms must have gone numb, losing all sensation. This act was a means to awaken his awareness through pain, Yishui remarked with a hint of melancholy. As a few individuals conversed, Shang emitted another low roar and swiftly ascended, surging upward for over 30 meters. Upon halting, he rested his head against the stone wall for a moment before unleashing another growl and climbing forward once more. Though the distance of his ascent grew shorter with each attempt, it seemed that fierce beasts were battling atop Danding Cliff, their low growls echoing incessantly. These were the defiant roars of Shang. When Shang reached an altitude of 2,600 meters, the others had already surpassed 2,700 meters. Several individuals had abandoned their ascent, while a few had tragically fallen. Shang, if it's too much, consider giving up. You can return next year, called out Tang Tian, who was positioned several dozen meters above him, observing Shang's bloodied arms and sweat-drenched hair. Breathless, Shang shook his head. I have seldom admired many, but you are one of them, said Chu Ning, who had caught up and was now by Shang's side. I regret causing you trouble once. After uttering this, Shang resumed his climb. An hour and a half passed, and the highest climbers had reached 2,900 meters, with Shang nearing 2,800 meters. At this juncture, every step he took required immense effort. However, those who had reached 2,900 meters were in a similar state to Shang, finding each step exceedingly arduous. 2 hours later, a handful of climbers reached the 3,000-meter mark. Upon arriving, they began to meditate and rest, having reached their limits. Observing the situation, it seemed unlikely that 30 individuals would reach 3,000 meters. One by one, they surrendered, and one by one, they fell, leaving an ever-dwindling number of souls on Danding Cliff. Upon reaching an altitude of 2,900 meters, Shang beheld Tang Tian. Well done. Let us ascend together. Tang Tian appeared quite disheveled, having just entered the 8th layer of qi cultivation. He had exhausted every ounce of energy within him after ascending 2,900 meters. Shang, do not yield. Let us proceed. Chu Ning, who had been steadfastly by Shang's side, shouted fervently. Time slipped away gradually as the trio drew nearer to the 3,000-meter platform. However, the number of participants dwindled. Apart from the 23 who had already arrived, the others had either fallen or opted out. These 23 individuals were either at the 8th layer of qi cultivation or at the pinnacle of the 7th layer. Persevere. Do not surrender. A young voice rang out from the 3,000-meter platform, inspiring others to rally their support. Continue. Push onward. The cheers grew increasingly fervent. Fortunately, the 3,000-meter platform was situated in a unique area atop Danding Cliff, where the pressure was relatively less. Otherwise, they would have all plummeted. As the event progressed, it was not only the young contestants on the 3,000-meter platform who shouted. The spectators below Danding Cliff began to join in as well. Shang summoned the scant reserves of true energy remaining within him and surged toward the 3,000-meter platform. With each passing moment, Shang, Tang Tian, and Chu Ning drew closer to their goal. Excellent. This is precisely the spirit we need in our Medicine Valley, exclaimed Chu Lingxiao with palpable excitement. The ascent of Shang and his companions tugged at the hearts of all present. Tang Tian and Chu Ning had reached their limits. While Tang Tian's cultivation was somewhat lacking, Chu Ning, being at the pinnacle of the 8th layer, had already ascended over 1,000 meters more than the others and had expended all his strength. Chapter 19. Entering the Medicine Valley as the 3 hours drew nearer, Shang and his companions finally reached the 3,000-meter platform. Come up first, Chu Ning called out to Shang. At that moment, Shang lacked even the strength to raise his hand. Chu Ning grasped a stone on the platform, wriggling like an earthworm, managing to clamber up. Tang Tian, resembling Chu Ning, also adopted an ungraceful posture, gripping the stone and awkwardly hoisting himself onto the 3,000-meter arena, with his left hand gripping the stone for support. Shang exerted all his strength, his right hand reaching for the platform. He continued to push himself upwards with his left hand. Once his body lay on the stone platform, Shang's spirit relaxed, and he fainted. As he collapsed, his body tilted and began to slide off the stone platform. At that moment, both Tang Tian and Chu Ning, lacking the energy, were unable to catch him. The unconscious Shang fell like a bird with broken wings from the 3,000-meter platform. This scene shocked everyone, but fortunately, a law enforcement disciple from the Medicine Valley maneuvered a mystical eagle to catch Shang. Subsequently, other law enforcement disciples assisted in bringing down the successful candidates from the assessment. Chu Lingxiao approached Shang, squatted down, and administered a medicinal pill to him, then patted his back twice. Shang opened his eyes and sat up on his own. Do not rise just yet. Take a moment to recover, Chu Lingxiao advised. Nodding at him. Then, Chu Lingxiao announced the results of the assessment. A total of 26 individuals had passed, including the previous 23 who had ascended the 3,000-meter platform, along with Yi Shang, Tang Tian, and Chu Ning. Brother Chu, did you not say that only those who truly excel could ascend the 3,000-meter platform? How can we accept those who merely reach it? He has not succeeded, has he? Lu Jing pointed at Yi Shang and addressed Chu Lingxiao, knowing full well that their discord was no secret within the Medicine Valley. Whenever there arose an opportunity to counter Chu Lingxiao, Lu Jing would not hesitate. After all, Yu Shang was merely a pawn in this game. Brother Lu, how can you claim that Yu Shang did not ascend? There must still be blood handprints above. Tang Shanxian interjected, glancing at Yu Shang, whose arms and hands were bandaged by the disciples of the Medicine Valley. Very well. These 26 individuals are the ones who have passed the assessment this year. Lingxiao, it has been over a decade since Taishan Peak has recruited new members. We shall take these 26, announced Lu Yongyu, rising from his seat. Third brother, this is rather inappropriate. We cannot take them all. It would render our 11th Peak's efforts in vain. Yin Beiji protested upon hearing Lu Yongyu's words. The disciples who passed this assessment were exceptionally gifted, and Yin Beiji was not inclined to let them slip away. Traditionally, the third stage of the assessment required 15 laps, while the fourth stage spanned 2,500 meters. This year's evaluation was particularly stringent, yet it had yielded equally remarkable talents. Moreover, this was an opportune moment to assert their position without jeopardizing the camaraderie among Lu Yongyu and his fellow disciples. Indeed, Uncle Master, you ought to grant us a few. Chu Lingxiao added. Very well, each of your peaks may take one, but you must not touch the three of them, Lu Yongyu declared, waving his sleeve to bring Yi Shang, Tang Tian, and Chu Ning behind him. Lu Yongyu's actions left the representatives of the other peaks speechless. Although Yi Shang and his companions did not possess the highest cultivation levels, their endurance and tenacity were evidently superior to that of the others. Third brother, I demand 5. If you only offer one, I shall take them all, Yin Beiji insisted. Lu Yongyu cast a glance at Yin Beiji, then with a flick of his robe, ushered the 13 successful disciples behind him. Witnessing Lu Yongyu's bold gesture, Yin Beiji's beard quivered in indignation as he selected 3 individuals and, with a sweep of his robe, departed with Qin Jun and the 3 newcomers. Lu Yongyu also led the remaining 13 away from Danding Cliff. Senior brother Chu, that third master is rather domineering. Having outright taken away the majority, Tang Shanxian expressed her discontent. The disciples who passed this assessment are exceptionally talented. Taishan Peak has always been formidable. Alas, Chu Lingxiao sighed, feeling helpless as he realized that even his own nephew had eluded him. Yet, amidst his frustration, he felt a sense of joy. Lu Yongyu's discerning eye for talent was evident, as Taishan Peak had refrained from accepting disciples in recent years, truly prioritizing quality over quantity. The fact that Chu Ning had garnered Lu Yongyu's attention spoke volumes about his potential. As the disciple recruitment ceremony concluded, the name of Shang was destined to be etched in memory. The blood handprints adorning Danding Cliff recounted the events of the day, enduring against the elements as they bore witness to a young man's ascent, a tale that would unfold in due time. Yi Shang and a few others were escorted to the Grand Hall of Taishan Peak. Gongxian, these are the third-generation disciples of Taishan Peak. You shall personally instruct these 3, while the remaining 10 will be assigned to your fellow disciples. There is no need for Mo Chun to be involved. We shall discuss the apprenticeship ceremony later, Lu Yongyu stated, taking his seat and gesturing towards Gongxian. You may enter the Medicine Valley in any order. Simply report your age to arrange yourselves accordingly. Gongxian smiled as he addressed Yu Shang and the others. As the years progressed, the hierarchy among the 13 individuals became apparent. The eldest, an 18-year-old woman named Nangong Dai, stood at the forefront, while the youngest was Yu Shang. Following that, Gongxian promptly organized the ranks. Nangong Dai was designated as the eldest sister, referred to simply as Nangong Yi. Tang Tian occupied the 7th position. Thus he was called Tang Qi, while Chu Ning, position 9th, was addressed as Chu Jiu. Yi Shang, being the last, was affectionately referred to as Xiao San by Gongxian. Within the span of a year, if one's cultivation did not advance by 3 levels, they were to report to the chores department. Gongxian informed a few of your junior brothers that they had not met the requirements, implying that none would fare well. After conveying this, Lu Yongyu took his leave. Wait here, you 3. The rest, Follow me, Lu Yongyu instructed. Upon hearing his words, Gongxian grinned and led 10 individuals, excluding Shang, away. Is this truly all? This seems rather irresponsible, Tang Tian remarked, massaging his shoulder. Chuning shrugged, remaining silent. It was indeed true that Lu Yongyu had shown little regard for them, merely tossing them towards the disciples without further concern. This is a handwritten copy of the foundational technique, the Xianding Jing. Each of you 3 will receive one. Additionally, here are your cultivation resources for this month. Now, let us proceed to the residence of your master uncle. He distributed a copy of the manuscript and a vial of medicinal pills to each of the 3, then exited the grand hall. Gongxian's residence was a quaint bamboo hut nestled on the side of Taishan Peak. This small bamboo house is where I reside. But fortuitously, there are 3 abandoned bamboo huts to the southeast, southwest, and northeast. You may tidy them up and make them your own. Your master has set the goal of advancing 3 levels within a year. My expectations are modest. 3 months for each level should suffice. Those who fail to advance in their cultivation within 3 months shall be directly cast into the beast forest, Guoxian remarked with a smile. Chuning and Tang Tian's expressions changed. Guoxian was even more formidable than Lu Yongyu. Although they were unaware of the beast forest location, it was evident to anyone of sound mind that it was not a place of safety. Chapter 20, the Treatise of the Medicinal Valley. Additionally, the 3 of you should inform me of the type of combat skills you require, Guoxian inquired, reclining in a rocking chair before the bamboo cottage. I seek swordsmanship. By the way, why do we refer to you as Sherbo rather than Shirshu? Chuning asked. Needless to say, I am the eldest disciple of our master. No matter whose tutelage you enter in the future, your respective masters will not surpass my status. Do you understand? Tang Qi, what type of combat skill do you desire? And you, Yishang? Guoxian called out to Tang Qi and Yishang. I require saber techniques, Tang Qi stated. I seek spear skills, or something akin to battle halberds, Yishang replied, stroking the black iron spear behind him. The spear had been with him for over 2 years. Crafted from a piece of mysterious iron. Due to the lack of resources and advanced forging techniques in Zhuyuan village, Yishang's black iron spear was rather crude. Very well, come to me tomorrow morning to collect your weapons. Here, take these pill of absence. One will sustain you for 3 days. Now, go and prepare your territories. Wuxian handed each of the 3 a vial of elixir before waving them away. Tang Tian and Chuning chose the south and west, while Yishang was left with the east. Be cautious, for the eastern side of this peak is fraught with sheer cliffs that plunge into an unfathomable abyss, shrouded in miasma. Therefore, you must avoid that area, Wuxian cautioned as he observed Yishang's choice of direction. Gongxian, the foremost disciple of Taishan Peak, shares a similar status with figures such as Chu Lingxiao, Lu Jing, and Tang Qianqian, all of whom are heirs to the peak's leadership. Gongxian resides here for both the pursuit of tranquility and the responsibility of guarding the precipitous cliffs of Taishan Peak. In the past, individuals were stationed here. But now, with Gongxian's cultivation having flourished, he stands vigil alone. Nodding in acknowledgement to Gongxian, Yishang proceeded eastward. After traversing several miles, he stumbled upon a bamboo cottage. While it was not in a state of disrepair, it was evident that it had not been inhabited for quite some time. In the courtyard, Yishang discovered a worn-out chopping knife. Upon picking it up, he set about clearing the overgrown weeds in the yard and pruning the untamed shrubs surrounding the bamboo fence, before turning his attention to tidying up the cottage. After a span of half an hour, Yishang had restored order to the place. Once he had finished, he settled down to meditate and cultivate. Driven not by the pressures imposed by Lu Yongyu and Gongxian, but by his own profound interest in the art of cultivation. This practice extended through the night until dawn broke. After a brief tidying up, he shouldered his Xiantai spear and made his way to Gongxian's residence. Before the bamboo tower, Gongxian leisurely rocked in his chair. Xiao Shisan had arrived quite early, appearing in good spirits. How's your injury? He inquired. It's nearly healed. Your physique is indeed robust. Why have those 2 rascals not yet returned? After assessing Yishang's condition, Gongxian uttered a mild rebuke. Just as Gongxian finished speaking, Tang Tian and Chuning appeared, their faces flushed. Master Uncle, do you possess any manuals on body techniques? Tang Ning asked. New disciples are entitled to a single complementary combat technique. If you seek the manuals on body techniques, you must first earn some merit within the sect. Gongxian gazed at Tang Ning and remarked, Has that weapon also vanished? Chuning inquired. Of course, is that even a question? Gongxian retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Chuning. Master, how does one acquire merit points in the sect? Yishuan asked. Well, once one enters the Gathering Yuan stage, they become eligible to undertake sect missions at the Merit Hall on Danding Peak. Additionally, they can secure a position on the Disciples Leaderboard, from which merit points are accrued monthly, Gongxian explained. For now, I shall refrain from that consideration. Master, please continue with your tasks. I shall retreat to my cultivation. Yishuang stated as he took the tomes handed to him by Gongxian and made his way toward the bamboo dwelling he called home. Aren't you too eager to cultivate? In that case, allow me to regale you with tales of the 10,000 Beasts Forest. Gongxian leisurely began to introduce the forest to Chu Ning and Tang Tian. The 10,000 Beasts Forest lies not far beyond Taishan Peak, in a desolate region devoid of human presence. Due to its harsh conditions, even the nearby herb valley remains untouched. Spanning thousands of miles, it is rife with venomous insects, snakes, and ants. The most prevalent of these is the bloodthirsty fly ant, which, despite its low rank at peak first stage, exists in vast numbers. Even a third or fourth stage beast would be reduced to mere bones if targeted by this swarm. Additionally, there are the black-tailed scorpions, which, like the bloodthirsty fly ants, are not particularly formidable in rank, but are abundant. What sets them apart is their morbid interest in the brain and marrow of beasts and humans alike. They burrow in from the mouth and emerge through the eyes and nose. I haven't finished yet. Why are you running away? Gongxian called out to Chu Ning and Tang Tian, who were retreating in distress. At this moment, neither Chu Ning nor Tang Tian halted their pace. Both were sprinting swiftly. The savage beast forest was exceedingly perilous if they failed to diligently cultivate their skills to meet the requirements. Being cast into its depths by Gongxian would spell certain doom. While Gongxian would not directly endanger their lives, he would undoubtedly take pleasure in putting them through a rigorous trial. The first thing that caught Yishang's eye was the introduction to the Xianding Classic. The Xianding Classic serves as the foundational cultivation method for the lower disciples of the Medicine Valley, focusing on the refinement of qi and the gathering of yuan. Through this method, one can attain the pinnacle of yuan gathering. Beyond this stage lies the Lingding Classic, accessible only to inner disciples, which is utilized by those at the Dan condensation and spirit separation stages, allowing them to reach the zenith of spirit separation. Corresponding to the realms of Wensu and Hao Tian is the Tianding Classic, the very foundation of the Medicine Valley, which remains beyond the reach of core disciples and elders. The Tianding Classic is not a superior method. The highest tier is the Shangding Classic, which enables practitioners to attain the legendary sacred realm. The Shangding Classic is the comprehensive compendium of the Medicine Valley's cultivation techniques, with the Xianding, Lingding, and Tianding Classics merely being 3 of its chapters. Having perused the introductory section, Yishang delved into the main text. The essence of the Xianding Classic lies in the transformation of the body into a cauldron, its operational roots being exceedingly intricate. Once committed to memory, Yishang began to circulate the true qi within his dantian, adhering to the pathways outlined in the Xianding Classic. After 2 hours, he successfully guided his true qi into the operational route of the Xianding Classic and completed 1 circulation, marking his official entry into this practice. Despite the complexity of the Xianding Classic's operational route, the speed of true qi circulation was remarkably swift, far surpassing the rapidity of the simpler qi gathering and qi accumulation methods he had previously practiced. As the Xianding Jing commenced, Yishang did not pause, but rather continued his rigorous training until the afternoon. After stretching his body, he realized a significant enhancement in his cultivation at this rate. He would reach the 4th level of qi refinement in just a few days. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow had manifested at the tip of a bamboo stalk outside his bamboo dwelling. Chapter 21. 4th level of qi refinement, observing Yishang's tranquil practice. The figure departed and made its way to the bamboo hut where Gongxian resided. Master, the figure announced upon reaching the entrance, prompting Gongxian to hastily emerge from within. Indeed, these 3 youngsters exhibit great potential. Be stringent with them. Tomorrow, summon a few servant disciples to tidy up this place and construct additional bamboo houses. The servant disciples will stay, as these 3 are still young and require daily care. Lu Yangyu instructed Gongxian, nodding in affirmation. Understood, disciple, Gongxian replied with a nod. Once the arrangements were finalized, Lu Yangyu took his leave. The chasing wind spear technique was a particular form of spear play that Yishang began to meticulously study while in the courtyard. He felt immense gratitude towards Old Man Gu. For despite the fact that Bamboo Garden Village was a hunting community, he had not neglected Yishang's cultural education. Thus, the characters in the texts posed no challenge for him, and he even recognized some archaic scripts. Taking out the black iron spear, Shang commenced his practice of the chasing wind spear technique in the courtyard. After a period of training, he sighed in frustration, as he had yet to achieve the desired effect of the technique. The chasing wind spear technique sought two primary objectives: speed, emphasizing the principle of overcoming the slow with swiftness, and ferocity, demanding power that surged forth like a dragon. After practicing for half an hour, Shang found himself lacking in both speed and strength. With a sigh, he seated himself within the small courtyard, pondering how to achieve improvement in these two aspects. Despite contemplating for an extended period, he remained unable to find the right sensation, ultimately concluding that his cultivation level and physical strength were insufficient. Rising to his feet and exhaling deeply, Shang resumed his training, resolving to first enhance his foundational skills and elevate his true energy. Believing that only with improved cultivation could he master martial techniques more effectively. The chasing wind spear technique was a second-tier martial art, suited for practitioners at the gathering essence level. Gong Xian had provided the technique to Shang out of necessity, as the library lacked any first-tier spear or combat techniques. This realization brought Shang a sense of reassurance. His inability to practice the chasing wind spear technique was not a personal failing. After instructing Shang to seek him out if any issues arose, Gong Xian departed. He understood how to guide others. Hands-on teaching would merely result in a replica of himself, while timely advice at critical moments was far more beneficial. On the 5th day at Taishan Peak, Shang successfully advanced to the 4th level of Qi refinement, which filled him with joy. Having left Bamboo Garden Village less than 2 months ago, his strength had increased considerably, now several times greater than before. With this newfound power, Shang turned his focus to practicing the chasing wind spear technique. Although he could not yet attain the mastery described within the technique, his personal growth was undeniable. During his training, Gong Xian arrived, presenting him with a robe. Had he not brought it, Shang would likely have neglected to retrieve it himself. Gazing at the robe discarded by Gong Xian on the bamboo table, Shang picked it up and proceeded towards the interior of the house. Midway, he halted and inquired, "Master Uncle, isn't the white robe the attire of an inner sect disciple? Do new members not begin their journey as outer sect disciples?" Typically, new initiates are classified as outer sect disciples. However, Taishan Peak is an exception. Once one formally enters Taishan Peak, they are regarded as inner sect disciples. Gong Xian spoke with a smile, taking pride in this aspect, which reflects the formidable strength of Lu Yangyu, a point recognized by the Medicine Valley. Taishan Peak comprises only servants, inner sect disciples, elite disciples, and core disciples, with no outer sect disciples present. "Ah, I see," Shang nodded, having initially believed he would transition through the outer sect. Little 13, do not overexert yourself. Familiarize yourself with the wind-chasing spear technique, but do not push yourself too hard. Moreover, when you have the time, do visit Master Uncle for a cup of tea and some relaxation. Noticing the beads of sweat on Shang's forehead, Gong Xian spoke up, wishing to alleviate the pressure on the 14-year-old, who is still but a child. "Thank you, Master Uncle. I understand," Shang replied, nodding at Gong Xian. "Very well, I shall take my leave now. I need to check on those two rascals. They certainly do not grant you any peace of mind." Gong Xian waved goodbye to Shang as he departed. Upon reaching Tang Tian and Shu Ning, Gong Xian's demeanor was far from pleasant. Observing Tang Tian not practicing, he immediately began to scold him. Tang Tian felt wronged, having merely paused for a breath when Gong Xian seized the moment to chastise him, citing Shang as an example, leaving Tang Tian at a loss for words. Chunning did not escape unscathed. He was scolded even more harshly while holding a battered teapot to boil water for tea. Gong Xian declared that they would wait 3 months to see the results, and those who failed to advance would be cast into the beast forest. In the ensuing days, Shang devoted himself diligently to his training. One day, as he emerged from the bamboo pavilion, intending to take a bath, he spotted a white bird, nearly the height of a person, perched not far from the pavilion, its wings stained with blood. What kind of bird is this? Perhaps it is a juvenile. Observing the bird's feathers and beak, Shang concluded that it was an injured demon beast, a young one with considerable potential for growth. Noting its sharp beak and claws, Shang recognized that this unnamed bird, if it reached maturity, would undoubtedly be an extraordinary demon beast. If tamed, it could become an exceptional flying mount. With this thought in mind, Shang cautiously approached the white bird. When he was still 6 or 7 paces away, the white bird became alert, further affirming Shang's suspicions that it was an exotic species. In his previous hunting experiences, he had seldom encountered such a vigilant demon beast. Upon seeing Shang, the bird began to flee, prompting him to give chase. He was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Shang was swift. Yet the white bird was no slouch either. Despite its injured wing preventing flight, it moved with remarkable speed, significantly quicker than the average demon beast. In fact, it outpaced the black-scaled lion he had previously slain by several times. Thanks to Shang's cultivation reaching the 4th level of qi refinement, he managed to keep up. Unfazed by the bird's attempts to evade him, Shang was confident in his endurance. He had run for several hours in the vast wilderness of Bamboo Garden Village, and he doubted that this white bird could sustain its pace for long. In a relentless chase, a man and a bird ventured further away from the small bamboo peak. The white bird, in a state of panic, fled aimlessly, while Shang pursued closely behind. After a brief half-hour, they had traversed 100 miles through the mountains and forests. Frustrated, Shang felt the urge to curse. The injured wings of the white bird bled profusely. Yet it showed no signs of halting, not even for a moment's respite in the struggle. Just as his irritation peaked, the white bird finally came to a stop, emitting a series of frantic calls. Why had it ceased its flight? Shang swiftly advanced, catching up to the bird. However, upon reaching it, Shang's expression shifted dramatically. He comprehended the reason behind the bird's sudden halt and its distressing cries. The bird's talons were ensnared by 2 red, tentacle-like appendages, each as thick as a human arm, which relentlessly dragged it forward. Shang stepped closer, wielding his black iron spear, and struck at the crimson tendrils. A dull thud reverberated through the air. Not only did the tendrils remain intact, but the force of the recoil nearly toppled them. Chapter 22. The cave beneath the cliff. Shang was aware that the hides of certain demonic beasts were remarkably resilient, rendering direct strikes ineffective. Instead, slashing or cutting might yield results. As he had anticipated, this method proved successful. His spear inflicted a wound upon one of the soft tentacles. Despite the injury, the wounded appendage did not release the white bird, but the unscathed one relinquished its grip. With a swift recoil, the freed red tendril knocked Shang to the ground, subsequently ensnaring his feet and pulling him forward, much like it had done to the bird. The 2 tentacles drew both man and bird closer together, nearly forcing them into an inseparable embrace. Nightshade gripped the black iron spear tightly, slicing through the crimson tendrils that ensnared the white bird. At that moment, it was inconvenient for Nightshade to address the red appendages coiling around his own feet, as he and the white bird were pressed together, devoid of any room to maneuver. One must be freed first. With each thrust of the black iron spear, the tendrils entwined around the white bird were severed halfway. The white bird, much like Nightshade, found it challenging to extricate itself, and thus, it lowered its head, using its sharp beak to assault the red tentacles clinging to Nightshade's legs. Witnessing such a display from the white bird astonished Nightshade. It had gained sentience, recognizing that he harbored no ill intentions towards it, while the crimson tendrils posed a lethal threat, necessitating a simultaneous defense against their adversary. As the red tendrils tugged, both man and bird were drawn from the woods into a clearing, where the absence of trees allowed their movements to accelerate. However, the tendrils still gripping the white bird's claws were nearly severed by Nightshade's black iron spear, and to avoid being cleaved completely, the red appendages released their hold on the white bird. Freed from its constraints, the white bird did not flee. Instead, it maintained a distance from Nightshade and continued to peck at the red tentacles ensnaring his feet. At this juncture, Nightshade's expression shifted as the tendrils were drawn taut. Their length increased, and the visible portion thickened, with the widest section now as large as a human head. With a sudden whip, the excess length of the red tendrils formed a loop, ensnaring Nightshade with 2 bindings. His arm, which clutched the black iron spear, became ensnared, while the crimson appendages continued to drag him forward, with another tendril launching an assault on the white bird. The vigilant white bird managed to evade the entanglement of the crimson tentacles, relentlessly charging towards Shang while persistently assaulting the red tendrils ensnaring him. A precipice loomed ahead. As Shang contemplated his escape, an unfathomable chasm materialized before him. This unforeseen circumstance sent a chill through his heart. Observing the white bird still engaged in battle, Shang bellowed, "I know you can comprehend my words. Flee. Depart swiftly." Ignoring his plea, the white bird emitted a piercing cry and launched itself, its sharp beak piercing into the crimson tendrils entwining Shang. As they drew nearer to the abyss, Shang's mind cleared with alarming lucidity. He acknowledged that he had brought this upon himself, yet the white bird had come to his aid, unwittingly drawn into his plight. However, The repercussions of his actions were his own to bear, and he felt no necessity to drag the bird down with him. Extending his unbound left hand, he pressed it against the white bird, summoning all his strength for a forceful push. Go! The white bird was propelled away, but failed to escape. Ensnared by a second crimson tentacle, and both man and bird were simultaneously drawn toward the precipice. As they plummeted, Shang discerned the true nature of the red tendrils. They were earth dragon worms, also known as ghost lines. These creatures were a common, yet insubstantial variety of demon beasts, hardly meriting the title of demon beasts. The ordinary earth dragon worm possessed minimal combat prowess, primarily feasting upon the carrion of deceased animals, rarely initiating attacks. Shang recalled having seen the largest earth dragon worm, no thicker than a thumb and extending several yards in length. Before him lay an enormous earth dragon worm, its size beyond estimation. At its thickest point, it rivaled the girth of a human waist. Typically, earth dragon worms grow by increasing their length. A 3-zhang long worm possesses a thickness comparable to that of a thumb, while a 5-zhang long worm maintains the same proportion. However, this particular specimen had reached a girth akin to that of a human waist. As they plummeted, Shang realized the reason the earth dragon worm only attacked with 2 of its antennae from the cliff above. It was firmly ensnared by the roots of an ancient tree growing on the precipice. Earth dragon worms are inherently lethargic creatures, capable of resting for extended periods after a substantial meal. It is likely that during its youth, it became trapped by the encroaching roots of the ancient tree, never to emerge again. Shang and Bai Niao continued their descent, their speed accelerating with each passing moment. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated, the sound of the antennae being stretched taut. In the next instant, Shang and Bai Niao were propelled upwards by the tension of the antennae, only to fall once more. This time, the earth dragon worm, already weakened from prior trauma and the violent tugging, could no longer hold them. The antennae released their grip, sending Shang and Bai Niao tumbling downward. With a sharp crack, Shang felt as though he had shattered upon impact, pain radiating throughout his body. Gazing upwards at the sky, he noticed the 2 red antennae still swaying high above on the cliff, several zhang in height. He understood that his survival was due to the considerable length of the earth dragon worm's antennae. As he shook off the shock, he discovered that his right arm had been broken, though the injuries elsewhere were not as severe. The white bird stood beside Shang, faring considerably better than him. As the earth dragon insect released it, it flapped its wings to mitigate the impact and managed to avoid injury. Sitting up, Shang reached into his bosom where he kept his elixirs. Upon retrieving them, he discovered that both his fasting pill and essence nurturing pill remained intact. Yet the vial containing the channel opening pill had shattered, although the pill itself was unharmed. After consuming 1 channel opening pill, he glanced at the injured wing of the white bird and offered it his last remaining pill. Once the bird had ingested the channel opening pill, Shang surveyed his surroundings and discerned that he was standing on a platform, approximately 2 to 3 zhang in area. Leaning over the edge of the platform, he peered into the mist below, unable to see the ground. Turning his gaze to other parts of the platform, he noticed something unusual. There were signs of human intervention on the cliff face. Upon closer inspection, hidden beneath the vines, he spotted a stone door, or rather, an entrance, flanked by clear inscriptions, awakening on the left and path to enlightenment on the right. With the vine-covered entrance in sight, Shang gripped his black iron spear and ventured inside. Under normal circumstances, he would have exercised caution and deliberation. However, the current peril was too great. The platform was limited in space, and should a beast emerge from within, he would easily be forced to the edge. Engaging in combat outside would be less favorable than within the confines of the cave. Initially, Shang had anticipated a dark, damp interior teeming with venomous snakes and insects. Instead, he was greeted by a pristine corridor, save for a bit of moss at the entrance, and the cave's ceiling was adorned with luminous pearls, each half an inch in diameter. Turning to gaze at the stone wall, Shang discovered the marks of a blade. Upon closer inspection, he realized that a single gash spanned 2 to 3 feet, indicating that 5 or 6 strikes had been made upon this wall. With his black iron spear in hand, Shang struck the wall, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the chamber, yet no dust fell and no marks appeared, revealing the formidable hardness of the stone. This also led Shang to comprehend that the predecessors who carved this cavern had reached an unfathomable level of mastery. As he turned his head, he noticed the white bird quietly following him, occasionally flapping its wings. Shang understood that the cavern posed no immediate danger. Beasts typically possess a more acute sense of danger than humans, and the serene demeanor of the white bird indicated that no formidable beasts lurked within the cave. At least none that could overpower the bird. With the black iron spear in hand, Shang advanced cautiously, though he was assured there were no high-level beasts. He remained wary of potential traps that might elude the beast's senses. After traversing a distance of 3 to 4 zhang, a stone chamber, approximately 3 zhang in diameter, came into view. Inside the chamber were a stone table and stone chairs. As he peered deeper within, the sight compelled Shang to take an involuntary step back. Upon the chairs lay a skeleton, draped in a tattered robe that had long since weathered away, its threads hanging limply over the bones. Shang had encountered both human and beast remains while hunting in the mountains near Zhuan village. Yet the sudden appearance of a skeleton in this cave felt disconcerting and foreign to him. After stabilizing his emotions, Shang approached the table, scrutinizing the skeleton before him. This particular skeleton differed from those he had encountered previously. It was imbued with a lustrous sheen, reminiscent of jade, devoid of any signs of damage. As he examined the remains, Shang surmised that the owner of this skeleton had been a towering figure, standing at approximately 6 feet. Even in death, the skeleton exuded an aura of dominance. As Shang drew closer, the air currents he stirred caused the robe draping the skeleton to disintegrate into ashes, fully revealing the bones to his gaze. Shang bowed respectfully to the skeleton, though he held no belief in ghosts or deities. He recognized that entering this cavern constituted an intrusion upon the eternal slumber of the remains. Straightening up, he noticed some inscriptions on the stone table before the skeleton. The markings appeared to have been etched with a finger, somewhat hasty, yet deeply engraved into the surface. Changing his position, Shang blew away the dust that had settled on the table, remnants of the decaying robe having left a fine layer of debris. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the writings were the final words of the skeleton, detailing its life story. The skeleton had once borne the name Fengchen, an elder tasked with guarding the medicinal valley at Taichuan. Shang furrowed his brow. He was unfamiliar with this name. Could it possibly refer to the unfathomable gorge before him? The subsequent entries revealed the cause of Fengchen's demise. He had ventured to investigate a surge of nether qi in Taichuan, only to encounter the nether beast king. After vanquishing the beast, he fell victim to the lingering nether qi, ultimately leading to his untimely death. The sealed testament instructs those fated to return the sacred cauldron scripture to the Medicine Valley. During his watch over Taichuan, he had taken the sect's sacred cauldron scripture in hopes of entering the legendary sacred realm, yet he met with failure. He yearned for the fated individuals to restore the sacred cauldron scripture to the Medicine Valley, leaving all other gains to them. The mere mention of the sacred cauldron scripture left Shang utterly astounded. Was it not the quintessential treasure of the Medicine Valley? He lifted his gaze, scanning his surroundings, but could not discern the location of the sacred cauldron scripture. However, as the testament indicated, it must indeed exist if the instruction was given. Yet, after searching the stone chamber for a considerable time, he found no trace of it. Could it be that someone had come and taken the scripture away? Nevertheless, Shang deemed this unlikely, as the garments upon the bones had only recently begun to decay. Upon further examination of the skeletal remains, Shang noticed a silver ring adorning the ring finger of the skeleton. A storage ring. Could it truly be a storage ring? Shang recalled hearing from Old Gu that in the outside world, elite cultivators utilized storage rings, extraordinary artifacts that contained a spatial realm within, capable of storing various items. With this thought, Shang bowed slightly to the remains and carefully removed the ring. As he inspected it, he found nothing remarkable at first glance. He then pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the ring. Aware that many treasures required blood to recognize their master, a piece of knowledge he had retained. The blood was swiftly absorbed by the ring, and in that moment, as he gazed upon it, Shang felt a profound connection, sensing an affinity with the ring. Indeed, it is a storage ring. As the thought crossed Nightshade's mind, a unique space materialized within his consciousness. This extraordinary realm measured 3 zhang on each side, flanked by shelves on either side, with a wooden table at its center, upon which lay a neatly arranged stack of ancient texts. With a mere shift in thought, Nightshade extracted all the tomes. The first book was the Sacred Cauldron Scripture. Its antiquated cover adorned with 3 archaic characters, Sacred Cauldron Scripture. This was the revered foundational text of the Medicine Valley, unequivocally confirming its authenticity. Setting this tome aside, Nightshade turned his attention to the second volume. The title of the second book read Heavenly Hand. Upon opening it, Nightshade meticulously studied its contents and discovered that the renowned technique of the Taishan Peak's leader, the Shattering Heaven Hand, was merely a fragment of the heavenly hand. This text was conceived by Fengchen himself and did not need to be returned to the Medicine Valley. The third volume was significantly older than the previous two, titled The 10,000 Ways Canon. As Nightshade opened the 10,000 Ways Canon, a piece of beast skin floated out, inscribed with markings. Upon examining it, Nightshade discerned the origins of the 10,000 Ways Canon. It was acquired by Fengchen in Taichuan, with the beast skin containing some of Fengchen's own insights. In contrast to the sacred cauldron scripture, which emphasizes embodying the cauldron, with the flow of true energy resembling the form of a cauldron itself, ultimately allowing one to transform into a cauldron, the 10,000 Ways Canon advocates utilizing heaven and earth as the furnace, forging oneself into a spiritual treasure. The perspective of Fengchen is that the Wandao Canon far surpasses the sacred cauldron classic. However, due to the profound mastery he has achieved with the sacred cauldron classic, further cultivation of the Wandao Canon would be a futile endeavor. Thus, he devoted himself to breaking through in the sacred cauldron classic. Ultimately, he succumbed to the onslaught of the nether chi, leading to his demise and the extinguishing of his path. Setting aside the Wandao Canon, Shang opened another tome, the Spirit Beast Compendium, which meticulously catalogued all herbs, poisonous plants, minerals, demonic beasts, and spiritual creatures in the world. The final volume was a personal manuscript, a compendium of alchemical techniques that Fengchen had meticulously compiled from various alchemical texts, resulting in a unique treatise. Shang pondered this, realizing that having been an elder of the renowned Drug Valley, Fengchen's expertise in this domain must be considerable. Chapter 24. Soaring from the gorge within the shelves of the storage ring, Shang discovered a plethora of elixirs. Some of these potions were crafted by Fengchen himself, while others were exquisite treasures he had collected. The bounty was overwhelming, far beyond what Shang had anticipated. The Sacred Cauldron Classic was destined to be returned to the Drug Valley, yet Shang intended to transcribe its contents before doing so. As for the other possessions left by Fengchen, they were rightfully his. Having steadied his emotions, Shang and Bai Niao emerged from the cave, feeling the oppressive atmosphere within which had been somewhat disconcerting for him. Bai Niao remained closely behind him. Upon reaching the platform, Shang gazed upward, contemplating the challenge of their exit. Observing the cliff face, he recognized the difficulty of climbing it, especially with the menacing earth dragon worm lurking nearby. After patting Bai Niao, an idea sparked in the mind of the recovering Shang. He realized he was unaware of the bird species and could consult the Spirit Beast Compendium for clarification. Unable to find any results, Shang relinquished the Spirit Artifact Compendium and sat cross-legged on the platform to cultivate. Bai Niao remained quietly by Shang's side. For the next few days, Shang devoted himself to his practice on the platform, recuperating from his injuries. Aside from his right arm, his body had not fully healed. During this time, Bai Niao was surprisingly tranquil. Shang had fed it a fasting pill, and it spent each day beside him, its wing injuries nearly mended. Although it faced no imminent threats to its life, Shang felt a twinge of anxiety. Remaining trapped was not a sustainable solution. Bai Niao, now that you are healed, could you possibly carry me aloft? Shang inquired, observing the bird as it preened its feathers after a session of cultivation. His question had been merely rhetorical. Yet to his astonishment, Bai Niao nodded affirmatively. This unexpected response filled Shang with surprise. What he had presumed to be an idle inquiry now hinted at a genuine possibility. With newfound hope, Shang nevertheless harbored concerns. Bai Niao was still a juvenile, its feathers soft and its beak still encased in a layer of green skin. The challenge of ascending with him was not trivial. After an additional day of cultivation, upon noticing Bai Niao's wings had completely healed, Shang resolved to depart. Before leaving, he used his black iron spear to pry a large boulder from the cliffside, sealing the cave entrance, and then nodded at Bai Niao. Shall we go? Upon hearing Shang's words, Bai Niao straightened its body, unfurled its wings, and began to gracefully flap them. Standing at half a zhang tall, with wings spanning over 2 zhang, Bai Niao was impressive. Very well, let us give it a try. I will climb onto your back, which may affect your flight. Once you take off, I will grasp your talons, Shang instructed, pointing to Bai Niao's sharp claws. In the past few days, Shang has drawn certain conclusions. The white bird, though not large in stature, would experience considerable strain if one were to perch upon its back. If one merely clutched its talons, the burden would consist solely of one's own weight, thus exerting a negligible impact on the creature. As for the heavy black iron spear, Shang has no intention of discarding it. He intends to assess the situation first. Should the white bird prove incapable of bearing both himself and the spear, he would relinquish it. In such a scenario, even without the spear, the white bird would be unable to ascend to the precipice. However, if it can indeed lift both himself and the black iron spear, there lies a glimmer of hope. At worst, he could cast aside the spear in a moment of necessity. With a powerful flap of its wings, the white bird soared into the sky, dancing above the platform before spiraling gracefully above Yushang's head. With Yushang in tow, the bird departed from the platform. Once airborne, the white bird began to spiral upward within the canyon, ascending at a remarkable pace. Sensing that the white bird appeared unburdened, Shang felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the bird maintained this state, ascending would pose no issue. Should the bird's condition deteriorate, he would discard the black iron spear. Shang truly wished to avoid parting with it unless absolutely necessary. While it was merely an ordinary spear, it had been his companion for a considerable time and held a special significance as a gift from his ancient father. The white bird flew rapidly, and even as it spiraled upward, Shang could perceive the cliffside descending steadily. As the white bird ascended, he caught sight of the location of the earth dragon worm, its two vivid red antennae climbing the cliff. One of these antennae was ensnared by a black tiger, which roared defiantly, yet was destined to succumb to the earth dragon worm, which would drain its very essence of blood and flesh. At this moment, Shang realized that there was no issue with venturing outside. The white bird had already traversed half the distance without exhibiting any signs of fatigue. After a brief interval, Shang's perspective broadened as the white bird soared him over the precipice. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, the white bird did not descend immediately. Instead, it carried Shang forward for another 6 or 7 miles before landing, for the area above the cliff still belonged to the earth dragon worms. The white bird alighted beneath an ancient tree, and Shang rubbed his right hand, which was tinged with a dull ache, as he gazed at the bird. Initially, his intention was to tame it, to have it as a flying companion, but now that it had saved him, they were friends. Do you wish to accompany me? Or would you prefer to live on your own? He pondered aloud, observing the white bird. After several days of companionship, Shang had come to realize the bird's extraordinary nature, no longer viewing it through the lens of a mere beast. The white bird turned its head, its eyes sparkling with intelligence as it appraised Shang, yet it offered no immediate response. After a moment of silence, and seeing that the bird did not take its leave, Shang felt a surge of joy. If you choose to stay, then let us journey onward together. With a hearty pat on the bird's wing, Shang took the lead, and the white bird followed closely behind. While an ordinary person might have become lost in the sun-dappled forest where trees loomed overhead, such a fate would not befall Shang. 2 hours later, they arrived at the bamboo cottage. With a couple of shouts, Gongxian noticed the white bird emerging from the woods behind Shang. This is my new companion. I'm not quite sure what sort of bird it is, Shang said, sweat beading on his brow as Gongxian's palm struck his injured right arm. Are you hurt? Observing the unusual expression on Shang's face, Gongxian scrutinized him and inquired, what has happened? A minor incident. My right arm is broken. Shang replied with a nod, acknowledging the futility of concealing his injury, as well as the lack of necessity for such deceit. You fool. When you venture out to practice in real combat, you must understand that retreat is a wise option when faced with overwhelming odds. Gongxian shot a glare at Shang and produced a vial of elixir from his waist. Master, I have already consumed a medicinal pill, Shang stated. This is a channeling pill, renowned for its efficacy in treating injuries to the tendons and bones, Gongxian asserted as he handed the vial directly to Shang. After providing Shang with the elixir, Gongxian resumed his observation of the white bird. The bird's eyes sparkled with vitality, its head bobbing as it pecked at Gongxian with keen precision. It was indiscernible what species it belonged to, resembling the ancient mythical beast, Qingpeng. Yet assuredly it was not. Gongxian arrived at this conclusion. I thought you would know, master. I witnessed it engage in battle with other demonic beasts, and it fought alongside me. Now it willingly follows me, Shang explained. Indeed. A willingly accompanying demonic beast is far superior to a tamed one. It possesses the capacity for growth. I shall invite our master to observe it another day. Gongxian regarded Shang with a peculiar look. Many longed for a flying tamed beast but found it elusive, while Shang had effortlessly acquired a demonic beast that voluntarily followed him after a brief excursion. Once tamed by humans, beasts lose their wild instincts, diminishing their self-awareness and, consequently, their potential for advancement. A demonic beast like the white bird, which willingly chooses to remain by one's side, is exceedingly rare and incomparable in value. You have reached the 4th level of Qi refinement and fulfilled my expectations. but do not become complacent, understand? Moreover, the white bird's daily consumption is astonishing, and to alleviate the burden of feeding it myself, I shall instruct the servants to deliver its food each day. Once this was conveyed, Gong Xian departed, casting a peculiar glance at Shang as he left. After Gong Xian's exit, Shang changed into a fresh set of garments and began to groom the bird's feathers, pondering a name for it. Hoping it would embody the essence of a celestial sovereign, he decided on Tianyu. The white bird stretched its neck and chirped twice, seemingly approving of the name bestowed upon it by Shang. Despite the inconvenience of his right arm, Shang remained in the courtyard before the bamboo cottage, utilizing his left hand to create a perch for Tianyu before turning his attention to his cultivation. Upon returning to the bamboo cottage, Shang retrieved the sacred cauldron scripture and commenced its memorization. While the sacred cauldron scripture was suitable for medicinal refinement, it was imperative that he possess the means of cultivation himself. Thus, committing it to memory would render it truly his. After an hour, Shang had completely internalized the sacred cauldron scripture. As he stored the scripture away, another thought struck him. Feng Chun had not cultivated the 10,000 Dao canon due to having a certain proficiency in the sacred cauldron scripture. He realized that while Feng Chun sought to achieve mastery in the sacred cauldron scripture, his own journey was just beginning, allowing for the simultaneous pursuit of both texts. Having reviewed Feng Chun's analyses of the sacred cauldron scripture and the 10,000 Dao canon, Shang concluded that the two were not mutually exclusive. One path focused on self as the cauldron, while the other utilized the universe as the furnace to refine oneself. With this understanding, Shang embarked upon his cultivation. After grasping the fundamentals of the Xian Ding scripture, his vital energy began to flow autonomously along the designated pathways, allowing him to concentrate all his efforts on the cultivation of the 10,000 Dao canon. The practice of the 10,000 Dao canon was intricate, involving the opening of his acupoints to absorb the spiritual essence of the world, which then coursed through his blood and bones, fortifying his being. The first level of the 10,000 Dao scriptures is known as the blood refinement stage, which corresponds to the ordinary qi refinement stage. The second level, the muscle strengthening stage, aligns with the gathering essence stage of qi refiners. The third level, the bone forging stage, corresponds to the essence condensation stage. The fourth level, the unity stage, aligns with the spirit separation stage. The fifth level, the inquiry stage, corresponds to the void inquiry stage. The sixth level, the spirit refinement stage, corresponds to the heavenly ascendant stage. The seventh level, the golden body stage, aligns with the sacred stage. This hierarchy is the primary reason Nightshade intuitively perceives the 10,000 Dao scriptures as superior to the Holy Cauldron scripture. For the realms attainable through the former surpass those of the latter. As Nightshade practiced, he sensed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth flowing like countless stars through his acupoints, entering his being and coursing through his blood. After a day and a night of cultivation, upon emerging from the bamboo hut, Nightshade felt invigorated, as if imbued with boundless strength. And the injury in his right arm had healed considerably. While he was washing up, two young men clad in gray robes appeared, carrying a wild boar. "Who are you?" Nightshade inquired. "We are the attendants of the Taishian Peak, sent by Lord Gong," one of the attendants replied. "We were informed that there is a beast here that requires feeding. In the medicinal valley, only formal members may address one another as senior brothers, junior brothers, or uncles. Attendants refer to disciples simply as Lord." "Very well, I appreciate your efforts. Please leave half for me to roast, and the other half to feed it." Nightshade understood that these were attendants dispatched by Gong Xian. In a good mood, Nightshade kindled a fire and began to roast half of the wild boar. The half-grown wild boar was swiftly vanquished by Tianyu. He then approached Shang, observing as the latter prepared roasted pork. Two attendants diligently assisted Shang in tidying up the surroundings of the bamboo hut. Once the wild boar was thoroughly cooked, Shang generously cut a piece for each of the attendants, before pouring himself a bowl of wine and beginning to savor the roasted meat. Noticing that Shang had neglected him, Tianyu swiftly snatched the piece of roasted meat from Shang's hand, stretching his neck a couple of times before swallowing it whole. Can one truly consume cooked food? Shang was taken aback. It was rare for a demonic beast to indulge in cooked meat. Indeed, Tianyu was quite an anomaly. Observing Tianyu's fondness for the delicacy, Shang proceeded to slice the roasted wild boar into smaller pieces to feed him, ultimately consuming only 2 pieces himself. Tianyu devoured more than half of the wild boar, both raw and cooked. Grateful for the efforts of the 2 attendants, Shang advised them to prepare more in the future, instructing that if he were engaged in cultivation, they should roast the meat for Tianyu directly. After imparting a few words to the attendants, Shang extracted a gold note from the one given to him by Qin Aoshuan and handed it to them. "You are too courteous, Master Yi. This is our duty," the attendants replied, declining the silver note in trepidation. If the other masters were to find out, we would be driven down the mountain. Aware of Shang's consideration, the two attendants expressed their gratitude with a bow before departing. Understanding that this gesture was a sign of Shang's care, purchasing a few jars of wine would hardly require a substantial sum, let alone a gold note. After playing with Tianyu for a while, Shang returned to the bamboo loft to continue his cultivation. He found the myriad paths scripture remarkably extraordinary, with a notable enhancement effect on his physique. After just one session of cultivation, the injury on his right arm had healed significantly, proving to be more effective than any medicinal pill. After 2 days of practice, Shang's right arm was restored to its former state. If others were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be astonished. After all, how could a broken bone mend itself in merely 3 to 4 days? Shang recognized that this was the result of the Tongluo pill combined with the cultivation of the myriad path scripture. Chapter 26. Wind-chasing spear technique after several days of practice. Shang had officially entered the realm of the myriad path scripture. As soon as he sat in meditation, the sacred cauldron scripture and the myriad paths scripture would operate autonomously. Furthermore, Shang discovered a substantial increase in his strength. A single punch could break a tree trunk the thickness of a bowl, demonstrating a force of approximately 1,000 pounds. His legs exhibited similar power, each capable of delivering a force of 1,000 pounds, an achievement unattainable prior to his cultivation of the myriad path scripture. With the enhancement of his arms and legs, Shang experienced a marked improvement in both strength and speed while practicing the wind-chasing spear technique. He felt confident that if he continued his training diligently, it would not be long before he could master the fundamentals of the technique. Over the past few days, Shang's bond with Tianyu had deepened. Each day, aside from his cultivation, he would bathe and groom Tianyu's feathers. Tianyu possessed a rather peculiar temperament, only acknowledging Shang. The two attendants would feed it separately, yet it would refuse to eat, even if it ventured out to hunt, ignoring any food provided by them unless Shang was present. Shang understood this was a matter of trust. Tianyu placed its faith solely in him, harboring distrust towards others. The days are tranquil. Upon reaching a month in the bamboo cottage, Shang's cultivation ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement, and the Wandao Sutra progressed to the 2nd level of blood cultivation for 6 or 7 days. When the Wandao Sutra reached the 2nd level of blood cultivation, Shang also grasped the fundamentals of the wind-chasing spear technique, wielding the black iron spear with the grace of a dark dragon, its piercing cries resonating through the air. "Wow, little 13, are you this ferocious? Is this the spear technique you've been cultivating?" As Shang practiced, Tang Tian and Chu Ning arrived, observing Shang's swift spear play. They were taken aback, for their own sword and spear techniques were merely of the first tier, starting from a lower point than the wind-chasing spear technique. "Ah, my esteemed senior brothers have come. I have tea and wine here. Well, would you like to drink?" Shang paused his training, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. "Tea and wine? Master Gong is rather biased. We have neither of those back at our place," Chu Ning lamented. "Haha. These are not provided by Master. I requested others to procure them for me," Shang replied with a smile. "What brings you both here today?" After pouring a cup of wine for each of them, Shang inquired. "A couple of days ago, Master mentioned there was a fierce white bird here. So we came to take a look during our training break," Tang Tian said as he downed the wine handed to him. "You must be referring to Tianyu. It has gone out hunting," Shang chuckled. Just as the three were chatting and enjoying their drinks, Gong Xian appeared. In Shang's memory, Gong Xian had always been amiable with a gentle smile, but this time he arrived with a dark expression. "You two rascals, instead of diligently training, you've come here to drink? Are you eager to enter the beast forest? If so, I shall grant your wish right now." Gong Xian bellowed at Tang Tian and Chu Ning as they stood at the entrance of the courtyard. "Wait a moment, there is something I must convey to you. In 2 months, our Tai Xian Peak will open the Gathering Spirit Formation. At that time, the 3 of you, along with a few others, must participate. Should you bring disgrace upon me, there will be no further discussion. You shall go to the beast forest." With that parting remark, Gong Xian departed. "Is there truly such a fierce side to our master? I always perceived him as rather refined," Shang remarked, somewhat astonished. "Refined? Little 13, how could you describe our master in such a manner? Just look at this," Tang Tian retorted, pulling up his trousers to reveal a dark mark on his backside. Chu Ning followed suit, rolling up his pant leg to expose a red mark on his calf. Without uttering a word, Shang recognized that these were the results of the Rot-Tan punishment. I am indeed aware of this. Each peak in the Medicine Valley possesses a gathering spirit formation. When cultivating within the formation, the pace of one's advancement is several times that of outside. However, it is only open for a month each year, as it requires spirit stones, Chuning explained. But entering is merely for cultivation. How can there be any notion of disgrace? Shang questioned, perplexed. Fool. It's not just us who will enter. Nangongyi and her group will also be present. If our cultivation speed lags behind theirs, Master will feel humiliated. To be under the guidance of this stern master is truly unfortunate. If entering a gathering spirit formation demands us to compete for honor, how much more so will the sect competitions be dire? Tang Tian lamented. In the realm of sect competitions, Shang understood that it was a contest of skills among disciples, divided into several tiers. There were 3 levels: the newcomer duel, the inter-sect championship, and the core competition. The newcomer duel was not solely for novices. It encompassed all outer sect disciples, and those who achieved commendable ranks would be rewarded by the sect, enhancing their cultivation resources. However, Shang held little hope for this sect competition, recalling that during the assessment, there had been 2 individuals at the 9th level of Qi refinement and many at the 8th level. Additionally, the outer sect disciples from the numerous peaks of the Medicine Valley were no pushovers. After a brief stay with Shang, Tang Tian and Chuning departed, having been intimidated by Gong Xian and fearing potential retribution from him. Yet, Shang did not perceive Gong Xian as particularly menacing. After sipping some wine, Shang resumed his practice of the wind-chasing spear technique, which was his sole combat skill at present. With the final thrust of his spear, Shang shattered a massive boulder at the side of the courtyard. He was immensely satisfied with the power of this strike, believing that as his cultivation improved, the potency of the wind-chasing spear technique would only strengthen. Having discarded the brown bear outside the courtyard, Tianyu landed beside Shang, awaiting him to preen its feathers. While Shang groomed Tianyu, 2 servant disciples approached. They no longer needed to bring prey each day, as Tianyu provided its own, and their task was simply to roast it, as Tianyu had developed a preference for cooked food. After roasting the brown bear with the 2 servant disciples and feeding Tianyu, Shang entered the bamboo pavilion. Once inside, he was struck by inspiration and began to organize the medicinal pills from his storage ring. Originally, Shang intended to seek out some P1 pills, as his cultivation of the sacred cauldron scripture and the 10,000 Dao canon had rendered his supply somewhat insufficient. Upon inspection, Shang found himself in a predicament. Although the ring of sealing contained various elixirs, none were of the lower grade, with the least potent being the condensation pill, a 3rd-tier concoction. However, he stumbled upon a type of pill that suited him well, the blood essence pill, designed to enhance physical strength. After thoughtful consideration, Shang extracted a condensation pill, crushed it, and consumed half, embarking on his cultivation journey. He sought to test his capabilities. As the pill settled in his abdomen, energy surged forth. The potency of the condensation pill was several times more ferocious than that of the Peiyuan pill. Shang promptly activated the sacred cauldron scripture and the 10,000 Dao canon, absorbing the condensation pill's energy at full throttle. Within his body, the energy roiled tumultuously. He had greatly underestimated the potency of the condensation pill. Utilizing a 3rd-tier elixir at a mere 1st-tier cultivation level would terrify anyone if they were to learn of it. Although his internal organs experienced a violent upheaval and a few drops of blood escaped the corner of his mouth, Shang withstood the onslaught of energy from the condensation pill. After 2 hours, he transformed the entirety of the consumed half-pill into true qi and energy within his flesh. Opening his eyes and wiping the blood from his lips, he gazed at the remaining half of the condensation pill in his hand, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Having consumed only half, he pondered the catastrophic consequences had he ingested a whole pill, which would have surely ruptured his dantian. The blood essence pill was far less volatile than the condensation pill, and Shang continued to cultivate with both the sacred cauldron scripture and the 10,000 Dao canon in tandem. As Shang delved deeper into his cultivation, he discovered that the essence blood pill offered little assistance to the sacred cauldron sutra, yet significantly aided the myriad paths of the Dao scripture. The celestial energy absorbed by Shang gradually flowed into his flesh and blood, circulating gently within him. After an entire night of refining a single essence blood pill, he had fully assimilated it, and the effects were evident. He had reached a bottleneck at the 2nd level of the myriad path scripture. Stretching his body, Shang stepped out of the bamboo cottage and took a refreshing bath in the cold stream behind it. standing in the icy water. He contemplated the idea of using both the essence blood pill and the condensing yuan pill simultaneously, believing that it would maximize the advancement of both the Sacred Cauldron Sutra and the Myriad Paths scripture. In the courtyard, Lu Yongyu, clad in a black robe, faced various assaults from Tianyu. Tianyu, stop! Yi Shang called out anxiously, fearing that Lu Yongyu might become enraged and harm Tianyu. What a formidable being! Possessing the bloodlines of the ancient and primordial creatures, the Qing Peng and Xian Luan. Once matured, its combat prowess will be exceedingly formidable. Observing Tianyu, Lu Yongyu revealed its origins. The peak master has arrived. Yi Shang bowed in greeting. Fifth layer of qi refinement. It seems you have been diligent over the past month. Your vitality is robust. Have you been practicing other techniques? Lu Yongyu's brow furrowed as he scrutinized Yu Shang's condition. Indeed. I have also been cultivating a technique to strengthen my body. Yu Shang nodded affirmatively. Excellent. While true energy is fundamental for cultivators, the strength of one's physique is equally crucial. I have heard from Gong Xian that you have made progress in the wind-chasing spear technique. Practice it for me to see. Lu Yongyu settled into a bamboo chair in the courtyard as he spoke. Nightshade nodded at Lu Yongyu, motioning for Tianyu to step aside before drawing the black iron spear from his back. With a swift shake of his arms, he unleashed the wind-chase spear technique. As Nightshade's physical strength surged, his arms exerted a force of 2,000 pounds, highlighting the technique's swift nature. The black iron spear sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistling sound. With the final thrust of his spear, the tip quivered, producing a shrill cry. Mastering the essence of the wind-chase spear technique at the 5th level of qi refinement, Nightshade's formidable physical prowess was indeed remarkable. Techniques may be static, but practitioners are dynamic. He recalled a master of spear techniques who wielded the shattering star spear, renowned for its devastating power, relying on shockwave force. After finishing, Lu Yongyu delivered a slow punch towards the bamboo in the courtyard. The motion appeared languid, as if he were gently pressing his fist against the bamboo. Yet, at the moment of contact, the affected section of the bamboo disintegrated into powder. All paths are forged by human endeavor, and all combat skills are born from the creativity of practitioners. Only through relentless exploration can one surpass others. You should experiment with the shockwave force, Lu Yongyu advised. As for its compatibility with the wind-chase spear technique, trust your instincts. Nightshade pondered, contemplating whether to entrust the Sacred Cauldron scripture to Lu Yongyu. After a moment of reflection, he lifted his head, reached into his robe, and, with a thought, retrieved the Sacred Cauldron scripture from his storage ring. He then stepped forward, presenting the scripture to Lu Yongyu, aiming to conceal the storage ring. What is this? Lu Yongyu inquired, accepting the Sacred Cauldron scripture without suspicion. As Lu Yongyu's gaze swept across the cover of the Sacred Cauldron scripture, his expression shifted dramatically. He rose from his seat, his fingers trembling as he delicately flipped through the ancient tome, engrossed for a quarter of an hour. This was the Sacred Cauldron scripture, the original text itself. How do you intend to handle it? Lu Yongyu was profoundly excited. This represented a lineage that had been severed for countless years within the Medicine Valley. With the Sacred Cauldron scripture in hand, the resurgence of the Medicine Valley was merely a matter of time. The Peak Master observed, indicating it was best to let him decide. Yu Shang entrusted the matter to Lu Yongyu. You are indeed astute. The Sacred Cauldron scripture must be submitted to the sect. However, the timing is not appropriate for you, given your current status. You will gain no significant advantage at this moment. Therefore, I shall keep it here until you become a core disciple, at which point you may present it to the sect. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongyu reached a decision, fully deferring to the Peak Master's judgment. Yi Shang had not anticipated that Lu Yongyu would consider his own interests with such foresight. Have you copied the text? Although it must be submitted, you should also have the right to prioritize your cultivation. Lu Yongyu inquired with a smile, eyeing the black iron spear in Yu Shang's hand. Indeed, you are earnest yet not overly rigid. You have acted wisely. However, this arrangement is not entirely secure. In a couple of days, I will provide you with a copy, but remember, it must not be divulged to anyone. At this point, Lu Yongyu's demeanor grew serious. This was the legacy of the Medicine Valley, a matter of principle. The disciple understood. Yi Shang nodded in agreement. Excellent, truly excellent. By the way, I almost forgot the purpose of your visit. Your spear is somewhat rudimentary. Do you have a particular weapon in mind? Within the Taishan Hall, there are some of my spoils of war. Lu Yongyu inquired about the black iron spear in Yu Shang's grasp. Chapter 28. The hand of the town mountain as night morning caressed the black iron spear. A tumult of emotion surged within him. He was reluctant to part with the weapon, yet he understood that as his cultivation and strength grew, the day would inevitably come when he must relinquish it. The phrase "to achieve excellence in martial arts, one must first honor their weapon" resonated universally among warriors, emphasizing the importance of treating one's weapon as a loyal companion. Thus, if you entrust the spear to me, I shall find someone to enhance it with additional materials and forge it anew. Do you have any other requests? Your contributions to the sect have been immense. Although you cannot presently submit the sacred cauldron scripture, there are still some requests I can accommodate. Lu Yangyu remarked with admiration towards night morning. The disciple shook his head, replying, I have no further requests at this time. Certain miscellaneous combat techniques are not essential to cultivate just yet. Once you reach the Gathering Yuan stage, you should focus on mastering my Quaking Heaven technique. Gongxian and the others lack the requisite physical strength. However, you should excel, Lu Yangyu advised. Thank you, Peak Master, for your consideration. Allow me to present you with another significant gift. Night Morning reached into his robe and, employing the same method as before, produced the manuscript of the Extending Sky technique, offering it to Lu Yangyu. Upon receiving the manuscript, Lu Yangyu's face flushed crimson, his hands trembling slightly. Heaven has been generous to me to receive this manuscript just as I reached a bottleneck in my Quaking Heaven training. Night Morning, I owe you a debt of gratitude, he stated earnestly. Locking eyes with Night Morning. You are too kind, Peak Master, Night Morning responded with composure. He had committed the sacred cauldron scripture and the Extending Sky technique to memory. The former must be returned to the Medicine Valley, while the latter was merely an act of kindness, contingent upon Lu Yangyu's integrity and genuine goodwill. Very well. Strive diligently in your training, Lu Yangyu concluded. Lu Yangyu carefully put away the ancient texts. As he did so, Shang noticed that Lu Yangyu was using a storage ring. After Lu Yangyu departed, Shang accompanied him to the entrance of the courtyard. Once Lu Yangyu was gone, Shang consumed a medicinal pill and resumed his cultivation. Upon arriving at Gongxian's residence, Lu Yangyu promptly called for wine. Master, you seem quite jovial. Is it because Xiao Shisan has made commendable progress? Gongxian retrieved a jar of wine, uncapped it, and poured a bowl for Lu Yangyu. Indeed. It's remarkable that he has successfully cultivated a second-tier combat technique at the 5th level of Qi refinement. His beast companion is also extraordinary. Issue the Tai Xian order to ensure the safety of Shang under the protection of the elder enforcers within the palace. After sipping from his bowl, Lu Yangyu spoke. The Tai Xian order. Master, isn't that rather excessive? Gongxian replied, somewhat astonished. Not at all excessive. You will understand certain matters in due course, Lu Yangyu reassured him. Then I shall make arrangements shortly. Upon hearing Lu Yangyu's words, Gongxian ceased to inquire further, taken aback by the importance Lu Yangyu placed on Shang. As the eldest disciple of Tai Xian Peak, Gongxian held authority over matters concerning the peak, yet he recognized one limitation, the Tai Xian Enforcement Hall, which acknowledged only the Peak Master and the Tai Xian order issued by him. The 3 gifted individuals assigned to you are promising. Soon, you should take Tang Tian and Chu Ning as your disciples, Lu Yangyu advised. Master, what of Xiao Shisan? That disciple must also remain. Upon hearing this, Gongxian grew anxious. He was well aware of Shang's immense potential and did not wish to be overshadowed by his junior brother and sister. You needn't concern yourself with him. He possesses the ability to cultivate the tremor hand. Are you capable of teaching him? Lu Yangyu cast a glance at Gongxian and inquired, does this mean I will have another junior disciple? Upon hearing Lu Yangyu's words, Gongxian understood that Lu Yangyu had taken a liking to someone. This matter could wait. As for Shang, he was permitted to cultivate freely without concern, allowing promising talents to flourish unimpeded. After reiterating his instructions, Lu Yangyu departed. Gongxian felt somewhat disheartened. He had intended to discuss the possibility of accepting Shang, Chu Ning, and Tang Tian as disciples soon, but with Shang now out of the picture, he was left with only Chu Ning and Tang Tian, whom he found quite satisfactory. Following Lu Yangyu's departure, Shang consumed a blood essence pill and commenced his cultivation. He did not practice the sacred cauldron sutra. Instead, he focused on perfecting the 10,000 paths canon to the pinnacle of the blood refinement realm's 2nd tier, aiming for a breakthrough today. As the effects of the blood essence pill took hold, the blood within Shang surged vigorously. Upon reaching an extreme peak, the energy in his blood flowed into his muscles. Shang skillfully guided the energy through his muscles, directing it towards the muscles at the nape of his neck. With a muffled sound, the muscles at the back of his neck trembled twice, pulsating with energy. This area, referred to as the Dragon Neck in the 10,000 Paths canon, signified the achievement of the third tier in blood refinement upon successful cultivation. Elated by the breakthrough of the Dragon Neck, Shang anticipated an enhancement in his physical strength as he entered the third tier of the blood refinement realm. After another half-hour of cultivation, Shang concluded his practice and stepped out of the bamboo pavilion. He yearned to practice the wind-chasing spear technique, but lacking a spear. He resorted to unarmed combat. Approaching a pine tree, thick as a human head, Shang unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding crack, the tree was severed in two. Nightshade pondered for a moment. The Zhutian hand was a second-tier martial technique that could be cultivated, given the formidable strength of his physique. He wondered if he might attempt to practice it. The chase wind spear technique was also a second-tier skill, and he had mastered that. The first layer of the Zhutian hand was the Jinyue hand, and its essence lay in channeling the true energy from the Dantian into both hands, thereby creating a cyclone. This would generate significant pressure upon striking, greatly enhancing the attack's potency. The crux of the training lay in the necessity for a robust physique. Insufficient strength would prevent the arms and hands from withstanding the true energy, thus failing to form the cyclone. Seated cross-legged in the courtyard, Nightshade began to circulate the true energy within his Dantian, directing it into his arms. As the energy flowed, it filled his arms and subsequently transferred to his hands. An unexpected phenomenon occurred. While the texts emphasized the importance of the arms and hands' endurance, cautioning against the potential for bodily rupture should they fail to bear the Dantian's energy. Nightshade's energy successfully traversed his arms into his hands without causing any pressure. However, the anticipated cyclone did not materialize, halting his practice. Nightshade contemplated his next move and resolved to focus on training just one hand. If the energy was insufficient for both, perhaps one hand would suffice. With newfound determination, he settled into a cross-legged position, raised his left hand in front of his chest, and extended it outward, entering a preparatory phase. His right hand would wield a weapon while the left would cultivate the Zhutian hand. This was his decision. Once the true energy fully entered his left hand, it began to swirl rapidly within, initiating an automatic rotation. Chapter 29. The emergence of a new weapon. Nightshade, feeling dissatisfied, contemplated deeply. He extended his left hand, channeling the energy from within his flesh and blood into it, and began to cultivate the Zhutian hand using its true chi operation method. Soon, a small vortex of crimson energy appeared in the palm of his hand, adorned with subtle silver specks. After a period of cultivation, Nightshade rose to his feet. Recognizing that while harnessing the energy within his body to practice the Zhutian hand was feasible, he was currently unable to do so. He had only reached the third layer of the blood refinement stage in the first realm of the 10,000 Paths Classic, rendering his cultivation too inadequate, and the energy contained within his body insufficient. Though the results were not immediately apparent, Nightshade found joy in the progress he had made. While he could not yet wield the Zhutian hand, he had at least discovered the path forward. Once the energy within his body became more robust, he would be able to unleash its full potential. After leaving Qingyang behind, Tianyu approached Nightshade, affectionately brushing against him with its wings. Nightshade gently groomed Tianyu's feathers, which shone like white silk, even though it relished having Nightshade tend to its plumage. As he tended to Tianyu, two attendants arrived, bringing Nightshade fine wine and tea. "Thank you both," he expressed courteously. Despite their status as attendants, Nightshade remained polite. "Your kindness is appreciated, my lord. This is our duty." They replied with a bow before returning to their tasks. Though they were somewhat puzzled, they adhered to the orders of their leader without question. In terms of resource allocation, Nightshade was generous. He had come to understand during his journey to the Medicine Valley that as long as his cultivation improved, he need not worry about resources. Converting resources into strength was the most pragmatic approach. Shang immersed himself in cultivating the essence condensing pill and the blood refining pill, diligently practicing both the Sacred Cauldron Sutra and the 10,000 Path Canon. The elderly man in the azure robe sat in deep meditation upon a robust branch of an ancient tree. After a night of cultivation, Shang ventured into the courtyard to practice the celestial hand. Lacking the black iron spear, he presently relied solely on this technique to invigorate his sinews and bones. As he shattered a bamboo stick, thick as a human head, with a single strike, the elder's eyes twitched. He was well aware of the technique Shang was mastering. It was the ultimate skill of the peak master, Lu Yangyu. In that moment, he comprehended why he had received the Tai Xian order to protect this seemingly inconspicuous young individual, who had only reached the 5th level of chi refinement yet managed to cultivate such an exceptionally challenging second-tier combat skill, a feat unmatched in the Medicine Valley. Upon completing the Qi version of the celestial hand, Yeshang proceeded to practice the physical energy form of the technique, albeit without performing it. The black python was still alive, and Tianyu, with its sharp beak, was viciously pecking at the serpent's neck while its claws gripped the creature's body, landing directly in front of the courtyard. Upon arrival, Tianyu proudly called out to Yeshang, but as it did so, the black python, now free from Tianyu's control, writhed and attempted to escape at an astonishing speed. This incited Tianyu's fury. Its golden eyes blazed with ferocity as it leapt to pounce, its claws tearing through the head of the second-tier black python. Indeed, having captured such formidable prey, it was a lesson to remember: one should never provoke powerful creatures. Yeshang stepped forward and kicked the still wriggling corpse of the 300 to 400-pound black python far away. The elder in the azure robe inhaled sharply. Yesterday, he had glimpsed Tianyu from a distance, mistaking it for an ordinary bird due to the distance, but upon closer inspection today, he realized that, despite being a second-tier beast, Tianyu surpassed typical second-tier creatures by a significant margin. Moreover, there was Yeshang. While Tianyu was remarkable, Yeshang was even more extraordinary, effortlessly sending a 300 to 400-pound black python flying several yards with a mere kick. This immense strength elucidated for the elder why Yeshang, at the 5th level of Qi refinement, could already initiate his training in the art of the heaven-obscuring hand. Are you offering this to me? No, thank you. I am aware that snake gall is a valuable substance. You should consume it. Yeshang chuckled, patting Tianyu's head. After a moment of contemplation, Tianyu opened its mouth and swallowed the gall of the black python. This time, Yeshang did not instruct the 2 attendants to roast the entire python. Instead, they prepared most of it, while he procured a stone pot to stew a portion of the python meat. Snake soup is renowned for its nourishing properties. In the days spent in Zhuyuan village, Old Man Gu often prepared it. Under Yeshang's guidance over the past few days, the 2 attendants had significantly improved their roasting skills, rendering the python meat a golden hue and dripping with juices. The stone pot bubbled with the aromatic snake soup, its fragrance wafting through the air, causing the elder in the azure robe to struggle with his desire to join in the feast. However, recalling that Gong Xian had instructed him to maintain a covert protective role, he resisted the temptation. Yeshang called the 2 attendants to dine with him and partook of a little wine, which prompted the attendants to leave. Subsequently, Yeshang engaged in quiet cultivation for 2 days, undisturbed by anyone, including Chu Ning and Tang Tian. What Nightshade remained unaware of was that Tang Tian and Chu Ningjin were ensnared in a quagmire of suffering. Each day, Gong Xian would oversee their training, and should he find their efforts lacking, the consequence would be a brutal beating with a rattan stick. After yet another rigorous session of mastering the Sacred Cauldron Sutra and the 10,000 Paths Canon, before Nightshade could even commence his training in the Celestial Hand, Lu Yongyu and Gong Xian made their appearance. Indeed, your cultivation has significantly advanced. Here is your spear. See if it feels comfortable in your grasp. Lu Yongyu produced a long spear from his storage ring. The spear's tip gleamed with an ethereal black blade, distinctly different from the dark hue of Nightshade's former Xian iron spear. One was a muted gray-black, while the other radiated a deep, lustrous black. The shaft of the spear was entwined in silver and black, resembling 2 ethereal serpents coiling around each other. Chapter 30. The mutated spear technique. Lu Yongyu tossed the spear to Nightshade, a grin adorning his face. As Nightshade caught the spear, he felt its weight pressing down on him. With a surge of strength, he steadied the spear in his grasp. Heavy, incredibly heavy. Nightshade estimated the spear weighed no less than 1,000 pounds. Yet, he did not resent its heft, although he found it somewhat taxing at present. He understood that as his inner energy increased and he progressed in the 10,000 Paths Canon, wielding this spear would soon become a trivial matter. Isn't it a bit cumbersome? Lu Zhangyu remarked, this spear weighs precisely 1,200 pounds. I had Elder Chen from the Merit Hall forge it anew, enhancing it with some materials. Upon hearing Lu Yongyu's words, Gong Xian's mouth twitched. Just a little material? He was acutely aware of how much Lu Yongyu had invested in the creation of this spear, having been coerced into contributing a piece of black gold himself. Fortunately, despite the initial challenges in wielding it, Nightshade reassured himself that he would gradually acclimate. As long as it is usable, that suffices. Lu Yongyu nodded. Does this spear have a name? Shang inquired, his admiration for the weapon evident. It was forged today. How could it possibly have a name? Since you are its master, you may name it yourself, Lu Yongyu replied, observing Shang's unwavering gaze upon the spear. Shang bowed slightly. understanding the effort Lu Yongyu must have invested in crafting the spear. By the way, in a few days, Tang Tian and Chu Ning will be entering the sect of Gongxian. What are your thoughts on this? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongyu spoke. Upon hearing this news, Yishang was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. Master Gong has not accepted me because I have not performed adequately. I shall strive harder. Gongxian felt a surge of frustration. Within just over a month, Yishang had ascended 2 levels of cultivation and had even begun to grasp the wind-chasing spear technique at a second-tier level. Was that not enough? He longed to express that it was not his decision to reject Yishang, but rather that someone else had already claimed him. Remain unfazed by praise or blame. Continue your endeavors. There will come a day when the clouds will part and the sun will shine, Lu Yongyu affirmed, nodding at Yishang before departing with Gongxian. Master, Yishang is indeed making great efforts. Your words may only drive him to greater fervor, Gongxian remarked as they left Yishang's bamboo dwelling. Enduring more in youth is beneficial. It fortifies one's resilience for the future. Ah, Taitsong, you have arrived, Lu Yongyu said, turning to the woods. Brother. An elder in a blue robe emerged from the trees, nodding at Lu Yongyu. Uncle Master, has the law enforcement hall sent for you? Gongxian greeted the elder. Taitsong, your master rarely employs the Taishan order, and thus, my esteemed uncle has come to observe. That young man is indeed exceptionally diligent. Furthermore, there is another matter you may be unaware of. He has already attained a rudimentary understanding of the Zhenyu hand. Taichong spoke, revealing his close bond with Lu Yongyu as both sworn brothers and fellow disciples, enjoying a prominent status at Taishan Peak. What? He has truly mastered the Zhenyu hand to such a degree? Both Gongxian and Lu Yongyu were taken aback. Indeed, I witnessed with my own eyes as he utilized the Zhenyu hand to shatter a jade bamboo, Taitsong affirmed with a nod. This time, Taishan Peak has struck gold. Historically, our sect has refrained from participating in the newcomer competitions. However, this time we must join and secure an esteemed position. Lu Yongyu exclaimed with palpable excitement. Gongxian, with such a remarkable talent, why have you not taken him under your wing? Taitsong inquired. Having overheard Lu Yongyu mention that Chu Ning and Tang Tian had become Gongxian's disciples. Uncle, it is not that I do not wish to, but he has already been claimed. Otherwise, how could he have cultivated the Zhenyu hand? Gongxian suddenly felt quite beleaguered. Taitsong, after a moment of surprise, chuckled. He was astonished that Yishang had been reserved by Lu Yongyu, yet found it rather natural. Who wouldn't desire an exceptional disciple to carry on their legacy? My dear brother, do not speak so. This seclusion has lasted 20 years, and I have yet to surpass that bottleneck. It is precisely time to step outside for a breath of fresh air, Taitsong replied with a smile. After a thorough practice, Yishang recalled Lu Yongyu's words about incorporating his own understanding into his spear techniques. Continuing his studies, Yishang delved into the art of shock force. The practice of Zhenyu hand involves channeling one's vital energy into a vortex within the palm, unleashing a violent tremor upon striking a target, thereby manifesting formidable power. Adhering to the training regimen of Zhenyu hand, Yishang dedicated over an hour to his practice, yet he found himself at an impasse. While he could create a cyclone of vital energy in his palm, he struggled to replicate this effect with his weapon. The vital energy dissipated rapidly once it left his body and entered the weapon, leaving Yishang perplexed. Ultimately, he concluded that to elicit a shock effect, it was unnecessary to rely solely on the vortex of vital energy. Instead, he could harness a series of waves of energy to achieve a similar tremor. With this newfound insight, Yishang began training in this direction, focusing on transmitting waves of vital energy into his firearm at the moment of discharge. This approach proved promising. Although not as overwhelming as a single, concentrated infusion of vital energy, the presence of shock force on the weapon provided a distinct advantage during encounters with his adversaries. In the ensuing days, Yishang devoted his nights to studying the sacred cauldron scripture and the 10,000 Paths canon, while his days were spent refining his Zhenyu hand and pursuing wind-shooting techniques. After several days of intensive practice, Yishang experienced a transformation in his pursuing wind technique. The initial strike now required considerable force, which he generated using his physical energy, while the vital energy from his dantian was employed to execute the shock force attack. Currently, Yishang could achieve 9 successive tremors, though the depth of his vital energy limited him. After 9 shocks, his dantian's energy could not keep pace. Iron Song, tasked with ensuring Yishang's safety, relocated numerous times, as Yishang was reluctant to damage the bamboo surrounding his dwelling. Thus, He designated the woods before and behind the bamboo house as his training grounds. The training of the Town Guardian hand is relatively manageable, with its destructive power being rather limited. Each time Shang employs the Town Guardian hand, he must take a moment to replenish the true energy in his dantian. Chapter 31. The rules of Taishan. Even with the mightiest ancient trees, Shang cannot directly shatter them. However, he can create bowl-sized cavities in their trunks, filled with splintered wood. Observing Shang's cultivation from the shadows, Taitsong contemplates vying for disciples with Lu Yongyu. As he witnesses Shang's gradual transformation of the Gale Spear technique and his steady advancement, the prowess of Shang's current spear technique far surpasses the original Gale Spear technique, standing on par with third-tier battle skills. Shang's cultivation progresses swiftly, nearing the 6th layer of Qi refinement and the 4th layer of blood training. Upon the completion of one of Shang's training sessions, Gongxian arrives, inviting him to attend the apprenticeship ceremony of Nangongyi, Tang Tian, and Chu Ning. Initially reluctant to go, Shang feels a twinge of disappointment upon hearing the news. Yet, considering the importance of supporting his close friends Chu Ning and Tang Tian, he resolves to attend, at the very least to extend his congratulations. At Gongxian's residence, Shang encounters the impeccably groomed Chu Ning and Tang Tian. While he cannot discern their levels of cultivation, he perceives their commendable condition. Shaoshi-san, you've arrived. I was just about to call for you, Chu Ning exclaims, playfully punching Shang on the shoulder. How could I possibly miss your apprenticeship ceremony? Shang replies with a smile. What do you mean by your apprenticeship ceremony? Is it not yours as well? Tang Tian retorts, rolling his eyes. Well, my master believes I still have some way to go and need to strive harder, Shang responds, though a hint of disappointment lingers in his gaze. Gongxian was at a loss for words. Once again, he found himself unjustly caught in the crossfire, or rather, shielding his master from it. Shirbua. Shang has been diligently striving. When he arrived, he was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. And now he has ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th level. Has he not done enough? Tang Tian, filled with emotion, lamented, knowing the hardships Shang had endured. He felt a pang of sorrow upon realizing that Shang had not yet been taken under the master's wing. Thank you, Tang Tian. I believe that as long as I exert myself, opportunities will arise. Shang nodded in acknowledgement. I understand and have faith in that. Yet I cannot help but feel a sense of grievance on your behalf, Tang Tian replied, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. At that moment, Chu Ning regarded Gongxian with a peculiar gaze. Is there someone above who recognizes Shaoshi-san? Can they sway your decisions, Shirbua? Have you capitulated to malevolent forces? Tang Tian bombarded Gongxian with questions, still addressing him as Shirbua despite not having formally become a disciple. Please refrain from further inquiries. Some matters will gradually reveal themselves to you. Now, let us proceed to the Taishan Great Hall, Gongxian said, immediately regretting the need to explain Shang's situation to them. Upon their arrival at the hall, Shang noted the bustling atmosphere, a multitude of people, predominantly middle-aged, gathered outside, with some serving as miscellaneous staff. Upon entering the grand hall, Shang observed Lu Yongyu seated in the central chair, sipping tea. However, he noticed several empty chairs. 5 were arranged on either side of Lu Yongyu, with an elder occupying one on the left, while the others remained vacant. Gongxian approached Lu Yongyu, bowed respectfully, and took his place at the first seat on the left, with Shang, Chu Ning, and Tang Tian standing behind him. The anticipated moment has arrived, and others shall no longer wait. Lu Yongyu gestured towards Gongxian, prompting him to elaborate on the situation at Taishan Peak. Rising to his feet and clearing his throat, Gongxian commenced his introduction of Taishan Peak. Presently, there are 3 generations of disciples under the Peak Master. The first generation consists of 11 individuals, 1 Peak Master, 1 Deputy Peak Master, and 9 elders, as evidenced by the 11 chairs arranged beside Lu Yongyu. The second generation boasts 37 disciples, all of whom are the Prot-GS of the Peak Master, Deputy Peak Master, and elders. Lu Yongyu has 11 disciples, with Gongxian being the eldest. 10 disciples have arrived today, while Mo Chen, the 11th disciple, is absent. As Gongxian explained that he is currently undertaking training in the field. The individuals outside the Grand Hall are the second-generation disciples of Taishan Peak. As today is not their direct recruitment day, they can only observe from afar, accompanied by some curious bystanders. At this juncture, Lu Yongyu interrupted Gongxian, announcing that Taishan Peak shall commence the recruitment of new disciples, akin to other peaks. Brother, did you not state that it is better to have fewer but exceptional disciples? Did you not believe that the current disciples at Taishan Peak were sufficient for development? Inquired Taisong, seated beside Lu Yongyu. Indeed, that was my former perspective, but reality has proven it to be misguided. A thriving environment is beneficial. If one talent emerges from every 10, then recruiting 100 third-generation disciples could yield 10 promising candidates. In the future, the lineage of the Peak Master will cease recruitment and distribute the disciples among you, Lu Yongyu replied to Taisong. The onlookers outside erupted in laughter, their spirits lifted by the announcement. On other peaks, the second-generation disciples have matured, and there are numerous junior disciples beneath them. However, at Taishan Peak, the second-generation disciples are the youngest, excluding the laborers. When Lu Yongyu announced the recruitment of new disciples for Taishan Peak, they would no longer hold that distinction. Brother, this should have been done long ago. Our Taishan Peak has been rather desolate, Taisong remarked. It is not too late. Even if we do not recruit third-generation disciples, which peak would dare to underestimate Taishan Peak? Lu Yongyu's face radiated confidence. Although Taishan Peak has few members, each one is a formidable force, a fact recognized throughout the Medicine Valley. Subsequently, Gongxian began to announce the sect's regulations. The first rule, disciples within the peak are prohibited from harming one another. The second rule, malevolence is forbidden. The third rule, betrayal of the sect and disrespect towards one's elders are intolerable. Shang had anticipated a lengthy discourse, but it was abruptly cut short by Gongxian's declaration of these 3 rules, leaving Shang and the others surprised. Indeed, these are the only 3 rules for Taishan Peak. Should anyone violate them, there will be no need for external intervention. Taishan Peak will cleanse its own ranks. Lu Yongyu stated sternly. Peak Master, during the last assessment ceremony, someone attacked Shang. How should such incidents be handled? If we cannot harm one another, should we simply endure? Inquired the robust and somewhat naive Chu Shuang. Upon hearing his words, Shang and the others were momentarily taken aback. No wonder Taishan Peak is strong. These rules are indeed stringent and remarkably unique. When dealing with outside matters, the interests of the sect must take precedence, Lu Yongyu nodded. Clearly in agreement with this sentiment. The time has come for the grand ceremony of apprenticeship. Starting with Nangong Dai. She first knelt before the ancestral statue in the Great Hall, then took the tea for the initiation presented by a disciple and offered it to Huanan, the third disciple of Lu Yongyu. After consuming the initiation tea, Huanan bestowed upon Nangong Dai a long sword as a token of apprenticeship, followed by a jade tablet of azure hue, signifying her identity as a disciple of the 3rd generation of Taishan Peak in the Medicine Valley. Next was Ning Cheng, also known as Ning Air, who, like Nangong Dai, first paid homage to the ancestral statue. He presented the initiation tea to Zhou Zheng, the 7th disciple of Lu Yongyu. In return, Zhou Zheng granted Ning Cheng a battle knife as a token of apprenticeship, along with a similar azure jade tablet. Following them, the 12 individuals who arrived with Shang each took turns to pay their respects and receive tokens from their respective masters. As the ceremony concluded for Su Feng, also known as Su 12, Gongxian stepped forward and addressed Lu Yongyu. At that moment, Nangong Dai, Ning Qing, and Chu Zhuang turned their gazes toward Shang, perplexed. Shang had demonstrated remarkable perseverance during the Medicine Valley's recruitment ceremony, and in the span of over a month, his cultivation had advanced by 2 levels. Yet, no one had taken him as a disciple. Indeed, a master guides one to the door, but the journey of cultivation is a solitary endeavor, Lu Yongyu remarked, acknowledging the wisdom in this age-old adage. The path has been laid before you. How you traverse it remains your own responsibility. Earlier, I established 3 rules for you. And now I shall add a 4th. One must be prepared to shed blood or even sacrifice their life, rather than tarnish the esteemed reputation of Taishan Peak. As he spoke, Lu Yongyu's eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. The disciples acknowledged his words with deep bows, and Shang followed suit. The ceremony has concluded, and the 3rd generation disciples have begun to acknowledge their master uncles. The Grand Hall is now filled with the direct descendants of Lu Yongyu. According to the belief that one day as a teacher equates to a lifetime as a father, those present in the hall are primarily recent initiates. Shusher-san, do not be anxious. You are the youngest. As you grow older, Master Uncle will surely accept you as a disciple, said Nangong Dai, who stood behind Huanan, the 3rd disciple of Lu Yongyu, noticing that Shang remained silent. Shang's remarkable performance during the disciple recruitment ceremony had impressed Nangong Dai and others, and witnessing his subsequent disheartenment today stirred her compassion. Thank you, Shang nodded at Nangong Dai. Indeed, Shur-san, you are the best. added Zhuang. I echo that sentiment. Sure, San, you are truly exceptional, chimed in Tang Tian, who stood beside Yi Shang. Bang. Master, I speak the truth. If you possess discernment, you should not forsake Sure San. Tang Tian stated, somewhat defiantly. Elder brother, if you do not announce it soon, I shall claim him myself. Iron Tsong, who had been mostly silent, remarked with a smile. Well, your apprenticeship ceremony has concluded. I shall now declare an important matter. I have decided to accept one more disciple, the last disciple, and my closing disciple. Yi Shang. Do you wish to be my disciple and enter my fold? Lu Yongyu stood and addressed Yi Shang. His words struck like thunder. While everyone had initially felt sympathy for Yi Shang, they were taken aback by Lu Yongyu's intention to accept him as a disciple. That is splendid. Tang, I wish to take you as my disciple. This is not an act of charity. I have been observing you for many days. Your practice of the wind-chasing spear technique and the Jinyue hand has not gone unnoticed. I truly believe you are worthy of inheriting my legacy. Time has proven that my judgment was not an error. One's cultivation, foundation, and even innate talent can be transformed. Yet the strength of one's heart is an inherent quality, a proud spirit that embodies the essence of a true warrior. Lu Yongyu was immensely thrilled. Tang's words resonated deeply within him. Shan, what are you waiting for? Present the tea. Gong Shuani gestured to push Tang forward, guiding him to the attendant holding the apprenticeship tea. After a moment of hesitation, Tang took the cup from the tray offered by the attendant. Skipping the customary worship of the deity, he approached Lu Yongyu and knelt on one knee. Though my origins are humble and my potential limited, I shall strive diligently and not disappoint my master. Excellent. You are now my 13th disciple, and indeed the last. Lu Yongyu raised the cup and drank it in one gulp. I shall not bestow upon you any ceremonial gifts, but I do have a few words for you. Do not be swayed by external fortunes or misfortunes. What others provide is never as valuable as what you possess. True strength lies in personal empowerment. After helping Tang to his feet, Lu Yongyu continued. Originally, Lu Yongyu had 12 disciples, but the 12th had perished during an expedition. Attacked by a minor sect, ultimately fighting to the death. In his fury, Lu Yongyu annihilated that sect. Thus Tang assumed the position of 13th disciple. 13th uncle. Am I to call him 13th uncle? Tang Tian stammered, the sudden shift leaving him momentarily bewildered. Nonsense. He is the 13th disciple of your master. The junior brother of my master. Does that make him your 13th granduncle? Gong Xian shot a glare at Tang Tian. And you? Chu Ning was not spared either. Receiving a slap on the back of his head from Gong Xian, Chu Ning could only step forward to pay his respects to Yi Shang. 13. Here is your identity token. Additionally, you may collect a storage belt later at the Taishan Resource Hall. Lu Yongyu handed Yi Shang a jade tablet signifying his status as a disciple of the Medicine Valley, along with a certain privilege for Yi Shang and the others. Yi Shang's identity token was a black jade plaque, distinct from that of Tang Tian and the others. The black signifies a second-generation disciple, while the green represents the third generation. While others knelt on both knees to pay homage, Yi Shang knelt on one knee. Whereas others venerated the statue of the ancestor, Yi Shang did not. Nonetheless, Lu Yongyu was not displeased, for these actions further illuminated Yi Shang's character to him. Chapter 33, The Beast Taming Space 13. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Gong Xian, the first disciple of our master, and your elder brother. Gong Xian regarded Yi Shang as he introduced himself. Yi Shang acknowledged his elder brother with a respectful clasp of his fists. Following this exchange, Nangong Dai and others approached to pay their respects to Gong Xian, their elder. After Gong Xian's introduction, the other disciples of Lu Yongyu proceeded with their self-introductions. The disciples of Lu Yongyu are as follows. The first disciple, Gong Xian, the second, Wu Qi, the third, Huan Nan, the fourth, Huangyan, the fifth, Lu Peng, the sixth, Qing Ji, the seventh, Zhou Zheng, the eighth, Shi Tianlin, the ninth, Yang Lei, the 10th, Tao Yuan, the 11th, Mo Chen, the 12th has already perished, and the 13th is Yu Shang. Among them, the 6th disciple, Qing Ji, and the 9th disciple, Yang Lei, are women and serve as several individuals' masters. Yi Shang, this is your uncle, who is also my sworn brother. We grew up together and later entered the Medicine Valley together. He is now the law elder of Taishan Peak. Lu Yongyu introduced Tai Tsang to Yi Shang. The disciple Yi Shang greeted his uncle. Yi Shang bowed courteously to Tai Tsang. Haha, your master may not present you with a ceremonial gift, but your uncle shall. I see you have a flying demon beast accompanying you, so I shall bestow upon you a beast-taming space. A sky blue crystal materialized in Taitsong's hand. This is too precious. Yi Shang is still young. Possessing such a treasure may bring misfortune. Taitsong frowned. Nonsense. Who would dare to steal from my nephew? I would annihilate their entire family, Taitsong retorted fiercely. Very well. Yi Shang, your uncle is giving you something truly valuable. Many cultivators can tame beasts, but those who possess a beast-taming space are exceedingly rare. This means you can carry your tamed beasts with you at all times, Lu Yangyu explained. Thank you, uncle. Yi Shang expressed his gratitude without hesitation, accepting the beast-taming crystal. No need for modesty, I appreciate it. Taitsong laughed heartily, giving Yi Shang a playful slap on the back. Yi Shang, will you accompany me to the tranquil cliff for cultivation, or will you remain with your elder brother? Lu Yangyu inquired, gazing at Yi Shang. The disciple has become accustomed to seeking guidance from the senior brother, and if any perplexing cultivation issues arise, he will consult the venerable master. Yi Shang pondered for a moment before replying. Very well. If there are any questions, I shall approach your senior brother. Lu Yangyu nodded. Rising to depart, aware that in this place, his own disciples and Prot-GS felt restrained in their exchanges. Taitsong patted Yi Shang on the shoulder and also took his leave. Little 13, you are rather ferocious. Huanan remarked with a smile as he looked at Yi Shang. Indeed, all of us, having cultivated at Taishan Peak for several years, were only accepted as disciples by the master after enduring rigorous training. You have only been here for a little over a month, added Yang Lei, Yi Shang's ninth senior sister, with a chuckle. Greetings, ninth senior sister, Yi Shang said while cupping his hands in respect towards Yang Lei. Little 13, do not be so formal. We are all under the same master, akin to siblings. If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek assistance from ninth senior sister. Yang Lei said warmly, her eyes sparkling with kindness. 13, your ninth senior sister is the only one among us who has mastered the heavenly shroud technique. There are indeed areas where you might benefit from her guidance, Huanan remarked to Yi Shang. Surprised by Huanan's words, Yi Shang pondered. For Yang Lei was a woman, and to have cultivated the heavenly shroud technique in her feminine form was no small feat. Do not heed the nonsense of third senior brother. I only began cultivating after reaching the late stage of qi gathering. How could I be as formidable as you? Who can begin cultivating at the fifth layer of qi refinement? Yang Lei retorted, casting a glance at Huanan. After conversing for a while in the grand hall, the group made their way to the secluded cottage of Qingji in the tranquil forest for a meal. Qingji's abode was the closest to Taishan Palace, making it convenient for them to visit. After finishing their meal, they parted ways. Is little 13 still what you call him? Are you looking for a fight? Gong Xian turned his head and shot Tang Tian a glare. Tang Tian instinctively shrank his neck, silenced by the unassailable authority of age and status, which practitioners hold in the highest regard. Within the dwelling of Yi Shang, two attendants helplessly observed Tianyu, who, with its sharp claws, restrained a gazelle, preventing the attendants from approaching. When Yi Shang was present, Tianyu paid no heed to these individuals, trusting in Yi Shang's presence. However, in Yi Shang's absence, any attempt by others to disturb its meal would be utterly futile. Had it not been for the prior encounter with the two attendants, Tianyu might have launched an outright attack. Upon spotting Yi Shang, Tianyu relinquished its grip on the gazelle and scampered to Yi Shang's side, nudging him affectionately. It's all right now. You two may return to your tasks, Yi Shang instructed the attendants before proceeding to groom Tianyu's feathers. In the days that followed, Yi Shang enjoyed a tranquil existence. Lu Yangyu did not pay a visit, while Gong Xian made periodic appearances to check in. Iron Song, on the other hand, frequently stopped by for tea, inquiring about Yi Shang's cultivation progress and assisting him in claiming dominion over the beast-taming space. However, Iron Song cautioned Yi Shang that creatures of exceptional spiritual aptitude, like Tianyu, do not conform to the norms of tamed beasts, unless absolutely necessary. It would be prudent to refrain from incorporating Tianyu into the beast-taming space, as thriving in its natural environment would greatly benefit its growth and advancement. After heeding Iron Song's advice, Yi Shang recognized that while tamed beasts had lost their spirit and wildness, thus lacking room for development, Tianyu possessed immense potential, standing in stark contrast to the tamed. With this newfound understanding, Yi Shang continued to allow Tianyu the freedom to hunt as it pleased. A month has swiftly passed, and Yi Shang's cultivation has successfully ascended to the 6th level of qi refinement, while the myriad scriptures he practices have reached the 4th level of blood refinement. Upon entering the 6th level of qi refinement, Yi Shang's execution of the Jinyue hand has become considerably more proficient, although he can only launch a single strike. Its potency has increased, and the flow of his vital energy has become exceedingly smooth. The most significant advancement for Shang lies in the chasing wind spear technique, where he has mastered the control of the, allowing him to wield it with remarkable ease. This accomplishment has garnered the admiration of Taizong, who observed Shang's training. Integrating innovative ideas into an already established martial technique is no small feat, and while the challenge may not rival the creation of a new technique, it remains a considerable endeavor. Upon completing yet another training session, Shang noticed Gong Xian's arrival. Shaoshi-san, prepare yourself. The spirit gathering array is set to activate tomorrow. Gong Xian announced. I understand. I truly apologize for troubling you, senior brother, Shang replied, pouring a cup of water for Gong Xian. It is no trouble at all. You are quite forgetful. Did Master not mention that each of you would receive a storage belt? I only learned today while handling affairs at the Taixian Hall that you have yet to collect yours. Such an important matter, and you do not remember? Here. I have brought it for you. Gong Xian handed Shang a storage belt. Though referred to as a storage belt, it is actually an ornament that can be affixed to a belt, measuring 4 inches in length and 1 inch in width. The one Gong Xian presented to Shang is silver and adorned with a pai xiu motif, resembling intricately woven silver threads, making it a truly exquisite storage belt. Chapter 34, Disciple Rankings. I truly forgot. Why did you not bring your storage belt, senior brother? Shang inquired, glancing at Gong Xian's waist, where no storage belt was to be found. Ah, this is my storage ring, Gong Xian replied, revealing the adornment. It is a reward I received for completing a celestial level task within our sect. Little 13, your ring is quite commendable. In the future, acquiring a storage ring would be even better. I understand. Shang nodded, not wishing for others to know of his own storage ring. Should acquaintances discover it, they might think him ostentatious. Should strangers learn of it, he could find himself in peril. He recalled Lu Yongyu's advice, wealth should remain undisclosed. You must strive diligently. I've heard that disciples from both Wang Peak and Tianwei Peak have entered the Gathering Yuan stage. Those who have not yet become inner disciples are merely awaiting the annual sect competition, Gong Xian remarked. Are you implying that only those who enter the Gathering Yuan stage become inner disciples? Shang pondered before inquiring. Indeed, though even among inner disciples, there exist various ranks. Some outer disciples possess inferior talents. Even if they become inner disciples, few would take them under their wing, leaving them as solitary spirits. Others might be accepted during the disciple recruitment ceremony by certain enforcers or protectors, thus gaining some support as mid-tier inner disciples. The elite inner disciples are those directly under the esteemed masters of the major peaks, Gong Xian explained with a smile. Then I must be considered among the elite inner disciples, Shang chuckled. You do not qualify as an inner disciple. We are the disciples of the peak master, directly regarded as elite disciples. Tang Tian and Chu Ning are the foremost among the inner sect disciples, haha. Having said the first half of the sentence, Gong Xian noticed Shang's dazed expression and proceeded to share the latter half, erupting into hearty laughter. Being an elite disciple feels rather splendid. Shang adjusted his robes thoughtfully. Ah, little 13, elite disciples are also categorized into ranks. Gong Xian hesitated before speaking. After listening to Gong Xian's explanation, Shang finally grasped the hierarchy among the disciples of the Medicine Valley. The Peak Master's disciples are elite disciples, and those who enter the Yuan list and the Dan list, regardless of their ranks, also join the ranks of elite disciples. Elite disciples are further divided into 3 tiers, human, king, and heavenly. The elite disciples of the Gathering Yuan stage are the most common. Those at the condensed Dan stage who can enter the Dan list are classified as human elite disciples, while those who secure a position in the top 10 of the Dan list are designated as king elite disciples. Additionally, there exists the heavenly list, unknown to outsiders, and outer sect disciples, which ranks the spirit division disciples. Those who attain a position in the top 10 of the heavenly list are recognized as heavenly elite disciples. But what if the rankings change? What if someone is pushed out of the top 10 next time? Shang inquired. If someone is displaced from the top 10 of the Dan list, they become a human elite disciple. If pushed out of the Dan list entirely, they revert to being ordinary elite disciples. Similarly, if someone in the top 10 of the heavenly list is ousted, they become a king disciple. Only 10 can ascend to the status of heavenly disciple in the spirit division. Before advancement in the spirit division, one must be among the top 10 of the heavenly list. After advancing, they remain a heavenly disciple forever. If one is not a heavenly disciple, then upon breaking through the spirit division, their previous rank remains unchanged. Gong Xian elaborated to Shang in detail. These matters feel quite distant to me. Nightshade remarked, shaking his head. Indeed, let us not dwell on such topics. Prepare yourself for tomorrow. I shall escort you, along with Tang Tian and Chu Ning, to my place. Gong Xian stated as he rose. After seeing Gong Xian off, Nightshade resumed his practice of the wind pursuit spear technique. Having trained throughout the night, Nightshade arrived at Gong Xian's residence with Tianyu. Master brother, I will be heading to the spirit gathering formation for training. Tianyu requires supervision, as it does not trust anyone else. Please, could you keep an eye on it? Nightshade requested. This creature indeed possesses remarkable grace. Gong Xian reached out to stroke Tianyu, but it swiftly evaded his touch, its golden eyes gleaming with intensity as it fixed its gaze upon him. Only after Nightshade finished speaking did Tianyu relent, allowing Gong Xian to pet it. Master, Uncle 13 is here as well. Upon arriving at Gong Xian's residence, Tang Tian greeted him and, with a resigned nod, acknowledged Nightshade. Shortly thereafter, Chu Ning also arrived, similarly reluctant to greet Nightshade. Although younger than them, Nightshade held a higher status, which made their hesitance understandable. The situation had taken them by surprise. Accompanied by Nightshade and the other two, Gong Xian led them several miles behind the Taishan Hall. There lay an ancient forest, with a clearing at its heart adorned with numerous stone platforms. Standing before these platforms were several elders, including Lu Yangyu, as well as Wu Qi, Huan Nan, and Yang Lei, who had also gathered. I pay my respects to Master, Uncle, and esteemed elders. Gong Xian bowed respectfully to Lu Yangyu and the others. Nightshade, Tang Tian, and Chu Ning followed suit, offering their greetings. The gathering spirit array atop Taishan Peak has remained dormant for many years, as its efficacy for advanced cultivators is rather negligible, coupled with its substantial energy consumption, rendering it a fruitless endeavor. It is only effective for nurturing new talent. In a moment, you shall all take your places upon the stone platform for a month of cultivation. The one who achieves the most remarkable results shall be rewarded with a spirit-gathering pill, announced Lu Yangyu. He then elaborated to Shang and the 13 others on how to assess their progress, which would be measured by the elevation of the stone platform, known as the Gathering Spirit Platform. While seated upon it, the platform would continuously supply energy to the cultivators. The more spiritual energy one absorbed, the higher the platform would ascend, with the height directly correlating to the amount of energy absorbed. At this juncture, Gong Xian shot a glance at Chu Ning and Tang Tian. Though the others were oblivious, Shang understood the implication of that look. Should they fail to perform adequately, there would be consequences. Shang was not well versed in Gong Xian's tactics, yet he had witnessed the infamous vine whip stir-fry. Strive diligently in your cultivation. There are no dangers here. The amount of energy you can absorb depends solely on your efforts. Exercise caution when your cultivation reaches a breakthrough. Now, ascend, Lu Yangyu advised, gesturing for Shang and the others to proceed. Upon reaching the gathering spirit platform, Shang and his companions settled into a meditative position. Lu Yangyu and the others retreated, while several elders encircled the platform, embedding a radiant stone into the ground. Shang recognized it as a spirit stone. As Taitsong drove a fist-sized stone into the earth, a veil of white mist enveloped the area within a 2-mile radius of the gathering spirit platform, shrouding Shang and his companions in its ethereal embrace. Upon witnessing such a scene, Shang settled into meditation to commence his cultivation. This time, he refrained from consuming the concentration pill and blood essence pill, having noted Lu Yangyu's assertion that the capacity to absorb energy was contingent upon one's own capabilities, indicating the abundance of energy in this place. As the sacred cauldron scripture and the 10,000 path canon were set into motion, the energy surrounding Shang was directly drawn into him, causing the surrounding white mist to dissipate significantly, only to be replenished shortly thereafter. Feeling the continuous influx of energy coursing through his being, Shang was profoundly shaken. This energy was extraordinarily pure, far surpassing the effects of consuming medicinal pills. Chapter 35. Terrifying speed. 1,000 miles west of the Medicine Valley's Pill Cauldron Peak lies a towering pinnacle known as Tianwei Peak, one of the 12 peaks of the Medicine Valley. In a loft atop a small mountain situated 100 miles north of Tianwei Peak, Qin Zhan was earnestly instructing Qin Hai. This time, Master had requested an additional quota for a spirit-gathering array from the Peak Master, and it is imperative that you seize this opportunity. Should you succeed in breaking through to the gathering origin stage, you would be eligible to enter Master's tutelage and become the 3rd-generation disciple of Tianwei Peak. Originally at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, Qin Hai consumed the medicinal pills provided by Qin Zhan and, after over a month of diligent practice, has ascended to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Qinzhan's master, Luo Daoyuan, informed him that as long as Qin Hai could reach the gathering origin stage this year, he would be accepted as a disciple. Shang, I must eliminate him. Had it not been for Qinzhan's interference, I would have slain him along the way. Qin Hai's animosity extends not only towards Shang, but also harbors resentment towards Qinzhan. Sen Shu, a disciple of the master of Beiji Peak, has garnered the favor of Elder Lu from the main peak, which allows him to establish a foothold in Qian City. With our efforts, we too can forge a second Qin family without having to bow to others. Qinzhan spoke coldly. Rest assured, elder brother, I comprehend. Qin Hai nodded. You do not grasp the situation. This is your opportunity. If you can ascend to the Gathering Yuan stage and become a disciple of our master, you will be eligible to participate in this year's newcomer competition. Achieving a commendable performance in this competition will capture the attention of the high echelons of the Medicine Valley, greatly benefiting your future development. Qinzhan elaborated. Brother, is there truly a chance for those at the Gathering Yuan stage to participate in the newcomer competition? Qin Hai felt somewhat uncertain. Certainly. The participants of the newcomer competition are primarily disciples who entered the sect during the annual disciple recruitment ceremony, alongside a few outer sect disciples. The highest cultivation level for outer sect disciples is Gathering Yuan. Once one enters the Gathering Yuan stage, they are considered inner sect disciples. Thus, as long as you reach the Gathering Yuan stage, securing a top position will not pose any challenges, Qinzhan affirmed. Wangyun Peak is no different. The Peak Master's eldest disciple, Lu Jing, is convening another meeting for the disciples, also discussing matters regarding the annual competition. This time, the Gathering Spirit Array of Wangyun Peak will not only allow inner sect disciples to enter, but also 2 outer sect disciples. Both of these outer sect disciples have attained the Gathering Yuan stage, however, for the sake of the sect's competition. Lu Jing did not report this to the sect's assessment hall. If he did, these 2 disciples would be elevated to inner sect status and thus be ineligible to participate in the newcomer competition. Other peaks have also activated the Spirit Gathering Array for disciples to cultivate, marking an annual significant event for all peaks, an opportunity for new disciples. In previous years, the Taishan Peak did not initiate this due to a lack of newcomers, while other peaks have opened their doors every year, leading to fierce competition for spots. Meanwhile, Shang remained deeply immersed in his cultivation, oblivious to everything around him, entering a profound state of meditation as energy continuously flowed into his being. His sole focus was to refine and refine again, transforming the energies of heaven and earth into his own. His speed was twice that of others, prompting Wu Qi to gaze in astonishment at Shang's position. Rest assured, senior brother. Here, second senior brother, and I will keep watch. Nothing will go amiss. Huanan assured with a nod. After casting another glance at the Spirit Gathering Array, Gongxian departed. This time, senior brother has the advantage of proximity, selecting the 3 most outstanding among the 13 newcomers. Excluding those 13, both Chu Ning and Tang Tian possess remarkable talents, which is truly vexing, Qingji remarked, brushing her hair back. 6th senior sister, this selection was not made by senior brother, it was instructed by master. Moreover, if anyone should feel vexed, it shouldn't be you. The 13 were taken under Master S wing, and as for senior brother, let's not dwell on his missed opportunity. A few days ago, I went to the main peak to collect resources for our Taishan Peak's 3rd-generation disciples and encountered Chu Lingxiao. He inquired about Chu Ning's situation here. And only then did I learn that Chu Ning is the most exceptional disciple of the Chu family this generation. Originally, Chu Lingxiao intended to keep him at the main peak, but, as you can imagine, Yang Lei said with a smile. Good. Let that scoundrel Chu stew in his own frustration. May it drive him to despair. Qingji spoke with a scornful tone, recalling her previous duel with Chu Lingxiao, where she ultimately faced defeat and suffered an injury to her leg from his powerful strike. Hearing of Chu Lingxiao's discontent brought her a sense of joy. Oh, let bygones be bygones. Senior brother has already avenged you, Huanan remarked. I simply cannot tolerate his hypocritical demeanor, Qingji retorted with a cold snort. Very well. Should the opportunity arise, I, the 3rd senior brother, shall confront him directly to rectify this grievance. Bullying our 6th brother will come at a cost, Huanan asserted. I only jest, and my anger dissipates with mere words, Qingji replied, shaking her head. She recognized Huanan's concern for her well-being, as he wished to shield her from any humiliation. Yet, Qingji understood that on Taishan Peak, only Gongxian could decisively triumph over Chu Lingxiao. None other could prevail, not even the formidable Huanan or Yang Lei, who could only achieve mutual destruction in a clash. It must be noted that Chu Lingxiao was the eldest disciple of the Master of Medicine Valley, and Taishan Peak's accomplishments were already quite formidable. Indeed, the third senior brother is well aware. Huanan nodded, acknowledging that while Chu Lingxiao's actions were not entirely unjustified, Qing Ji's grievances warranted his intervention. Senior brother, senior sister. Yang Lei remarked, feeling a chill as she observed the rate at which the 13th was absorbing energy. With his cultivation at the 6th level of qi refinement, how expansive can his dantian truly be? Do not fret, I have conducted an assessment. His energy absorption rate and volume are remarkably stable, indicating his capacity to refine and assimilate the energy into his body, replied Huanan. Wu Qi, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Gongxian has left, and as the second senior brother, I am responsible for ensuring the safety here. He had not engaged in conversation with Huanan and the others, but rather observed the 13 individuals within the gathering spirit array. Given the risks of the past 3 days, it was crucial to maintain vigilance, at the very least. They should avoid any issues arising from recklessness. The eldest brother and the 12th should not be as peculiar as me, Qing Ji remarked. Indeed, there is still ample time. If you are concerned for your disciples, I suggest you meditate and cultivate, Wu Qi advised, glancing at his fellow disciples. Upon hearing his words, Huanan and the others settled into a cross-legged position, yet none could truly focus on their cultivation. The arrival of Yi Shang and the others at Taishan Peak marked a significant occasion, as it was the first time in years that new disciples were being accepted, and they were particularly anxious about their first apprentice. That strange bird was indeed a difficult creature to please. It demanded cooked food and, after eating, insisted on drinking wine. If they failed to procure it, the bird would shatter a jar of wine itself. Such a bizarre spectacle was unprecedented. Gongxian mumbled as he appeared. While you all remain tense, I shall indulge in some wine, he declared, pouring himself a drink leisurely. Eldest brother, take your time. If something were to happen to little 13, I wonder how you would explain it to Master, Yang Lei said, casting a glance at Gongxian. Cough. That would indeed be a grave matter. If anything delays little 13, Master will undoubtedly be furious. At Yang Lei's words, Gongxian choked on his drink. He was not particularly worried about his 2 disciples, as a failure merely meant losing an opportunity for advancement. However, if there were issues with Shang, then Lu Yongyu would certainly hold him accountable. Gongxian, Wu Qi, and the others fell into a profound silence, refraining from their cultivation as they diligently observed the happenings within the spirit gathering array. Upon the spirit gathering platform, Shang was rapidly channeling the Sacred Cauldron Sutra and the 10,000 Paths Classic, absorbing all the energy transmitted from the platform into his body. As long as the giant spirit continued to provide energy, Shang would assimilate it entirely. This process significantly accelerated the enhancement of both his vital energy and physical strength. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and Yi Shang's vital energy cultivation reached the mid-stage of the 6th layer of qi refinement, while the 10,000 Paths Classic ascended to the pinnacle of the 4th layer of blood refinement. However, if Shang could not break through, his body would be unable to continue absorbing energy. Advancement was essential for further enhancement. This predicament roused Shang from his meditative state. Upon awakening and assessing his condition, he resolved to break through, unwilling to squander such a precious opportunity for cultivation. To facilitate a smooth breakthrough of the 10,000 Paths Classic, Yi Shang ceased his practice of the Sacred Cauldron Sutra and accelerated the flow of energy within his body. Under these circumstances, the rate of energy absorption diminished, as the absence of the Dantian's refinement equated to a loss of half the energy intake. This change did not go unnoticed by the 10 observers outside. Gongxian rose to his feet, squinting intently at the spirit gathering array. Senior brother, could it be that there is a problem with 13? Yang Lei expressed her concern. After rapidly circulating the energy within his body several times, Shang directed all the energy into the sinew running from his waist to his neck. This sinew, referred to as the dragon sinew in the 10,000 Paths Classic, was crucial for entering the 5th layer of blood refinement. Should this meridian be successfully cultivated, the strength in Shang's waist would increase significantly, directly impacting the power of his arms and legs. After achieving success, Shang continued to cultivate the myriad scripture, drawing upon an inexhaustible reservoir of energy that not only solidified his cultivation, but also elevated it. Upon entering the 5th layer of the blood refinement realm, the energy absorption capacity of his body's acupoints intensified, allowing him to swiftly ascend by 3 additional layers. While the speed of energy absorption had partially recovered, it was still not at its usual level. Huanan murmured softly. Just as Huanan's words fell, the white mist surrounding Shang suddenly thickened. For he had commenced the cultivation of the sacred cauldron sutra, and his dantian began to draw in energy. As Shang activated both aspects of his cultivation, the rate of energy absorption immediately surpassed previous levels, exceeding 30%, a testament to the effects of the breakthrough from the myriad scripture. Third senior brother. Once the spirit gathering array is closed, do you dare to bring little 13 over for study? Qingji inquired. If you want to capture someone, do not implicate third senior brother. If the master finds out, the consequences will be dire, Huanan replied with a smile. This little fellow is truly extraordinary. His spirit gathering platform height surpasses that of others by a significant margin, Yang Lei remarked. He must have cultivated a body refinement technique. Not only is his dantian absorbing energy, but his entire physique is as well, Gong Xian pondered. Isn't the body refinement technique extinct? How could little 13 possibly cultivate it? Yang Lei exclaimed in surprise. Before entering the medicine valley, Yang Lei had consumed a potent herb known as strongbone grass, enhancing her physical strength beyond that of her peers, which was why she could practice the heavenly covering hand. After entering the medicine valley, she had heard about body refinement from Lu Yangyu. However, once she gained entry to the heavenly covering hand, Yang Lei devoted herself to cultivating true qi, relying on it to augment the power of the heavenly covering hand. In the present cultivation realm, the predominant practice is the refinement of true energy. One reason for this trend is the extinction of body refinement methods, coupled with the fact that achieving mastery in physical cultivation is exceedingly challenging, leading many to abandon this arduous and thankless path. The speed at which one can cultivate true energy is remarkably swift, demonstrating that it does not hinder the auxiliary body refinement techniques, thus allowing for the cultivation of the Master's formidable techniques. Lu Yangyu's seventh disciple spoke up. You are not unaware that I have perused a tome which recounts the era of the Divine War. The most resplendent figure was the Fist Emperor, Li Feng, who brought his physical prowess to an extraordinary level, impervious to blades and spears, capable of overwhelming opponents of the same caliber with sheer force. Gong Xian sighed. Times have changed. Body refinement has ultimately been rendered obsolete, and now the dominion belongs to the alchemical arts. It is not that it has been eliminated, but rather that the lineage has been severed. Extremes must inevitably rebound. Who can say when body cultivators will once again emerge in full splendor? Gong Xian was not entirely in accord with Zhou Zheng's statement. Upon hearing Gong Xian's words, Zhou Zheng fell silent. Although he believed his perspective to be correct, he felt compelled to heed Gong Xian's counsel, for he knew Gong Xian harbored no ill intentions. At this moment, Gong Xian's focus was entirely upon the spirit-gathering array, where he noticed that Yishang's rate of energy absorption had increased, stirring a sense of concern within him. With the stabilization of his fifth-tier blood refinement realm, Yishang's meridians were now absorbing energy at an accelerated pace, which further fueled Gong Xian's apprehension. After a moment of tension, he observed Yishang's form stabilize, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The other 12 combined posed no such worries. With a sense of ease, Gong Xian remarked, "The eldest disciple seems to fear the Master's wrath." Yang Lei said with a smile, "The Master may scold, but I do not wish to see our revered teacher saddened. The incident involving 12 has significantly affected him, as it has all of us. Henceforth, when venturing out for training, exercise caution. You are all cherished by our teacher, as if you were his own flesh and blood," murmured Gong Xian. Upon hearing his words, even the most spirited Yang Lei fell silent, understanding the weight of Gong Xian's sentiments. Lu Yangyu is not merely a guide in their cultivation. He has also bestowed upon them a paternal affection. Chapter 37. Conclusion of cultivation upon entering Taishan Peak. Yishang and the other 12 diligently immersed themselves in their training, quickly advancing in their cultivation. After a period spent within the gathering spirit array, they reached the threshold of a breakthrough. First to succeed were Tang Tian and Chu Ning, both ascending to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Following them was Shang, who, having reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refinement, awakened from his meditative state. Upon assessing his condition, he discerned that his physical stamina was not lacking. Rather, he had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation and resolved to initiate a breakthrough. Extended periods of meditation can lead to a depletion of physical energy, necessitating the consumption of energy-restoring pills. However, Shang was not hindered by physical limitations. He stood on the brink of a breakthrough. The transition within the qi refinement stage posed no significant challenge. It primarily hinged on the accumulation of true energy. Provided that the accumulation was sufficient, advancement would be a natural progression. Shang ceased his practice of the 10,000 Paths scripture, allowing his dantian to absorb energy to its fullest extent, thereby enlarging its capacity. As a tremendous surge of energy collided with the already saturated true energy, a violent tremor ensued, causing Shang's dantian to expand significantly. A new light circle gradually formed outside the original 6, beginning to rotate in harmony with the preceding circles. The formation of the 7th true energy circle signifies the entry into the 7th layer of qi refinement. Now that Shang's dantian has sufficient capacity, what remains is to condense and stabilize the 7th true energy circle. After 2 hours of diligent effort, Shang successfully secured the 7th circle within his dantian. The emergence and stabilization of this circle mark his advancement into the 7th layer of qi refinement. With this new level of attainment, the rate at which Shang's dantian absorbs energy has notably increased. In just 2 months, remarkable, he has elevated his cultivation from barely the 3rd layer of qi refinement to the 7th. Such rapid progress is unprecedented in the Medicine Valley, exclaimed Gongxian. At this pace, after 6 months of cultivation, Xiao Shisan has a promising chance to participate in the newcomer competition, Zhou Zheng remarked. Now possessing a 2nd-tier battle skill, he is unmatched among the newcomers. The outer disciples from other peaks would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with him. Even those capable of rivaling Shisan would likely be from our Taishan peak, Gongxian chuckled. Indeed, none of the 12 newcomers from our 3rd generation are to be underestimated. Our disciples must surpass those despicable ones from the main peak. Initially smiling, Qingji's expression shifted to one of anger. 6th senior sister, there is no need for concern. This is assured, Yang Lei interjected. A month has passed, and the spirit stones beneath the spirit gathering array have been depleted. The white mist gradually dissipated, revealing the spirit gathering platform before Gongxian and the others. 13 platforms of varying heights were present, with the most prominent being a spirit gathering stone at the forefront, upon which sat Shang in meditation. At this moment, Shang and the others had awakened, for the energy had ceased. They glanced left and right, then examined themselves, and their expressions shifted dramatically. The disparity in their gathering spirit stones was striking. Shang's stone towered above the rest, his height surpassing theirs by nearly a third, approaching half. This indicated that Shang had absorbed an extraordinary amount of energy compared to the others. Next in line was Chu Zhuang, followed closely by Chu Ning, Tang Tian, and Nan Gongdai, whose heights were relatively similar. The remaining 9 individuals exhibited minimal height differences among themselves. All had advanced, nearly reaching the 2nd level, which was commendable. 13. This is a qi gathering pill. Lu Yangyu appeared, bypassing the assessment of whose gathering spirit platform was the highest, directly presenting the qi gathering pill to Shang. There was no need for evaluation. It was evident whose was superior, and stating it outright might undermine the confidence of the others. Thank you, Master. Shang nodded in acknowledgement. Do not solely pursue the rapid enhancement of your cultivation. Ensure your foundation is solid. If you have any uncertainties, seek guidance at the Tranquil Cliff, Lu Yangyu advised, nodding at Shang before departing. No one inquired about Shang's cultivation methods. They simply indulged in drinking and conversing. Before reaching Taishan Peak, Gongxian and his companions often gathered to enjoy wine and tea, fostering a particularly strong bond among them. The camaraderie at Taishan Peak was renowned. Little 13, after those 2 bowls of wine, you seem unaffected. How about sharing a jar with your senior brother? Shang's 8th senior brother, Shi Tianlin, remarked. All right, since senior brother wishes to drink, I shall oblige, Shang replied with a nod. 13. Disregard your 8th senior brother. It is merely he who indulges in wine and clutches a jar, Yang Lei remarked, giving Shang a gentle nudge. 9th junior sister, this is where you err. 13 is a man, and men ought to feast heartily and drink robustly. Do you not believe in 13's capabilities? Shi Tianlin placed a jar of wine before Shang. 9th junior sister, if 8th senior brother is in high spirits, I shall join him for a drink. It is of no concern. Shang gazed gratefully at Yang Lei, aware that her action stemmed from genuine concern. Very well, if you feel overwhelmed, refrain from drinking. Master brother, will you merely stand by as 8th senior brother bullies 13? Yang Lei cast a glance at Gongxian. Alas, One brings discomfort upon oneself. What remedy exists? Gongxian shook his head, sighing. Master brother, you too partake in the torment of 13, Qingji interjected. Dear junior sisters, the distinction between wolf and sheep is yet to be revealed. Just wait and see. Gongxian whispered to Qingji and Yanglei. While others may be oblivious, Gongxian was well aware that Shang often imbibed, having himself sampled Shang's potent spirits. Qingji and Yanglei exchanged glances before observing Shang and Shi Tianlin, who were now eagerly consuming the wine. In no time, the 2 jars were emptied. Oh, young 13's tolerance is commendable, though it may not be entirely satisfying if we continue drinking. 6th senior sister and 9th junior sister will become incensed, Shi Tianlin remarked, somewhat discontented. Fear not. If you wish to drink, then drink. Should you become inebriated, there are guest rooms available here. Our gathering as fellow disciples should be filled with joy. Having witnessed Shang handle a jar of wine with ease, Qingji now understood Gongxian's words, recognizing that Shang's capacity for alcohol was indeed extraordinary. Master brother, we wish to revel in our drinking. You shall not object. Shall you? Shi Tianlin turned his gaze towards Gongxian. Make yourselves at home, since the intention is to relax, indulge to your heart's content. Gongxian replied with a smile, Come. Disciples, today you may drink freely. Senior sister, do bring forth your exquisite herbal brew. The atmosphere was filled with joy. Shi Tianlin glanced at Qingji and remarked, Today, senior sister is treating us. Someone fetch the Qing Shui brew along with the herbal concoction. Qingji called out to his servant disciple. Upon hearing her words, Shi Tianlin was momentarily taken aback. The Qing Shui brew was the finest liquor from Qingji's secluded abode, crafted from the blood of golden tigers and white dragons, a rare delicacy. Yet, this potent drink was seldom shared, as Qingji had always been reluctant to part with it. The servant disciple swiftly brought forth the 2 types of liquor, one housed in a green porcelain jar and the other in a purple clay jar. Chapter 38. Riding the celestial feather, Chu Ning reached for the purple clay jar, eager to continue his drinking contest with Chu Zhuang and Tang Tian. If you wish to avoid a humiliating defeat, refrain from touching that, Gongxian said, swatting Chu Ning's hand away. You still want to drink this? You're less promising than your third uncle. Seeing the dazed expression on Chu Ning's face, Qingji couldn't help but tease him. Shi Tianlin seized the purple clay jar, opened it, and poured a bowl for himself and Shang. 13. This is a testament to your stature. It is the finest liquor from 6th sister's collection, one I have long anticipated. I recall the last time we indulged was a decade ago. Thank you, 6th sister. I dedicate this bowl to you and 8th brother, he said, raising his cup to Qingji and nodding towards Shi Tianlin. Shang tilted his head back and downed the drink in one swift motion. After finishing the drink, Shang inhaled deeply. The liquor was far more potent than what he had brought from Zhuan village, practically a blazing inferno. 13. How does this liquor taste? Shi Tianlin inquired with a smile directed at Shang. Not feeling dizzy? Upon hearing Shang's words, Shi Tianlin was momentarily taken aback. A decade prior, he had taken a sip, and the alcohol's potency had overwhelmed him. Could it be that over time, the strength had diminished? Observing the bowl in his hand, Shi Tianlin sniffed and shook his head, sensing the robust aroma of the liquor. Old Jiao, 13 has finished his drink. Why are you still hesitating? Qingji remarked, gazing at Shi Tianlin. Oh. Shi Tianlin raised his bowl and, mimicking Shang, drank the contents in one gulp. After consuming the liquor, Shi Tianlin tightly sealed his lips, his eyes wide open, then took a deep breath. Its potency exceeded that of 10 years prior. A few years ago, I added a bit of silver bear bile to it. Why do you all drink from bowls or jars? Don't men typically drink from jars? Qingji chuckled. Master, let me have a drink with Uncle 13, Su Feng said, approaching the gathering as he noticed his master was struggling to drink. 13. Engage them in a battle of endurance, Yang Lei called out, having discerned Shang's impressive tolerance, knowing he could handle drinking with Shi Tianlin. Qingji stepped forward and poured a bowl for both Su Feng and Shang. Shang raised a hand towards Su Feng and downed the liquor in one swift motion. Su Feng bowed slightly to Qingji and followed suit, consuming his drink in a single gulp. However, after setting down his bowl, Su Feng felt his legs weaken. The table seemed to sway. No sooner had he spoken than he stumbled and fell. You little rascal, do you think you're 13? Qingji smiled softly, deftly lifting Su Feng with a graceful flick of her foot and casting him onto a nearby chair. The force of her action was substantial, yet imbued entirely with a gentle strength. Su Feng settled into the chair without so much as causing it to wobble. Sixth sister. This Qing Shui brew is a rare treasure when consumed from a jar. It's truly not worth losing it just to embarrass our little brother. Shi Tianlin remarked with a chuckle. Very well. Then let us use a cup. Qingji nodded in agreement. With Shi Tianlin yielding, she refrained from pressing him further to save face. Among senior and junior disciples, playful banter sufficed. She had no intention of genuinely humiliating Shi Tianlin. Little 13. I must admit, your capacity for liquor is impressive. That lad, however, is lacking. Shi Tianlin observed, shaking his head as he glanced at Su Feng, who was dozing with his head lowered in the chair. Regardless of his prowess, what truly matters is his ability to step up when it counts. Gong Xian remarked with a smile, clearly pleased with the third-generation disciples of Tai Xian Peak. That night, everyone took respite in the secluded Lin Xiaozhu. In the midst of their gathering, Shang prepared roasted meat for all, a suggestion from Gong Xian, who had previously savored Shang's culinary skills. He insisted that Wu Qi, Hua Nan, and the others partake, and after tasting, they all lauded Shang's expertise. After a night of rest, Shang awoke, washed his face, and prepared to depart. 13th brother, should you require assistance, seek out 6th sister, he advised. As he spotted Qingji standing beneath an ancient tree while exiting Lin Xiaozhu. Thank you, 6th sister, for your hospitality last night. If anything arises, I will not hesitate to trouble you, Shang acknowledged with a nod. Very well, I shall await your visit, Qingji replied. The night mourner nodded and departed. He was aware of what Qingji had mentioned. His initial arrival at the Medicine Valley was driven by the desire for Bamboo Garden Village to receive its protection. Senior Sister Lu, have you noticed? 11, 12, and little 13 all share a striking resemblance in their solitary and resolute natures. It is indeed a pity for 12. Yang Lei appeared by Qingji's side. 11 and 12 shared the closest bond, although the small sect known as Four Seas was annihilated by their master. Its leader managed to escape. To pursue him, 11 ventured out for over half a year each time, which has become a lingering concern for him. Qingji remarked while wiping the corner of her eye. Lu Yangyu's disciple Imochen, who was 11's junior, and Guanya, who was 12's junior, entered the sect simultaneously and trained together before parting for sect missions. Guanya was ultimately besieged and killed by the Four Seas sect. Despite slaying over 20 adversaries and sustaining numerous injuries, including a severed arm, he refrained from revealing his identity as a disciple of the Medicine Valley, even when his survival depended on it. When the disciples of the Medicine Valley discovered him, he uttered a single phrase in his dying breaths. He had not tarnished the reputation of Tai Xian Peak, nor had he brought disgrace upon his master. In a fit of rage, Lu Yongyu laid waste to Four Seas, and its leader, who was away at the time, narrowly escaped disaster. Upon learning that the young man who had led the ambush was a disciple of the formidable Lu Yongyu from the Medicine Valley, he dared not show his face again. Indeed, Tai Xian Peak does not accept disciples, for our master wishes to avoid the demise of his students. The appearance of 13 has altered our master's state of mind, which is a positive development, Qingji stated. So, are you concerned about 13's safety and wish to accompany him back to his homeland? Yang Lei spoke, affirming that although cultivators must endure countless trials, she would do her utmost as a senior sister until the 13th one matures. Qingji nodded in agreement, expressing her willingness to join them if there were no other matters at hand. Yang Lei had also made her decision. Aside from the newly initiated Shang, all others under Lu Yangyu's tutelage were capable of standing on their own, thus the focus shifted to Shang. Soon after, Tianyu appeared, unfurling its magnificent wings and landing gracefully before Shang. Approaching, Shang gently patted Tianyu's wings, having been concerned for its well-being during their month apart. Over the course of that time, Tianyu had grown somewhat, its pristine white feathers shimmering with brilliance. With a powerful flap of its wings, Tianyu soared into the air, prompting Shang to leap and grasp its talons. As they ascended to a height of several dozens of feet, Tianyu abruptly shook its talons, causing an unprepared Shang to lose his grip and be flung away. Chapter 39. The Soul Clue. Tianyu, you startled me. I thought you were upset, Shang exclaimed while standing atop Tianyu's back. It dawned on him that Tianyu had permitted him to ride. Unlike domesticated beasts, Tianyu was a mythical creature with an inherent wildness. Having spent years hunting, Shang understood that such creatures shared a common trait. Their untamed nature made them difficult to subdue. The back was a sacred space. Should anyone dare to ride upon it, the creature would become enraged. Tianyu allowing Shang to mount was a true testament of its acceptance. Tianyu moved with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching Yishang's residence. Let us not descend just yet. We shall hunt first. Today, I shall personally prepare your meal. Yishang declared to Tianyu beneath him. Tianyu emitted a resounding cry that pierced the heavens, swiftly gliding along the treetops of the ancient forest. Soon, he spotted a polar bear. After another thunderous call, Tianyu dove rapidly, his sharp claws striking with precision, penetrating the bear's back and seizing its spine. Without pausing, he ascended once more, bearing the bear with him. Shang was taken aback. Tianyu was ferocious. The polar bear, a second-tier beast, stood no chance against him, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. The innate combat instincts of Tianyu were overwhelming. His strike was a decisive blow, leaving the bear no opportunity for retaliation. Upon returning to his dwelling, Tianyu landed outside the courtyard. Once on the ground, he observed the bear still struggling. A flash of brilliance ignited in his golden eyes, and with a slight nod, his sharp beak plunged into the bear's skull. Shang chuckled as he entered the bamboo hut to retrieve a sharp knife to process the bear. He skillfully removed the bear's hide and hung it to dry, intending to make Tianyu's abode more comfortable. After skinning the bear, Shang fed the gall to Tianyu and began to roast the meat. At that moment, 2 attendants arrived, but Shang declined their assistance, choosing instead to prepare a sumptuous meal for Tianyu himself before turning to his own cultivation. The spirit-gathering pills provided by Lu Yangyu could elevate his cultivation level by 1 tier, yet Shang decided against using one immediately. Currently, he was at the mid-stage of the 7th layer of qi refinement and planned to wait until he reached the 8th layer before consuming it, thereby advancing to the 9th layer. After completing his practice of the Sacred Cauldron Scripture and the 10,000 Paths Canon, Shang commenced training in the wind-chasing spear technique and the mountain-subduing hand. The most significant enhancement comes from the wind-chasing spear technique, with the Nightshade 10,000 Path Scriptures cultivated to the 5th layer of the blood refinement realm. The first strike of the wind-chasing spear technique has become formidable enough to pierce through ancient trees. Additionally, the shockwave has reached 12 pulses. Relying on the power of his physique, the wind-chasing spear technique can directly penetrate the ancient trees, while the shockwave can shatter the surrounding space within a radius of 3 to 4 inches from the spear tip. However, through Gong Xian's subsequent explanation, Shang came to understand that although each peak in the Medicine Valley operates independently, the main peak must also oversee the management. While outer disciples and miscellaneous workers are not the concern of the main peak, the records of 2nd and 3rd generation disciples must be meticulously maintained. This ensures that the Merit Hall allocates resources according to the disciples' rankings without oversight. Any changes in disciples' levels must also be duly registered, as the treatment of inner disciples and elite disciples varies significantly. Very well, just inform me when it's time to go, senior brother. Shang nodded in agreement. I might not have the time. A golden lion beast has appeared in the Danding mountain range, injuring quite a few people. That falls within the jurisdiction of our Taixian peak, and I need to investigate. Your 6th senior sister will come to take you to the main peak later. Gong Xian replied to Shang. I understand. Please be cautious, senior brother, Shang said to Gong Xian. Haha, it's nothing. A single golden lion beast is not a big deal. A mere clap of my hands could crush it, Gong Xian chuckled. However, if it were simply a golden lion beast, Gong Xian would not need to intervene. It is said that a natural formation has emerged in that area, attracting considerable attention. Disciples from various peaks of the Medicine Valley have already gone, and Gong Xian is concerned that others might not be able to maintain order. Hence his intention to proceed there. The arrival of Qingji was far earlier than Shang had anticipated. On the 3rd day after Gong Xian's departure, Qingji made her entrance. 6th senior sister has arrived. Please, take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. Having just finished practicing the wind-chasing spear technique, Shang wiped the sweat from his brow and led Qingji into the courtyard. 13. You are far too diligent. One must cultivate gradually. It is essential to visit your senior brothers and sisters from time to time to relax your mind. Accepting the tea handed to her by Shang, Qingji observed his damp hair and frowned slightly. I understand. Master has not taken in disciples for over a decade. I do not wish to disappoint him. Shang replied. You are quite considerate. 13. Your jade pendant is exquisite, Qingji remarked, admiring the antique pendant around Shang's neck. Lowering his gaze to the jade piece, Shang hesitated before removing it. Senior sister, if you like it, I shall gift it to you. You misunderstand. I merely admire the ancient charm of this pendant. It is not an ordinary trinket. Qingji said as she took the pendant from Yishang and promptly returned it to his hand. I am unsure. It may be the only keepsake left by my family. Yishang spoke softly, the matter of his lineage weighing heavily on his heart. What happened to your family? Qingji inquired, immediately sensing the underlying turmoil within Yishang. Furthermore, such a significant item, how can you so casually gift it away? She chided, casting a disapproving glance at him. Sixth senior sister is not just anyone, Yishang replied, shaking his head gently. Well said, sixth senior sister. This jade pendant must not be given to anyone else. It is the sole clue to your origins. Zhuyuan village has nurtured you, and it is only right to find them a protector. We shall resolve this matter during our visit to Zhuyuan village. Qingji remarked as she patted Yishang's shoulder. Sixth senior sister, shall we head out right after we finish our registration? Yishang inquired. Yes. Your second senior brother and the others are waiting for us at Taishan Hall. Qingji nodded in affirmation. Tianyu leaned against Yishang, rubbing against him a couple of times, showing no objection to Yishang's decision. Chapter 40. Quite a handful it can fly, and there is no need to enter the beast taming space. We can simply take it along, Qingji observed as she assessed Tianyu. That is agreeable. Let us depart. Yishang felt a surge of joy at the news that Tianyu need not be confined to the beast taming space. Yishang and Qingji exited the small courtyard, closing the door behind them as they made their way towards Taishan Peak. As Tianyu followed closely behind Yishang, it let out a call before taking flight, circling above Yishang and Qingji. Observing the soaring Tianyu, Yishang understood that it was inviting him to join. However, with a height exceeding 3 zhang, he found it impossible to ascend. Furthermore, what of Qingji? Should he ride Tianyu while Qingji walked? Sixth senior sister walked swiftly. You should go up. Qingji exclaimed as she seized Yishang's shoulder and with a powerful toss, sent him soaring several zhang high until he landed on Tianyu's back. After Yishang settled on Tianyu's back, Qingji gracefully followed beneath Tianyu. Is it all right for Tianyu to carry sixth senior sister? Yishang felt a sense of discomfort. Riding a flying beast while allowing Qingji to walk below seemed rather inappropriate. Upon hearing Yishang's words, Tianyu spiraled and began to hover above Qingji. Sixth sister, come aboard. Tianyu assented. Yishang called out to Qingji. Realizing Tianyu was flying close by, Qingji understood that Tianyu had granted her permission to ascend. With her skirt held aloft, she sprang into the air and gracefully landed beside Yishang. After Qingji stabilized herself, Tianyu emitted a resounding cry that pierced the heavens, then unfurled his magnificent wings and soared forward with great speed. What an extraordinary divine bird. Junior brother, you are indeed fortunate, Qingji remarked. Her eyes filled with awe as she observed Tianyu beneath her. She was astonished by the profound bond between Yishang and Tianyu, noting that while most magical beasts may willingly accompany humans, their wild instincts remain intact. Such a harmonious partnership as that of Tianyu was rare. Before long, Yishang and Qingji arrived at the grand hall of Taishan Peak, where Tianyu gracefully descended upon the plaza in front of the hall. Disembarking from Tianyu's back, Yishang noticed his senior brothers and sisters were already present, along with the third-generation disciples of Taishan Peak. Behind the group stood 10 majestic green eagles. All right, Shenrong, come here. Qingji beckoned towards the green eagles. One of them flew to her side, while her disciple Shenrong approached as well. Qingji mounted the back of the green eagle with Shenrong, followed by the others who also climbed aboard. Wu Qi led his disciples, Chu Ning and Tang Tian, alongside his own student, Chu Zhuang. As the green eagle took flight, Yishang nodded at Tianyu. In that instant, Yishang exerted force through his legs and leaped onto Tianyu's back. The flying beast of the 13th, indeed remarkable. Although it may not currently surpass the azure eagle, its lineage is of a higher caliber, promising great potential for future development. In South China, observing the night morning behind him, he spoke to Wu Qi, who stood not far from his side. According to the elder brother, that fellow possesses the bloodlines of the ancient Qing Ping and Xian Wan, suggesting an incalculable destiny. Who would have thought this individual would resonate so well with the 13th and choose to follow him? Wu Qi remarked. As they chatted, the group arrived at the Merit Hall of Danding Peak. Each peak is equipped with a Merit Hall, essentially serving as a hub for handling various matters concerning the disciples. Wu Shidi, you have arrived. Upon their descent and taking a few steps forward, a man approached from the direction of the Merit Hall, greeting them. Chu Shixiang is also here. Wu Qi responded, his demeanor neither particularly warm nor cold. This individual, known to Night Morning, was Chu Lingxiao, the eldest disciple of the Peak Master of Danding Peak, who presided over the disciple enrollment ceremony at the Medicine Valley. Indeed. 2 disciples have entered the Dan list. I am here to register them, Chu Lingxiao said with a smile. What a boast. If you had collected disciples earlier, would your students even have made it onto the Dan list? Without waiting for Wu Qi to reply, Qingji interjected, her words lacking in kindness. Oh, indeed. Had your Taishan Peak accepted 3rd-generation disciples earlier, the current standings of the Yuan list and Dan list would undoubtedly differ, Chu Lingxiao retorted after a moment of surprise. Humph. At least you are perceptive, Qingji scoffed dismissively. Chunning pays respects to 3rd uncle, said Chu Ning, who had been following Wu Qi. You must strive to excel. Becoming an inner disciple is merely a matter of time, and with effort, you will achieve great success. Chu Lingxiao nodded in acknowledgement of Chu Ning's words. There is no need for your concern. He is currently a 3rd-generation disciple of Taishan Peak, a student of my senior brother, and his future is undoubtedly promising. Yang Lei stated. Among the 2nd-generation disciples of the Medicine Valley, Chu Lingxiao has never acknowledged anyone, consistently emerging victorious in several competitions against his peers. However, there is one exception, Gong Xian. Chu Lingxiao has been defeated by Gong Xian, and he is acutely aware that Gong Xian had not yet exerted his full strength. Ninger, please extend my regards to your master. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Chu Lingxiao said as he rose to depart. As he passed by Qingji, he deliberately circumvented her. In the Medicine Valley, there exists a saying, one should never provoke the disciples of Taishan Peak, for doing so would lead to dire consequences, a belief that Chu Lingxiao held with unwavering conviction. Years ago, he triumphed over Qingji in a sect competition, only to find that during the subsequent contest, the usually inactive Gong Xian decided to participate, resulting in Chu Lingxiao's first defeat. Gong Xian had declared that whenever Chu Lingxiao entered the fray, he would also engage, making it clear to Chu Lingxiao that the disciples of Taishan Peak were not only formidable in combat, but also exceedingly troublesome. Moreover, when an incident involving the 12 disciples of Taishan Peak occurred, the Medicine Valley intervened, dispatching elders to communicate with Lu Yangyu, intending to impose penalties on the 4Cs sect, which is considered a subordinate force of the Medicine Valley. Yet, Taishan Peak showed no leniency, decisively obliterating the 4Cs sect. Consequently, Chu Lingxiao is quite reluctant to entangle himself in disputes with Taishan Peak. I am not mistaken, am I? Just a sanctimonious individual, Qingji remarked disdainfully. Chu Ning felt a bit awkward, caught between his master and his own uncle, uncertain of the underlying conflict. Junior sister. While we may find this fellow rather disagreeable, he is, on the whole, quite commendable. Moreover, Ninger is here as well. Let us not put the child in an awkward position, which she remarked, glancing at Chu Ning. Ninger, your uncle has a conflict with your 3rd uncle. But it does not concern you. Do not overthink it. Your uncle merely wishes to teach your 3rd uncle a lesson. Qingji gently patted Chu Ning's shoulder. Understood. Chu Ning nodded, comprehending that the strife between Qingji and Chu Lingxiao likely stemmed from a clash of egos rather than any profound enmity. Otherwise, Qingji would not have referred to it as a lesson. This year has indeed been remarkable. Everyone from Taishan Peak has arrived. A man clad in a green robe appeared. It was Luo Daoyuan from Tianyu Peak. Do you have any objections? Yang Lei coldly inquired. Haha. Your Taishan Peak has snatched quite a number of newcomers this time. I hope they prove useful. Our outer disciples from Tianyu Peak are exceptionally talented. Luo Daoyuan laughed heartily. Luo Daoyuan, should you seek trouble, I am always available to oblige. As for the usefulness of the disciples, let us settle it on the arena. Huanan replied icily. Then let us meet on the arena, Luo Daoyuan retorted before departing. Chapter 41. A true scoundrel, what nonsense. Shi Tianlin muttered under his breath. This is a true scoundrel. Ever since 11 injured his brother on the arena, he has harbored resentment against our Taishan Peak. Remember this. If any disciples from Tianyu Peak provoke us, strike back fiercely. If one lesson is insufficient, deliver several. Qingji spoke up. Uncle 13. Isn't that the fellow who bore a grudge against you and was taken away by him? Tang Tian inquired, looking at Shang. Yes, I recall. Nightshade nodded slightly. What is the situation? 13. Do you have enemies? Yang Lei furrowed her brow and inquired of Nightshade. It's nothing serious, just a minor conflict, Nightshade replied, shaking his head. During the disciple selection ceremony, a fellow who accompanied us resorted to underhanded tactics during the assessment, striking Uncle 13 and inflicting injury. nearly leading to his disqualification. However, Uncle 13 managed to break his collarbone, and with the assessment rendered untenable, he was subsequently taken away by that individual, Tang Tian interjected. Indeed, the only reason he was able to react swiftly was due to his cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi training. Otherwise, Uncle 13's strike would have severed his neck. Tang Tian continued before Nightshade could respond. 13, are you not afraid of being expelled from the Medicine Valley? Wu Qi asked Nightshade. I am afraid, but if I remain silent while being bullied, I cannot face myself, Nightshade confessed. Indeed, a man must bear responsibility. Luo Daoyuan has brought that individual to Tianyue Peak. You will have further interactions, and if conflict arises, it should be resolved decisively, Wu Qi asserted, rising as he led the group toward the Hall of Merits. The Hall of Merits is situated to the left of the main hall of Danding Peak, approximately 30 to 40 miles away from the Danding Grand Hall. It is one of the hallmarks of Danding Peak, standing over 10 zhang high, with a grand entrance spanning 6 to 7 zhang in width, bustling with numerous individuals. With tens of thousands of disciples in the Medicine Valley, the Hall of Merits is typically busy, handling the issuance and collection of sect tasks, as well as the distribution of cultivation resources. Wu Qi and his party approached an elderly man on the left. Elder Zhua, these are our new disciples from Taishan Peak. Please register them for record keeping. For many years, Taishan Peak has not accepted any new disciples. It is high time for you to welcome fresh talent. Come forth, young ones, and present your identity tokens, declaring your masters. Elder Zhua, with a cheerful demeanor, waved at Nangong Dai and others. He was a friend of Lu Yangyu, who had not recruited new disciples for Taishan Peak in many years, and now, with this new opportunity, he felt a sense of joy for Lu Yangyu. Tang Tian stepped forward and announced, my master is Gong Xian. Wu Qi nudged Tang Tian, prompting him to present his identity token, a jade plaque of a pleasing azure hue. Ah, a commendable young man indeed. Gong Xian is fortunate to have found such a gem, elders were remarked, assessing Tang Tian before jotting down his information. Chu Ning, Master Gong Xian, came the next introduction as Chu Ning stepped forward, presenting his own identity token. Excellent. All promising candidates, elders were responded with a nod of approval. Following the registration of Gong Xian's disciples, Wu Qi's fellow disciple, Chu Zhuang, approached to register. A robust fellow, destined to be a stalwart, elders were noted with an approving glance. As the process continued in the order of Lu Yangyu's disciples, Chu Ning and the others stepped forward to register, leaving only Yu Shang remaining. Ah, this is Mo Chen's disciple? Elders would tilted his head, scrutinizing Yu Shang. Yu Shang, Master Lu Yangyu, he stated, advancing a couple of steps to place his black identity token upon the table. What? You are a disciple of old Lu? Elders was stood up, his gaze thoroughly appraising Yu Shang. Elders Wa, this is my master's 13th disciple, as well as his closed-door disciple. With a smile, Wu Qi remarked, aware that this news would astonish many. Elders Wa, since you are busy, we shall take our leave. There are matters we must attend to. He bowed slightly to Elder Zhua and departed with his entourage. Ah, Taishan Peak. After years of silence, it was poised to rise once more. As Wu Qi and his group departed, Elder Zhua murmured softly to himself. Upon exiting the Hall of Merit, the group arrived before the Qingdiao. Very well, nodded Huanan and the others. Since Yu Shang and the other 13 hailed from various regions, they were centered around the Medicine Valley. With cities in the wilderness sprawling in every direction, Qiyin City was merely one of many directions. Among the newcomers heading towards Qiyin City were Tang Tian, Yu Shang, and Chu Huang, with Qingji and Yang Lei leading this direction. Huanan and Wu Qi intended to escort Nangong Dai and Chengjiang, as they planned to meet Gong Xian after concluding their recent affairs. Qingji accompanied Chu Huang, while Yang Lei took Tang Tian, and Yi Shang ascended onto the back of Tianyu. The five of them soared towards Qiyin City. As they took flight, Qingdiao's speed increased remarkably. Its size far exceeded that of Tianyu, with wings spanning 7 to 8 zhang, each powerful flap covering hundreds of meters. Nevertheless, Tianyu was not sluggish. Its smaller frame and less expansive wings did not hinder its agility, as it flitted through the air with remarkable frequency. After flying for a day, the group paused to rest, for even magical beasts can tire from prolonged flight. When they observed Tianyu feasting on cooked meat while sipping wine, Qingji and the others were taken aback. Tianyu was utterly peculiar, distinct from any ordinary magical beast. Due to its youth, it shares many habits akin to yours, and in the future, your compatibility will only deepen. The rare flying beast, such as Tianyu, is even more exceptional. Qingji gazed at Tianyu and inquired, "Sixth Master, where did you capture your green eagle? Once I acquire sufficient strength, I too shall endeavor to capture one." Tang Tian expressed his envy towards Yishang's Tianyu. "It was not us who captured it. Rather, your master saved a green eagle from the brink of death during a battle with other beasts. In its last moments, the eagle led our master to its lair, which housed 10 juvenile green eagles, thus originating our green eagle mounts," Qingji elucidated to Tang Tian. "Then it follows that 11th master lacks a flying mount as well," Chu Zhuang interjected. "No, he possesses a rather ferocious golden-winged eagle. You shall witness its prowess soon enough. After a hearty meal, we shall rest. Tomorrow we shall travel for a day, and the day after, we will nearly reach Qian City," Yang Lei remarked with a smile. Yishang reflected on the past. The journey from Qian City to Yaogu had once taken nearly 20 days, yet now, with flying mounts, it would only require a little over 3 days, truly astonishing. Observing Yang Lei and Qingji in meditation, Yishang too commenced his cultivation, abstaining from consuming any medicinal pills. Chapter 42. Pursuit of the ruthless criminals. Once medicinal pills are ingested, they must be refined, should their energy remain unreconciled within the body. The residual toxins could adversely affect one's health. After a night of cultivation and a refreshing wash in a nearby stream, the group continued their journey towards Qian City. At noon, they encountered a green-winged eagle. Yishang could not ascertain whether it was the same one from their previous encounter, as he had yet to prepare for battle when the confrontation abruptly concluded. The battle had yet to commence, as the azure-winged eagle appeared. Qingji soared from atop the azure falcon, her sword striking with such precision that the creature was cleaved in twain. "Sixth sister, shall we not descend and inspect the spoils?" Chu Shuang inquired, noticing that neither Qingji nor Yang Lei exhibited any intention of halting. A demon beast of the fall stand cultivation level possesses little of value within its form. "It is of no consequence," Qingji replied, shaking her head without casting a glance at the carcass of the azure-winged eagle. "Do you know, Chu Wu, that when my uncle Shi and I journeyed from Qian City toward the Medicine Valley, we encountered an azure-winged eagle as well? That encounter nearly cost us our lives." Tang Tian recalled, still haunted by the memory. "In our homeland, demon beasts also roam, yet the town is safeguarded by a merchant association. When beasts approach, the association's guards intervene, thus ensuring our safety," Chu Zhuang remarked. Without elaborating further, Tang Tian mentioned that his family was from Qian City, where disciples of the Medicine Valley were stationed. "Chu Zhuang, where is your hometown? During our visit, we might as well arrange for the nearest city to send personnel to include your homeland within the protective zone," Qingji inquired. "It is Jiannan Town, under the jurisdiction of Qian City," Chu Zhuang responded. "Very well, we shall proceed to Qian City to attend to this matter." 13. What is the largest city near your hometown? Qingji turned her gaze toward Yishang, who was trailing behind. "I am uncertain. Upon leaving the mountains, I merely sought a town that led directly to the Medicine Valley," Yishang admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "Do not fret. As long as we know the direction, we shall search at our leisure," Yang Lei reassured him with a smile. Recognizing Yishang's unease and his desire to avoid burdening either her or Qingji, after a day's journey, they arrived at Crimson Flame City. Outside the city, they retrieved the green eagle and sky feather, and Nightshade had no choice but to temporarily store Sky Feather in the beast-taming space. Upon entering Crimson Flame City, they did not proceed directly to the city lord's mansion. Instead, they sought a tavern to dine first. As they settled into their seats, a man at another table adjusted his hat and exited abruptly. The sixth senior sister remarked that the man was peculiar, initially composed. He seemed to become frightened upon seeing the two senior mistresses, promptly lowering his hat as he left. Once seated, Nightshade inquired, "What did he look like?" Yang Lei took a sip of tea and replied, "I didn't pay much attention, but he had a bushy beard and a scar on his neck." Nightshade then declared, "That S. Luo Sihai pursue him." Upon hearing Nightshade's words, Yang Lei was taken aback, her face transforming into one of fierce determination. Both Yang Lei and Qingji paled. Rising swiftly to leave the tavern, Nightshade followed closely behind. "There." Nightshade pointed towards the west side of the street at the tavern entrance. Although the man had removed his hat, Nightshade recognized him from his silhouette. "He is the murderer of 11. He must be slain today," Yang Lei growled, her feet striking the ground with such force that she soared forward in pursuit of the figure ahead. Nightshade watched in astonishment as the ground beneath Yang Lei shattered from her powerful kick, struggling to comprehend the immense energy contained within her seemingly delicate frame. Qingji, too, moved swiftly to chase after the figure, her face mirroring Yang Lei's lethal intent. "Let us follow," Chu Zhuang shouted as he charged ahead. As he called out, Nightshade began his pursuit as well. As everyone set off together, in the blink of an eye, Qingji and Yang Lei had surged forward several dozen paces, prompting Luo Sihai ahead to accelerate as well. With a swift thought, Shang summoned Tianyu, urging it to take flight. The moment Tianyu ascended, Shang leapt, grasping the right claw of the soaring creature with his left hand. "Tianyu, exert force to the left when I signal left, and to the right when I signal right. Now, ascend swiftly," and without hesitation, he communicated with the majestic beast. Fully aware of the implications of eliminating Luo Sihai for the disciples of Lu Yangyu men. Responding to Yishang's command, Tianyu let out a resonant call, its wings flapping vigorously as it skimmed low through the air. In no time, they had caught up with Qingji and Yang Lei, catching sight of Luo Sihai in the distance. The gap between Qingji, Yang Lei, and Luo Sihai was narrowing, albeit only slightly. With another clarion call, Tianyu soared above Qingji and Yang Lei, pursuing Luo Sihai with relentless speed. As they approached, Luo Sihai suddenly pivoted to enter a narrow alley. Just as he was about to turn into the alley, the sound of slicing air prompted him to change direction, abandoning the entrance. By this point, Qingji and Yang Lei had closed in, yet they hesitated to summon their Qingdiao. The alley's winding nature rendered their control over the creature less effective compared to the agility of Tianyu. Tianyu swiftly caught up with Yang Lei and Qingji. "Sister Jiao, come up," Yishang called out, realizing he could not intercept Luo Sihai. Upon hearing Yishang's urgent shout, Yang Lei felt a surge of determination and leapt into the air towards Tianyu. Night's sorrow did not afford Tianyu the opportunity to extend its claws. Yet Yang Lei seized Night's left arm, which gripped Tianyu's talon. Observing Yang Lei and Night pursuing Feiyu, Qingji summoned the Qingdiao, urging it to ascend into the heights, ensuring that Luo Sihai would not elude capture. Meanwhile, Night noticed a slight reduction in Tianyu's speed as Luo Sihai darted into an alley, preventing Tianyu from soaring at full velocity. In Chapter 43, titled Eliminating the Foe, Night's sole objective was to diminish Luo Sihai's pace, allowing Qingji and Yang Lei to engage in direct confrontation. Hearing the sound of slicing air behind him, Luo Sihai swiftly evaded to the side, inadvertently enabling Feiyu to catch up. "Die for me," Yang Lei exclaimed, descending from beneath Tianyu as her right hand struck out towards Luo Sihai's back. Night observed a turquoise vortex, akin to a basin, swirling around Yang Lei's hand. This was the Shroud of Heaven's cloud-dispersing technique. Daring not to confront it head-on, Luo Sihai dodged to the side and surged forward, intent on continuing his flight, thus avoiding a direct clash with Yang Lei. As Yang Lei's first strike missed, she leapt again, aiming a second palm strike at Luo Sihai. While evading, Luo Sihai could no longer sprint at full speed. Yang Lei relentlessly assailed him with successive palm strikes, while Luo Sihai continued to dodge and advance. After narrowly escaping several blows, Luo Sihai's balance faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Lei leapt high and aimed a palm strike at the crown of his head, enveloping him entirely. "You insolent servant, you've gone too far," Luo Sihai declared. Realizing he could no longer flee, he retaliated against Yang Lei's right hand with a punch. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Luo Sihai was violently propelled backward, his right arm grotesquely twisted, clearly shattered by Yang Lei's strike. "Aside from your agility, you are nothing but refuse, utterly inconsequential." Seeing Luo Sihai rise again after crashing to the ground, having lost his speed of escape, Yang Lei extended her arms outward, gradually advancing towards him. At that moment, Qingji descended from the Azure Eagle, blocking the other end of the alley. "Will you of Tai Xian Peak never cease? For over a decade, you still pursue us. Is the life of one from Sihai men not enough compensation?" Luo Sihai shouted desperately. "Can your worthless lives compare to that of my 12th brother? If it were a fair battle resulting in death, I would have no complaints regarding Tai Xian Peak. But what have you from Sihai men? For the sake of a mere herb, over 20 men besieged my 12th brother. This debt shall be settled today," Yang Lei replied coldly, her trembling hair revealing her inner agitation. "I will fight you to the end." Luo Sihai charged at Yang Lei, thrusting a sword towards her chest with his left hand. "Do you possess the right to challenge me?" Yang Lei's feet trembled as she leapt into the air, her lower body retreating while her upper body lunged forward, her right hand striking outward. In that moment, Yang Lei appeared as a celestial being suspended in midair, her palm crashing onto Luo Sihai's sword-bearing left arm, obliterating it into a gruesome mass of flesh and blood. Wretched servant, madwoman, I will fight you to the death. If I perish, you shall not fare well either. Luo Sihai roared, his face reddening as his body began to swell. Self-detonation? Yang Lei, taken aback, retreated, grasping the approaching Yishang in the process. While Qing Ji also withdrew. As Yang Lei and Qing Ji withdrew from the scene, a muffled explosion erupted, reducing Luo Sihai to a mere heap of flesh. While the stone walls and houses flanking the alley were obliterated. He got what he deserved, Yang Lei muttered with bitterness. Sister Jiu, is this the culprit who killed Senior Brother 12? Shang inquired. Indeed, it is this scoundrel. After the annihilation of the Sihai sect, he utilized all their savings to exchange for a technique known as the wind-chasing butterfly shadow movement, which is why he has eluded capture all these years, Yang Lei explained. If it weren't for Xiao Shursen's cleverness today, he would have escaped once more. After Qing Ji arrived, she smiled at Shang and remarked, the ability to slay him is solely due to Sister Jiu's formidable prowess. Shang shook his head and replied, had he not self-destructed, I would have incapacitated his limbs and dealt with him at my leisure. How dare he insult me in front of Shursen, such audacity. Perturbed by the insult, Yang Lei expressed her displeasure. Hee, Sister Jiu, I didn't hear a thing. Shang countered with a shake of his head. Well, since today is a joyous occasion, Sister Jiu shall treat you to a grand feast shortly, Yang Lei said as she patted Shang on the shoulder. Just then, Zhui Zhuang and Tang Tian arrived. Observing the remnants of dismembered flesh still hanging by the wall, they refrained from uttering a word, as they had never witnessed such a scene. Shursen, you remained remarkably composed at a critical moment. Those 2 shots you fired were truly imposing, Yang Lei remarked, giving Shang's shoulder a hearty pat. My chi cultivation is insufficient for close combat. I could only slow him down from a distance and leave the rest to my senior sister, Shang replied, accustomed to Yang Lei's demeanor, despite his shoulder feeling slightly numb from her vigorous gestures. As a few individuals engaged in conversation, the enforcement team of Qian City made their appearance, led by Qiuzhen. Combat is strictly prohibited within the city limits. You are engaging in a battle without permission. Now surrender your weapons and submit, Qiuzhen bellowed. They arrived swiftly, and surrendering was not an option. Summon someone who holds authority within the city, Yang Lei retorted, casting a glance at Qiuzhen. Taken aback, Qiuzhen realized that anyone bold enough to speak thus must possess significant status. Just as he pondered his next move, he spotted Shang. Captain Qiu, please do not put yourself in a difficult position. Let us meet with Deputy City Lord Qin. I shall explain the situation. Shang offered, wishing to alleviate Qiuzhen's predicament. Uncle Qiu, these individuals are my masters, and they have vanquished a notorious criminal. Let us proceed to the city lord's residence. Tang Tian interjected. At that moment, Qiuzhen noticed the golden cauldron embroidered on Yang Lei's flowing dress, which illuminated the elevated status of both Yang Lei and Qing Ji, compelling him to lead the way. Yang Lei was in high spirits, draping her arm around Shang's shoulder as they walked, engaging in light-hearted conversation. She felt that Shang was a fortuitous blessing of Taishan Peak, effortlessly capturing a fugitive who had evaded justice for over a decade. Qiuzhen and Tang Tian conversed quietly, and upon learning of Shang's circumstances, they were astounded. Initially, Qiuzhen believed Shang's entry into the Medicine Valley as an outer disciple was commendable, never imagining he would ascend to become the second-generation disciple of Taishan Peak. Inside the city lord's residence, Shang and the others encountered Qin Ao Xian, alongside a man clad in a brocade robe. This is Senior Sister Qing Ji and Junior Sister Yang Lei of the Turning Cloud's Hand, he announced. Qin Aoshuan greeted them, for he was acquainted with both individuals. He had entered the Medicine Valley prior to them, yet his status within the valley paled in comparison to that of Qing Ji and the others. Otherwise, he would not have been relegated to the position of Vice City Lord in Qian City. It suddenly dawned on him that she was a disciple of Master Yin of the North Polar Blade. Qing Ji rubbed her forehead, pondering briefly before offering a slight bow to Qin Aoshuan. Reporting to the City Lord and Vice City Lord, when I arrived, the esteemed members of the Medicine Valley had already eliminated the assailants. Qiuzhen stepped forward to relay the situation. As members of the Medicine Valley, you should not disregard the rules of Qian City and commit acts of indiscriminate violence, the young man in the brocade robe interjected. Oh, really? You dare to impose rules on me? I have slain the men. What will you do about it? Upon hearing the somewhat rude remarks of the brocade-clad youth, Yang Lei chuckled and unabashedly asserted her domineering attitude. Chapter 44, to Tian and City Junior Brother Ji. While the young man in the brocade robe was speaking, Qin Aoshuan's expression shifted, and he hastily called out, Qin Shixiang, they are causing chaos in my Qian city, and you still think they have the right to complain? The brocade-clad youth turned to Qin Aoshuan. Junior sisters, I am Qin Aoshuan, and this is Ji Haoran, a disciple of the second elder of our sect. If you are unfamiliar with each other, do not take offense at any misunderstandings. Ignoring Ji Haoran's words, Qin Aoshuan addressed Qin Ji and Yang Lei. Qin Shixiao, you are being overly harsh. However, Ji Haoran, remember this. I am Yang Lei of Taishan Peak. Do not attempt to impose any airs on me, provoke me, and I shall dismantle your city lord's mansion. I recall once breaking the leg of a disciple under Elder Ji, who could possibly challenge me. Observing Ji Haoran, Yang Lei remarked with a hint of disdain, humph. With a cold snort, Ji Haoran departed. Upon hearing Yang Lei mention Taishan Peak, he recognized the gravity of the situation. After all, his second senior brother remained a cripple due to the actions of a disciple from Taishan Peak, a consequence stemming from a regrettable remark made after the untimely demise of Guan Yi years ago. Everyone, please take a seat. Yi Shang, Tang Tian. It seems you have also entered Taishan Peak. I wonder under which senior brother you have both apprenticed? Upon seeing Yi Shang and Tang Tian, Qin Aoshuan greeted them with a warm smile. Disciple Tang Tian, greetings to Master Gong Xian. Tang Tian stepped forward, cupping his fists in respect to Qin Aoshuan. Excellent. Brother Gong is indeed a paragon among the second-generation disciples of our Medicine Valley. It is a fortune for you to be under his tutelage. Strive diligently and bring glory to our Qian city. Qin Aoshuan encouraged Tang Tian. Brother Qin, this is our junior brother, Shisan, here to pay his respects. Yang Lei introduced Yi Shang to Qin Aoshuan. Yi Shang pays his respects to Vice City Lord Qin and extends gratitude for your previous care, Yi Shang said, clasping his hands in acknowledgement. Qin Aoshuan was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. However, Yang Lei's hand resting on Yi Shang's shoulder confirmed the truth. She would not be so familiar with a junior. Just call me brother. I must also thank you. Jinner's recovery is largely due to your assistance. Additionally, I must apologize for my two nephews' lack of understanding, Qin Aoshuan replied, somewhat awkwardly, knowing from Qiuzhen about Qin Hai and Qin Zhan's dealings with Yi Shang. The Vice City Lord is too courteous. That is a separate matter. They are their own. Yi Shang shook his head. Come, let us proceed to my residence for a drink. Upon witnessing the gathering within the Lord's residence, Qin Aoshuan promptly extended an invitation. During their journey to the Qin estate, he elucidated the circumstances surrounding Qian City. Ji Haoran, a junior of the second elder Ji Ming from Danding Peak, had been accepted as a disciple due to his commendable talents, despite the generational gap. His appointment as the Lord of Qian City was merely a formality, intended to augment his credentials. Moreover, Yi Shang and others learned that the leadership of Qian City had seen numerous changes over the years, with Qin Aoshuan consistently serving as the deputy lord. The position of lord was essentially a place for second-generation heirs of the esteemed Yao Valley to hone their qualifications. Upon arrival at the Qin residence, Qin Aoshuan and his wife personally welcomed their guests. Additionally, he summoned Yangsen, Du Chon, Zhang Xianzong, and Lin Xiao. Upon meeting the four, Yi Shang expressed his gratitude for their role in bringing him to Qian City. Brother, you are being too courteous. You have also aided us. Yangsen replied. Congratulations on your entry into Yao Valley. Although Yangsen was unaware of Yi Shang's true identity, he was genuinely pleased that Yi Shang had joined Yao Valley. I extend my gratitude to the four of you for your care towards my junior brother, and I raise this cup in your honor. Furthermore, I wish to inquire, when you first encountered my junior brother, were there any significant cities nearby? Yang Lei asked after toasting to Yang Sun and the others. Let me think. I recall. The place where we met brother Yi Shang was Gunan Town, and the nearest city to Gunan Town is Tiannan City, named for its proximity to the precious Jin Si Nan. Yang Sun responded. Yang Lei fell silent, subsequently letting out a sigh. After offering a respectful gesture to Yang Sun, she took her seat. What troubles the ninth sister? Yi Shang inquired, sensing a tinge of melancholy in Yang Lei's demeanor. Tiannan City is the hometown of 12, and you and 12 hail from the same place, Yang Lei remarked. Upon hearing Yang Lei's words, Qin Aoshuan was equally astonished. He was well acquainted with Taishan Peak and knew that he, along with Imo Chun and Guan Yi, belonged to the same era. He was also aware of the incident involving Guan Yi. Subsequently, Yang Lei chuckled and shifted to another topic, entrusting Qin Ao Xian with the care of Tang Tian's household. You may not be aware of this, junior sister Yang, but Tang Tian's grandfather is an elder in Qiyan City, serving as a law enforcement elder and also as an outer guardian of the Medicine Valley. The Tang family stands as a bastion of stability in Qiyan City, Qin Ao Xian said with a smile. Little Tang Tian comes from a commendable background. It is not easy for him to avoid becoming a wastrel. Qing Ji playfully tapped Tang Tian on the back of his head. Haha, Tang Tian is indeed a fine young man in Qiyan City, Qin Ao Xian chuckled. After the banquet, Qin Ao Xian arranged for the group to settle in, as he needed to communicate with Ji Hao Ran. Should Ji Hao Ran report to higher authorities? It might not directly affect him, but it wouldn't bode well either. At Ji Hao Ran's residence, Qin Ao Xian expounded on the intricacies of the situation. I understand. I shall endure this for now and settle the score later, Ji Hao Ran replied, his expression darkening. While Qin Ao Xian refrained from commenting on Ji Hao Ran's statement, he understood that even if Ji Hao Ran had backing, provoking Tai Xian Peak would lead to self-inflicted troubles. After spending a while at Ji Hao Ran's estate, Qin Ao Xian took his leave. Following a night's rest at the Qin residence, the group planned to depart the next day. I shall trouble the two esteemed masters then. Tang Tian will be waiting at home. Tang Tian nodded towards Qin Ji. Hey, you also have a master uncle here. Yang Lei raised her hand and swiftly delivered a slap to Tang Tian. Chu Zhuang's hometown, Jiannan Town, falls under the jurisdiction of Qiyan City. Yang Lei and Qin Ji entrusted the matter concerning Chu Zhuang to Qin Ao Xian, which also falls within his responsibilities. Upon exiting Qiyan City, the trio of Shang mounted their steeds and took flight towards Tiannan City. Shang and Qin Ji perched upon a majestic green eagle, while Tian Yu soared independently, a suggestion from Qin Ji, as Tian Yu had yet to reach maturity and was not suited for heavy burdens. This is my second visit to Tiannan Array, Shang remarked. The last time was to address matters concerning my senior brother Guanyi. And so many years have swiftly passed since. Qin Ji spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Sixth sister, the vengeance for senior brother Guanyi has been thoroughly avenged. He can now rest in peace. Shang noticed the lingering sadness within Qin Ji's heart. You need not worry, senior sister, there is nothing amiss. Tiannan City is quite commendable, indeed a place of remarkable individuals and profound spirits, Qin Ji reassured with a smile. Is this how you honed your drinking capacity? She inquired playfully. In my childhood, I would scurry from one household to another in the village. Uncle Neo would offer me a bowl of wine, while Aunt Lin would tailor clothes for me. Uncle Li would craft wooden weapons for me, though he met his demise in a recent encounter with vengeful demon beasts. Shang sighed. Such is the fate of humanity. How about this, 13? Let us first visit the home of your senior brother Guanyi, and afterward proceed to Zhu Yuan village, Qin Ji suggested, looking at Shang. Very well, I am in no haste. Shang nodded in agreement. The two green eagles soared swiftly, and without the burden of carrying Shang, Tian Yu found the flight to be quite effortless. After a night's rest, the trio arrived at Tiannan City. However, they chose not to enter the city and instead continued their flight, landing in a place called Qingnan Town. Having collected Qingdiao and Tian Yu, the three of them approached a quaint courtyard in the town and knocked on the door. Are you Xiao Yu's senior sister? Please, come in and sit, greeted a kindly old woman with a head full of white hair, ushering Yang Lei, Qin Ji, and Shang into the courtyard. How's everything at home, dear aunt? Qin Ji inquired. Very well. Xiao Yu's senior brother visits often. He was just here a few days ago. Didn't he, you know? The old woman replied. 11 has come. Qin Ji and Yang Lei exchanged glances. Has he left? Yang Lei asked. I'm not certain. He left us some money before heading out, but based on past occurrences, he will likely linger by Xiao Yi's grave for a few days, the old woman said, wiping her eyes. After bowing slightly to the old woman, Qin Ji took Yang Lei and Shang out of the courtyard. Making their way toward the outskirts of the town, Qin Ji remained silent, hoping to find Imo Qin to inform him that Luo Si Hai was no longer a threat, and that he need not pursue him any further. Yet, she was also apprehensive about not being able to find him. Upon exiting the town, the trio hastened for 5 or 6 miles until they entered the mountainous region, shortly thereafter arriving at a canyon. As they stepped into the canyon, Qin Ji and Yang Lei slowed their pace, taking in the scene before them. At the end of the canyon stood a grave, marked by a headstone with a sword planted beside it. A man dressed in black sat cross-legged next to the sword, surrounded by several wine jars. 11. Upon seeing the figure, Yang Lei exclaimed. The man turned around, lifting his previously bowed head. Unaccustomed to the sunlight, he shielded his eyes with his hand. Shang noticed that the man appeared somewhat disheveled, his hair was untidy, and his chin and lips were covered in an unkempt stubble, suggesting he had not groomed himself in quite some time. Get up. What state are you in? Qing Ji stepped forward, grasping the man's collar and hoisting him up. Sixth sister, I am of no use. For over a decade, I have been searching for Luo Sihai, yet either I cannot find him, or he escapes from me. If it were Shire, he would have certainly succeeded by now, the man in black, Missouri Chin, said with a hint of despondency. Listen closely, Luo Sihai is dead. Pull yourself together. Yang Lei stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to the man's neck. Ninth sister, what did you say? Mo Chen swayed slightly, regaining his composure to look at Yang Lei. Luo Sihai is dead, just 2 days ago, with the assistance of the 13th junior brother. Luo Sihai was gravely injured by your ninth sister and ultimately self-destructed, Qing Ji replied. Luo Sihai possesses formidable agility. Did you truly manage to kill him? Mo Chen asked, visibly agitated. It was a self-detonation. 13. Come and meet your 11th senior brother, Mo Chen, Yang Lei said, pulling Yishang to her side. Greetings, senior brother Mo Chen. Yishang bowed slightly to Mo Chen. 13? Has the master taken on another disciple? Mo Chen inquired, scrutinizing Yishang from head to toe. Indeed. He is also an inner disciple. Looking at you, what sort of example are you setting for your junior? Yang Lei remarked, her brow furrowed in disapproval of Mo Chen's lackluster demeanor. After years of relentless pursuit, he had yet to succeed, resulting in immense psychological strain. Otherwise, he would not appear so disheartened, sighed Qing Ji. The trio lingered in the graveyard for a while, and Yishang stepped forward to pay his respects. Although they had never met, he was still the 12th senior brother. Now that feels appropriate, Qing Ji remarked with a smile. 12th? Your vengeance has been avenged by the 9th senior sister. I shall not visit you often henceforth. Mo Chen bowed respectfully to the gravestone. The four did not ride flying beasts, but instead walked towards the formation, during which Qing Ji recounted the events of the past few months, including the pursuit of Luo Sihai. Indeed, without the 13th's quick thinking, catching up to him would have posed a significant challenge, Yang Lei nodded, having witnessed Luo Sihai's tenacity firsthand. By the way, what brings you two senior sisters here? Mo Chen inquired with some surprise, as he did not believe Qing Ji and Yang Lei had come specifically for him. In previous years, he often spent half the year away, training while following leads on Luo Sihai. The disciples of Taishan Peak had grown accustomed to this. Upon returning to town, Mo Chen and Qing Ji left some gold notes for the elderly woman, advising her to consult the town mayor for any issues. Mo Chen had even gone out of his way to speak with the mayor regarding this matter. Once these affairs were settled, the quartet took to the skies on their flying beasts, heading towards Tiannan City. Upon entering the city, they proceeded directly to the Lord's residence, where Mo Chen, having dealt with the Lord on several occasions, stated their purpose succinctly. To their surprise, 2 disciples from Taishan Peak had appeared in the Tiannan City area. Rest assured, esteemed uncles, I shall ensure this matter is handled well, though establishing a permanent presence in Zhuyuan village may prove somewhat troublesome. The lord of the city, Zhao Qing, hesitated for a moment before speaking. Although Zhuyuan village may be small, it could be developed into something more substantial in the future. It should at least function as a town, with trade caravans and apothecaries to be established. Mo Chen, observing Zhao Qing, remarked that his subordinates would strive to initiate this process, but it must be submitted for approval, and only upon receiving a response could they proceed. Zhao Qing, wavering slightly, acknowledged that there were certain matters beyond his authority. What approvals are needed? I will authorize it here. If anyone has objections, they may seek me out at Taishan Peak. Yang Lei interjected coldly. Chapter 46. Changes in hometown then, there are no issues from my end. I will promptly dispatch personnel to Zhuyuan village, Mo Chen affirmed. Zhao Qing nodded. With Yang Lei's backing, he felt reassured. We at Taishan Peak will continue to monitor Qingnan Town and Zhuyuan Town closely. You must handle matters well. Should you ever step down, inform your successor that if any issues arise in these 2 towns, their head will be on the line. Mo Chen reiterated his instructions. With the directives clearly imparted, the quartet departed from the Lord's residence, taking to the skies on their flying beasts, heading towards Zhuyuan village. The journey from Tiannan City to Zhuyuan village took them less than a day. Upon their arrival, as the 4 flying beasts alighted at the village entrance, the sound of horns echoed from within, and villagers of all ages rushed forth, each brandishing weapons. Everyone, stand down. Father, it's me. Shang shouted urgently as the villagers charged recklessly towards them. Halt! Called out the elder among the crowd. Rest assured, these are my senior brothers and sisters. The beasts are our flying mounts, and there is no danger. Nightshade addressed the elderly patriarch and the villagers surrounding him. It was a tranquil settlement, inhabited by simple folk. Yanglei gazed at the industrious villagers and remarked with a sense of nostalgia, "Indeed, the villagers are warm-hearted, devoid of any deceit or rivalry. I find it quite endearing." Qingji chimed in, adding to the sentiment. Nightshade recounted the events of the past few months to the elder, informing him that Bamboo Garden Village would be incorporated into the protective domain of the Medicine Valley, transforming it into Bamboo Garden Town. How splendid! This way, our Bamboo Garden Village shall no longer fear the incursions of demonic beasts, the elder exclaimed with excitement. Elder, it is now Bamboo Garden Town, not Bamboo Garden Village. Qingji interjected with a smile, having overheard the elder's words. Esteemed ones, Nightshade is still young and somewhat naive. I hope you will continue to guide him. The elder said to Qingji and the others. Elder, such words are unnecessary. Nightshade is our junior brother. It is only natural for us to look after him. You need not refer to us as esteemed ones. Simply call us by our names. I am Qingji. This is my 9th junior sister Yanglei. And my 11th junior brother Emochin. Qingji introduced herself and her companions to the elder. As their conversation flowed, Aunt Lin and the others finished preparing the meal, roasting several wild chickens, while Uncle Nyo brought along a few jars of wine. 6th senior sister, 9th senior sister, 12th senior brother. Uncle Nyo is quite skilled at brewing. I adore his wine. Every time we went hunting, I would always bring along Uncle Nyo's wine. Nightshade said as he opened a jar and poured for Qingji and the others. 13. I missed your entrance ceremony. Consider this bowl of wine a belated congratulations. Let's toast. Emo-chun raised his wine bowl towards Nightshade and promptly drank it all. Nightshade nodded at Emo-chun and finished his drink in one gulp as well. Although I have not conversed with Emo-chun, his relentless pursuit of Luo Sihai and the deeds he has committed against the Guanya family reveal him to be a person of profound loyalty and deep emotional ties. Ahem. I too am quite the connoisseur of spirits. This liquor is potent indeed. 13. Your capacity for drink is commendable. Let us continue, brother. After indulging in a bowl, Emo-chun became enamored with the drink. Naturally, the junior brother was eager to join. Shang chuckled and remarked, 11. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. Enjoy the revelry, but do not harbor ulterior motives. When it comes to drinking, your 8th senior brother bows in deference to 13. Qingji chimed in with a smile. Oh, I merely wish to share a casual drink with 13. I have no nefarious intentions like my 8th senior brother. Emo-chin replied with a grin. Has Master not instructed you to meditate in seclusion? How is it that you can indulge in alcohol? Emo-chun gazed at Shang with surprise, recalling that when he first entered the sect, it was a grim affair, solely focused on cultivation, with no opportunity for revelry. 13 has fared far better than we did upon our initiation. Master has not imposed any restrictions, primarily because 13 has shown great promise. When 13 entered, he was at the 3rd level of chi refinement, and now he has reached the mid-stage of the 7th level. How remarkable is that? Yanglei remarked to the astonished Emo-chun. Shang, you have reached the 7th level of chi refinement? Old man Gu could not ascertain Shang's cultivation level due to his own lack of prowess, and was taken aback by Yanglei's words. Indeed, father. After I left home, I encountered a few kind-hearted individuals who taught me simple techniques for gathering and absorbing chi. By the time I arrived at the Medicine Valley, I had cultivated to the 3rd level of chi refinement. Shang nodded in affirmation. In just over 3 months, I knew you were no ordinary child. Should the opportunity arise, do not neglect to investigate your origins. Old father took a deep breath and spoke. I shall do so. I will first offer a cup of wine to those 2 relatives. Shang gently touched the jade pendant around his neck, rising to walk towards the back of the bamboo house. Observing the puzzled expressions of Qingji and Emo-chun, old father explained Shang's circumstances. The talent for cultivation displayed by Shang is undeniably remarkable. This is intrinsically linked to the family's lineage and heritage, a matter that Shang can investigate further in due course. Qingji interjected. Standing before the gravestones, Shang poured a cup of wine for each grave, vowing, I shall cultivate diligently and will inevitably uncover your true identities. Regardless of who you are to me, I shall avenge you. As he gazed at the gravestones, Shang once again traced the scar on his side, reflecting that had it not been for those interred within, This scar might have been etched upon his heart instead. The villagers of Zhu Yuan were elated for Shang, fully aware that the fate of their village was on the brink of transformation, and their joy was boundless. Shang could only nod vigorously. Every detail of Zhu Yuan lingered vividly in his memory. In his childhood, he had been mischievous, darting from one house to another in the village, yet not a single person scolded or reprimanded him. Every household enveloped him with warmth akin to that of family. The revelry continued until midnight before finally winding down. Qing Ji and Yang Lei retired to Yishang's room for rest, while Uncle Niu escorted Mo Chen to his home. Yishang then made his way to Old Father's room. They conversed for over an hour, with Old Father eager to learn all about Yishang. And it was only after indulging in a bit too much wine that he succumbed to sleep. Upon waking, Yishang instinctively practiced his martial arts in the courtyard. When Qing Ji and Yang Lei rose, he prepared water for them to wash their faces. Sixth senior sister, take a look. Nevertheless, Shang possesses a remarkable consideration for others. Unlike the other junior disciples who have never even provided us with washing water. As Yang Lei spoke while cleansing her face, she remarked, Senior Sister Jiu, there's no need to engage in behind-the-back scheming. I have had ample opportunities. Mo Chun made his entrance, appearing entirely transformed from the previous day. The Mo Chun who awakened today radiated vitality, casting aside any semblance of despondency. You can fetch me footbath water, but I shan't covet it, Yang Lei said disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Mo Chun. Chapter 47. A clash arises as everyone prepared to enjoy their breakfast. Visitors from Tiannan City arrived in considerable numbers. Among them were regular residents, representatives from trading associations and apothecaries, as well as construction personnel. Tiannan City had even dispatched a town mayor. However, in Yang Lei's eyes, the mayor was promptly demoted to deputy mayor, while the position of the former mayor, Old Man Gu, was firmly established. The deputy mayor bore no grievances. Upon his arrival, the lord of Tiannan City had instructed him to tread carefully in Zhu Yuan town. Should he incite trouble, his head would be forfeit. Yang Lei harbored a keen interest in the development of Zhu Yuan town, and with the deputy mayor, she devised a comprehensive plan. Under her guidance, Zhu Yuan village would expand to over 20 times its original size upon its transformation into Zhu Yuan town. Qing Ji emphasized a crucial point. During the construction, it was imperative not to take advantage of the villagers of Zhu Yuan. Any land acquisition would require compensation and must consider the villagers' wishes. The deputy mayor recognized Yang Lei and her companions as significant figures, submitting entirely to their authority. After spending 3 days in Zhu Yuan village and witnessing the construction progress smoothly, Yang Lei and her companions decided it was time to depart. For night, Shang's cultivation was of utmost importance and should not be delayed. Uncle Niu, I shall not stand on ceremony. I possess a storage belt, she declared. Shang patted the storage belt at his waist and spoke. Shang, you can take it all. Uncle will truly be delighted. Mo Chun, you may take some as well, Uncle Niu chuckled. Shang, with no hesitation, filled the storage space with wine, packing away over a dozen barrels. Mo Chun also did not hold back, filling his share generously. When Uncle Niu was not paying attention, Mo Chun discreetly flicked a gold note into the bamboo house, wedging it against the wall. However, Shang noticed this act. He feigned ignorance, aware that if money were involved, Uncle Niu would likely become upset, perhaps even confrontational. Yet, without the exchange of money, Mo Chun might feel a twinge of guilt, and this was the most favorable outcome. Shang, I wonder if Aunt will have another opportunity to make you clothes in the future. These garments may not be as fine as those from the city, but they are made of pure linen and quite comfortable. You can wear the 2 sets on top now, and the others will fit you once you grow taller. Aunt Lin said, handing a stack of robes to Shang. Amidst the villagers waving farewells, Shang and his companions departed from Zhu Yuan village. Shang, you must rely on yourself from now on, Old Man Gu remarked after they had walked a few miles. I will, old man. Here, take this gold note. Aunt Lin's family is not affluent, and she has crafted several sets of clothing for me. Please deliver some to Uncle Niu as well, and refrain from hunting any longer. Shang presented the gold notes given to him by Qin Ao Xian to Old Man Gu. Very well. It is rare to see such thoughtfulness. They all have their struggles. Old Man Gu did not even check the amount on the gold notes, simply tucking them into his clothing. He understood that Shang would not have to worry about finances in the future, so he did not insist otherwise. Bowing respectfully to the ancient patriarch, Shang swiftly mounted the back of Tianyu, skillfully guiding the majestic creature into flight. Qing Ji and her companions, riding upon the Qing Diao and the golden-winged eagle, followed closely in Yishang's wake. I felt a tinge of reluctance as we departed from a place I had called home for over a decade. Yishang spoke. Yet Qing Ji and the others remained silent. They too had endured similar farewells. This time, there was no pause in Tiannan cities. We headed directly towards Qiyan City. Upon hearing that all 10 senior brothers and sisters had taken on disciples, Mo Chen expressed his discontent. Sixth sister. Had I been present, the eldest brother wouldn't have acquired 2 disciples. This outing has cost me dearly. He lamented with a hint of frustration from his perch on the golden-winged eagle. Yang Lei interjected. Our master has announced that Taishan Peak will begin recruiting new disciples. Next year, we shall persuade him to make another journey. If he refuses, we shall seize the opportunity ourselves. I concur, Qing Ji replied, glancing at Yishang. 13. During this competition for new disciples, you must exert yourself and elevate the reputation of Taishan Peak. Let it be known that when we strike, it is nothing short of earth-shattering. Concerned about the long-term implications of carrying a heavy burden on Tianyu's growth, she decided to share a mount with Yishang. I will do so, unless I fall. No one shall extinguish the spirit of Taishan Peak upon my shoulders, Yishang affirmed with a nod. Days later, the group arrived at Qiyan City, welcomed by Zhui Zhuang and Tang Tian, and promptly departed without delay. With little pressing matters at hand, they intended to visit, particularly as the events at the Medicine Valley had stirred quite a commotion, attracting individuals from various peaks. In less than 3 days, they approached the slopes of Liaoyi Mountain. Master Uncle, how shall we search for my master and our teacher? Inquired the impatient Zhu Zhuang. I am uncertain of their exact location. Let Qing Jiao soar through the skies. Upon seeing Qing Diao, your master will know we have arrived and will inform us, replied Qing Ji. Upon entering the Falling Leaves mountain range, Qing Ji commanded Qing Diao to ascend into the heavens. Yishang dismounted from Qing Diao's back and approached Tianyu. Tianyu, you are acquainted with my master. Let us search for him here. After flying over the Falling Leaves mountain for a quarter of an hour, a whistle echoed as Qing Diao passed over a gorge. Qing Ji and Yang Lei guided Qing Diao downwards, while Yishang maneuvered Tianyu closely behind. Upon descending into the gorge, Yishang beheld a multitude of individuals. Among them Huanan from Taishan Peak, who was locked in a standoff with another. This is the Danding mountain range. You from Tianyu Peak and Wang Yun Peak cannot claim dominion here, Huanan declared, directing his words at the blue-robed man opposite him. Huanan, this is Danding mountain range, not Taishan Peak. It is not your place to dictate terms, came the retort from Luo Daoyuan, who had approached the blue-robed figure. Luo Daoyuan, do you believe you are capable now? If you have the skill, come forth. I stand here, and none shall enter this formation today, Huanan proclaimed, brandishing a long sword that materialized in his hand. Both Luo Daoyuan and the blue-robed middle-aged man remained silent, observing Huanan. Chapter 48. Excessively overbearing senior brother, second senior brother. Qing Ji, accompanied by Yang Lei and others, arrived beside Gong Xian and Wu Qi. Upon reaching this location, Gong Xian was the first to discover the golden lion beast, which he had followed through a natural formation to arrive here. Once, there existed a concealed formation, which Gong Xian managed to breach. Upon his arrival, the individuals from Qingshi Peak were eager to enter, yet Gong Xian forbade them, resulting in a confrontation that left them repelled. Shortly thereafter, the members from Tianyu Peak and Wang Yun Peak arrived. Luo Daoyuan, we, the disciples of Taishan Peak, are here today. Would you care to test your resolve in entering? Yang Lei stepped forward, positioning herself beside Huanan. What is this? Do you believe Taishan Peak possesses an overwhelming advantage? All the peaks are gathered here. Do you believe it feasible for Taishan Peak to monopolize this opportunity? Luo Daoyuan sneered. How did the Medicine Valley produce such a petty individual like you? If you possess the capability, come forth. Why push others from their peaks? Yang Lei regarded Luo Daoyuan with disdain. Yang Lei, whom do you dare insult? Being publicly called a petty person by Yang Lei in front of so many. Luo Daoyuan felt his dignity slip away. I am indeed addressing you. What of it? Do you intend to bite? Yang Lei showed no mercy towards Luo Daoyuan. You are going too far. Senior brother Luo has been in this realm far longer than you. He is still your senior. Lu Jing, clad in blue robes, interjected, casting a glance at the reddening face of Luo Daoyuan. Lu Jing, do not feign the virtuous gentleman. My senior brother has broken the formation. If you wish to enter, have some decency. Yang Lei did not spare Lu Jing either. After being chastised by Yang Lei, Lu Jing fell silent, leaving the atmosphere tense. Presently, nearly all 12 peaks of the Medicine Valley were assembled, save for Qing's Shi Peak, which had been driven away by Gongxian. However, none were truly willing to confront Taishan Peak, as its disciples were notoriously formidable, and Lu Yongyu was exceedingly protective of his own. Perhaps we should deliberate on the most appropriate course of action. Maintaining this stalemate serves no purpose, does it? Amidst the throng at Danding Peak, a figure clad in white emerged, exclaiming, "Li Chen, depart at once. You and your senior brother share the same pretentious demeanor. If there are matters to discuss, summon that scoundrel Chu Lingxiao." Upon witnessing the commotion among the crowd, Qing Ji launched into an outburst. "Senior brother Gong, none are privy to the circumstances surrounding this concealed formation. Let us investigate together. If resources from Taishan Peak are to be claimed, how about it?" A man from Yunhai Peak proposed. "I have no objections to Bai Shidi's suggestion." Gongxian nodded in agreement. Given the proximity and amicable relations between Taishan Peak and Yunhai Peak, Bai Qingshan's reasoning was indeed sound. "What do you mean, Bai Qingshan? The resources of the Danding mountain range should either be equally divided or remain untouched. Do you wish to ally with them?" Luo Daoyuan retorted, displeased by Bai Qingshan's remarks. "Why do you behave like a rabid dog, snapping at anyone in sight?" Luo Daoyuan. "If you possess the courage, then proceed." Bai Qingshan intended to address the situation, yet Luo Duan's words ignited his ire, and he responded sharply. "Why are fellow disciples quarreling amongst themselves?" Just then, an elder arrived with a retinue, immediately reprimanding those present. "First the young, now the old," Imo Chun murmured beside Yishang. Upon seeing Dai Tongyan, Gongxian and the others bowed in respect. "If there is a concealed formation, we shall enter and investigate," Dai Tongyan declared, striding towards the entrance of the hidden array. Gongxian's expression shifted, and with a swift movement, he positioned himself in front of Hua Nan and Yang Lei, obstructing Dai Tongyan's path. Gongxian's actions caused the expressions of the 12 peaks individuals to shift dramatically. He intended to obstruct Dai Tongyan as well. "What do you mean by this, Gongxian? Are you also going to impede my progress?" Dai Tongyan cast a cold gaze toward Gongxian. "What do you mean by interfering?" "I merely wish to enter and assess the situation for any dangers. If none are present, you may proceed with your investigations." Gongxian's refusal infuriated Dai Tongyan. "That will not be necessary. My disciple has just breached the formation. We can conduct our inquiries at a leisurely pace." Gongxian replied nonchalantly. "Do you insist on obstructing me? Are you not concerned that I might hold you accountable for injuring Feng Yuan?" Dai Tongyan's anger flared at Gongxian's dismissal. As his senior disciple Feng Yuan had been harmed by him, which had already brought him considerable shame. Why was Feng Yuan injured? Others completed the formation. Yet he rushed in recklessly. Gongxian showed no signs of conceding. "Have you lost all respect for your elders?" Dai Tongyan roared, his fury palpable. "Very well. I shall take it upon myself to discipline you on behalf of your master." Faced with Gongxian's obstruction and unable to enter the concealed formation behind him, Dai Tongyan resolved not to prolong the confrontation. At that moment, a figure emerged, swiftly launching a palm strike toward Dai Tongyan, who met it with a counterstrike. A resounding thud echoed as Dai Tongyan was sent staggering back, his face smeared with crimson, clearly injured. "You dare to discipline my disciple? You, Dai Tongyan, lack the qualifications to do so." The figure that had appeared was none other than Lu Yongyu, the leader of Taishan Peak. "You are being excessively tyrannical, Lu Yongyu." Dai Tongyan trembled as he pointed a shaky arm at Lu Yongyu, acutely aware that he had just suffered a loss. It was Yang Lei who shattered the protective jade talisman given to him by Lu Yongyu, allowing Lu Yongyu to arrive just in time. "Master, have you been here before?" Gongxian inquired. "I visited this place over a decade ago. It appears to be a junction to an alternate dimension, yet it is exceedingly unstable. Entering with the cultivation of the spirit-severing stage could provoke a spatial collapse. As for the circumstances within, we shall discuss that later." Lu Yongyu produced several spirit stones, embedding them into the ground to restore the concealed formation. A mist enveloped the gorge, and then Lu Yongyu pressed his fingertip to his brow, channeling a beam of white light into the formation. "Master has left a soul mark. Should anyone disturb this formation, Master will be informed," Yang Lei remarked to Yishang. Chapter 49. The Alternate Dimension. Lu Yongyu, are you not being overly domineering? Do you intend to monopolize this place? Dai Tongyan exclaimed angrily. "This is a passage to an alternate dimension. If a collapse occurs, can you bear the consequences? Furthermore, even if you do seize it, what can you do?" Lu Yongyu turned to Dai Tongyan, entirely dismissive of him. I shall seek the Valley Master and the Grand Elder to arbitrate this matter. D'Artagnan retorted before storming off. What speed is this? It far surpasses that of any flying beast. Zhu Zhuang exclaimed in astonishment. His jaw agape as he watched Lu Yongyu's departing figure. There is no need for flying beasts at this level of cultivation, Tang Tian reflected. Wu Qi addressed Tang Tian and Zhuo Zhuang. Where did you encounter 11? As the other peak's personnel withdrew, Gong Xian turned to Qing Ji and Yang Lei for answers. In the hometown of 12, the senior brother, we have accomplished something significant this time, Yang Lei exclaimed with excitement. It is commendable that you managed to stay out of trouble, let alone achieve something grand, Gong Xian replied with a smile. Indeed, alongside 6th Sister and 13, we succeeded in eliminating Luo Sihai, thereby avenging 12's grievances once and for all, Yang Lei declared, raising her fist in triumph. Is that truly the case? This is splendid news. We need not dwell on this matter any longer. However, I heard that Luo Sihai had mastered the illusory body technique, making him difficult to pursue. Gong Xian expressed his delight upon hearing this news. Certainly, had it not been for 13's cleverness in employing Tianyu to slow him down, we might have lost him, Yang Lei remarked, patting Yishang's shoulder. Yang Lei recounted the events of Luo Sihai's defeat to Gong Xian, Wu Qi, Huan Nan, and others. Very well, senior brother. If you wish to drink, I shall certainly accompany you, Yishang nodded. Senior brother, you have taken in 2 disciples this time. Should you recruit new ones next year? I ask that you forego my share, which rightfully belongs to you, Imo Chen said to Gong Xian. Upon returning to Taishan Peak, the group proceeded directly to the Taishan Hall to meet Lu Yongyu. Inside the hall, Lu Yongyu and Taitsong were enjoying tea. Master, are you not concerned about the older generation from other peaks causing trouble there? Wu Qi inquired, looking at Lu Yongyu. There is a possibility, but it is of no concern. Today's events will undoubtedly be reported to the Valley Master and the Grand Elder. They will dispatch someone to oversee the situation. And we at Taishan Peak need not worry. 13. How's everything at home? Lu Yongyu inquired, glancing at Yishang after discussing the recent events in the alternate space. Everything is well. Thank you for your concern, Master. Nightang felt a surge of emotion, sensing the concern of Lu Yongyu. Master, the residences of disciples 12 and 13 are in close proximity. I have already communicated with the Lord of Tianan City. And there's no issue if senior brother checks in with Yunhafeng later, Yang Lei reported. 12. Upon mentioning disciple 12, Lu Yongyu sighed deeply, turning his gaze aside, a hidden pain stirring within him. Noticing Lu Yongyu's sorrow, Yang Lei directly recounted the incident involving the demise of Luo Sihai. Only then did Lu Yongyu turn to face Nightang and the others. Nightang nodded. He would handle the matter even if Lu Yongyu remained silent. Great Elder, you have arrived. Lu Yongyu and Taitsong both inclined their heads respectfully to the Elder. Could I possibly refrain from coming? How could you provoke Dai Tongyan, Yuan Tai, and Jinkin to report you? The Elder seemed to glide into the hall effortlessly, finding a seat without any apparent effort. Only the incompetent resort to complaints. Upon hearing of the grievances, Taitsong expressed his discontent. A fallacy, yet it bears truth. Yongyu, how well do you comprehend that place? The great Elder cast a glance at Taitsong before inquiring. Lu Zhongyu promptly conveyed his assessment to the Elder in a straightforward manner. Those above the divided spirit stage may not enter. This presents a challenge. High-ranking individuals cannot access it, while those of lower rank are unsafe. How about this? When we open the trials for disciples next year, let them venture inside for an examination, the Elder pondered before responding. The esteemed Elder, this cannot be permitted. I have concealed the formation for over a decade. It is the territory of our Taishan Peak. It will be open for disciples to undergo trials next year. And where shall we find disciples in the condensation dance stage? Upon hearing the words of the Elder in ragged attire, Lu Yongyu was immediately disinclined. It seemed somewhat petty. Yet your reasoning is indeed justifiable. Hence, I shall grant you Taishan Peak a little more time. 2 years hence. Would that suffice as a trial location? There is still a year and a half remaining. The Elder chuckled in response. Then it is settled. Elder, please dispatch someone to guard the area. Lu Yongyu nodded, relieving himself of the responsibility. By the way, I heard from Zuoyun that you have taken in a new disciple, a closed-door disciple at that. Will you not allow me a glimpse? The Elder in ragged attire inquired, tapping the ground with his cane. 13. This esteemed individual is the Grand Elder of our Apothecary Valley and also my master's uncle. He has long gone to the worship tower. Not due to distrust in the Apothecary Valley, Lu Yongyu introduced to Yishang. Disciple Yishang, at your service, Grand Elder. Shang stepped forth from Yang Lei's side, bowing respectfully before the elder. Save for a few, the others gazed enviously at the small vial in Shang's hand. Chapter 50, Learning Alchemy. Full of vitality, brimming with blood essence, you are indeed a promising student. This dragon bone pill shall serve as your welcoming gift. The elder observed Shang with satisfaction, before tossing a jade vial to him. In the contemporary era, physical frailty is a significant weakness for cultivators. Thus, at Taishan Peak, only Yang Lei has successfully practiced the celestial hand, a feat attributed to her innate talent. Furthermore, her ability to elevate the celestial hand to the realm of cloud revolving hand is also due to her past consumption of a dragon bone pill. Thank you, esteemed elder. Shang expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture towards the elder. The elder smiled in response before departing. 13. You have struck gold. Among us at Taishan Peak, only your senior sister has consumed a dragon bone pill, which was procured by our master from the elder. Qingji remarked with a smile as she looked at Shang. The dragon bone pill was crafted by the elder in our medicine valley. And as for the rest of you, your physical advantages are insufficient. Even with the dragon bone pill, it would be challenging to achieve significant progress with the celestial hand. Lu Zhongyu interjected, clarifying that his stance was not biased towards Yang Lei, but rather that he recognized her potential in terms of physical prowess. The disciples are aware that the elder's provision of a dragon bone pill to 13 indicates that he possesses potential in this regard, Gongxian added, aligning his thoughts with Lu Yongyu's perspective. Subsequently, Shang learned from Yang Lei about the rarity of the dragon bone pill. The primary ingredient for this elixir is the bone of the flying flood dragon, a creature that has not been seen for many years. 13. The cultivation in the Medicine Valley has two directions. One is the practice of profound arts, and the other is alchemy. However, I believe it would be more beneficial for you to pursue the path of profound arts, Lu Yongyu suggested, noticing Shang's interest in elixirs. Master, may I simultaneously cultivate profound arts while studying alchemy? Shang inquired. The notion you possess is indeed valid. Many practitioners delve into unconventional studies, some focusing on alchemy, others on artifact crafting, and still others on formations. However, it is essential to discern priorities. One should not place equal importance on both, lest one finds oneself lacking in both pursuits. Lu Yongyu offered a gentle reminder to Shang, who understood. Your senior brother's alchemical skills are rather modest. Among my disciples, your sixth senior sister demonstrates commendable proficiency in alchemy. Will you accompany me to the tranquil cliff, or shall you join your sixth senior sister at her bamboo cottage? Lu Yongyu inquired about Shang's preference. Master, 13 will undoubtedly feel anxious and out of place with you. It might be better for him to accompany me. Qingji suggested with a smile. Lu Yongyu nodded in agreement, recognizing that Shang could be more at ease with his senior sister than under his own tutelage. He then informed Gongxian that the resource repository of Taishan Peak would be accessible to Shang for alchemical materials, an announcement that evoked intense envy from Gongxian and the others. 13. I once harbored aspirations of practicing alchemy, yet Master permitted me only to handle the first-level materials from the repository, Yang Lei remarked, giving Shang a hearty pat on the shoulder. You? How can you still speak of this? How much material have you squandered? Lu Yongyu shot a disapproving glance at Yang Lei. She rolled her eyes in silence, fully aware of her lack of talent in that regard. After some time spent in conversation, Shang followed Qingji to the bamboo cottage. 13. All the servants here are maidens. I shall arrange for a few lovely ones for you. But do behave yourself, Qingji said upon entering the bamboo cottage. Sixth senior sister, please do not jest. I am quite capable of taking care of myself, Shang replied, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Qingji arranged a bamboo loft for Shang, and then proceeded to the resource hall to procure an alchemy furnace and some first-tier materials for him. In the following days, Shang dedicated his nights to cultivating the myriad paths of the sacred tome and the sacred cauldron scripture, while during the daylight hours, he practiced the town mountain hand and the wind-chasing spear technique. Qingji also imparted her knowledge and insights on the fundamentals of alchemy. Witnessing Shang's mastery of the town mountain hand and the wind-chasing spear technique left Qingji astounded. The town mountain hand is a signature skill of the Medicine Valley, a fact well known among its disciples, yet so few possess the aptitude to cultivate it. Even those who have reached the third tier and entered the Dan condensation phase struggle with it. The fact that Shang, with merely first-tier qi refinement, was able to grasp the intricacies of this exceedingly challenging second-tier combat technique was nothing short of astonishing to Qingji. Moreover, Shang's rendition of the wind-chasing spear technique was equally difficult for her to comprehend. As a second-tier combat skill, Shang's ability to cultivate it was remarkable in itself, but the transformation he achieved in its execution, amplifying its power manifold, was truly extraordinary. Given Shang's current modest level of cultivation, it was hard for Qingji to fathom the potential might of the wind-chasing spear technique once he advanced further. It became clear to her why their master, having refrained from accepting disciples for many years, had taken Shang under his wing. His talents were indeed prodigious. This was Qingji's first conclusion upon observing Shang's spear techniques. She was also confident in Shang's prospects in the upcoming newcomers contest, as his mastery of the Town Mountain Hand and wind-chasing spear technique equipped him to engage in combat beyond his current tier. While teaching Shang to identify medicinal herbs, he produced his own compendium of spiritual items to compare with the texts provided by Qingji. This revelation led Qingji to discover a treasure. She found that Shang's compendium contained a far more comprehensive record of herbs and spiritual items than those documented in the Medicine Valley's texts. After borrowing it for 2 days of study, she concluded it to be a rare and invaluable tome, eagerly inquiring about its origins. Very well. Sixth Sister admits that your fortune is extraordinary, believing it to be a gift from our master. In that case, I shall seek out our master, Qingji declared. Sixth Sister, do you wish to see my alchemical notes? Shang hesitated for a moment before producing the sealed alchemical manuscript, feeling that he ought not to conceal anything from such a benevolent sister. After glancing at the manuscript, Qingji closed her eyes and then handed it back to Shang. What is it? Is there an issue with the alchemical notes? Shang inquired, furrowing his brow. No, this is a legacy from our predecessors. If you possess it, then it rightfully belongs to you. It is not suitable for me to delve into it. Qingji exhaled, her attraction to the alchemical notes undeniable, yet she recognized that they belonged to Shang, making it inappropriate for her to study them. Sister, you are overthinking this, Shang replied with a smile. Not at all. In the future, do not show it to anyone else. It would be a sign of disrespect to our predecessors. If I encounter challenges in alchemy, I will seek your counsel. And you can help me resolve my doubts in accordance with these notes, Qingji instructed Shang. After Shang had a comprehensive understanding of the basics of alchemy for several days, Qingji began to teach him the practical aspects of the art. Starting with the simplest of elixirs, the Undone. The alchemical furnace that Qingji procured for Shang was a third-tier furnace, capable of refining pills of the 4th rank and below. There exists a marked distinction between third-tier and 4th-tier furnaces. Those below Tier 3 are equipped with a spirit fire array at their base, which, when infused with spirit stones, can ignite the alchemical flames. A pill furnace above the 4th tier does not require a spiritual fire array, a limitation determined by the alchemist's cultivation level. Those who have entered the condensation stage possess a golden pill, capable of generating alchemical fire for pill concoction. However, the potency of the alchemical fire at this stage is insufficient, rendering the process unstable. It is only upon reaching the separation stage that one can truly wield alchemical fire for pill refinement, implying that only cultivators of the 4th tier and above can utilize a pill furnace devoid of a spiritual fire array. Chapter 51. Alchemical aptitude. Qingji also bestowed upon Shang a portion of spirit stones, which are essential for activating the spiritual fire array. As Qingji elucidated, Shang learned that spirit stones come in various qualities: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. For concocting 1st and 2nd tier pills, inferior spirit stones suffice. During his inaugural attempt at pill refinement, Shang spent a considerable portion of the day, yet ultimately failed, producing a cauldron of black spheres. Throughout the processes of refining the medicinal liquid, purifying, and adding auxiliary materials, he made no errors. However, a lack of control over the spiritual fire array during the final stage led to his failure. Sister, do I lack the talent for alchemy? Shang inquired, wiping the soot from his face, a hint of embarrassment evident in his demeanor. With a sharp slap, Qingji reprimanded him, an uncommon display of anger for her, typically reserved for Yanglei. No talent? Keep refining, she shouted before departing. Qingji found it difficult to articulate her emotions when she first began her alchemical journey. She encountered failure twice while refining the medicinal liquid, twice more during purification, and even more while adding auxiliary ingredients. Ultimately, she failed 8 or 9 times before successfully producing her first batch of pills. In such circumstances, both Lu Yangyu and Taicang regarded her alchemical aptitude as quite commendable. During one attempt at alchemy, Shang reached the final step in refining pills, yet she lamented her lack of talent. Could she not feel a surge of excitement? On her second attempt, Shang met with failure once more. Observing that Qingji was absent, she pressed on with a third attempt. Fortunately, as dusk fell, she successfully concocted a batch of Pei Yuan Dan. With the precious pills in hand, Shang made her way to Qingji's bamboo abode to present her creation. Did you fail once in between? Qingji inquired, piecing together the timeline with ease. I disappointed my senior sister with that failure, Shang admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. After dismissing Shang, Qingji took a hearty sip of tea, reflecting on the considerable pressure of mentoring such a junior. In the ensuing fortnight, Shang devoted her nights to the cultivation of the Sacred Cauldron Sutra and the Myriad Path Canon, while her days were consumed with honing combat skills and alchemy. As her martial prowess flourished, so too did her aptitude for refining pills. She no longer faced setbacks in creating Pei Yuan Dan, and her efficiency soared, allowing her to produce a batch within just over an hour. One day, after completing another batch of pills, Shang was visited by Qingji, Yang Lei, and Mo Chun at her residence. 13. Have you distributed Pei Yuan Dan among the servants? Qingji asked. I gave away a few. Having an excess of Pei Yuan Dan serves little purpose, Shang replied. What a waste. Truly extravagant. With so many pills, can't you spare a few for ninth senior sister? She has servants as well, Yang Lei exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Does ninth senior sister truly need them? What about 11th brother? Shang walked over to the cabinet behind her, opening it to reveal a dense array of pill vials. Goodness. 13, you're an alchemy machine. So many. Mo Chun stepped forward, producing a vial of elixir and opening it. As the sixth senior sister said, practice makes perfect. Shang interjected. Qingji, Yang Lei, and Mo Chun fell silent, each regarding Shang with scrutiny. Ninth junior sister, what is your take on this matter? After a moment of contemplation, Qingji turned to Yang Lei and inquired. We could either exchange for materials at the meritorious hall or acquire higher-grade elixirs, or we could save them. Our Taishan Peak will recruit new members next year, and the demand for Pei Yuan Dan will significantly increase. After pondering for a moment, Yang Lei responded. The price difference for higher-grade elixirs is substantial, and our Taishan Peak is not lacking in materials. Let us conserve our resources. Qingji nodded in agreement. Should we exchange them? Shang questioned. Are you unaware that more elixirs are always beneficial? Considering that our Taishan Peak will recruit an additional 20 individuals next year. That amounts to 1 elixir per person per day, totaling 20 elixirs. Yang Lei shot Shang a glare. 20 elixirs can be produced in just 2 hours. Moreover, the main peak will still distribute resources, won't it? Shang appeared somewhat perplexed. Why don't you demonstrate your refining skills? It's been several days since I last witnessed your alchemy. Are you truly ready to make a breakthrough? Qingji observed Shang intently. A single batch of Pei Yuan Dan yields approximately 10 elixirs, and it takes her about an hour to refine one batch. With Shang having only studied alchemy for less than a month, she found it hard to believe that he could produce 20 elixirs in just 2 hours. As Shang retrieved the alchemy furnace, he commenced the refining process. Watching the crimson flames, Qingji furrowed her brow. A more vigorous flame becomes increasingly difficult to control, and she worried that Shang might be too hasty. However, the concern she harbored did not manifest as Shang proceeded with calm precision, adding the herbs, refining the medicinal liquid, purifying it, introducing the auxiliary materials, condensing, and ultimately forming the elixirs. He executed each step flawlessly without a hint of error. After a full hour, a furnace of Pei Yuan Dan was successfully produced. Holding the Pei Yuan Dan refined by Shang, Qingji nodded slightly, acknowledging the excellence of the pills crafted in one continuous effort. 13. Now that you have attained the first level of cultivation, there is no need to continue refining pills at this caliber, Yang Lei remarked, concerned that the pursuit of alchemy might hinder Shang's cultivation. Isn't it said that practice makes perfect? Shang pondered Yang Lei's intentions with some confusion. Qingji also proposed that the focus should remain on cultivation, suggesting that he produce only 1 furnace of Pei Yuan Dan each day, and if time permitted, explore other first-level pills. With that, Qingji departed alongside Yang Lei and Mo Chun. A few days later, Lu Yangyu learned of Shang's foray into alchemy and made a special visit. His advice mirrored that of Qingji. The advancement of an alchemist is akin to that of a cultivator. Without sufficient cultivation, high-grade pills cannot be produced. He urged Shang to channel more energy into his cultivation of true qi. After 2 additional days of practice, Shang encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. Having reached the threshold of the Undone Sutra at the 5th level of blood refinement, while the Holy Cauldron Classic peaked at the 7th level of Qi refinement, poised for a potential breakthrough. The 5th level of blood refinement involves unblocking the dragon tendons, specifically the major tendons along the back, while progressing to the 6th level necessitates opening the major tendons in the limbs. After consuming 2 blood essence pills, Shang halted his practice of the Holy Cauldron Classic and concentrated on breaking through with the Undone Sutra. He opened all his acupoints to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body, allowing the already saturated energy within to circulate. After half an hour of this practice, he swallowed the 2 blood essence pills he had been holding. After the essence blood elixir was melted, it generated an immense energy. Directing this energy into the dragon tendons and the dragon neck, Shang commanded the energy within the dragon neck to surge towards his biceps, while the energy in the dragon tendons rushed towards his legs. With this forceful surge, Shang's entire body trembled as the energy invaded his veins, causing excruciating pain, resulting in failure. Regaining his composure, Shang attempted the assault once more, yet it still ended in failure, revealing to him that unlocking the major tendons of the limbs was far more challenging than unlocking the dragon neck or the dragon tendons. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, Shang recognized the futility of brute force and thus shifted his strategy, focusing the energy within his body towards a singular target. Chapter 52. Cultivating blood to the 6th layer. Stabilizing his mind, Shang began to channel the energy into his right arm. This arduous process felt akin to being struck by an external force, and Shang gritted his teeth to endure the pain. Once he had successfully opened the channels in both arms, he proceeded to his legs. After 2 hours of relentless effort, Shang finally achieved the opening of the major tendons in all 4 limbs, advancing his cultivation of the myriad scriptures to the 6th layer of blood refinement. Emerging from his chamber, Shang was drenched in sweat. This breakthrough had been far more strenuous than his previous ones. "What has happened to you?" In the courtyard, Qingji, noticing Shang's disheveled appearance, inquired. Having shared meals together daily, she had come to check on him as it was already midday and he hadn't joined her. Upon seeing Shang's condition, she was taken aback. "It's nothing, just a bit arduous in my cultivation. I'll go wash up over there," Shang replied, nodding to Qingji before making his way towards the stream in the bamboo grove. Observing Shang's retreating figure, Qingji fell into contemplation. She discerned that while Shang's cultivation had not visibly increased, the vitality and vigor within him had significantly intensified. After taking a refreshing shower, Shang felt invigorated, experiencing a sense of unrestrained delight. 13. Let us first partake in a meal, Qingji suggested. She led Shang to her loft and prepared a bowl of thin porridge for him. Shang inquired of Qingji, "Now that consuming the fasting elixir can address physical stamina, why do you still prepare your own meals daily? Sister, do you harbor concerns?" Shang gazed at Qingji, asking. "Today, I visited our master, and he was in a rather foul mood. The Jinyan sect has come to collect resources," Qingji replied. "The Jinyan sect? Within a radius of 100,000 miles, are we not the most formidable force in the Medicine Valley?" Shang questioned, somewhat perplexed. "You are not fully apprised of the situation. Allow me to elucidate," Qingji said, setting down her utensils as she began to explain the dynamics of the Eastern Xuanzhou domain in the Eastern Xuanzhou continent. The Eastern Xuanzhou domain spans millions of miles and is home to 7 major superpowers: the Holy Light Church, the Thunderclap sect, the Crimson Cloud sect, the Carefree sect, the Nebula Gate, the Jinyan sect, and the Southern Dipper sect. The Medicine Valley ranks merely as a mid-tier force, hardly qualifying as a top-tier entity, and is subordinate to the Jinyan sect. Each year, the Medicine Valley is obliged to remit a portion of its resources to the Jinyan sect. In recent years, the Jinyan sect has intensified its resource demands from subordinate sects in its quest for expansion. The annual income from the Medicine Valley's enterprises, along with various resource outputs, requires that 1/3 be surrendered to the Jinyan sect. Why can our Medicine Valley not ascend to a superpower? What prerequisites must be met? If we continue to be exploited, it will be exceedingly difficult to compete with others in the future, Shang expressed. "The reason lies in our lineage," Qingji responded. "The Medicine Valley has remained steadfast, largely due to its self-sufficiency. Many cultivators require elixirs and are thus reluctant to provoke it. A significant factor in its survival is that, throughout its extensive history, it has never ascended to the ranks of the 7 great superpowers. The reason lies in the interruption of its lineage. particularly the loss of its sacred text, the Holy Cauldron Scripture. Long ago, a group of foreign cultivators unexpectedly appeared in the Medicine Valley, prompting the ancestors of the valley to engage in combat with them. The battle was fierce, shrouding the heavens and earth in chaos, ultimately resulting in the annihilation of the foreign invaders. However, all the high-ranking cultivators of the Medicine Valley perished in the fray, leading to the loss of their treasured texts. The only remaining records are those rewritten by a disciple based on their own practice. From where did these foreign cultivators originate? Shang inquired. The records state they emerged from Taichuan, yet who can ascertain the location of Taichuan? An aspect that remains perplexing is that the texts also indicate that the Medicine Valley had previously sensed something amiss with Taichuan and dispatched a formidable elder to guard it. However, when the crisis arose, this guardian did not appear. Qingji patiently elucidated this to Shang, who began to piece together the mystery. The seemingly bottomless chasm behind Taishan Peak might indeed be Taichuan, and Fengchen was the sentinel of the Medicine Valley. When the calamity struck, it is possible that Fengchen succumbed to the haunting energies and perished. I believe I am starting to comprehend, Shang remarked. In that battle, the elite of the Medicine Valley were nearly obliterated, leaving it without any cultivators above the 5th level or the Void Inquiry realm. The surviving members, relying solely on their own cultivation, have recorded the texts. How do these compare to the original? Do not merely speak of the pinnacle chapter of the Sacred Cauldron Scripture. Even the Heavenly Cauldron chapter remains incomplete. Thus, it is exceedingly arduous to cultivate to the 5th tier within the Medicine Valley. Only those with extraordinary talent can attain this level through their own comprehension, Qingji remarked to Shang. Senior sister, fret not. Extremes will inevitably lead to reversals. Perhaps one day we shall uncover the Sacred Cauldron Scripture. Shang replied with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, he deemed it inappropriate to mention the Sacred Cauldron Scripture, as it was a matter better left to Lu Yongyu to address. Meanwhile, within a secluded pavilion behind the Danding Peak, Lu Yongyu sat opposite the elder in a robe of hemp. Yongyu, it has been many years since you last visited your master uncle. Is there something amiss? The hidden realm is not of great consequence, so do not dwell on it. The elder, who was also the Grand Elder, spoke. Master uncle, I did not come for that reason. Lu Yongyu extended his hand, presenting the Sacred Cauldron Scripture to the Grand Elder. Upon catching sight of the scripture, the elder sprang to his feet, his facial muscles quivering in disbelief. What is this? Indeed, it is the original. Lu Yongyu nodded affirmatively. The elder resumed his seat, trembling hands opening the Sacred Cauldron Scripture. After a moment of contemplation, he closed his eyes, and the rise and fall of his chest revealed his inner turmoil. The rise of the Medicine Valley is within reach. Yongyu, what is your request? If you wish to enter the Hall of Offerings, that is permissible, but what shall we do about Taishan Peak? The elder spoke with evident excitement, his words tinged with tremors. Your 13th disciple, Shang? That little fellow possesses remarkable qualities and bears immense fortune. He is truly exceptional. The elder nodded in approval. Master uncle, what kind of treatment can be afforded to the 13th? Lu Yongyu inquired with a smile. Chapter 53. The turmoil of ancient texts. It is quite simple. Within the Medicine Valley, whatever resources he requires, we shall provide. Any requests he may have, we shall duly accommodate. Here is the token from my master, which you must present to him. The aged figure of Ma Yi spoke without hesitation, handing a crimson token to Lu Yongyu. He will not make unreasonable demands. Additionally, I must inform you that I have transcribed a copy of the Sacred Cauldron Scripture for Shang. I believe this is a necessary gesture. Furthermore, I have 2 disciples who have reached the pinnacle of the 4th stage and require the Sacred Cauldron Scripture. Is it permissible for them to learn it? Upon receiving the token, Lu Yongyu inquired. That is indeed permissible, but ensure that Shang preserves it diligently. It is preferable that he memorizes it and then destroys the original. The Medicine Valley is fraught with individuals of varying backgrounds, and the orthodox practice of the Sacred Cauldron Scripture is susceptible to leakage. Thus, one must exercise utmost caution. However, your Taishan Peak poses no issues. Mai nodded affirmatively. Thank you, master. Lu Yongyu acknowledged with a nod. It is only because I do not trust you to refrain from transcribing a copy. The elder cast a glance at Lu Yongyu and promptly secured the Sacred Cauldron Scripture. Lu Yongyu smiled and nodded, for he had already made a transcription himself. Whether the Medicine Valley consented or not, he would impart it to his disciples. After exchanging a few words with Lu Yongyu, the elder dismissed him, as he needed to attend to matters within the offering tower and discuss this issue with the Grand Elder, who had a pressing need for the Sacred Cauldron Scripture. Upon returning to Taishan Peak, Lu Yongyu summoned his disciples, the elders, and the deputy sect leader to the Grand Hall, commanding that no one approach the Taishan Hall. Upon entering the Grand Hall of Taishan, Shang discovered that he was the youngest and of the least seniority. The seats beside Lu Yongyu were also filled with people. Elder brother, what did you say? The Sacred Cauldron Sutra? Taitsong gazed at Lu Yongyu in astonishment. Indeed, it is the Sacred Cauldron Sutra. Those who have not yet reached the 5th tier will have access to authentic scriptures for cultivation, while those who have will no longer need to feel their way through the dark, Lu Yongyu affirmed with a nod. The disciple understands. After receiving the token, Shang nodded in acknowledgement. The matter of the Sacred Cauldron Sutra is of utmost secrecy. Anyone who leaks this information will no longer be considered a member of Taishan Peak, Lu Yongyu declared. Gongxian and the others bowed in acknowledgement, fully grasping the significance of this issue. Otherwise, Lu Yongyu would not have spoken so sternly. Gongxian, Old Ninth, you two should come find me later. Mo Chun, take 13 to the Tianji Pavilion in Danding City to accept the task. Staying at Taishan Peak only enhances cultivation, but does not improve practical combat ability. Remember, you need not intervene unless it is a matter of life and death, Lu Yongyu instructed, issuing a series of directives. After hearing Lu Yongyu's instructions, Gongxian led his junior disciples out of the Grand Hall of Taishan. Mo Chen, keep a close watch on 13, Gongxian advised. Rest assured, senior brother, if anyone dares to act unwisely, I shall flay them alive, Mo Chen replied with a smile. Be mindful of the time. 13 must participate in this year's newcomers competition and bring along the medicinal resources. We cannot afford to delay 13's cultivation, Yang Lei remarked to Mo Chen. After exchanging a few words, Mo Chen followed Shang to the Bamboo Grove cottage to gather their belongings, as they needed to act promptly on Lu Yongyu's directives. In the stillness of the night, Shang had little to organize. He merely stored the alchemical materials prepared by Qing Ji into his storage ring, while the storage belt was filled with the wine procured from Uncle No's abode. As Shang tidied up, Qing Ji appeared accompanied by her maidservants, each carrying a barrel of wine. Shisan, my senior sister knows of your fondness for wine. This is Bai Chao brew and Qing Shui brew, said Qing Ji, instructing the maidservants to set down the barrels. Sixth sister, you have shown favoritism. You never gifted me wine before, Mo Chen interjected. Get lost, do you need care? Qing Ji shot him a glare. Mo Chen smiled and fell silent. Having been chastised by his senior sister, he had no choice but to listen. After a brief period of organization, Shang and Mo Chen departed. In the Eastern Xian region, there exists a celestial edifice known as the Tianji K, which issues various tasks that martial artists may undertake. Completion of these tasks yields rewards. The Tianji K has branches in the major cities of the Eastern Xian region. It is not a superpower, yet the 7 formidable forces would never provoke it. Primarily, the Tianji K refrains from engaging in territorial disputes and thus has no conflicts of interest with the 7 superpowers. Moreover, the Tianji K possesses formidable strength, making it unwise for anyone to incite its wrath. A mere bounty issued by them can attract countless martial artists eager to undertake the tasks. The Tianji K enforces a strict hierarchy, distributing tokens to martial artists according to their ranks, the lowest being the Black Iron token, followed by the Bronze token, Silver token, Gold token, and the exceedingly rare Emperor token. Lu Yongyu encouraged Shang to undertake tasks, not for the rewards, but primarily to enhance Shang's practical combat skills. In a matter of half a day, the two arrived at Danding City, where Mo Chun led Shang to a rather opulent inn. 11th Master, we have arrived. Upon seeing Mo Chun, the innkeeper emerged with a courteous bow to greet him. This is Master Shisan. Mo Chun introduced Shang to the innkeeper. My subordinate, Zhang Dekhang, pays his respects to Master Shisan. The innkeeper bowed to Shang in acknowledgement. This inn belongs to our Taishan Peak. From now on, when you arrive here, simply present your identity token, and there is no need to concern yourself with anything else. Please arrange for us to have the 2 finest rooms available. After providing an introduction to the local circumstances, he entrusted Zhang Dekhang to guide them. The 12 peaks of the Medicine Valley each possessed distinct enterprises, all managed by seasoned miscellaneous disciples. Zhang Dekhang had previously served as a miscellaneous disciple under Wu Qi, and since Mo Chun frequented this place, he was well acquainted with him. Take a moment to rest. We shall have a meal before heading to Tianji K, Mo Chun said to Shang. Senior brother, there's no need. I am not fatigued, Shang replied. Very well, I see you are rather eager, so let us proceed at once. Tianyu and little Jean will remain here. Let the innkeeper take care of them, Imo-chun remarked, glancing at the golden-winged eagle and Tianyu in the courtyard of the inn. As they departed, Shang offered a few words to Tianyu. Without his guidance, Tianyu would not heed the innkeeper. Chapter 54. The Mysterious Woman in Danding City. The flight of beast companions is strictly prohibited, a regulation established long ago primarily for safety considerations. The city lies in close proximity to the wilderness, where incursions by feral beasts may occur. While ground beasts can be managed with defensive preparations, the threat posed by flying beasts is far greater, necessitating preemptive control. Thus, their flight within the city is not permitted. Upon exiting the inn, they sought a beast cart to hasten their journey towards Tianji, Quebec. After nearly an hour's journey, the two finally arrived at the imposing Tianji Quay, located near the city lord's mansion. The grandeur of the Tianji Quay's pavilion rivaled that of the city lord's residence. At the entrance stood two formidable stone sculptures of ancient beasts, which Nightshade recognized as the fierce spirit beasts known as Yufin, possessing a lineage from the ancient era. Let us proceed inside, Imo-chun urged, leading Nightshade through the grand entrance of Tianji, Quebec. Upon entering the main hall, they were greeted by a tall woman clad in a form-fitting purple gown. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her eyes, resembling autumn waters, seemed capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. This woman was undeniably stunning, possessing a beauty that could beguile nations. Yet, Nightshade instinctively took a step back, sensing an aura of danger emanating from her. 13. Imo-chun inquired, noticing that Nightshade's muscles had tensed, ready for confrontation at the moment the woman approached. May I assist you at Tianji Quay? May I inquire about the level of your tokens? The woman asked Imo-chun. Please issue a black iron token for my junior brother. I possess a bronze token myself, Imo-chun replied, producing his Qing Tong token for her inspection. Right this way. Please, the woman in the purple gown said, leading them to a private chamber on the second floor. After inquiring about Nightshade's identity, she excused herself to arrange for the black iron token. What troubles you, junior brother? Imo-chun asked, concerned about Nightshade's sudden change in demeanor upon the woman's arrival. This woman is a threat, Nightshade replied. Indeed, the staff at Tianji Quay are not ordinary. I cannot discern her cultivation level, which is unlike the previous attendants. Imo-chun acknowledged. Imo-chun was also somewhat perplexed. What is the cultivation level of this senior brother? Shang inquired. In the past, Shang had refrained from probing into such matters, but now he wished to gauge the woman's abilities. Peak of the third tier, Imo-chun replied. Then, it follows that this woman's cultivation is at least at the fourth tier. Is the cultivation of a mere staff member at Tianji Quay truly so formidable? Shang expressed his astonishment. Yet, that cannot be. It has not been this way before. This woman is indeed shrouded in mystery, Imo-chun contemplated. Turning to Shang, Imo-chun remarked, had you not mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought much of it. A cultivation level above the fourth tier, yet serving as an ordinary staff member? That seems absurd. Senior brother 11, I am unfamiliar with what you've stated, but I perceive a significant danger from her. In that fleeting moment, I sensed hostility directed towards me, a threat to my very life, Shang asserted. Do not worry, Tianji Quay operates with strict adherence to protocol. Moreover, we are in Danding City, chaos is unlikely here, Imo-chun reassured him. Within a room on the first floor of Tianji Quay, a woman clad in purple gazed out the window, sipping tea, while an elderly man busily recorded something beside her. This Shang is noteworthy. His cultivation level is lamentably low, yet his vitality and spirit are remarkable. Furthermore, his alertness is exceptionally high. Just a moment ago, he was already preparing for an attack after merely probing, the purple-clad woman remarked to the old man. Understood, the elder replied with a nod. Subsequently, the woman took the black iron token prepared by the elder and approached the room where Imo-chun and Shang were situated, placing the token before Shang. Are you two here to accept a mission or to issue one? The woman in the purple attire inquired, her gaze often resting upon Shang. How shall I address you? Imo-chun asked. You may call me Sikong, the woman replied with a slight nod. It is like this. This is my junior disciple, and he wishes to undertake some tasks. May we review the black iron level missions? Imo-chun continued. Sikong reached for her waist, producing several sheets of animal hide. She placed one black parchment before Shang and Imo-chun. Upon inspection, Shang selected a task involving the hunt of a bloodthirsty wolf. After making his choice, he continued to browse and discovered another suitable task, gathering black iron grass from Black Forest Mountain. Although black iron grass is a low-level material, It is essential for alchemy and forging. Having selected both tasks, Shang handed the mission scrolls back to Sikong. The bloodthirsty wolf hunt had a 1-month deadline, whereas the gathering of black iron grass had no time constraints. Sikong accepted the mission scrolls and spoke. "Thank you for your information." Shang inclined his head respectfully. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to attend to other matters. You may enjoy your tea here at your leisure." With a slight nod, Sikong departed. "Junior disciple, you are not mistaken. This woman is no ordinary staff member. I can ascertain that she does not merely possess concealed cultivation artifacts. Her cultivation level surpasses mine," Chen asserted with certainty. The two exited the chamber, leaving Tianji behind. 13. Please wait here for a moment while I summon a beast cart. Chen instructed Shang before heading off to call for the beast cart. The flow of people around Tianji was substantial. Yet the vicinity near the main entrance prohibited beast carts from stopping. The haunting image of the woman in purple, Sikong, lingered in Shang's mind. She was breathtakingly beautiful, tall, and possessed a curvaceous figure that exuded an irresistible allure. Yet, Shang's thoughts were not solely consumed by her physical attributes. He sensed that despite her youth, Sikong had attained the formidable 4th tier of cultivation, a testament to her terrifying strength. "Ah, you simpleton are here too?" A flippant voice abruptly interrupted Shang's reverie. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld Qin Zhan, Qin Hai, and several young men. Casting a sidelong glance at Qin Hai, Shang chose silence, as he found no desire to engage with such a person. Following the entrance examination at the Medicine Valley, the successful candidates became outer disciples, undergoing mental fortitude training, often alongside the laborers, tending to beasts and maintaining the cleanliness of the sect. "Junior brother Qin, what is there to discuss with a mere beast caretaker? Born of lowly stock, he is destined for mediocrity," remarked a young man clad in a brocade robe, standing beside Qin Zhan. Shang could typically endure insults directed at him, but he could not tolerate slander against his parents, whom he had never met. "Do you not comprehend that you are calling me lowborn?" The brocade-clad youth chuckled mockingly. "You are courting death." Shang's body trembled with rage, his right hand poised to strike. "Brother, stand aside." His eyes gleamed with a cold light, ready to unleash his fury. "Allow me to handle this. I guarantee your satisfaction," Chen said, placing a reassuring hand on Shang's shoulder. "Who are you?" The brocade youth regarded Chen with a newfound seriousness. "I present you with 2 choices, kneel and apologize, or face death." Chen spoke coldly, expressing his desire to take action, however. The rules of Danding City were clear: violence was prohibited except in the arena or training grounds. "Do you know who I am?" "My grandfather is Yushan, the lord of the city. Here, it is only I who can decree death," he declared. The young man in a brocade robe chuckled at Chen's words and gestured to a few guards behind him. "Yushan, do you think I fear him? Allow me to inform you that if you do not kneel and apologize immediately, not only will you meet your demise, but you shall also witness the spectacle of your grandfather being stripped of his title before your last breath." Chen fixed a cold gaze upon Lai, the grandson of Yushan. "You might be overstating your case," Qin Zhan interjected, observing Chen. "Leave. Do you have any right to speak?" Chen retorted sharply. Lai commanded his guards, "Go to the Lord's residence and summon help." With Qin Zhan also insulted, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. "My master is Luo Daoyuan from Tianwei Peak. May I ask who you are?" Qin Zhan, unable to discern Chen's cultivation level, took a deep breath and began to probe. "What of Luo Daoyuan? Is he supposed to intimidate me?" "You, young man, were supposed to call for help from the Lord. I shall wait for it." 13. Let us see how your senior brother avenges you today, Chen said, patting Shang's shoulder. "Shang, this matter can be resolved. We should settle our affairs privately, without escalating the situation," Qin Hai remarked, looking at Shang. "No worries." 13. They are merely boastful, believing in their powerful backing. Let us first confront their support before dealing with them, Chen stated, gesturing towards Qin Hai and Lai. Nightshang is not one to be trifled with. Nor is Chen, who shares a similar disposition. Now that Qin Hai and Lai have dared to bully them, the two cannot simply endure such affronts. Soon, a large contingent of guards from the city lord's mansion arrived, and those from Tianji realized something was amiss, with several staff members stationed at the entrance. Sikong, clad in a flowing purple robe, descended the steps to approach Nightshang and Chen, inquiring if they required assistance. "Can you truly assist us? I thought Tianji abstained from engaging in any conflicts," Mo Chen remarked, observing Sikong with curiosity. Indeed, we refrain from involvement. However, it is absolutely permissible for you to enter and enjoy a cup of tea, Sikong replied with a gentle smile. You still fail to comprehend, Sikong. They're seeking trouble. Having insulted my junior brother, we cannot simply let this go. There is no question of retreat, Mo Chen stated with a firm resolve. Thank you for your kind offer. Naitang acknowledged, bowing slightly to Sikong. Lu Sanhu, should you dare to incite violence, I shall demand your head. Mo Chen turned to glare at the armored youth, Lu Sanhu. 11, Uncle Master? Lu Sanhu stammered, recognizing Mo Chen. Step aside or summon someone with authority, Mo Chen coldly commanded. His gaze fixed on Qin Hai and Ao Lai. Lu Sanhu, feeling intimidated, withdrew to the side. He was acquainted with Mo Chen, having previously been an outer disciple of Dan Ding Peak. Due to his outstanding performance, he had been dispatched to Dan Ding City as the commander of the city guard. A challenging endeavor, and he was well aware of the ferocity and tenacity of the disciples from Taishan Peak. Go summon my grandfather. Ao Lai instructed a guard behind him. The city guard continued to multiply, effectively surrounding the area. 13. Are you not afraid we might be cut down by a frenzy of blades today? Mo Chen patted Yu Shang on the shoulder and smiled, saying, Fear not. It seems I have brought trouble upon my senior brother. Yi Shang observed the situation escalating and realized he had indeed caused difficulties for Mo Chen. In their lifetime as brothers, if they were to be harmed, they would ensure that their senior brother faced the same fate first. If they were to be cut down, there would surely be retribution tomorrow. I dare say the Ao family would find no living souls left. Mo Chen spoke with a fierce intensity. It's of no consequence. To kill one is merely to break even. Anything beyond that is profit, Yi Shang replied. Mo Chen placed a hand on Yi Shang's shoulder, casting a playful glance at Ao Lai. Soon, another group arrived, led by several elders, with a distinguished elder clad in splendid robes at the forefront. Grandfather. They seek to kill me, Ao Lai exclaimed as he approached the elder. The elder cast a glance at Ao Lai before stepping forward to face Yu Shang and Mo Chen. Mo Chen? What has transpired? The elder, Ao Yu Shang, inquired with a furrowed brow. Elder Ao, shall today's matter be resolved according to the rules of the Medicine Valley, or those of Danding City? Mo Chen posed the question. Ao Lai, what have you done to provoke your 11th master uncle? Ao Yu Shang glared at Ao Lai. This left Ao Lai momentarily dumbfounded. As the stern approach he anticipated from his grandfather, Ao Yu Shang, upon his arrival did not materialize. Mo Chen, the younger generation is often ignorant. Let's overlook it. Ao Yu Shang chuckled. Elder Ao, if someone were to insult your parents, would you simply let it go? It is the first time I have heard of such a thing as dismissing insults to one's elders and parents. Mo Chen retorted with a cold laugh. Wretched spawn, are you not coming to apologize? Ao Yu Shang's countenance darkened upon hearing Mo Chen's words, and he directly scolded Ao Lai. Ao Lai approached Ao Yu Shang, saying, Grandfather, I have no conflict with this master uncle. It is he who stands up for others and bullies our Ao family. Ao Lai gazed at Yu Shang. Mo Chen interjected. This is where you are mistaken. If Ao Lai has shown you any disrespect, I shall punish him. However, it is inappropriate for you to assert dominance over my Ao family. Ao Yu Shang spoke up. Listen carefully. This is my junior brother, the direct disciple of my master. If my junior brother is humiliated, you dare to claim I am overstepping? With that, Mo Chen turned and delivered a sharp slap to Ao Lai's face, exclaiming, You dare utter such baseless accusations? You are the one bullying my Ao family. Ao Yu Shang's eyes twitched, yet he refrained from taking action. Listen, young man. I have laid out two paths before you. Before your grandfather, I shall reiterate, either kneel and apologize or face death. Mo Chen brandished his long sword. Upon seeing Mo Chen draw his sword, Ao Yu Shang swiftly shielded Ao Lai behind him. Very well. Elder Ao, your cultivation surpasses mine, your status is loftier, and your numbers greater. However, today I shall slay him, and I challenge you to stop me. Guards of Danding City, heed my words. I am Mo Chen of Taishan Peak. Today, I am addressing matters of our sect. Should you interfere, do not blame my hand for being ruthless. With a flick of his wrist, Mo Chen unsheathed his sword. Momentarily taken aback, he had not intended to strike just yet. He was certain that Ao Yu Shang would not dare to act. However, if Yi Shang were to make a move, he too would have to respond. With a swift stroke, he aimed his blade between Ao Yu Shang and Ao Lai, not to obstruct Ao Yu Shang's aid, but to prevent him from harming Yi Shang. Aishin's expression shifted dramatically as he unsheathed his sword to counter Imo Chen's strike. Nightshade's spear thrust forward relentlessly, his inner energy surging as he unleashed the 12th level of his. A sharp clang resounded as the guard's weapon was dislodged from his grasp, sent flying by Nightshade's powerful thrust. This was no mere dream. The second wave of erupted from Nightshade. Without changing his weapon, he thrust forcefully with his right hand while raising his left, where a pale blue vortex of true energy materialized. Nightshade intended to follow his wind chase spear technique with the aiming to eliminate Iliot swiftly. Concerned about potential complications arising from Imo Chen's side, he sought a swift resolution. The guard, unable to draw his blade in time, retaliated with a punch from his left hand, confident in his 7th level of gathering yuan cultivation. Believing he could withstand Nightshade's might, a dull thud echoed as Nightshade was pushed back by the guard's strike, yet the guard fared far worse. His left hand mangled and clearly suffering from shattered bones. Rebounding from the impact, Nightshade steadied himself and charged towards Iliot once more. "Stop. According to your instructions, make him halt," Ascension exclaimed, realizing the frenzied Nightshade was overwhelming Iliot. "Nightshade, stand down. If they fail to provide a satisfactory answer, we shall continue our assault." Imo Chen interjected, positioning himself to block Nightshade's advance. "Give me a moment longer, and I shall vanquish him." Nightshade wiped the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixated on Iliot, still feeling the repercussions of being struck by the guard's punch. Imo Chen nodded, aware of the tenacity of his senior brothers and sisters, yet recognizing that this junior brother was even more ruthless, intent on pushing to the very brink of annihilation. "Junior brother, are you all right?" Imo Chen inquired, studying Nightshade. "I am fine." Nightang shook his head, his gaze firmly fixed on Aolai. At this moment, Aolai felt a twinge of fear. He was afraid of Nightshang's madness, sensing that Nightang was more ferocious than the demonic beasts he had previously hunted. The intensity in Nightshang's eyes was far more terrifying than that of any beast. "Elder Ao, if anything were to happen to my 13th junior, you would truly be unable to bear the consequences." Upon noticing the blood at the corner of Nightshang's mouth, Imo Chen was genuinely enraged. "Aolai, come here and kneel. Apologize to your 13th uncle." Ao Yushan's face turned ashen. He was acutely aware that this incident would soon spread throughout Danding City, tarnishing their reputation. A confrontation? While he could defeat Imo Chen and Nightang now, the repercussions would be dire. There was no need to wait until tomorrow. The forces from Taishan Peak would arrive swiftly, and the Ao family would cease to exist. Ao Lai was still reeling from his earlier encounter with death. Hearing Ao Yushan's words, he felt his knees weaken, and he knelt before Nightang, exclaiming, "Uncle, I was wrong." "Junior, do you see?" Imo Chen directed his attention towards Nightang. "Today, I grant my senior brother face. In the future, anyone who insults my family or my people shall meet their demise unless I perish first." Nightang spoke coldly, his words laced with murderous intent. He was genuinely furious about this matter. "Kid, from now on, keep your eyes wide open and refrain from reckless actions. 13 has left." Imo Chen gestured towards Nightang. "What a disgrace." Ao Yushan kicked Ao Lai, sending him tumbling, before leading his group away. Today, he was filled with frustration and ire. And with no outlet for his anger, he could only take it out on his grandson. The spectacle had concluded, leaving him exhilarated. Sikong turned and entered a room on the first floor of the TNGK, shortly followed by an old man. "My lord, are you interested in that Nightang?" the elder inquired, observing Sikong's retreating figure. In the 7th level of Qi refinement, he effortlessly sent the weapons of late-stage practitioners flying, and not just once. This fellow was indeed extraordinary. Sikong seemed to be speaking to himself. "Could it be due to that gun?" the elder inquired. "Dong Jifa, you are mistaken in this regard. While the gunplay is indeed domineering and fierce, did you notice that palm strike? It was the renowned Jinyue hand from the heavenly hand of Lu Yangyu, the master of Yaogu. Achieving the Jinyue hand at the 7th level of Qi refinement is quite rare. What is even more remarkable is this young man's decisive nature in battle. Just now, Imo Chen was merely posturing to force a concession, whereas this lad truly intends to eliminate Aolai. Sikong shook his head, rejecting the elder's analysis. Chapter 57, The Art of Intimidation. One of the subordinates recalled that palm strike, affirming the master's words. In the presence of so many adversaries, he maintained the resolve to vanquish his opponent, demonstrating a maturity of character. Dong Jifa nodded in agreement. The red mark signifies that Yishang's attention can be escalated to a red alert. Notifying the upper echelons and the family, Sikong instructed the elder. Inside the inn, A group of individuals surrounded Tianyu and the golden-winged eagle. What are you all doing? Disperse at once. Imochen shouted at Zhang Dekang. Imochen led Yushang into his room. You were somewhat irrational today, he remarked. Yushang looked at Imochen, puzzled by his statement. In that situation, it was inappropriate to kill. We should have known when to withdraw, lying in wait for a more opportune moment to strike. If something were to go awry, how would I explain it to our master? Imochen chastised Yushang with a slap. Brother, weren't you the one who insisted on taking action? Yushang replied, somewhat confused. That is quite intimidating. You rascal, Imochen remarked with a hint of exasperation. Conflicts among fellow disciples are one thing, but resorting to underhanded tactics is another. Yushang replied, somewhat taken aback. You fool. You must understand that only our 13 senior brothers and sisters share a bond that is genuine, capable of life and death allegiance. The relationships with those from other peaks are merely superficial. Imochen elucidated the stakes to Yushang, noticing the latter's naivety. As innocent as a blank canvas, lacking an understanding of the complexities of human relationships. I see. Yushang seemed to grasp Imochen's explanation. It might be a bit challenging for you to comprehend, so let us take our time. When do you intend to embark on your mission? Imochen was reluctant to impose any pressure on Yushang, wishing to preserve the purity of his heart from any dark stains. Any time works for me. Just wait here. Brother, I will first deal with the bloodthirsty wolf, then swing by to collect the black iron grass, Yushang stated. 13. Do you truly believe I would allow you to go alone? Perhaps yesterday, but today is absolutely out of the question. Never let your guard down against the enemy. Imochen asserted. Very well, brother, you can follow behind, Yushang conceded, aware that it was unwise to venture without Imochen's accompaniment. After sharing a drink, Yushang and Imochen set off to hunt the bloodthirsty wolf. Shortly after their departure, a peculiar individual arrived at Tianji K, not to accept a mission, but to issue one. Did you say that the pursuit of the disciple Yushang from Yaogu's Taishian Peak is to commence in a month's time? Sikong inquired, glancing at the figure concealed behind the black veil. The individual tasked with this assignment arrived wearing a conical hat, thus unwilling to reveal his true identity. He is the 13th disciple of Lu Yongyu from the Taishian Peak, and we can take action for a price of 30 high-grade spirit stones, Sikong stated. 30 high-grade spirit stones. The cost to eliminate a 4th-tier cultivator hardly reaches such an amount, replied the man in the conical hat. Firstly, let me inform you that taking down a disciple of Taishian Peak carries significant risks. Furthermore, Nightshade has not committed any wrongdoing. Asking for 30 high-grade spirit stones is already quite a concession, Sikong remarked casually. I shall contemplate this matter further, said the man in the conical hat as he rose to leave, for the offered price was far beneath his expectations. Could it be a task assigned by the city lord's mansion? Dong Zhife inquired upon entering the room. Indeed, they dare not act immediately. Hence they have postponed the task for a month. Just a bunch of petty thieves, Sikong chuckled, his laughter tinged with disdain. Will he return? Dong Zhife pondered aloud. If I am absent next time, continue to inflate the price. It would be best to avoid accepting this task, if it is unavoidable. Find an excuse to withdraw. It is wise to steer clear of the disciples of Taishian Peak, although we at Tianji K are not afraid. Should they set their sights upon us, it would undoubtedly lead to complications, Sikong advised Dong Zhife. Rest assured, I understand what must be done. Dong Zhife replied. Nightang and Machen were unaware that they had drawn the attention of others. Machen was cautious, yet unafraid, for he understood that Ao Yushan, in order to deal with Nightang, had to eliminate both of them. Should any information leak, they would face utter destruction. Although Ao Yushan possessed formidable skills, Machen believed he could evade capture, thus concluding that Ao Yushan would not dare to act against them. The two of them, riding on the golden-winged eagle in Tianyu, took an entire day to reach the Songlong Mountain, where the bloodthirsty wolves resided. According to the mission brief, there were approximately 200 bloodthirsty wolves in the pack. The ordinary bloodthirsty wolves were of the 1st tier, while the Wolf King's guards were in the early stages of the 2nd tier. With the bloodthirsty Wolf King at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, the task required them to retrieve the wolf head of the bloodthirsty Wolf King. On their way, Nightang, riding Tianyu, had already located the wolves' hiding place. Now that they were well fed and rested, they could simply go in and slay. As Nightang approached the bloodthirsty Wolf Valley, only 2 or 3 miles away, he was confronted by a sentinel bloodthirsty wolf. Soon after, a second bloodthirsty wolf appeared, but before it could close the distance, Nightang swiftly dispatched it with a single thrust to its throat. Chapter 58. Frenzied Slaughter. Observing Nightang in battle, Machen shook his head. Newcomers vying for supremacy? Such a phenomenon was unprecedented in the Medicine Valley. Ma Chen was certain that anyone whose cultivation was below 4 or 5 tiers compared to Nighthang stood no chance of competing. As a quarter of an hour passed, Nighthang had slain around 70 or 80 bloodthirsty wolves. However, feeling slightly fatigued, he kicked the corpse of a bloodthirsty wolf aside, using the recoil to propel himself up a tree. 13. I thought you would finish them off in one go. Ma Chen called out from another tree. If all the first-tier creatures are blood wolves, then it would be feasible to eliminate them swiftly. However, the Wolf King's guards are not of the second tier, and without maintaining peak condition, there is no assurance of success. Taking a sip from his wine jar, Shang addressed Mo Chen. Indeed. Do not engage in endeavors lacking certainty. Time is abundant, and you may take your time to eliminate them. Mo Chen also retrieved his wine jar to drink, feeling quite pleased with Shang's demeanor. At the very least, Shang did not indulge in arrogance, nor did he lose his composure after successfully dispatching a few blood wolves. The combat prowess of the Blood Wolf King's guards far exceeds that of ordinary blood wolves, and the most formidable opponent remains the second-tier peak Blood Wolf King. Normally, this task is designated for those possessing a second-tier peak Black Iron token or for a first-tier team. Shang's stamina had not significantly waned, however. His vital energy was lagging behind. He needed to swiftly draw and retract his weapon, applying a vibrational force to the gun barrel. After a quarter of an hour of continuous combat, more than half of his vital energy was expended. After a brief rest, Shang leaped down from the great tree and resumed his slaughter of the Blood Wolf pack. The number of blood wolves diminished, yet their ferocity did not wane in response to their losses. Wherever there was a gap, a blood wolf would leap forth. After another bout of combat, the ordinary blood wolves were nearly eradicated, and he arrived at the valley's entrance, where he could observe the situation within. There, he spotted a creature twice the size of the usual blood wolves, the Blood Wolf King, accompanied by 4 slightly smaller Wolf King guards. With a thunderous roar from the Wolf King, 2 of the Wolf King guards charged towards Shang. The strike from Shang was swift, yet the speed of the bloodthirsty Wolf King's guardian was even swifter. With a sudden drop, the guardian evaded Shang's thrust. Alas, as the second bloodthirsty Wolf King guardian lunged at him, Shang had no choice but to retreat and regroup for another assault. The beast leaders possess an innate pride. Even a low-tier beast leader inherently understands this, which explains why the bloodthirsty Wolf King refrained from coordinating attacks with other bloodthirsty wolves and their king. The first guardian was struck by Shang's spear on its back, resulting in a shattered spine, leaving its hindquarters dragging on the ground while its forelegs struggled to support its upper body, rendering it devoid of offensive capability. At that moment, the threat posed by the second guardian loomed large over Shang, for the earlier strike had drained his vital energy, placing him in a state of exhaustion. Shang's thrust, far from being a mere display of force, emitted a piercing shriek, brimming with power. This sound caused Mo Chen, who had come to provide assistance, to halt his advance. Given that Shang was capable of defending himself, there was no necessity for Mo Chen to intervene, as such action would not serve to hone Shang's skills. The spear thrust represented the energy cultivated from the myriad scriptures, manifesting the essence of the blood refinement stage. The second guardian, however, was formidable in its own right. It twisted its body with agility, its claws poised to strike. Shang hesitated to launch a direct assault. While his spear could indeed pierce the throat of the bloodthirsty Wolf King guardian, he would also risk being clawed by its lethal talons. This would complicate his subsequent encounters with the remaining 2 guardians and the bloodthirsty Wolf King itself. Crack, crack, with 2 sharp cracks. The forepaws of the bloodthirsty Wolf King's guardian were severed by a thrust of the spear, infused with the entirety of Shang's energy at the 6th level of blood refinement. However, Shang was also jolted back, for the guardian's lunge possessed a formidable force of 3 to 4,000 pounds. At that moment, the bloodthirsty Wolf King let out another furious roar, and 2 more guardians charged toward him. With a low growl, Shang lunged forward and drove his spear into the forehead of the guardian, whose forepaws were broken and was now wiggling its hindquarters. He then swung his spear, striking the other guardian, who had broken its spine and was attempting to crawl closer to bite him, on the back of its head. After executing this sequence, Shang disregarded the fate of the 2 guardians and nimbly ascended the tree. Well done, 13. Mo Chen, who had also climbed up a tree, gave Shang a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. With his own cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he recognized that he could not match Shang's prowess. Impressive. Mo Chen nodded. After resting for half an hour, Shang leaped down from the tree and killed a bloodthirsty wolf king guardian that had its forelegs draped over the tree, attempting to climb. As another guardian lunged at him, Shang executed the wind-chasing spear technique, dispatching the final guardian with his sixth thrust. With all the guardians vanquished, the bloodthirsty wolf king itself sprang into action, leaping towards Shang. 13. Be cautious. This creature is at the peak of the second tier of cultivation. Do not confront it head-on, Imochen shouted from the tree. He was already contemplating his own intervention, for the bloodthirsty wolf king far surpassed Shang in cultivation. Chapter 59. Slaying the bloodthirsty wolf king. The bloodthirsty wolf king charged towards Shang, leaping over the ancient tree with its massive jaws aimed at him. However, at that moment, Shang skillfully sidestepped, evading the attack. Subsequently, instead of engaging directly, he circled the ancient tree, deftly maneuvering around the wolf king, whose ferocity only grew as it became increasingly agitated. The wolf king, in its frenzy, leaped higher and more violently, persistently lunging at Shang. At this time, Imochen, wielding his sword, was filled with concern for Shang's safety. Shang remained patient, deliberately prolonging the encounter with the bloodthirsty wolf king, biding his time for the perfect opportunity. He was acutely aware that confronting the wolf king head-on would be perilous, given its formidable strength. As the wolf king grew more frenzied and its leaps more pronounced, Shang recognized his chance. When he struck, Shang leaned back, mindful of the wolf king's tremendous force. His weapon pierced the wolf king's chest, and with a swift motion, he delivered a powerful punch to the base of the spear, using the rebound to roll out from underneath the beast. Upon rolling away, he landed firmly on his feet and then launched himself towards the back of the wolf king. At this juncture, the bloodthirsty wolf king, suffering a fatal blow, had a 2-foot-long spear protruding from its abdomen, the tip emerging from its back, severely impairing its mobility. Shang ascended to the wolf king's neck, gripping its ears and scalp with his right hand while his left hand balled into a fist, unleashing a furious barrage of strikes. After 6 or 7 relentless punches, the wolf king's body weakened, and aside from the grievous wound penetrating its chest and abdomen, its skull was also fractured by Shang's relentless assault. Is this your first battle? Imochen regarded Shang with a gaze reminiscent of observing a peculiar creature. No. During my time in Xuan village, I frequently ventured out to hunt. However, back then, I had not yet cultivated my abilities. I could easily handle first-tier monsters. But upon encountering second-tier ones, I would flee. Shang contemplated how to dispose of the bloodthirsty wolf king's carcass, resolving that the head must be preserved. You didn't think I wouldn't ask, did you? The bloodthirsty wolf king's corpse. Can it be directly stored in your spatial belt? Imochen found himself at a loss for words, astounded that one could handle all monsters below the first tier without any cultivation. This revelation somewhat disheartened him. That seems feasible. With a swift motion of his arm, Shang clapped his hand against his storage belt, successfully stowing the bloodthirsty wolf. His spatial belt had been selected with assistance from Gong Xin, providing ample space. Your storage belt is identical to mine. It is indeed top tier. Once your strength increases, you could undertake a celestial-level mission for a sect or pursue a golden task at Tianjike, which would allow you to acquire a storage ring, Imochen remarked. Then we must wait. This is the territory of the bloodthirsty wolf. Without any monsters around, let us find another location to procure some delectable game, Shang suggested, seeking Imochen's agreement. Of course, I shall defer to your judgment. Imochen nodded in acquiescence. After departing from the bloodthirsty wolf valley, the two mounted a flying beast and traversed 200 miles, where they hunted 2 hyuk birds and subsequently sought a campsite. Shang ignited a fire and began roasting their catch. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the pair rested. Shang marveled at Imochen's nonchalance as the golden-winged eagle perched atop an ancient tree. Imochen reclined on the back of the golden-winged eagle, requesting that it keep its wings raised to shield him from the wind. Nightshade spread the bare skin on the ground for Tianyu to rest upon, while he himself sat nearby in meditation. His cultivation had reached the bottleneck of the 7th level of qi refinement, poised to ascend to the 8th at any moment. After a night of practice, Nightshade and Imochen guided Tianyu and the golden-winged eagle as they soared towards the Black Forest Mountain. Nightshade had another task at hand, to collect black iron grass. The task description indicated that the Black Forest Mountain was devoid of large ferocious beasts, harboring only the black venom scorpions, which usually concealed themselves underground, launching sudden attacks when encountering humans, making them difficult to defend against. Nightshade was unperturbed by this. Tianyu had a penchant for scorpions. He had witnessed how scorpions would become paralyzed and fail to flee upon encountering Tianyu, indicating that Tianyu possessed an innate ability to subdue them. Although the black venom scorpions were of a lower level, their numbers were significant, necessitating constant vigilance. This is the poison-repelling powder. Once we enter the Black Forest Mountain, sprinkle some on yourself, Imo-chan advised. This was the reason Nightshade had not opposed the mission. He had some powder to repel venomous insects, snakes, and ants. Brother, ordinary scorpions and poisonous snakes dare not approach Tianyu. Let him accompany me. The black venom scorpions may not attack me, Nightshade stated. It appears you are well prepared. Tianyu, possessing the bloodline of the ancient Qingping, is inherently resistant to poisonous snakes and scorpions. This indeed seems to be an excellent strategy, and it appears this task will not pose much difficulty, Imo-chan nodded, impressed that Nightshade had already devised a plan. Upon arriving at Black Forest Mountain, Nightshade finally understood the meaning of desolation. He had never encountered such bare peaks before. Surrounding Zhuyuan village lies an expanse of ancient mountains and forests. The journey from Gunan town to Qiyin city traverses the vast wilderness, where trees have stood for millennia, some even tens of thousands of years. Here, the landscape is dominated by dark, obsidian stones, with only a few thorny shrubs daring to emerge. Beneath the shadow of the Black Forest Mountain, countless black scorpions reside, and the soil is laden with toxins, making vegetation growth exceedingly difficult. However, it is an ideal environment for the flourishing of black iron grass. I, along with the golden-winged eagle, shall refrain from descending. We will patrol from the skies. Ensure that Tianyu remains close to you, for a lack of proximity diminishes our intimidation. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Black Forest Mountain, Imo-chan spoke to Shang. Very well, my elder brother, I will await your return. After exchanging pleasantries with Imo-chan, Shang directed Tianyu to descend. Upon landing, Tianyu, with its golden eyes fixated on the shadowy ground, swiftly pecked at the earth, unearthing a scorpion of half a foot in length, which was promptly consumed by the eagle. Tianyu, lead the way. I am in search of black iron grass. Observing Tianyu's firm hold on the black scorpion, Shang felt a sense of assurance. Half an hour later, Shang had gathered nearly 100 specimens of black iron grass, sufficient for his needs. Yet, as he was also delving into the art of alchemy, he intended to collect more, especially since Tianyu was relishing its feast of black scorpions. After 2 hours, Shang had harvested over 500 stalks of black iron grass. Concerned about the fatigue of the golden-winged eagle, which had been circling above, he finally mounted Tianyu and ascended. You seem to have had quite a fruitful gathering, remarked Imo-chan upon seeing Shang and Tianyu take to the skies. Indeed, I have also collected several specimens of black iron grass over 1,000 years old. Their efficacy is bound to be remarkable, Shang replied with a smile. Chapter 60. Resource allocation after a night of rest. We shall embark on our task tomorrow. Your speed in completing assignments is truly remarkable. If you continue at this pace, you will quickly ascend to the bronze level, Imo-chan remarked to Shang. The two found a safe haven by a tranquil pool to set up camp. After sharing a meal, Shang commenced his cultivation. Almost immediately, he sensed he was on the brink of a breakthrough. After exchanging a brief greeting with Imo-chan, he instructed Tianyu to remain vigilant and consumed 1/3 of a spirit concentration pill before initiating his advancement. As the energy within Shang's dantian began to resonate, the space within expanded significantly. When the energy could no longer vibrate outward, the 8th aura of true energy materialized within his dantian. Channeling the continuous potency of the spirit concentration pill into his dantian, Shang began to absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, refining the 8th aura of true energy. Not far off, Imo-chan appeared to leisurely sip his drink, yet he remained alert, keenly observing their surroundings and attentively monitoring Shang's progress. This breakthrough effectively addressed the rapid shortcomings of his previous training. However, Shang felt a tinge of apprehension. The issue had arisen prematurely. Had it manifested during the transition to the Gathering Yuan stage, it could have easily led to his failure, as evidenced by the challenges he faced during this advancement. 13. Your progression this time seems rather sluggish. Is there a problem? Imo-chan inquired as Shang awoke. Shang nodded and recounted the difficulties he encountered. Fortunately, the issues surfaced early on. In the future, he could temper his impatience before each advancement. Rushing through the process could destabilize one's foundation, which is a grave mistake for any cultivator, Imo-chan cautioned. I will take heed, Shang acknowledged, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. After tidying up, the two set off, with Shang seated on Tianyu's back, diligently consolidating his cultivation. Initially, Shang had planned to take the qi-gathering pill after advancing, but now he intended to take his time, solidifying his foundation before proceeding. This time, Shang and Imochen encountered no mad dogs and directly entered the Tianji, Quebec. They were greeted by an ordinary woman clad in black, who escorted them to a private room. Upon entering, Shang produced the corpse of the bloodthirsty Wolf King and the black iron grass. The woman in black examined the task summary in the time of task acceptance, scrutinizing Shang closely before shaking her head and stepping out to register his points and rewards. Both tasks offered substantial monetary and point rewards, but the most valuable were the spiritual stones. Senior Brother 11, what does her shaking of the head signify? Is she dissatisfied with the bloodthirsty Wolf King's corpse or the black iron grass? Shang inquired as he sipped his tea. No, she is merely disdainful. She perceives this task as beneath you, thinking you are a scion of a prominent family, and that the task was completed with the help of your elders, allowing you to reap the rewards effortlessly, Imochen replied with a smile. After a moment's contemplation, Shang considered the possibility of Imochen's assessment being accurate. The woman in black returned with the rewards, and after receiving them, Shang requested another task list, selecting 2 tasks with high points that were relatively suitable for him before departing with Imochen. Once Shang and Imochen had left, the woman in black submitted Shang's information to Supervisor Dong. After awarding Shang his task rewards, she noted that Shang was a focus of attention for the Tianji and promptly reported the situation to Supervisor Dong. After reviewing the status and timing of the Nightshade mission, Dong Jifa ascended to the top floor of Tianji, carrying the relevant documents. In a refined room on the top floor, Sikong, adorned in a delicate blue silk gown, was enjoying tea. My lord, the Nightshade has completed the task, Dong Jifa announced. Handing over the files, Sikong perused the documents, then rose to inspect the corpse of the bloodthirsty Wolf King in the storeroom. In the storeroom of Tianji, Dong Jifa examined the remains of the bloodthirsty Wolf King while Sikong scrutinized the details. The beast had been slain solely by Nightshade, with Imochen not intervening. I witnessed his marksmanship that day. It was commendable, yet I question whether it sufficed to fell the bloodthirsty Wolf King, Dong Jifa remarked, shaking his head. Observing the wounds on the wolf's body, it was evident that during the attack, the gunfire had shattered the fur on its forepaws. I recalled the forceful impact of his shots that day. The cracks on the Wolf King's skull were the result of multiple punches. If it had been Imochen, 1 strike would have sufficed. Completing 2 tasks in less than 4 days, even with the aid of flying beast taming, is indeed an impressive feat. Wiping his hands with a handkerchief, Sikong departed the storeroom. Meanwhile, Nightshade and Imochen entered a hotel, settling at a table on the 2nd floor near the street. They ordered several exquisite dishes and brought out a potent liquor from Uncle Myo to commence their drinking. What sort of individuals are those? Are they the city guard clearing the way? Nightshade inquired, gazing down at the street below. In the gaze of the Night's sorrow, 2 squads of city guards forged a path, followed closely by 2 middle-aged men, trailed by several youths clad in white. As Night's sorrow spoke, one of the elegantly dressed middle-aged men turned to regard him, prompting the young men to follow suit. Casting fleeting glances in Night's sorrow's direction before the middle-aged man resumed his forward march. Ah, the members of the Golden Flame sect, sighed Imochen. Night's sorrow remained silent, aware that the Medicine Valley was a subordinate force of the Golden Flame sect, whose presence in the Medicine Valley region naturally afforded them a sense of superiority. The situation would soon shift. After a brief moment, Night's sorrow broke the silence, having discerned Imochen's inner turmoil. Perhaps those individuals earlier were indeed formidable. The moment you cast your gaze upon them, they became alert. The youth leading the way is a core disciple of the Golden Flame sect, Imochen remarked. Night's sorrow took a sip of wine and continued to eat, for he had heard tales of the Golden Flame sect before. They acted with arrogance, yet he felt it bore little relevance to him. Do you believe it holds little significance for you? Imochen seemed to grasp Night's sorrow's thoughts. I am merely a fledgling disciple. What connection could it possibly have? Night's sorrow gazed at Imochen in bewilderment. Every decade, a competition is held within the Golden Flame sect's territory, where disciples under the age of 30 from all forces compete, and resources are allocated based on the results. Our Medicine Valley did not perform well in the last competition, hence we had to contribute more resources, Imochen explained. Chapter 61, 8th Level of Qi Training. Does the Golden Flame sect have numerous affiliated forces? Night's sorrow inquired. Indeed, there are over a dozen first-tier forces and more than 30 second-tier forces, while the remainder are considered insignificant. However, one must not underestimate these lesser factions. The last competition saw disciples from these seemingly inconsequential forces clinch the 2nd and 3rd positions, with their respective factions required to contribute merely 1/10 of their industrial revenue and resource output over the past decade. Imochen elucidated the situation to Shang. Which faction secured the first place, and what rank did our Medicine Valley achieve? Shang inquired. The first place was claimed by a disciple from the Jinyan sect, while our Medicine Valley attained the 5th and 7th positions, necessitating a contribution of 3 tiers of resources. Are you implying that our Medicine Valley's performance is unexpectedly low? Imochen responded, observing Shang's reaction. Indeed, with so many disciples across the 12 peaks of our Medicine Valley, how is it that we only manage 5th and 7th? Shang expressed disbelief at the apparent disparity between the strength of his faction and others. There are age constraints. During the last regional competition, no one from Taishian Peak participated. The disciples under 30 from other peaks lack advantages compared to those from rival factions. Perhaps the next competition will involve you. Imochen remarked with a smile. Shang remained silent, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. As a disciple of the Medicine Valley, witnessing others flaunting their prowess on familiar grounds was somewhat stifling. In another room, Qin Zhan, Qin Hai, and several disciples from Tianyue Peak were gathered, with a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. According to your reports, the Knight Shang from Taishian Peak might have cultivated a second-tier combat technique, showcasing commendable talent. This time, I have brought you the cloud-piercing sword and the windfire staff, both of which are top-tier second-tier combat techniques. Train diligently and aim to defeat that Knight Shang in the upcoming newcomer competition. A middle-aged man produced 2 ancient tomes and placed them on the table. Qin Hai and another disciple each took one. Both were outer disciples of Tianyue Peak, yet both had attained the Gathering Yuan stage. Qin Zhan had expended his contributions to the sect to exchange for a breaking chi pill and 3 enhancing yuan pills for Qin Hai. This was the reason for Qin Hai's swift advancement to the Gathering Yuan stage, as enhancing yuan pills, akin to the gathering chi pills of the refining chi stage, could elevate one's prowess by an entire rank. You each have 3 enhancing yuan pills, a gift from senior brother Luo, to bolster your strength during the newcomer competition. Since Taishian Peak is recruiting new disciples, let us extinguish their pride in the contest, the middle-aged man added, retrieving a vial of pills. Thank you very much, Master Uncle, Qin Zhan said, clasping his hands in gratitude. The middle-aged man, Chen Fu, the protector of the Merit Hall of Tianyue Peak, had come at the behest of Luo Daoyuan to bestow resources upon Qin Hai and another outer disciple, Kong Jun. It is nothing, just strive to make us proud. I have heard that Shang is the closed-door disciple of the Taishian Peak's master. Should you, as third-generation disciples, defeat him, it would bring shame to Taishian Peak. Now, focus on your cultivation, Chen Fu remarked before rising to leave the room. If the opportunity arises, I will ensure his demise, Qin Hai said coldly. Now, let us proceed to TNGK to undertake our tasks, Qin Zhan announced, standing and making his way toward the inn's exit. After 2 days of cultivation, Shang and Imochen set off to continue their tasks and hone their combat skills. Imochen scrutinized Shang for a moment, noting the latter's solid foundation, and nodded in approval. After consuming the fasting elixir, Shang adjusted his state and began his cultivation after taking the chi-gathering pill. Meanwhile, in another inn, Qin Hai appeared somewhat exasperated, as the higher point black iron tasks had all been claimed by others, leaving only a few insignificant ones, such as escorting merchants or guarding properties. Well, if there are no suitable tasks, we shall wait until next month. You should focus on consolidating your cultivation, Qin Zhan stated. In truth, it was not only Qin Hai and Kong Jun who felt disheartened. Many holders of the Black Iron Decree in Danding City shared their frustration due to the lack of available tasks. This situation was also known to the TNGK, and even Dong GFA found himself at a loss, as tasks were assigned monthly from above. And there were not many local tasks to begin with. Shang continued his cultivation, once the effects of the fasting elixir wore off. He consumed another to persist in his training. After 6 days, he fully refined the effects of the chi-gathering pill, reaching the pinnacle of the 8th layer of chi training. How do you feel? Inquired Principal Imochen as Shang emerged from his room. I have reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of chi training. My strength has improved significantly, Shang replied, clenching his fist. Yes. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the month. We can continue with our tasks, Imochen said, handing Shang a cup of tea. At the beginning of each month, TNGK releases new tasks, a fact that Imochen, as a holder of the Bronze Decree, was well aware of. After a night's rest, Shang and Imochen arrived early at TNG Quebec. Upon entering, they spotted Sikong, elegantly dressed in a light robe. Come with me, Sikong beckoned. leading Shang and Imochen into a private chamber. "I wish to undertake a black iron task," Shang stated directly. With a swift motion of his arm, Shang produced several pieces of beast-hide parchment, handing a black one to Shang. Shang comprehended the high status of Shang within the Tianjike, as during his previous visits, the personnel in charge had only possessed black mission blueprints. The black iron level missions were scarce, as you are all aware of last month's situation. Shang offered a gentle reminder to Shang. "Thank you, this, and this," Shang exclaimed, his fingers gliding over the mission blueprints. The tasks were not time-restricted and offered substantial points, leading Shang to believe he could accomplish them all, thus accepting every single one. "Is this too much? Can you manage it?" Shang kindly cautioned Shang, concerned that he might find himself without tasks later on. Yet was taken aback when Shang decisively accepted such a large number. Chapter 62, Elixir Restrictions. "All right, thank you for the reminder." Shang acknowledged Shang with a slight bow. "Very well, since you may not remember all these tasks, I will transcribe them for you." After sitting down, Shang took out paper and pen, organizing the tasks Shang had accepted by their deadlines. "Thank you very much," Shang said as he received the neatly transcribed list from Shang. "Not at all. I wish you success," Shang replied with a smile and a nod. Shang and Imochen then departed from the Tianji, Quebec. After their exit, Shang handed the now partially accepted mission list to Officer Dong. "How did nearly half of this go?" "The remaining ones have low points, just trivial matters," Officer Dong remarked, surprised as he glanced at the mission list. "The plump rewards have all been claimed by that lad. If 2 such prodigies emerge from Danding City, then others need not bother with the black iron tasks." Shang remarked with a smile. "Shall we seek some bounty tasks from other cities?" Dong Jifa inquired. "No need. When tasks are scarce, they will eagerly compete for them," came the reply before Shang departed. After leaving the Tiangong Pavilion, Shang and Imochen, aboard their beast cart, swiftly set forth beyond the city gates. Harnessing the golden-winged eagle and Tianyu to pursue their missions, Shang opted to tackle the time-sensitive tasks first, meticulously planning their route to avoid wasting precious time in transit. Meanwhile, within the Tiangong Pavilion, a commotion erupted as the high-reward, high-point tasks were swiftly snatched up, inciting ire among many black iron decree holders. Among the disgruntled were Qin Zhan, Qin Hai, and Kong Jun, who found themselves increasingly agitated upon perusing the task list. Having accomplished few tasks the previous month, they were now left with scant opportunities for the current month. At this juncture, some individuals sought an explanation from the Tiangong Pavilion. Upon sensing the brewing discontent, Qin Zhan, Qin Hai, and Kong Jun joined the fray, subtly positioning themselves as the leaders of the dissent. Shang, originally engrossed in an ancient tome on the top floor, descended to the Grand Hall. "They've manipulated our internal processes, leaving the tasks for others," Dong Jifa addressed Shang. "Whether or not they were retained, what difference does it make? Why the uproar? If there are tasks, you undertake them. If not, then refrain. Are we begging you to participate?" Shang's piercing gaze swept across the hall as he spoke coldly. "Such a statement is quite erroneous. We are the esteemed bearers of the Black Iron Order and the Green Tongue Order. How can we not inquire when there are issues with the task?" Qin Zhan remarked. "The owners of the Black Iron Order and the Green Tongue Order? If you harbor dissatisfaction with the Heavenly Extreme Pavilion or have any grievances, cast down your tokens and depart." In response to Qin Zhan's reproach, Shang coldly retorted, "Your conduct is excessively domineering. We wish to speak with your superior." At Shang's words, Qin Zhan felt a flush of embarrassment. "Director Dong, if they continue to prattle, send someone to escort them out." Without even sparing a glance at Qin Zhan, Shang exited the scene. "You must be the law enforcer here. Can we not receive an explanation regarding the task? If you cannot provide one, then summon your superior." Qin Zhan addressed Director Dong. "I am indeed the head of the Heavenly Extreme Pavilion in Danding City, and there is no explanation to be given. Guards, should there be any further commotion, I shall revoke your status within the Heavenly Extreme Pavilion." Director Dong did not even regard Qin Zhan, summoning the guards instead. Qin Zhan's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. The Heavenly Extreme Pavilion had never treated him as a significant player. "Brother, let us depart." Qin Hai urged Qin Zhan away, for at that moment, Qin Zhan found himself lacking an avenue of retreat. After Qin Hai extricated Qin Zhan from the Heavenly Extreme Pavilion, he accepted a trivial task with Kong Jun. By day, Shang undertook tasks for the Heavenly Extreme Pavilion, while by night, he diligently practiced the sacred cauldron scripture and the 10,000 Ways canon. His cultivation advanced rapidly and steadily. Having consumed a qi gathering pill, Shang had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of qi refinement and was poised for a breakthrough. However, he decided to consolidate his strength further. In the span of 9 days, Shang completed all the time-sensitive tasks and prepared for a breakthrough. After battling ferocious beasts and mountain bandits, he felt confident in his stable foundation. Upon returning to Danding City, Shang and Imo Chen rode in a beast cart, engaging in conversation while enjoying some wine. Heading towards Tianji, Quebec 13, the task points can elevate your level or be exchanged for certain resources. Is there anything you wish to trade? Imo Chen inquired. Perhaps it is best to hold off on exchanging them for now. I am uncertain when I will advance to the Qing Tong Ling. Once I reach that level, I will be able to undertake higher-level tasks, Shang replied, shaking his head. It's my oversight for not clarifying earlier. The points can indeed be utilized without affecting your advancement to the Black Iron Order. The upgrade of your identity token relies solely on your total accumulated points. The points used and remaining are calculated separately, Imo Chen explained. Senior brother, I possess some elixirs already, and I do not wish to exchange them at this moment. Shang pondered before speaking. Certain elixirs are essential, such as the Breaking Qi Pill, which will facilitate your entry into the Gathering Yuan stage, Imo Chen remarked. Surprised by Shang's insistence. I have one Breaking Qi Pill, Shang mentioned. If you have one, then it is unnecessary. The sect will provide you with elixirs to assist in entering the Gathering Yuan stage. However, there is one elixir that the sect does not distribute. It must be exchanged with merit points known as the Increasing Yuan Pill, which has the same effect as the Gathering Qi Pill used in the Qi refining stage. Allowing for an elevation in cultivation level, Imo Chen elaborated. Increasing Yuan Pill? If one is affluent enough to acquire several of these, one could rapidly advance in cultivation. Shang expressed with surprise. You are overthinking it. Such elixirs are subject to usage restrictions at every rank. A practitioner in the Qi refining stage may consume a maximum of 3 Gathering Qi Pills, and the same limitation applies to those in the Gathering Essence stage, who may also ingest no more than 3 essence-enhancing pills. Imo Chen elucidated this to Shang, aware that in many respects, Shang was a novice. The question Shang posed left Qin Hai in a quandary as well. Qin Zhan had expended a considerable amount of sect merit points to procure 3 essence-enhancing pills for him, only for Luo Daoyuan to subsequently bestow upon him another 3. The surplus 3 were merely for him to observe. The principle of heaven rewarding diligence holds true. While medicinal pills are indispensable on the path of cultivation, one must not rely on them indefinitely. The true qi cultivated over time is much more refined, whereas the spiritual energy derived from pills tends to be somewhat inferior. Consuming 3 essence-enhancing pills at the Gathering Essence stage remains within acceptable limits. However, exceeding this would lead to stagnation in the Dantian as true qi. It is advised to refrain from further consumption of Gathering Qi pills. For the final level of each stage, it is best to avoid taking medicinal pills, as this is detrimental to breaking through to the next level. Imo Chen imparted to Shang the taboos of a cultivator upon reaching the final level of each stage. Practitioners consolidate their cultivation to prepare for a breakthrough, opting not to consume pills. Chapter 63. A misunderstanding as the two engaged in conversation. They arrived at the Heavenly Extreme Hall. With Sikong absent, Shang submitted his task to the ordinary staff and then departed with Imo Chen. Upon returning to the inn, Shang greeted Imo Chen before retreating to his room to prepare for his advancement. Imo Chen positioned a chair at the door of Shang's room and feigned sleep. The process of advancement posed little danger. Even in the event of failure, the physical toll would be minimal, thus he harbored no significant concerns. Tang consumed half of a condensation pill and commenced his cultivation. This marked the final ascension within the Qi refinement stage, after which he would prepare for the breakthrough into the Gathering Essence stage. Upon the saturation of his Dantian with the energy from the condensation pill, it could no longer contain it, prompting a vibration that expanded the Dantian. The capacity of the Dantian determines the amount of true energy one can store, a challenge every cultivator must confront at each level. The expansion of his Dantian proceeded smoothly, leading him to refine the 9th layer of true energy aura. Within the Lord's mansion of Danding City, Ao Yushan sipped tea while 2 individuals stood before him. Lord of the city. The Shadow Brothers have heard that Hang is a disciple of the Taishian Peak and are somewhat reluctant to accept the task. Upon learning that Imo Chen is by Shang's side, they outright refused, remarked the man before Ao Yushan. If Imo Chen is present and they are unwilling to proceed, inform them that time is not a constraint. They may wait for Imo Chen to be absent before making their move. The reward of 10,000 gold and 800 mid-grade spirit stones remains unchanged, Ao Yushan responded. Understood. I shall reach out again, the man replied before departing. Known as Hua Wuji, a steadfast confidant of Ao Yushan. In the Eastern Xuanzhou region, the exchange rate for spirit stones is 100 low-grade spirit stones for a single mid-grade spirit stone, and 100 mid-grade spirit stones for a single high-grade spirit stone. Ao Yushan had dispatched Hua Wuji to undertake a mission at the Tianji Pavilion, where the offered price was 30 high-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones, an expense Ao Yushan could not afford, prompting him to seek out other assassins. However, upon discovering the affiliation with Taishan Peak, none were willing to take on the task. It was no secret in the Danding mountain range that Liu Yangyu annihilated the Four Seas sect for a single disciple. Recently, Hua Wuji had attempted to negotiate with the renowned Shadow Brothers within the assassin community but had yet to reach an agreement. After spending half a day, Shang successfully refined the ninth aura of true energy. The moment the ninth aura began to rotate autonomously, Shang's aura transformed, officially entering the ninth level of qi refinement. Upon sensing Shang's aura, Mo Chun let out a sigh of relief and took a couple of sips of wine. After stabilizing his cultivation, Shang emerged from the room. Congratulations on your success, 13, Mo Chun said with a smile. It's merely a promotion. Thank you, senior brother, for guarding me. Shall we eat something and then embark on a mission? Shang replied, looking at Mo Chun. After finishing their meal, Mo Chun pondered for a moment and suggested that Shang take a bath and have a good night's sleep before they set out on their task the next day. He noticed that Shang resembled a tightly wound string, in need of relaxation. Shang had no objections to Mo Chun's decision, understanding that his arrangements were for his own benefit. On this night devoid of cultivation, Shang and Mo Chun engaged in lengthy conversation, and Mo Chun even requested the attendant to add another bed in the room. Shang slept soundly that night, during which Mo Chun got up to cover him with a blanket. Observing the frowning Shang in his slumber, Mo Chun shook his head, thinking to himself that he was but a child. After a restful night, Shang awoke early. While he practiced his punches and freshened up, Mo Chun instructed the attendant to prepare their meal. How does it feel to relax occasionally? Invigorating, isn't it? Mo Chun smiled at the freshly groomed Shang. Indeed. But such indulgence may foster laziness, Shang replied. Of course, I did mention that it's important to unwind from time to time. Mo Chun playfully slapped Shang on the back. After enjoying breakfast, the two set off in the beast cart. Inside, Mo Chun opened the window and began to sing folk songs, eliciting a chorus of delighted screams from the young ladies strolling outside. Ah, indeed. Back home, I had many noble ladies vying for my elder brother's attention, Mo Chun remarked with a smile. Shang understood that Mo Chun spoke the truth. He was exceptionally handsome, particularly with a pair of eyes that seemed to hold the weight of countless stories, an irresistible allure for women. Does your elder brother have someone special in mind? Shang inquired, aware that among their seniors, only Wu Qi and Shi Tianlin had settled down. This is a secret you must keep, Mo Chun replied. Upon receiving Shang's nod, he confided his feelings. He was fond of a girl, the cousin of Chu Lingxiao, the chief disciple of Dan Ding Peak. Before the incident at Guanyi, they often explored the mountains together during their training, and had it not been for the conflict between Chu Lingxiao and Qing Ji, they might have been on the verge of marriage. However, since the incident, they had not seen each other. No, I have no face to show. I haven't seen her in over a decade and have no idea about her current situation. Moreover, if the sixth senior sister learns of my connection to that rascal Chu Lingxiao's sister, she would surely strangle me, Mo Chun said with a bitter smile. Elder brother, that's a different matter altogether. If you are thriving, the sixth senior sister will only be pleased, Shang countered, pouring half a bowl of the Qing blood brew that Qing Ji had gifted him for Mo Chun. True, the enmity between the sixth senior sister and Chu Lingxiao is not one of life and death, Mo Chun pondered, finding merit in Shang's words. Brother, why did a rivalry develop between Chu Lingxiao and senior sister Liu after their sparring match, which had its fair share of victories and defeats? This aspect perplexes Shang, as Qing Ji does not strike one as someone petty. Mo Chun, being more informed about the matter, provided Shang with a detailed explanation. Qing Ji has always carried a jade pendant, a cherished memento from her deceased mother. During the arena competition, Chu Lingxiao, having a higher cultivation level, managed to push back the less skilled Qing Ji, causing her weapon to fall. However, in the process, her precious pendant slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Upon witnessing the loss of this invaluable item, Qing Ji hurried to retrieve it, prompting Chu Lingxiao to misinterpret her actions as a challenge and strike out. As he stepped toward the pendant, Qingji instinctively intervened to save it, but in doing so, she inadvertently exposed her right leg, which had not been infused with any true energy. Chu Lingxiao's punch shattered her leg, and his foot crushed the pendant into two halves. Chapter 64, Jungle Pursuit. What began as a misunderstanding bore grave consequences. After hearing Mo Qin's account, Shang recognized the complexity of the situation. Neither party was at fault. Yet an irreconcilable enmity had emerged. Indeed, it is a grudge that cannot be easily resolved, which is why I dare not provoke senior sister Lu. Mo Qin remarked. I could help you gauge the situation sometime. Shang replied with a smile. Perhaps that is unwise. I am unaware of Chu Lingfei's current circumstances. She may have even married by now. Mo Qin sighed, reflecting on the years spent in pursuit of vengeance for Guanyi, remaining oblivious to the world beyond. In this regard, Shang felt a sense of helplessness. The consequences of years of indifference were unknown to anyone. Upon exiting the city, the two mounted their flying steeds, embarking on a mission to rescue a young lady from a bandit lair. Should any misfortune befall the lady, the task would then shift to eradicating the bandits. The mission brief described these mountain ruffians as unsophisticated, possessing limited cultivation, yet exhibiting an intimate familiarity with the terrain. The primary objective was to locate this band of marauders, with their last known whereabouts being near the Wyans marshlands. Confident in Tian Yu's assistance, Shang believed it would not be arduous to uncover the bandits' hideout. However, he harbored doubts regarding the safety of the young lady. While her demise seemed unlikely, her fate as a captive was uncertain. Throughout the mission, Shang took the lead, with Mo Qin trailing behind to ensure his safety. Prior to accepting the task involving the bloodthirsty Wolf King, Mo Qin had exercised caution, wary of allowing Shang to undertake reckless missions. Many black iron tasks were typically assigned to cultivators at the gathering essence stage, while those at the Qi refinement stage usually commenced with simpler tasks, gradually escalating in difficulty as their skills advanced. Following Shang's successful defeat of the bloodthirsty Wolf King, Mo Qin's perspective shifted. He concluded that even cultivators at the initial gathering essence stage lacked the combat prowess of Shang. The crux of Shang's superiority lay in his exceptional combat talent, which enabled him to adapt his tactics to the terrain and the complexities of battle. Upon reaching Wyans, Shang instructed Tian Yu to fly at low altitude around the marsh, searching for any clues. Spanning an area of approximately 300 to 400 miles, Wyans became the focus of their investigation. After half an hour of low-level flight, Shang commanded Tian Yu to descend. Having spotted footprints in the black sandy soil by the water's edge, it should not be too far from here. Squatting down to examine the footprints, Shang spoke. How can you tell? Perhaps they were left behind previously, Mo Qin replied. Impossible. Although there are no waves here, the humidity is considerable. The night dew falls like a light drizzle and footprints cannot last more than 3 days, Shang asserted with certainty. Upon hearing Shang's words, Mo Qin was taken aback. As a seasoned tracker, he found himself unable to discern the truth of these prints. After a brief inspection of the footprints, Shang took the lead, while Mo Qin followed closely behind with Tian Yu and the golden-winged eagle. Shang moved with a rhythm, pausing only occasionally for analysis. Yet his pace remained unwavering even as they entered the forest. Mo Qin, experienced in woodland tracking, recognized that Shang was pursuing the correct direction. Even if a human did not leave footprints, they would inevitably leave traces in the forest, such as disturbed leaves. Steadily, Shang navigated through the winding paths ahead, with Mo Qin and his 2 flying beasts trailing behind. 2 hours later, Shang discovered signs of a fire. Brother, judging by these traces, the campfire was made yesterday. They are numerous and cannot move swiftly. We are likely only a few hundred miles apart, Shang remarked while taking a sip from his wine jar. Indeed. The animal bones are still quite fresh. Mo Qin nodded as he observed the charred remains beside the embers. If that girl is in trouble, it will be problematic. We must eliminate them all. Nightshade did not shy away from taking lives. However, the thought of annihilating them all stirred a sense of unease within him. The bandits were a collective, likely comprising children, and even if the young ones were spared, their survival would be bleak without the guardianship of adults. Considering the circumstances, if that girl were to meet with misfortune, he would eliminate their 3 leaders and present their severed heads as a completion of the mission. Mo Qin pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. The mission briefing merely outlined the characteristics of the 3 leaders. Should the girl remain unrescued, the heads of the bandits would suffice. Brother, if that girl is violated by the bandits and we manage to rescue her, should we still eradicate the bandits? Nightshade inquired. Lost in contemplation. Let us assess the situation. However, those who err must bear the consequences. The leader of this bandit group must not be spared, Imo Chun replied decisively. After sharing a modest meal of dried meat and a few drinks, they pressed onward, for Nightshade had numerous tasks at hand that could not afford further delay. As night descended, they had yet to catch up with the bandits, who, having long inhabited the mountains, possessed formidable survival skills and swiftness. Observing the darkening sky, Nightshade felt a pang of conflict. The treacherous night in the deep mountains posed significant dangers, and recklessly pursuing them might lead to an ambush. Ordinarily, they should refrain from chasing, yet the bandits would likely be setting up camp at this hour. Let us ride Tianyu and scout the skies for 200 to 300 miles. If we find nothing, we will resume the pursuit tomorrow, Imo Chin suggested. Agreed. After some contemplation, Nightshade deemed Imo Chin's strategy to be prudent. Imo Chin, riding the golden-winged eagle, followed closely behind Nightshade and Tianyu. Upon ascending to a higher altitude, Shang surveyed the terrain and chose a relatively flat direction to commence his pursuit. After half an hour, he discerned a plume of smoke rising from within a canyon, indicative of a fire. Observing as Shang deftly evaded one trap after another, Imo Chin realized that despite his youth, Shang was undoubtedly a seasoned hunter. Cautiously advancing into the canyon, Shang meticulously scouted ahead, uncertain if this group was comprised of bandits, yet certain they were hunters. Any misstep could lead to his discovery. Carefully maneuvering to the canyon's edge, Shang climbed the rocky wall to peer into the center, while Imo Chun lingered below, watching Shang's actions intently. At that moment, Shang recognized that these individuals were the bandits he sought. According to the information provided by a wealthy family, there were 3 bandit leaders. One bore a scarred face, another had a neck marked by a beast's claws, and the last was bald. Shang could now see all 3. The bald leader sat upon a tree stump, savoring roasted meat, while a woman bound at her wrists and ankles sat askew on the ground beside him. Boss, if you can't subdue this girl, why not let your brothers enjoy her instead? Remarked the man with the scarred neck to the bald leader. Why are you so impatient, second brother? Let us wait a couple more days. If she still refuses to yield, then we can all partake, the bald leader replied. Die. These 2 must be eliminated, Shang resolved after overhearing their conversation. Even thieves have their principles. These 2 are utterly despicable. Brother, second brother, if she is unwilling, let it be. After all, she is but a child. The young man, bearing a scar on his face, spoke up. Do not say another word. This matter is non-negotiable. The bald man waved his hand dismissively. Nightshade turned his gaze towards the bound woman, and upon closer inspection, she indeed appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age. Following the canyon's rocky walls, Nightshade cautiously advanced inward, determined to strike from behind. For the sake of the woman's safety, he aimed to swiftly eliminate the bald man. On this occasion, Imo Chin refrained from continuing his pursuit, having gathered sufficient knowledge of the bandits within the canyon. Among them, only 3 leaders possessed combat capability, all recently having entered the gathering yuan stage, while the remaining bandits were merely robust hunters. Navigating around the mountain wall, Nightshade descended and approached the group of bandits. From a distance of 5 or 6 paces, he drew his meat-cutting knife and, with a swift motion, directed it towards the neck of the scarred second-in-command. Simultaneously, he lunged forward, thrusting a spear at the bald man's back. In a flurry, the bald man recoiled, bewildered and hesitant to act recklessly. Who are you? The bald leader inquired, his confidence bolstered upon seeing Nightshade's youthful visage. Upon realizing that the bald leader had fallen, the second-in-command retreated, unwilling to engage further. Fully aware that he was no match for Nightshade, he withdrew without a second thought. Do not kill him, the woman called out from behind Nightshade. He halted, finding himself just a few feet away from the scarred third-in-command, who was still backing away. He has not lost all conscience, if it were not for his interference. I cannot fathom what fate I might have met, the woman remarked. Nightshade held a long spear, his gaze fixed upon the scarred man. Please, show mercy, pleaded the young man, kneeling before him. If you feared for your life, you should not have taken the path of a bandit, Nightshade replied coldly. It is not death I fear, but the thought of leaving them uncared for should I perish, the scarred youth lamented, glancing back at the ragged bandits behind him, among whom were women and children. 13, enough. They are merely refugees, led by a scoundrel. Imo Chin stepped forth, swiftly severing the heads of 2 bandit leaders with a couple of precise strikes. In life, many paths may be chosen, yet the essence lies in unwavering self-improvement. Nightshade remarked to the scarred youth. Brother, please spare my uncle, implored a small girl who had knelt beside Nightshade. I can fend for myself. But they cannot. The scarred youth sighed in resignation. My family is in the textile trade and requires laborers. If you are willing, you may come work for us. The woman regarded the tattered men and women behind the scarred youth. Thank you, sister, the kneeling girl said, bowing her head in gratitude. I am willing to serve as a slave to care for these villagers, the scarred man expressed to the woman. No, you are not like those two. I believe you, and they are of the same kind. To express my gratitude for your help these past days, I will take care of these people. You should pursue your own aspirations. After casting a glance at Imo-chin and Nightshade, the woman addressed the scarred youth. After leaving her address with him, she approached Nightshade. Thank you, my lord, for your rescue. Unless there is anything else, we shall take our leave, he replied. 13. Your Tianyu is ill-suited for prolonged burdens. Allow her to accompany me on the golden-winged eagle, Imo-chin remarked. Shang nodded and approached Tianyu. May I inquire your name? The scarred youth called out to Shang. Shang, from the Yaogu Valley's Taishian Peak. Should you seek vengeance, feel free to find me at any time. Shang responded, swiftly leaping onto Tianyu's back. Imo-chin and Shang led the lady to his safe haven where they set up camp. Once settled, Shang began to meditate and cultivate. Sir, that young lord, was he truly a hunter before? The woman beside Imo-chin inquired, gazing at the meditating Shang. Indeed. He became my junior apprentice just 2 months ago. Had he not undertaken this mission, you might have faced dire consequences, Imo-chin replied with a smile. I believe Luo will not pursue vengeance against him. Had he intended to, the young lord would have been in peril just now, the woman stated, referring to the scarred youth. Chapter 66. Contending with the bear, are you implying that Luo possesses considerable strength? Imo-chin asked, intrigued. Yes, among that group. Luo was the strongest. He has taken the lead in confronting the beastly creatures we encountered these days. Typically, his strength is unremarkable, but he can transform. And in that form, he can tear apart tigers and leopards, the woman explained. Special bloodline, who would have thought? Generally, those with such unique lineage are quite proud. No wonder he refrains from associating with the bald duo. However, even with his special bloodline, defeating 13 remains an impossibility, Imo-chin chuckled. Well aware of Shang's formidable abilities, he could contend with any adversary within the second tier. What is our next task? Imo-chin inquired, gazing at Shang. Ironback bear, Shang replied, as he severed a roasted hind leg of the wild boar and subsequently offered the remaining portion to Tianyu. The ironback bear is a second-tier beast, however, it is notably sluggish, so the challenge should not be formidable. After slicing a piece of the boar's leg for the woman, Imo-chin remarked. Shang nodded, having some knowledge of bear-like beasts. These creatures are characterized by their immense strength and ferocious temperament, lacking the cunning of other beasts. And they are at a disadvantage in speed. Once they finished their meal, Shang mounted Tianyu's back, firmly orienting himself towards the icy mountains where the ironback bears are known to roam. The ice and snow mountain rises to tens of thousands of meters. With perennial snow beginning at mid-elevation, bears, favoring cold climates, are more abundant in this frigid habitat. After the better part of a day, Shang and Imo-chin, accompanied by the woman, arrived at the ice and snow mountain. Shang did not ascend to excessive heights, as the ironback bear thrives at altitudes of 5,000 to 6,000 meters. Beyond that lies the realm of the more resilient snow bears. After a brief search, Shang spotted a solitary ironback bear. Yet, it was not merely any bear, it was the Bear King. Upon hearing Shang's words, Imo-chin quickly cautioned him against descending. The Bear King? Brother, what is its cultivation level? Shang inquired. Peak of the second tier. It has reached the false stand level, Imo-chin responded. The false stand level exists between the second and third tiers, signifying a power that surpasses the second tier without attaining the third. Warriors or beasts of the third tier would form an inner Dan. The false Dan indicates a transformation in the energy within the dantian, yet it has not truly coalesced into a Dan. Then I shall give it a try. After contemplating for a moment, Shang realized that if he were to confront other ferocious beasts, his chances of success would be slim. However, the ironback bear, known for its sluggish speed, might present an opportunity. With the feathered mantle of Tianyu resting upon his back, Shang approached the king of ironback bears. As he drew within 20 paces, the king detected his presence and, with a thunderous roar, charged towards him. Observing the oncoming beast, Shang quickly surveyed his surroundings and resolved to engage the king in battle right there. When the king of ironback bears was merely 4 paces away, Shang's feet trembled with intensity as he leapt behind a snow pine. Weighing several thousand pounds, the ironback bear could not halt its momentum, barreling past the tree's side. The snow pine was robust, thick enough for 6 or 7 men to encircle, thus even the ferocious ironback bear could not simply crash into it. After hurtling forward for 5 or 6 paces, the bear finally skidded to a stop, pivoting to charge at Shang once more. As the king bore down upon him, Shang did not evade to the sides. Instead, he propelled himself upward with a powerful thrust of his legs. At the very instant Shang leapt, the ironback bear lunged at the spot he had just vacated, its massive form colliding with the snow pine, producing a resounding thud. The impact drove the bear's body 2 feet into the tree, yet the intense pain jolted it back to awareness, compelling it to turn and retaliate against the lurking Shang. With the mastery of myriad techniques acquired through rigorous training, Shang possessed a raw strength of 4,000 pounds even without channeling his powers. Now, with the full force of his cultivated energy unleashed, his might surged at least twofold. The ironback bear was pierced through by Shang's spear, as his hands pressed firmly against the creature's midsection. As the ironback bear was about to turn, Nightshade thrust his shoulder against the rear of the formidable creature. With a surge of strength in his legs, he propelled the ironback bear forward. The beast, pierced through its body by Nightshade's strike, sustained grievous wounds and began to slide ahead under Nightshade's force. Step by step, Nightshade engaged in a contest of strength with the ironback bear. Although the creature possessed great power, its inability to push backward diminished its force by nearly 30%, allowing Nightshade to steadily advance it forward. After several paces, Nightshade managed to shove the ironback bear against a nearby cedar tree, with its front paws pressing against the trunk. The wounded ironback bear resisted Nightshade's relentless push. After a brief interval, the creature ceased its movements, having been bled dry by Nightshade's relentless assault. Witnessing Nightshade's triumph over the ironback bear, Imochen contemplated a new strategy to refrain from accompanying Nightshade in the future, opting instead to follow discreetly and offer protection from the shadows. Is the current task nearly complete? Sikong inquired, observing Nightshade. Nightshade recognized that the mission to rescue Huang Yu is proving to be rather time-consuming, which Sikong had discerned. There are still 2 remaining, but they are not particularly challenging. In 2 to 3 days, we should be finished, Nightshade replied, holding Sikong in high regard. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she also carried herself with grace and humility. Furthermore, during the previous encounter at the Tianji Gate with Ao Lai, Sikong had demonstrated goodwill. Once we wrap this up, we can rest. Unless something extraordinary occurs, there won't be any significant tasks for the latter half of the month, Sikong remarked with a smile. As Nightshade gazed at Sikong's radiant smile, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, captivated by her stunning beauty that left him somewhat spellbound. What are you pondering? Sikong observed the distracted Shang and waved her delicate hand before his eyes. It's nothing. I merely find it peculiar that your family bestowed upon you such a name. It is rare for a girl to possess such a designation. Shang deftly shifted the topic. Are you aware of my name? That shouldn't be the case. Sikong gazed at Shang with some astonishment. But you did mention your name was Sikong, did you not? Shang pondered, baffled that Sikong could have forgotten. Haha. Sikong is my surname, not my given name. Upon hearing Shang's words, Sikong realized that Shang had mistaken her surname for her first name. Oh, now I understand, Shang nodded, acknowledging that a beauty like Sikong should not possess an ordinary name. I'm called Sikong Chuyu, she said with a smile. What a beautiful name, Shang replied, returning the smile. Your name is also quite lovely. Sikong Chuyu poured herself a cup of tea. Is a name truly that significant? I am an orphan, bearing the sorrow of those lost, hence I am called Shang. Thank you for the tea, Lady Sikong. I must take my leave. Shang inhaled deeply, then rose to depart. Observing Shang's retreating figure, Sikong Chuyu summoned Dong Zhifa, instructing him to investigate Shang's background, reminding him to approach the matter without hostility. Upon returning to the inn, Shang retrieved 2 bare legs, offering one to Zhang Dekhang and reserving the other for dinner with Imochen. Was the task completion smooth? Imochen inquired as he approached Shang. The assignment regarding Huang Yu proved rather troublesome. His family had many questions, Shang replied. Very well, senior brother. I am aware of those with the surname Sikong. Are there any with the surname Sikong? Shang asked. Are you referring to the enigmatic woman from Tianji K? Whose cultivation is beyond my comprehension? Imochen inquired, his impression of Sikong Chuyu lingering vividly in his mind. Not only was she a paragon of beauty, but she also emanated an aura befitting a superior being, with an astonishingly high level of cultivation. Indeed, that is her surname, not her given name, Shang interjected. How do you know this? Imochen asked, curiosity piqued. Her name is Sikong Chuyu. Shang revealed. What a lovely name. I have yet to hear of the surname Sikong. It is rather peculiar that she would willingly share her name with you. Were it not for your youth, I might suspect she harbors an interest in you. Ah, to be 13, you must mature swiftly, Mo Chun remarked with a smile. After 2 days of cultivation, Shang embarked on a task, and though Mo Chun expressed his intention to refrain from accompanying him, he trailed behind at a distance. Following the completion of the task, Shang engaged in light conversation with Sikong Chuyu. Lord Sikong, how's the Undone exchanged at Tianjike? Shang queried. Why? Are you interested in exchanging for Undone? Sikong responded. Yes, we have some available, and the price is quite reasonable. However, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you would care to hear it? She poured a cup of tea for Shang and inquired. Of course, I must heed Lord Sikong's advice. Shang nodded in agreement. 3 may be excessive. Theoretically, consuming 3 is acceptable, yet rapid advancement in cultivation is not always beneficial. 1 or 2 would suffice. Lest you reach that critical threshold, Sikong Chuyu cautioned upon hearing Shang's intent to exchange for 3. Understood. Thank you, Lord Sikong, Shang responded, bowing slightly in gratitude. Just call me Sikong, no need for formality. Remember to arrive early at the beginning of the month and complete more commendable tasks. It will be much easier to ascend to the Bronze Order, Sikong Chuyu remarked with a smile, well aware that Shang had completed all his assigned tasks. After offering another respectful gesture to Sikong Chuyu, Shang took his leave. This young individual is indeed a talent, Dong Jifa commented as he approached Sikong Chuyu. Undoubtedly. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, in a few years, the name Shang will resonate throughout the Eastern Xuanzhou region, Sikong Chuyu stated. The results are in, my lord. Dong Jifa presented a healing tone to Sikong Chuyu. At the age of 14, an orphan raised by the village chief of Zhuan village near Tianan City. Just a few months ago, he was an unremarkable hunter, arguably the finest in Zhuan village. After handing over the documents, Dong Jifa began to elaborate on the contents. In just 4 months, he has progressed from having no cultivation to reaching the 9th level of qi refinement. Even with abundant resources, such a pace is astonishing. His vitality is robust, and his physical strength is exceptional. He can defeat opponents of equal rank even without employing true energy. Most importantly, his innate combat talent is evident from his performance during the battle at the entrance and from the corpses of the bloodthirsty Wolf King and the Ironback Bear King. He seems to have been born for combat, Sikong Chuyu remarked. However, my lord, this situation cannot be sustained for long, Dong Jifa replied. It matters not. This is the current thought of the family. My parents are aware of my departure and have not impeded my choice. I shall prove my worth. Once I break through, the family will have no further objections, Sikong Chuyu asserted. Upon returning to the inn, Shang commenced his cultivation, intending to elevate the Wandao scriptures to the 7th tier. Chapter 68. Whom have I offended? With no tasks at hand, Shang consumed the concentration pill and blood essence pill for his evening practice, while dedicating the daylight hours to mastering the wind chase spear technique and the Zhenyu hand. Fortunately, Zhang Dekang had arranged for Shang and Mo Chan to reside in a secluded cottage, sparing them from any unwanted disturbances. As for the intake of the concentration pill and blood essence pill, Shang had no reservations. He had perused Feng Chen's alchemical notes, which indicated that continuous use of auxiliary pills could lead to pill toxicity, yet would not cause instability in energy levels. Shang had already refined his shockwave force to 18 strands, nearly achieving an increase of 3 strands with each advancement in his vital energy. After completing another round of practice with the wind chase spear technique, he noticed that Zhang Dekang had sent over some dishes. Nodding at Mo Chen, Shang proceeded to take a bath. Aware of Shang's training schedule, Zhang Dekang would always dispatch servants with meals upon his completion, though they refrained from sending wine. Knowing that both Shang and Mo Chen preferred their own provisions, after bathing and donning a linen robe, Shang approached the table and seated himself across from Mo Chen. 13. This garment may appear rustic on others, lacking in elegance, yet on you, it seems perfectly natural and unpretentious, Mo Chen remarked with a smile. Brother, spare me the jest. What shall we drink today? Is there enough blue blood brew for us? Shang inquired. Then let us have Uncle Nyo's wine. It is a drink befitting men, Mo Chen replied. Are you implying that my blue blood brew is not a man's drink? In that case, you ought to refrain from consuming it. A voice interjected as Qing Ji appeared before them. 6th sister. Shang rose to greet Qing Ji. 6th sister, that is not my intention. Mo Chen quickly clarified upon seeing Qing Ji. It doesn't matter. 13, your sister has brought you some wine. Qingji presented a purple clay jar to Shang. "Thank you, sixth sister," Shang replied, storing away the jar, knowing it contained the prized Qing blood brew. "Sixth sister, you are being quite partial," Chen exclaimed, feeling anxious when he noticed Shang had received the brew while he had not. "What are you fretting about? Will you dare to speak ill behind my back again?" Qingji shot a glare at Chen. "I wouldn't, truly." Chen protested, feeling wronged, as he had said nothing untoward. "Enough of the jesting. 13. Have you offended someone?" Qingji began. "Our disciples from Taishan Peak have reported that someone has hired assassins to eliminate you. Master sent me to check on you." "Damn it. Aside from Yushan, there is no one else. That scoundrel is resorting to such tactics," Chen said, visibly agitated. Without needing Shang to elaborate, Chen recounted the origins of the conflict. "Confront him directly. Without evidence, he won't admit to anything. If we endure this quietly and allow him to act recklessly, it is not the style of Taishan Peak." 11. You continue to accompany 13 on your missions. This matter is no concern of yours. I will ensure he regrets it. After a moment's contemplation, Qingji made her decision. "Sixth sister, what do you plan to do?" Chen inquired. "If he wishes to play dirty, we shall engage him in his game. I will notify Lao Ba and Lao Zhu to join us. The Ao family will not have peace. If it's a game of deceit he wants, we shall see who is more ruthless," Qingji replied coldly. "This month's Black Iron mission has been poorly executed by Shang, who remains here to cultivate while I accompany you all in causing a ruckus." Chen spoke up. "Very well, Shang shall diligently focus on his training here, while we deal with this old fellow." Qingji, understanding Chen's temperament, did not oppose the decision after all. Opposing him would be futile, as evidenced by his relentless pursuit of Luo Sihai for over a decade. Shang initially considered intervening, but upon reflection, realized that his intervention would be in vain, so he remained silent. The matter concerning Yushan was not merely a personal grievance. It was also a slap in the face to Taishan Peak, and Qingji and her companions would not tolerate it. After a brief meal, Qingji, Shang, and Chen departed, as she needed to inform Yang Lei and Shi Tianlin to come. Lu Yangyu attached great importance to this issue, after all. Someone had even sought assassins to target his disciples. How could he not be enraged? "Brother, do you think this situation will involve too many complications?" Shang expressed his concern. "Not at all. Yushan hails from a significant family. He is the junior brother of Yuan Tai, the master of Wangyun Peak. His talent is rather mediocre, having only relied on time to establish himself. There are many ways to deal with him. Cut off his financial resources, cripple a few of his descendants, and perhaps set fire to his home. He will soon be subdued," Chen replied, taking a sip of his drink. "Clever. Let my senior brother and senior sisters handle this matter. You should focus on your cultivation and strive to enter the gathering origin stage as soon as possible," Chen advised Shang. After finishing his drink, Shang began his training, confident that Qingji and the others would manage the situation well. There was no need for concern. Qingji and her companions were no pushovers, and it would be Yushan who would face the discomfort. Meanwhile, the merchant convoy from the city lord's mansion had been ambushed, and Kachang, who was escorting the convoy, had his legs broken. The clan's apothecary had been vandalized. The grandson of Lord Yushan, Bing, incurred the wrath of others while indulging in drink, resulting in the loss of numerous teeth. Though he could not discern the identity of his assailant, events unfolded in rapid succession, even within a single day. Astute observers recognized that this was a deliberate affront aimed at Lord Yushan. "Brother, we have provoked someone formidable. Could it be Taishan Peak?" Yukuan remarked to his elder sibling, understanding that as the deputy lord of Danding City, the current predicament necessitated action, lest the family find themselves unable to sustain their standing in Danding City. He was also aware of Lord Yushan's intent to eliminate Shang. "Wawuji, has the situation been compromised?" Lord Yushan inquired of his trusted aide. The subordinate hesitated to respond, for he had recently engaged several assassins, who ultimately did not accept the contracts, leaving uncertainty as to whether any unreliable party had divulged information. Hua Wuji bowed respectfully. "They are aware that we cannot make our intentions known, hence their actions. If we fail to respond, our position will become increasingly precarious," Yukuan articulated. "I comprehend. The crux of the matter lies in how we can defuse this situation. If Taishan Peak has intervened, it implies they are aware of our dealings with assassins and will not relent easily." Lord Yushan seethed with rage, wishing to dispatch Lai. who lay there making a commotion. Ao Yukuin shared his brother's exasperation, recognizing that had Ao Lai not provoked the wrong individuals, such consequences would have been averted. For now, we must endure. Inform the family to remain indoors and suspend operations of the merchant convoy and apothecary. If they perceive our acquiescence, perhaps their anger will subside. Lord Ao Yushan concluded, acknowledging that this was but a temporary and inadequate solution. However, the situation is far from resolved. Overnight, the medicinal herb warehouse of the Ao family was set ablaze, and all the beasts in the training grounds were slaughtered, inflicting devastating losses upon the Ao family. A blow that could be described as deeply injurious. Upon receiving the news, Ao Yushan's eyes turned ashen with disbelief. He ultimately resolved to seek the intervention of his master, who is an elder of the Medicine Valley. The Medicine Valley is divided into 12 peaks, each overseen by a peak master, elders, and protectors. Additionally, there are elders and protectors who manage all 12 peaks, with the rank of the Medicine Valley elders surpassing that of the peak masters and elders. The peak masters are appointed through two primary means, either by a peak master taking on a disciple or by selecting an outstanding disciple from among the elders of the Medicine Valley to serve as the peak master. Both Ao Yushan and Yuan Tai are disciples of Lu Qinyun, the fourth elder of the Medicine Valley. Currently, Ao Yushan finds himself unable to control the situation and can only convey the circumstances to his master, hoping the Medicine Valley can intervene to halt the actions of the Taishan Peak. In the rear mountains of the Danding Peak in the Medicine Valley, Ao Yushan explained the situation to Lu Qinyun. Although Lu Qinyun holds a higher rank than Lu Yangyu, his strength does not match that of Lu Yangyu. Attempting to exert the sect's authority over Lu Yangyu would be futile, especially considering Lu Yangyu's favorable relationships with the Grand Elder and the Valley Master, not to mention his own master. Meanwhile, Yushan remains oblivious to these developments, as he is focused on breaking through to the 7th level of the Blood Refinement Realm with the Wan Dao Classic. To advance to the 6th level of the Blood Refinement Realm, one must unblock the dragon tendons in the limbs. Progressing to the 7th level requires unblocking the minor tendons in both hands and feet, thus enhancing the power at the extremities of the body. Although the hands and feet occupy a small area of the body, they are the most critical points for attack and combat, and they also contain the highest concentration of tendons. Nightshade's physique was imbued with the essence of dragons, the sinews within its neck and limbs brimmed with power, sufficient to further develop his form, particularly in his hands and feet. Assisting Nightshade in this endeavor were Tianyu, Imo Chun, and Qing Ji, while Yang Lei and Shi Tianlin were occupied with tidying up Ao Yushan, as the energy from the myriad scriptures surged through him in waves. The meridians in Nightshade's hands were progressively unblocked. At that moment, Nightshade experienced a singular sensation pain. As the saying goes, the fingers are connected to the heart, and the energy surging through the tendons in his hands and feet inflicted excruciating discomfort. It took 3 hours to clear the meridians in his extremities, leaving Nightshade drenched in sweat, his hair plastered to his face. Having successfully ascended in rank, he extended his hands and clenched his fists, producing a series of cracking sounds. He knew his strength had significantly increased. Upon exiting the room, Nightshade beheld his 2 senior sisters, as well as his 8th and 11th senior brothers, enjoying tea in the courtyard. "I shall take a bath first," he declared before heading off. 13. What kind of training is this, leaving him in such a state? Shi Tianlin remarked with furrowed brows as he watched Nightshade head to the bath. "If the master hears you, he'll certainly chastise you. Can't you see how much more vigorous the blood energy within him has become?" Qing Ji retorted, casting a glance at Shi Tianlin. "That is a particular cultivation technique. Such practices may hinder his true energy cultivation," Shi Tianlin responded. 8th brother, 13, is currently at the 9th level of Qi refinement. "How long has it been since he began? Where's the hindrance?" Yang Lei chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, even if one could progress more rapidly, such haste would ultimately destabilize the foundation." Shi Tianlin nodded in agreement. Senior brother, senior sister. After finishing their bath, Yushang approached to greet them. You've grown quite a bit. How has your cultivation been progressing?" Yang Lei inquired after pouring a cup of tea for Yishang. "Thank you for your concern, 9th senior sister. Everything is proceeding smoothly. How about you? Is everything going well?" Yishang responded. "Of course, all is well. That old dog has lost his composure, and our people noticed he went to Danding Mountain, presumably to seek a resolution from the sect." Yang Lei replied with a smile. "I wonder how the sect will handle this matter. They should put a stop to our actions, right?" Imochen interjected. "Now we must contemplate how to obtain compensation. If he cannot provide us with satisfactory recompense, We shall continue to make things difficult for him, Qingji remarked. Be cautious, senior brother and senior sister. That fellow might act out of desperation, Shang expressed his concerns. Rest assured, 13. If he truly intended to undermine our strength, he wouldn't seek the sect's assistance. Sure, Tianin chuckled. As they conversed, Shang retrieved 2 bare legs from his storage belt and handed them to Zhang Dekang for preparation. 13. Pay close attention to practical combat. I heard that outstanding outer disciples from each peak will participate in this upcoming newcomer competition, targeting our 13 new members in Taishan Peak. While our 13 newcomers are not lagging in cultivation, their combat abilities still require validation. Only Chu Zhuang, Tang Tian, and Chu Ning can truly fight, but securing the first place in the newcomer competition will ultimately depend on you, Yang Lei advised. I will strive to do my best. Shang nodded earnestly. After chatting for a while, they parted ways with Shang, continuing their quest to deal with Ao Yushan. Nightang quickly adapted to the combat strength of the 7th level of the blood training realm, as the beginning of the month approached and he needed to seize tasks. After 2 days of steady cultivation, he not only enhanced his true energy, but also solidified his proficiency at the 7th level of the blood training realm. The early morning in Dandang City was serene. Nightang arrived early at the Tianji Pavilion, waiting patiently as the doors remained closed. The moment the Tianji Pavilion opened, Nightang stepped inside. Upon entering, he spotted Sikong Chuyu, clad in a light blue robe with a delicate veil, descending the stairs, followed by Law Enforcer Dong and 2 other staff members of the Tianji Pavilion. Welcome, Sikong Chuyu greeted Nightang with a warm smile. Nightang nodded, ready to accept his tasks. Follow me, Sikong Chuyu beckoned, leading Nightang to a private room. Chapter 70. Who is the scoundrel taking the task list handed to him by Sikong Chuyu? Nightang disregarded the tea offered by the attendant and began selecting tasks, this one, that one, and this one as well. He accepted a total of 15 tasks in one breath, focusing on those that would yield high task points without wasting effort. Please take these down to Law Enforcer Dong, Sikong Chuyu instructed, handing the task lists to the attendant after organizing them for Nightang. Thank you. Nightang expressed his gratitude, aware that his ease in acquiring tasks was largely due to Sikong Chuyu's assistance. Not at all. Once you complete these tasks, you should be eligible to enter the bronze token level. There is no rush now. Take your time with the tea, Sikong Chuyu replied with a smile. Your smile is truly beautiful. Shang took a sip of tea and spoke. This sentiment stemmed from the depths of his heart, rendering his words devoid of superficiality and imbued with sincerity. Do you often say such things to girls? Sikong Chuyu inquired, gazing into Shang's eyes. I only know 2 senior sisters, and the rest are my 3rd senior brother's disciples. I apologize if that was somewhat abrupt. At that moment, Shang felt that his earlier remark may have been inappropriate and promptly rose to express his apologies. Please, sit down. I understand your words carry no ulterior motives. You merely speak your thoughts sincerely. By the way, is your task to collect the purple gold, or? Sikong Chuyu asked. Indeed, the task location is rather distant. Even with my flying demon beast, it would take me 2 days to arrive, Shang nodded. The purple gold ore is a rare material for refining, and it is currently in short supply in Danding City, which is why this task has been assigned. I have a mission to hunt purple gold lizards. Let me know when you plan to go, and I shall join you, Sikong Chuyu proposed. Very well. I shall first attend to my time-sensitive tasks and then seek you out, Shang agreed with a nod. As Shang and Sikong Chuyu exited the elegant room, the hall of Tian GK erupted once more with lively chatter. Among the crowd were several disciples from the Medicine Valley, including Qin Zhan, Qin Hai, and Kong Jun, along with disciples from Wang Yun Peak. Shang also spotted Qi Ming, who had aided him in the Grass Valley. Thank you once again for your assistance, Brother Qi Ming, Shang greeted him. Oh, please. Let us not speak of hierarchy. I am a 3rd-generation disciple of Danding Peak, while you are my esteemed uncle. Upon hearing the words of Nightshade, Qi Ming hastily gestured, for in the Medicine Valley, hierarchy and respect were of paramount importance. If Nightshade were to address him as senior brother, it could lead to significant repercussions if word got out. Is that so? I was unaware. Are you here on a mission as well? Nightshade inquired. Indeed. I have brought several outer disciples from Danding Peak to undertake some tasks and hone their skills. However, I am quite vexed, as some scoundrel has appropriated all the worthwhile assignments, Qi Ming replied with some irritation. Nightshade felt a sense of frustration, having taken on a few tasks. He found himself labeled a scoundrel. What I mean to say is, Nightshade has indeed accepted a considerable number of tasks, Sikong Chuyu remarked. observing the conflicted expression on Nightshade's face. "Uncle Master, I meant no offense and certainly did not intend to insult you," Sikong Chiyu added. Hearing this, Qiming paused, his countenance turning a shade darker. This matter could escalate quickly, and should the beasts of Taishian Peak catch wind of it, life would become quite arduous. "I am aware. It's nothing to be concerned about. Let us have a drink together when time permits," Nightshade responded with a smile. Although he was somewhat disheartened, he recognized that Qiming's remarks were unintentional. Moreover, he still owed Qiming a favor, so he had no reason to dwell on the matter. "That is good to hear. Please continue with your business, Uncle Master." Qiming felt a sense of admiration for Nightshade, appreciating his composed demeanor. In an era where many second-generation heirs wielded their forebears' prestige to assert dominance, Nightshade remained remarkably unperturbed, while Nightshade was engaged in his tasks. The Grand Elder of the Medicine Valley and the Fourth Elder, Lu Qinyun, accompanied by Ao Yushan, arrived at the tranquil heart cliff of Taishian Peak, the residence of Lu Yongyu. Upon their arrival, Huanan and Gongxian were already consulting Lu Yongyu regarding various cultivation matters. "Grand Elder, Fourth Elder, welcome. Please, have a seat." Lu Yongyu cupped his hands in respect towards the elder, who leaned on his cane. "It is indeed serene here," he remarked. The elder chuckled and seated himself. "Yongyu, I have brought my inept disciple to extend our apologies," said Lu Qinyun. Lu Yongyu lowered his gaze and sipped his tea, remaining silent. "Yongyu, we must resolve this matter." The elder interjected, sensing the awkwardness. "The Fourth Elder has just learned of this issue and has come promptly. Let me be direct. Ao Yushan, you possess a remarkable audacity to hire assassins against my disciple. Should anything happen to them, I will annihilate your entire clan," Lu Yongyu declared, sweeping his sleeve and causing Ao Yushan to stumble. "It was a moment of folly on my part," Ao Yushan responded, refraining from expressing any dissatisfaction. "You dare to harm my junior? I will take your life," exclaimed Gongxian, who had been oblivious to the situation until now, his face filled with rage. "Calm down," Lu Yongyu interjected, restraining Gongxian. "Yongyu, it is indeed Yushan's fault. The Ao family has already suffered significant losses. Let us see how this can be concluded," Lu Qinyun suggested. "Elder, what is your perspective on this matter?" Lu Yongyu inquired, turning to the elder. "My role is merely to facilitate communication. You all must sit down and resolve this yourselves. How you choose to settle it is entirely up to you," the elder replied, shaking his head. "I am willing to make reparations. I wish for this turmoil to cease," Ao Yushan said, his expression one of distress. "What form of compensation could suffice? If anyone dares to covertly target my Taishian Peak disciples in the future and claims compensation upon being discovered, how could such matters ever be resolved?" Lu Yongyu retorted with a cold snort. "Yongyu, this time I shall vouch for him. Should he harbor any resentment or engage in inappropriate behavior, there will be no need for others to intervene. I shall personally execute him," Lu Qinyun declared. "I am willing to grant face to the Fourth Elder and the Grand Elder. Now, to tell me what your compensation shall be," Lu Yongyu responded. "I offer 30 high-grade spirit stones, in addition to the villa at Longquan Mountain," Ao Yushan proposed. Lu Qinyun felt an overwhelming urge to slap Ao Yushan. Lu Yongyu had already mentioned showing consideration for both himself and the Grand Elder, so a reasonable compensation would suffice. Yet now, Ao Yushan was directly offering 30 high-grade spirit stones along with the villa at Longquan Mountain, a gesture that pained him deeply. 30 spirit stones comprised the entirety of the Ao family's assets, and the Fourth Elder's wealth was limited to this sum. As for the villa at Longquan Mountain, it was exceptionally valuable. In the vicinity of Danding City, there are two scenic spots, the Qinshe Forest and Longquan Mountain. At the foot of Longquan Mountain lies Tianshui Lake. And the villa at Longquan Mountain is the sole property of the Ao family. Its significance lies not merely in the land itself, but also in its location within a natural formation that allows it to absorb the spiritual essence of Tianshui Lake, fostering tranquility and clarity of mind. Let it be settled then. Gongxian, you shall take charge of the acquisition and then inform 13, Lu Yongyu commanded. With the matter resolved, I shall now address another issue. Originally, I intended to announce this at the Elder Council, but I will share it with you in advance. The safety level of Shang has been classified as heavenly grade, and his status within the sect will also be elevated to heavenly grade, the Grand Elder stated. Chapter 71. Acquisition of the Villa. The expressions of Lu Qinyun and Ao Yushan shifted dramatically. Grand Elder, is the situation truly that dire? Lu Qinyun inquired. This is an edict from the Elder Council. There are certain matters you need not concern yourselves with. Furthermore, I must inform you that Shang currently possesses my token. And if anything were to go awry, well, HM. The Grand Elder uttered a couple of dismissive sounds before rising to depart. Look at the mischief you have caused. Lu Chengyun shot a glare at Ao Yushan, choosing to ignore him and leave directly. Very well, Gong Xian. Accompany him and ensure the task is completed. Lu Yongyu waved his hand at Gong Xian and Ao Yushan. As Ao Yushan descended from Taishian Peak, he remained in a state of shock. Realizing that he had opted for reconciliation, lest the consequences be dire. Within the inn, Yi Shang encountered Qing Ji, Yang Lei, and Mo Chun, to his astonishment. Gong Xian was also present. All time-sensitive tasks have been accomplished. The remaining ones can be addressed gradually. Senior brother, what brings you here? Yi Shang inquired as he took a seat. I have brought you some fine items. Ao Yushan has yielded, and I present you with 30 superior spirit stones. We are truly envious of you, Gong Xian said, handing a pouch of spirit stones to Yi Shang. This is rightfully yours, Gong Xian insisted, shaking his head. Should I require spirit stones, I shall earn them through my own endeavors. These are rewards you and the others have fought for, and I shall not accept them. Yu Shang replied, shaking his head. Gong Xian and Yang Lei exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. This simply will not do. Take them. 13. They are from your senior brothers and sisters. You need not feel hesitant. Qing Ji spoke up. Sixth sister, I truly do not require them at this moment. You all should keep them. Yi Shang responded. We, as senior brothers and sisters, share our fortunes and misfortunes alike. If there is wine and meat, we must partake together, each receiving a fair share, with the remainder offered to our master. Qing Ji made a decision, then opened the bundle and took out 2 pieces, which she pushed in front of Yi Shang. This time, Yi Shang did not refuse and also took 2 pieces, for Qing Ji's reasoning was sound. If he did not accept them, it would imply his disagreement. Following suit, Yang Lei and Shi Tianlin each took 2 pieces as well, subsequently handing the bundle to Gong Xian. Thus, the spirit stones were distributed, and there was also a compensation. Shi-san, accompany me to receive it shortly. Gong Xian stated. Receive what? Yu Shang inquired, sipping his tea. The compensation consists of 2 parts. One is the spirit stones, and the other is a separate residence. Henceforth, you need not stay at an inn in Danding City. Let us proceed there now. Gong Xian rose to his feet. Dekang. Arrange for 2 attendants to assist Shi-san in overseeing the residence. As they exited the inn, Mo Chun said to Zhang Dekang. 2 beast carts were procured, and the group, accompanied by 2 attendants arranged by Zhang Dekang, made their way towards the southern gate of Danding City. After passing through the city gate, they took half an hour to reach the shores of Tianshui Lake, arriving at a quaint estate. Upon their arrival at the estate's entrance, a steward appeared and inquired, Are you from Taishian Peak? Has Lord Yi arrived? I am Yi Shang, he replied, stepping forward. The city lord instructed that upon Lord Ye's arrival, we could depart. Here is the land deed. The old steward handed a brocade box to Yi Shang. Upon opening the box, Yi Shang discovered it contained the deed to the residence, along with ownership of the surrounding 30-mile radius, signifying that this area was indeed private property. If there is nothing else, this old servant shall take his leave. Bowing slightly to Yi Shang and the others, the old steward departed with a few attendants. From this moment on, this territory belongs to you, Xiaoyozi. Please tidy up. Mo Chen called out to a servant dispatched by Zhang Dekang, who had been attending to him and Yi Shang and was already quite familiar with them. All right. Xiaoyozi dashed inside to open the grand door. 11. You seem quite pleased, calling out to Xiaoyozi, Qingji remarked, narrowing her eyes at Mo Chen. Alas. Junior sister 6, please do not misconstrue my intentions. It was unintentional. Upon hearing Qingji's words, Mo Chen slapped his forehead. Realizing that Xiaoyozi should refrain from calling out recklessly in the future, the manor was quite magnificent. Aside from the surrounding pavilions, the 3-story main building was splendidly adorned, with an array of wooden and stone carvings in the grand hall. These decorations were worth a fortune. Why hadn't they taken them? Yang Lei settled into a grandmaster's chair and remarked, he is trying to curry favor, for he knows that if we cannot swallow our pride, it will not end well for him. Gong Xian also took a seat. Entering this estate brings a refreshing sensation to the heart. Knight Shang inhaled deeply and commented. Gong Xian spoke of the most precious aspects of this manor, mentioning the natural formations. No wonder. 13 expressed such a refreshing feeling. I too feel a clarity of mind. Qing Ji interjected. Senior brother, look. Knight Shang produced a brocade box. Stop. I know what you wish to say. There is no need for such formalities among brothers. Just accept it. This matter has been arranged by the Grand Elder and our master. Gongxian swiftly interrupted Knight Shang. Aware that Knight Shang would likely refuse once more, and thus quickly silenced him. 13. You should stay. Do not put the senior brother in a difficult position. Furthermore, our senior brothers and sisters will soon have a base as well, Mo Chen remarked. Very well. Yushang conceded without further refusal. You all go fetch some food. We shall have a feast, Mo Chen called out to the others, hesitating to address Xiao Liuzai directly for fear of retribution from Qingji. Among the disciples of Taishian Peak, hierarchy was strictly adhered to. The younger ones invariably obeyed the elders, even if they were in the wrong, as explicitly mandated by Lu Yangyu. Thus, Mo Chen and Shi Tianlin offered no rebuttal to Qingji and Yang Lei's words. 13. Reserve an attic for junior sister Jiao. She will be entering seclusion soon, Yang Lei informed Yushang. Of course, there are ample attics here. Every senior brother and sister will have their own space. Yushang replied. All the materials are precious. The rockery is made of black jade, and the pond is crafted from green jade. The Ao family truly possesses remarkable resources. Mo Chen expressed with a hint of admiration while gazing at the garden in front of the courtyard. You are unaware. This has been passed down through generations in the Ao family. The exact number of years is unknown. Hence, the Ao family has suffered a considerable loss this time. Gongxian interjected. 13. I will send a maid from the Bamboo Grove cottage to you later, but you must not act recklessly. You are the master. And she is the servant, Qingji warned, observing the emptiness of the courtyard while simultaneously alerting Yushang. Chapter 72. Walking with Beauty Senior Sister. Am I that kind of person? Yushang asked with a wry smile. I did not imply that you were such a person. But there are certain matters I must remind you of, Qingji replied with a smile. Indeed, your sixth senior sister is correct. Many women possess considerable cunning, and individuals like you become their targets for transforming their lives and destinies, Gongxian remarked. I understand, Yushang nodded. After a brief meal, Gongxian, Qingji, and Shi Tianlin took their leave. Yang Lei chose a loft near Tianshui Lake and released her azure sculpture, while Mo Chen selected a residence closer to the main building. Once everything was settled, Yushang began his cultivation. After 2 days of tranquility, Yushang arrived at Tianji via beast carriage and informed the staff that he wished to meet Sikong Chiyu, as he was to undertake a task at the Purple Gold Mine. In the time it took to sip a cup of tea, Sikong Chiyu, adorned in a flowing robe and veiled in light gauze, entered the elegant chamber. You have arrived. Is it time for the Purple Gold Mine task? She inquired, settling gracefully into her seat. Yes, I have completed the urgent tasks ahead of schedule, and fearing you might be anxious, I thought to address the Purple Gold Mine assignment first, Yushang replied. Very well. Do you require any preparations? Sikong Chiyu asked. None on my part. What about you? Yushang inquired. I have no preparations either. Let us be on our way. Sikong Chiyu responded, rising from her seat. Upon exiting Tianji, the two summoned a beast carriage and set off towards the outskirts of Danding City. What compensation did Ao Yushang provide you this time? Sikong Chiyu asked, her gaze playfully fixed on Yushang as they rode. You may not fully grasp the intricacies of Tianji. Rest assured, any significant happenings will be known to them should they wish to be informed. Sikong Chiyu articulated. Nightshade shifted slightly in his seat, facing Sikong Chiyu. The delicate fragrance of her breath made him feel somewhat uneasy. What troubles you? There is no need to reject me. I harbor no ill intentions, Sikong Chiyu explained, observing Nightshade's movement and assuming he felt a sense of aversion. I understand, Nightshade replied, taking a deep breath to calm his mind. Do not overthink it. The Celestial Pavilion issues various tasks. So the pavilion branches across the land are aware of the movements of different factions, yet there is no hostility. I am aware, Nightshade nodded, choosing to remain silent. Noticing his reticence, Sikong Chiyu also fell silent, sensing something peculiar about him. It was not outright rejection, yet his demeanor was markedly different from before. Upon exiting Danding City, Sikong Chiyu paid for the fare. What about your flying beast? She inquired, gazing at Nightshade. He nodded and released Tianyu. As the creature emerged from its space, it let out a cry and nuzzled Nightshade's shoulder. What is this? Sikong Chiyu asked, astonished. An ancient species, possessing the bloodline of the primordial Qingpeng, and it has intelligence? My master mentioned that he carries the bloodlines of both the ancient Qingpeng and Xuanluan. Though it is still young and its lineage power has yet to awaken, Nightshade explained, stroking Tianyu gently. Your master certainly treasures you, providing you with such a promising beast. Sikong Chiyu remarked, observing Tianyu with keen interest. Upon hearing Yushang's words, Xikong Chuyu straightened her posture and began to scrutinize him. She now found Yishang even more astonishing than Tianyu, as he had casually stumbled upon a beast possessing the bloodline of an ancient magical creature. Was this not a greater defiance of fate? Xikong, do you possess a flying magical beast? Yishang inquired. Although she yearned to experience the thrill of riding his flying beast, she indeed had one of her own. With a graceful lift of her jade arm, a fiery red flying beast manifested within Yishang's sight. As the crimson creature emerged, Tianyu expanded its body, assuming an aggressive stance. Tianyu. Yishang positioned himself in front of the creature. Huang. Xikong Chuyu also shielded the fiery flying beast. It was then that Yishang had the opportunity to closely examine Xikong Chuyu's magical creature. Before him stood a magnificent avian beast, several times larger than Tianyu, resembling the phoenix he had encountered in the Spirit Beast Compendium. It possesses the bloodline of the ancient fire phoenix, and as it is female, I have named her Huang, Xikong Chuyu explained. Indeed, she is remarkably majestic, Yishang conceded, recognizing that Huang exuded a commanding presence far surpassing that of Tianyu, primarily due to their differing stages of growth. Nevertheless, Tianyu refused to yield, maintaining a fierce gaze with its golden eyes fixed on Huang. How about this? Since your Tianyu is still young and somewhat slower, why not accompany me on Huang? Xikong Chuyu suggested, looking at Yishang. Xikong, you go ahead first. I shall take my time. Yishang understood that following Xikong Chuyu was not merely a matter of convenience, but rather an opportunity to bask in her brilliance. Not to worry, you are on a mining mission. Let us proceed. Xikong Chuyu discerned that Yishang wished to avoid burdening her, which elevated her regard for him. Such pride, refusing to accept charity from others. Not at all, Yishang shook his head. What is the matter with you? I've waited several days. Why won't you join me? Are we not friends? Upon finishing her words, Xikong Chuyu approached Yishang, grasped his arm, and with a graceful leap, landed on the back of Huang, prompting the fiery phoenix to ascend into the sky. Following their ascent, Tianyu soared alongside them. Chuyu I. Yishang was at a loss for words. To assert they were not friends seemed unthinkable, given that Xikong had assisted him multiple times. Yet this was a situation he found difficult to navigate. All right, let us merely undertake this mission together. Once we arrive, you may proceed as you wish. I will not interfere, Xikong replied with a smile, releasing his arm and elegantly repositioning herself to sit at the nape of Huang. Thank you, Xikong. Yishang responded as he settled down beside her. You foolish boy, can't you shift a little closer? The wind is much stronger over there. Xikong chided, observing Yishang seated further back on Huang. Rising to her feet, Yishang moved a few steps closer to Xikong Chuyu's side before beginning to meditate. His heart raced slightly, for it was the first time he was so near to a woman, and he felt a tinge of nervousness. Chapter 73. The Purple Gold Beast King Chuyu. Shall I stow Tianyu away? Your phoenix flies too swiftly. If it continues at full speed for too long, it may not withstand it. Yishang spoke after a quarter of an hour of flight. After a day's journey, Xikong Chuyu and Yishang arrived at the Purple Gold Mountain Range. Once they had landed the Fire Phoenix under control, Xikong Chuyu turned to Yishang and said, let us first hunt the Purple Gold Beast King. Its habitat must contain high-purity purple gold. Yishang nodded in agreement. I shall follow your lead. Very well. Let us proceed. Xikong Chuyu took the lead. By the way, what rank is the Purple Gold Beast King? Yishang inquired, keeping pace with Xikong Chuyu. According to the mission briefing, the Purple Gold Beast King is a 4th-tier beast, Xikong Chuyu responded, leaving Yishang momentarily speechless. What? Yishang was taken aback. Having never encountered even a 3rd-tier beast before, and now Xikong Chuyu was proposing to hunt a 4th-tier Purple Gold Beast King. Why are you so anxious? It is I who will do the killing, not you, Xikong Chuyu chuckled. I'm not anxious, I am simply astonished. I did not expect you to be so formidable. Yishang remarked. He was aware of Xikong's high cultivation level, at least above the 3rd stage of the Spirit Division, as even Imo-chan, at the peak of the Dan condensation stage, could not discern her true strength. You will surpass me at my age. Xikong refrained from disclosing her own cultivation level. May I ask how old you are this year, Xikong? Yishang queried, instantly regretting his question, realizing it might be too forward. Ah. You recognize that this question is rather inappropriate? Xikong Chuyu observed the change in Yishang's expression, understanding his discomfort. I apologize, Yishang said after a moment's hesitation. Xikong Chuyu merely smiled and continued her ascent up the Purple Gold Mountain. The Purple Gold Mountain spans thousands of miles, yet the locations abundant in purple gold are few and far between. Many come in search of fortune, but only a scant number find success. The most prevalent creatures within the mountain are the purple gold beasts, which sustain themselves by devouring purple gold. Though their rank is not high, their combat prowess is formidable. Higher-tier cultivators disdain the effort of mining for purple gold, while lower-tier ones are unable to extract it, resulting in its scarcity. Do you have a goal? Shang inquired as he observed Shang advancing with unwavering resolve. Indeed, I have studied the map and know the whereabouts of the purple gold beast king, Shang replied, turning to face him. In that moment, Shang, who had been hastily following behind, collided into Shang unawares. As he halted, mere inches separated them. Sensing the aura emanating from her, Shang instinctively stepped back, and Shang mirrored his action. What are you doing? Shang cheeks flushed. For she had never been so close to a man before. How was I to know you would stop? Shang responded, a hint of grievance in his tone. Well then, let us proceed. The day is still young. If possible, let us complete our task today and rest afterward, Shang declared. She quickened her pace, with Shang closely trailing her. Shang, since you are aware of the location, why not ride the Fire Phoenix directly to our destination? Shang pondered, a touch puzzled. You misunderstand. The purple gold beasts feed on purple gold, and their bodies harbor impurities that are highly corrosive. We do not know where these beasts lurk within the purple gold mountain. And should we encounter one that unleashes its toxic purple gold impurities upon the Fire Phoenix, it would be gravely harmed. Shang elucidated the situation to Shang. Yet her steps remained unceasing. Shang comprehended that mastering a flying beast was fraught with peril. While he pondered this matter, a long sword materialized in Shang's hand, which she brandished towards the front with a swift stroke. In the wake of her blade, a shallow violet beast, measuring 4 feet in length and armed with sharp claws, was cleaved in two. With a single strike, she vanquished a purple gold beast and pressed forward. The speed of her blow was astonishing. Although the purple gold beast was swift, it paled in comparison to her prowess. After advancing for about an hour, Shang halted, twisting her delicate form to address Shang. The purple gold beast king lies ahead in the cave, and it is making its way out. You must retreat and not approach. Shang took several steps back, understanding that this confrontation was beyond his capacity to engage. With her sword in hand, Shang fixed her gaze ahead. Danger! Retreat! She exclaimed, her body darting as she grasped Shang's shoulder and propelled him swiftly away. Turning his head, Shang beheld a beast towering over 10 feet, adorned with violet gold scales. Once it had been crouching, it leaped into the air, revealing its gleaming metallic claws. Instead of landing, this creature soared towards Shang and Shang in pursuit. Curse this intelligence! The purple gold beast king has reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier. You must flee swiftly, Shang exclaimed, swinging her arm to hurl Shang away. After descending, Shang looked up to see Shang, her ethereal veil fluttering, wielding her long sword as she engaged in a fierce aerial duel with the Golden Beast King. They soared through the air, exchanging relentless blows. Both human and beast momentarily airborne due to their 4th tier abilities. The Golden Beast King exerted a formidable dominance over Shang. Its 4 sharp claws and jagged more relentlessly targeted her. It was entirely reasonable for the pinnacle 4th tier Golden Beast King to overpower Shang, who had yet to ascend to the 5th tier. Had she reached that level, she would have been able to sustain her aerial assault on the Golden Beast King without needing to land. In terms of raw energy, she was outmatched, thus. The ground combat relied heavily on agility. Observing the battle, Shang noted that Shang was being forced back under the relentless pressure of the beast. Recognizing the critical point, he urged her to land and engage the Golden Beast King on solid ground, advising her to maintain a safe distance to avoid its sprays of golden impurities. Shang, undeterred by the ongoing combat, reminded Shang of the futility of retreating if he was of the type to flee during a fight. Where lies its weakness? Shang inquired. Standing on a massive rock, the junction between its neck and head, Shang replied while deflecting the Golden Beast King's attacks. This strategy is ineffective. Its strength is overwhelming. Come to my side, and let us circle the boulder in search of an opportunity. Shang leapt atop the boulder and crouched down, ready to aid in their tactical maneuver. Shang, having heeded Shang's counsel, brought the Golden Beast King to the vicinity of the colossal stone, engaging in combat around it. Why do you linger? What purpose do you serve atop that stone? Upon approaching, Shang was taken aback to find Shang crouched upon the rock. It was indeed peculiar for a 1st-tier cultivator to remain in such a precarious situation. To have courage could be deemed commendable, yet to remain was undeniably foolish. Chapter 74. Reckless abandon. Shang remained silent, fully aware that Chu spoke the truth. The Golden Beast King would not grant her the chance to release the Fire Phoenix and escape unscathed. What are you waiting for if you choose not to flee? Chu shouted once more, her body swiftly dodging as the enraged Golden Beast King, having pursued her for several laps without success, unleashed a torrent of dark purple ethereal light from its maw. Sizzle! The purple ethereal light struck the mountainside, creating a blackened cavity surrounded by a multitude of small, honeycomb-like depressions, which continued to deepen, revealing the corrosive effects of the Golden Beast King's toxic impurities. However, after expelling a breath of toxic essence, the Golden Beast King experienced a slight decline in speed, and the violet radiance enveloping its form dimmed momentarily before it regained its vigor. While prioritizing your safety, endeavor to provoke its frenzy. I have noticed a decrease in its attack intensity after it spewed forth the toxic impurities, Shang shouted from his perch atop the stone. Normally, he could only perceive two shadows, but after the Golden Beast King had exhaled its toxins, its form became discernible. Very well, do not act recklessly. Chuyu's voice faltered, as her continuous high-intensity movements and fierce combat had taken a considerable toll on her stamina. Half an hour passed, and the brilliance emanating from the Golden Beast King began to fade, its speed diminishing as well. It had expelled several puffs of violet gold impurities, and its condition appeared somewhat languid. The fierce, beastly instinct compelled it to continue its relentless assault. Chuyu's situation was no better. His arm, gripping the sword, trembled, and his robes were drenched in sweat. You must leave. I can no longer hold on, he shouted to Shang, who was perched upon a rock. At that moment, the Golden Beast King unleashed another spray of violet gold toxic impurities towards Chu. This was their sole opportunity. Shang understood that if they failed to seize this moment, both he and Chu would perish here. At this juncture, Chu had become utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground. One more time. Shang exerted force from his waist, pressing the Golden Beast King's body down toward the earth, his arm straining as he aimed to pin the beast in place. Should the Golden Beast King launch another attack, Chu would be in grave peril. Get up, move. Shang shouted to the still prostrate Chu. With gritted teeth, Chu rose, his body shifting as he lunged forward, thrusting his sword toward the gaping maw of the Golden Beast King. However, the beast twisted its head, causing Chu's strike to veer off course. Stumbling backward, he stepped on a protruding rock, causing him to falter and fall. The Golden Beast King, having turned its body, began to swell, raising its head. This is bad. Shang realized this was the precursor to the Golden Beast King expelling the violet gold impurities. A searing pain shot through his back, and then, darkness enveloped him. As Shang opened his eyes, he found himself sprawled across a stone, while Chu was beside him, washing a towel stained with blood. Upon noticing his bare torso, Shang's gaze fell upon the corpse of the purple gold beast king nearby, riddled with numerous wounds. Awake? I helped you slay it. Is your back painful? Chu inquired as he crouched beside Shang. It hurts, indeed. The force of the impurities it expelled was remarkably potent. Shang replied, shifting his body and feeling the intensity of the pain in his back. You see, it spewed its essence multiple times. And since it was on the brink of death, only a small amount was released. Otherwise, you would have perished. Why are you so foolish? Chu remarked, using the towel to tend to Shang's wounds. As long as I'm alive, I suppose it's fine, Shang said, retrieving a set of clothes and preparing to dress. Don't put them on yet. You're not dead, are you? If I hadn't brought detoxifying pills, you would have been doomed. Wait until your wounds scab over. Otherwise, they might scar, Chu advised. Yet I cannot remain unclothed indefinitely, Shang replied, somewhat frustrated. Do not fret, it will scab over in no time. Chu assured him with a smile. Shang nodded in silence, realizing that he could afford to wait a little longer to collect the purple gold. Thank you for your assistance this time. You mustn't act so recklessly in the future, Chu expressed. I understand. You weren't injured, were you? Shang asked. Looking at Chu, my arm sustained some injuries, but you mostly shielded me. Otherwise, I would have either died or been disfigured, Chu replied. Chu's face flushed slightly. At the critical moment, Shang had embraced her, shielding her with his back from the purplish golden impurities spewed forth by the Golden Beast King. Indeed, the Golden Beast King was formidable. Shang produced a flask of wine, taking a swig for himself. Pour some for me as well, Xikong Chuyu requested, grabbing the flask and taking a hearty gulp, her emotions in disarray. Chapter 75. Rapid Recovery. The Celestial Abyss is truly treacherous. Why hasn't he yet unleashed a fifth-tier beast? Shang remarked, glancing at the bandaged arm of Xikong Chuyu, irritation lacing his tone. If the Golden Beast King's cultivation level had differed by 1 or 2 tiers from the information provided, it could have been a temporary fluctuation. But a discrepancy of 5 tiers indicated a severe error in intelligence. Xikong Chuyu shared in his frustration, though they were fortunate to have accomplished their mission. Shang shifted uncomfortably, the salve on his body causing him distress. The movement elicited a grimace of pain. I told you not to move. The most valuable part of the Golden Beast King is the purplish golden core, which is also my mission item. I'm relinquishing this task. Xikong Chuyu placed a core the size of a fist, radiating a purplish glow, before Shang. What are you doing? Aren't we friends? Shang felt a twinge of discomfort upon seeing Xikong Chuyu present the core of the Golden Beast King. I didn't mean it that way. It's just that this purplish golden core is exceedingly precious, and you earned it with your life, Xikong Chuyu explained. If we are friends, then keep it. Just give me the wine. Shang gestured towards the flask in Xikong Chuyu's hand. Xikong Chuyu smiled. This flask of wine belongs to me now. Simultaneously, the beast core was also secured. Originally, Xikong Chuyu anticipated that Shang's wound would scab over in half a day and allow him to move freely within 2 days. However, she was astonished by Shang's remarkable recovery ability. Within a single hour, the wound on his back had already formed a scab, and after resting for a night, he was capable of motion. With Shang able to move, the two ventured into the underground cavern to begin their collection of purple gold. The lair of the purple gold beast king was exceedingly deep. They traversed 5 or 6 miles underground before reaching the cave's end, where not a glimmer of light existed. Relying solely on the illumination provided by the luminous pearl in Xikong Chuyu's hand, at the cavern's base, they beheld the glimmering purple gold mine, the very spot where the purple gold beast king resided, the ore exhibiting an exceptionally high purity. Shang and Xikong Chuyu commenced their collection, naturally aiming to gather as much of this precious material for crafting as possible. Shang had brought mining tools, while Xikong Chuyu unsheathed a long sword, and together they began their work at the cave's floor. After an hour of mining, Xikong Chuyu paused, her storage ring filled to capacity, and she found herself perplexed by Shang's swifter pace. Where was he placing the purple gold, or? Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, Shang, where are you storing the purple gold? In my storage belt, Shang replied nonchalantly. Xikong Chuyu nearly retorted with disbelief, pondering the absurdity of such a large storage belt. If it existed, no one would need a storage ring. However, she soon considered that Shang might possess more than one storage belt. After an hour and a half of excavation, they emerged from the underground cave, with Shang having unearthed a purple gold crystal, a treasure worth many times more than the purple gold ore itself. Hang initially intended to excavate, but Xikong Chuyu dissuaded him, concerned that his wound might reopen or that sweating could impede its healing. Hang, however, felt no qualms. After a night of cultivation, he discovered his injury was mending remarkably fast, especially when the energy from the blood training realm circulated to his back. Yet, he refrained from sharing this with Xikong Chuyu. Upon reaching the surface, Xikong Chuyu released the fire phoenix. Aren't you worried about the purple gold beast spewing purple gold impurities? Hang inquired. You truly have a wooden head. This time, we need not scout ahead. We can simply allow the fire phoenix to soar high above, she replied. What is your next mission location? Xikong Chuyu grasped Shang's shoulder, landing on the back of the fire phoenix, which then took off. The next task is to procure a piece of black ironwood from the Qianshan city area, Hang declared. With the fire phoenix's swift flight, the two arrived at the black ironwood forest in the Qianshan city area within a day. What weapon are you planning to forge? Xikong Chuyu pondered aloud, her brow furrowed as they approached the forest's edge. Why do you say that? Hang queried, perplexed by her remark. This matter does not concern us, he concluded, not delving deeper into the issue. All right, the only danger here is the red-line snake. With the fire phoenix present, those beasts won't emerge. You go chop down a piece of black ironwood, and we shall rest in Qianshan City before heading to your next task tomorrow, Xikong Chuyu instructed. I can handle the task below myself. I truly appreciate your help this time, Hang replied as he began to cut the black ironwood. The black ironwood is exceedingly hard, and through refinement, it can merge with ores, thereby enhancing their hardness. Consequently, it is not an easy task for Shang to fell these trees. You should not attempt this alone. Your injury could impede our progress, and I fear you may not complete the task, Xikong Qiyu remarked, casting a glance at Yishang. After a considerable time, approximately the duration of a tea break, Yishang finally succeeded in cutting down a black iron tree. He adjusted its length according to the task's requirements and subsequently nodded at Xikong Qiyu. Upon exiting the black ironwood forest, Yishang and Xikong Qiyu traveled to Qianshan City aboard the Fire Phoenix and sought accommodation at an inn. After instructing the attendant to prepare a meal, Xikong Qiyu turned to Yishang and said, "Come, I will change your bandages." "No need. I feel quite well now." Yishang replied with a smile. "Let us proceed." Xikong Qiyu approached Yishang and insisted. Yishang acquiesced and entered the room, removing his outer garment. "Well, does this detoxifying ointment work so effectively? You appear nearly healed. The scabs are on the verge of falling off," Xikong Qiyu commented while observing Yishang's back. "I told you it was unnecessary," Yishang said as he slowly donned his clothing. Xikong Qiyu did not deter him, for Yishang had indeed recovered sufficiently to forego further treatment. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Yishang rose and opened it. I apologize for the interruption. The meal is ready, and you may enjoy it at your convenience," the attendant informed them before promptly closing the door. "What is there to be embarrassed about?" Yishang remarked as he adjusted his robe, expressing his annoyance. "That scoundrel." Xikong Qiyu felt a flush rise to her cheeks, for she certainly comprehended the implications of the servant's words. The servant, observing Yishang's disheveled attire, mistakenly assumed that something untoward had transpired between them in the chamber. "Do not scold him. He merely invited us to dine," Yishang remarked with a smile. "You've brought me to disgrace. How embarrassing." Xikong Qiyu glared at Yishang before exiting. During the meal, Xikong Qiyu appeared somewhat uneasy. "Xikong, what type of weapon necessitates such an abundance of materials?" Yishang inquired. The initial discussion was quite ordinary, but when the mention of the core of the golden beast arose, the nature of the weapon became sinister, one that would be scorned by righteous individuals. Chapter 76. The bronze token. It is challenging to ascertain the exact nature of the weapon. Yet the combination of black ironwood and black iron grass is exceedingly toxic, adding the potent corrosive properties of the golden beast's core. One can easily imagine the dreadful weapon that would result. "I understand now. It is indeed troubling that such individuals exist in Danding City," Yishang commented while partaking of his meal. "Well, we need not concern ourselves with this matter. Should he emerge to harm others, tasks will be issued, and we can accept them to eradicate him," Xikong Qiyu replied with a smile. "I comprehend. I am grateful for your assistance, which has made this task remarkably smooth." Yishang raised his cup of wine towards Xikong Qiyu. "Do not say such things. It is I who should thank you. Had the golden beast's impurity splashed upon me, I would not have survived. I owe you my life," Xikong Qiyu stated earnestly. Yishang said nothing further and downed his wine in one gulp. In the realm of night training, Xikong Qiyu found herself unable to settle her restless mind. She sensed something amiss. The task she had undertaken felt akin to a trap. Without Yishang accompanying her, she would undoubtedly face misfortune and find it challenging to escape unscathed. After a night of cultivation, Yishang discovered that the scabs on his body had fallen away. After taking a refreshing bath, he proceeded to the courtyard to practice his marksmanship. Dressed in a delicate blue silk gown, Xikong Qiyu encountered Yishang. Initially intending to reprimand him, she refrained upon noticing his graceful movements, recognizing his recovery. Once they had finished their meal, they prepared to embark on their mission. "I wonder if your back will bear scars," Xikong Qiyu remarked as she took her seat at the dining table. "What does it matter if a man has a few scars?" Yishang replied, placing his weapon aside and sitting across from her. "When you get married, will you tell your wife that the scars on your back were left by other women?" Xikong Qiyu teased, her gaze fixed playfully on Yishang. Taken aback, Yishang had never contemplated such a notion. However, upon reflection, he realized that if he were to marry, he would indeed mind if his wife bore scars from other men. "Are you unable to accept that your wife may have scars from other men?" As he noticed the change in Yishang's expression, Xikong Qiyu inferred his thoughts. "For the sake of a friend, that should be an exception," Yishang stated, resuming his meal, wishing to divert the conversation. Xikong Qiyu chose not to press further, aware that Yishang was lost in contemplation. It was not until they departed from Qianshan City that their dialogue resumed. "Xikong, which sect do you belong to? Surely, you are not from the Jinyan sect?" Seated upon the Phoenix of Fire, Yishang inquired, maintaining a slight distance from Xikong Qiyu. "In truth, I am not a denizen of the Eastern Xuanzhou domain. I have come here to evade certain individuals and circumstances," Xikong Qiyu replied, casting a glance at Yishang. She then shared the general details of her situation, revealing to Yishang that she hailed from a prominent family, and due to her dissatisfaction with the family's arrangements, She had chosen to flee. This is a matter that must be resisted. My cultivation is modest, yet if I could, I would shatter the teeth of those who plot against you, Shang declared, gesturing emphatically with his arm. That is your promise. I shall remember your words. Sikong Chiyu smiled as she regarded Shang. When the opportunity arises, I shall certainly assist you. Shang nodded gravely in acknowledgement. Very well, I can still evade them. They shall not succeed against me, Sikong Chiyu replied with a smile. Sikong, your smile is truly enchanting, Shang remarked, gazing at her with admiration. You too have learned to be mischievous, Sikong Chiyu retorted, casting a playful glare at Shang. Shang chuckled quietly, holding his tongue, for he genuinely believed that Sikong Chiyu's smile was captivating. Together, Sikong Chiyu accompanied Shang as he completed all of his tasks, refraining from intervening. As she understood Shang's strong sense of pride, he was reluctant to accept assistance, even in matters he could not accomplish alone. Upon returning to Danding City, Shang and Sikong Chiyu arrived at the Tianji, Quebec. With Sikong's assistance, Shang swiftly completed his tasks and exchanged the Black Iron Order for the Green Polonia Order. Well then, do come by whenever you have the time, Sikong Chiyu said. Waving goodbye to Shang as she escorted him to the entrance of the Tianji, Quebec, Nightshade nodded slightly at Sikong Chiyu, entering the beast cart, which was directed to his private residence. Upon returning to the estate, Nightshade noticed Qing Ji in the main hall, accompanied by her maid, Qiu Shui. This time, I accompanied others on a mission, Nightshade remarked with a smile, aware that Qing Ji's anger stemmed from her concern for him. How could I possibly know who you are acquainted with, or who you are undertaking missions with? That is sheer nonsense, Imo Chun interjected, having also arrived. I completed the tasks alongside Sikong from the Heavenly Extreme Pavilion, Nightshade admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed for not informing Imo Chun before he left. People from the Heavenly Extreme Pavilion? 13. Your social circle is quite extensive, Qing Ji noted, her irritation subsiding as she placed a hand on Nightshade's shoulder. Sixth senior sister, that Sikong is an absolute beauty. You should have seen her, breathtakingly stunning. Imo Chun chimed in with a smile. 13. The more beautiful a woman, the greater the danger. You must be cautious. Qing Ji cautioned Nightshade, reflecting on Imo Chun's words. But sixth senior sister, you are also a beauty, and yet you treat me so well, Nightshade replied with a grin. 13, you certainly know how to speak. Many from our Medicine Valley are quite enamored with senior sister. Imo Chun laughed in response. Subsequently, they discussed the mission details. And Nightshade briefly summarized. Are you saying that the woman named Sikong killed the purple gold beast king, a pinnacle fourth-tier beast? Qing Ji asked, somewhat astonished. Indeed. She is exceptionally powerful, and she assisted me in completing all the tasks, Nightshade affirmed, producing his bronze token and waving it before Qing Ji and Imo Chun. Chapter 77. No need for that, 13. You have attained the bronze level at the Heavenly Summit, which is quite extraordinary. Qing Ji gazed at the bronze token in Shang's hand with a hint of surprise. Indeed, after completing all the tasks today, I have ascended to the bronze level. This will allow me to exchange for elixirs and conserve some points, Shang replied with a smile as he tucked away the bronze token. What elixirs do you intend to exchange for? Qing Ji inquired after pouring a cup of tea for Shang. I plan to acquire the Xingyuan pill. Sikong mentioned that using 3 Xingyuan pills at the Gathering Essence stage is excessive. 2 should suffice, so I intend to exchange for 2. Shang articulated his decision. You possess a substantial number of points, do you not? Or do you think that Taishian Peak lacks elixir resources? Why would you need to exchange for Xingyuan pills when you will receive them upon reaching the Gathering Essence stage? Qing Ji shot Shang a disapproving glance. Then Imo Chun chuckled and remarked to Shang that during their time at the 2nd level, or the Gathering Essence tier, Taishian Peak had distributed Xingyuan pills, 3 for each person. Although under Lu Yangyu's restrictions, each individual was allowed to consume only 1 or 2. All right, 6th senior sister. I understand, Shang nodded in acknowledgement. I believe it is the same everywhere, Shang mused. Since 13 arrived, 11 has completely lost her standing and has become merely a runner, Imo Chun sighed. Talkative, you are the one who talks too much, Qing Ji exclaimed, seizing the towel used to rest the teacup and hurling it at Imo Chun. He laughed heartily and dashed away. In the elegant chamber on the top floor of the Heavenly Summit, Sikong stood by the window, with Dong Jifa positioned not far behind her. Dong Jifa. How many people are aware of my presence here? Sikong turned and inquired of Dong Jifa. No one knows, my lord. You mentioned that the task of the purple gold beast king is a trap. Could it be aimed at you? Is it merely a coincidence? Dong Jifa spoke uncertainly. My lord, Are you implying that your arrival in Danding City has already been noticed by someone with ulterior motives? Dong Zhifa expressed his astonishment. Then, where shall you go, my lord? This is not acceptable. If you are alone and any trouble arises, how shall I explain it to the lady? Upon hearing Si Kongquyu's words, Dong Zhifa became anxious. Not too far, just within Danding City. It would be best if no one discovers my presence here. Even if they do, after my disappearance, they would not suspect I remain in Danding City. This location will serve as my most secure refuge, stated Si Kongquyu. I understand. I shall arrange accommodations for you immediately, said Dong Zhifa, bowing as he prepared to leave. No need for that. I have my own place to go. If any matters arise, I shall visit Dong Zhifa's residence. Additionally, please prepare 2 enhancing origin pills for me, instructed Si Kongquyu to Dong Zhifa. My lord, what do you need those low-grade pills for? Dong Zhifa inquired, puzzled. After acquiring the enhancing chi pills, Si Kongquyu exited Tian GK and procured a beast cart. Circling around Danding City before arriving at the villa of Long Quan Mountain S. Yishang. Upon reaching the villa, Si Kongquyu directly informed the steward, Xiao Lu, of his desire to see Yishang. Hearing Xiao Lu's announcement, Yishang came out of the villa, curious about who sought an audience with him. When he saw Si Kongquyu standing at the entrance, clad in a white robe with a purple veil, he was momentarily taken aback before hastening a few steps to open the door. Si Kong, what brings you here? May I seek refuge here? With a light veil in hand, Si Kongquyu entered the secluded courtyard with a gentle smile. Do not jest. Who could possibly threaten you? Yishang chuckled as he welcomed Si Kongquyu inside. Of course, it matters not how long you stay. Yishang perceived the sincerity in Si Kongquyu's demeanor. That is reassuring. She replied with a nod and a smile. Senior Sister Lu, this is my dear friend Si Kongquyu. As they entered the hall, Yishang introduced Si Kongquyu to Qingji. Greetings, I am Si Kongquyu, she said, offering a slight nod to Qingji. I am Qingji, Yishang's senior sister. Qingji rose, her gaze appraising Si Kongquyu with astonishment, for despite being significantly younger, Si Kongquyu possessed a cultivation level surpassing her own. Senior Sister Lu, please take a seat while I arrange accommodation for Si Kong, Yishang said to Qingji, then led Si Kongquyu outside. What? Wait a moment, she intends to reside here? Qingji's expression shifted. It was quite normal to visit, but the notion of staying was somewhat outrageous. Si Kong has encountered some trouble and requires a place to stay. Yishang explained with a nod. 13. Do you know her cultivation level? Qingji inquired, her eyes fixed on Si Kongquyu. 7th level of dividing spirit. Is she truly in any danger? Hee. I stealthily left my home, which is currently investigating my whereabouts. I wish to avoid any complications. I share this with you to assure you that I have not deceived Yishang. Is there any need to question my honesty? Upon hearing Qingji's words, Si Kongquyu smiled before stepping outside. She could not endure Qingji's demeanor. Throughout her life, no one had ever shown her such disdain. Chapter 78. Harmonious Coexistence. Si Kong. Wait a moment, Naitang interjected, standing before Si Kong. Senior Sister Lu, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Si Kong and I have known each other for quite some time. She has accompanied me on numerous missions and has been of great assistance. Those you trust, 13, should also be trusted by Senior Sister Lu. Even if there are ulterior motives, brothers and sisters ought to support your faith, yet your 9th senior sister is currently in seclusion. Qingji appeared to be in a quandary. After listening to Si Kongquyu's words and observing her clear, innocent gaze, she sensed that Si Kong bore no ill intentions. However, she felt the stakes were too high. Naitang, your senior sister's words hold merit. It's all right, let her pass. Si Kongquyu said with a smile. Senior Sister Lu, regardless of who it is, should anyone wish to harm 9th senior sister, they must step over my corpse. Yet, I cannot allow a friend to feel disheartened. Si Kong, allow me to accompany you to the city to find a suitable place. Naitang stepped aside and walked out as well, understanding that Qingji's actions were justified. Given her unfamiliarity with Si Kongquyu, very well, arrange her accommodations. Do not place her near the lake, Qingji said as she settled down. She knew that Naitang and Si Kongquyu shared a close bond. If Si Kong were to leave the courtyard, a lingering unresolved issue would forever remain in Naitang's heart. I will join you shortly. Let me accompany Senior Sister Lu for a cup of tea, Si Kongquyu remarked as she entered the hall and took a seat. I apologize. Under normal circumstances, I would host a banquet for my friend Shang, but my junior sister is in seclusion, hence I cannot indulge in wine, Qingji remarked. I understand. Your juniors are fortunate to have a senior like you, Si Kongquyu replied while sipping tea. My juniors come from humble beginnings. Several are orphans, and I am like a sister to them. Shang, please arrange suitable accommodations for Miss Sikong, Qingji instructed, waving her hand towards Yishang. Yishang glanced at the two, deemed their situation satisfactory, and departed with Xiaolu. Sikong, Shang is none other than Yishang. He is still young and lacks understanding of allure. His acquaintance with you is genuine, as he has no friends. I hope you will not bring him harm in the future, Qingji sighed. Aware that Sikong Chuyu was destined to be a significant challenge in Yishang's life. Sikong Chuyu's beauty was unparalleled. Qingji had encountered countless individuals, yet none matched the combination of figure, appearance, and grace that Sikong possessed. While she may seem inconsequential now, in the future, when Sikong's life undergoes transformation, she could become an obstacle for Yishang. I understand that genuine affection is rare. Just the day before yesterday, he saved my life, and my back still bears the scars. Sikong expressed earnestly. Thus, I will not harm her. However, I find it puzzling. When I address you as sixth sister, do I not appear to be a good person? Sikong felt somewhat conflicted, as Qingji seemed to believe she would inevitably harm Yishang. That is not my intent. In time, you will comprehend. If I have inadvertently offended you, I apologize, Qingji replied with a respectful gesture. Sikong Chuyu shook her head. She truly did not mind. She understood one thing well. Since the moment Qingji had met her, her intentions had always been to protect her junior brothers and sisters. Dinner was shared among the three of them, and Shang finished his meal with a clatter, nodding at Qingji and Sikong Chuyu before announcing, "Sixth sister, Sikong. I shall go train now." Observing Shang's retreating figure, Qingji shook her head helplessly, thinking him utterly carefree. Your concern for him is well-founded. He is indeed as simple as a blank canvas, Sikong Chuyu remarked. Sikong Chuyu did not rest either. Instead, she spent the time in the main hall, playing chess with Qingji to pass the hours. They did not conclude their game until dawn broke. Thank you for keeping me company throughout the night, Qingji said after tidying up the chess pieces. Sikong Chuyu shook her head, admiring Qingji's attentive care for her juniors. It was truly a testament to her thoughtfulness. You're up so early? Shang came down the stairs with a towel in hand. Early my foot. I'm going back to sleep. If anyone comes, wake me immediately. No matter who it is. Sikong, you should rest as well. With a lazy stretch, Qingji exited the hall to find her rest. Did my senior sister stay awake all night? Shang asked, somewhat astonished. Indeed, although sitting in meditation allows one to sense the movements in the courtyard, she was anxious and unsettled, Sikong Chuyu replied. So you kept my senior sister company all night? Hurry and get some rest, Shang noted. Having caught on to Qingji's earlier remark. Rest? I still don't know where I'll be staying. Sikong Chuyu laughed. For Shang had arranged her accommodations but had not yet taken her there, leaving her unaware of the location. Night Hang, with an awkward smile, quickly led Sikong Chuyu to a nearby pavilion beside the bamboo building. Upon arriving at the pavilion, Sikong Chuyu turned around and cautioned, please take care of yourself. If you feel any discomfort or residual toxins in your body, do inform me. Night Hang chuckled, waved his hand to bid farewell, as he still needed to practice his spear techniques and the Jinyue hand. In the ensuing days, tranquility enveloped the trio, and the bond between Sikong Chuyu and Qingji grew ever stronger. Sikong Chuyu held great respect for Qingji, who, understanding the nuances of human relations, found her impression of him increasingly favorable. One evening, while the three enjoyed a meal together, Mo Chen arrived. Upon spotting Sikong Chuyu, Mo Chen paused momentarily, exclaiming, 13. You truly are remarkable, having brought a beauty to your home. At Mo Chen's words, a faint blush graced Sikong Chuyu's cheeks, while Night Hang appeared momentarily dazed, fully aware of the implications behind Mo Chen's statement. What nonsense are you spouting? You are incapable of managing your own affairs, yet you concern yourself with 13? Qingji shot a glare at Mo Chen. Sixth sister, I still require your assistance. Mo Chen exhaled, his tone earnest. Needs sixth sister's help? Then do enlighten us as to which young lady has captured your fancy, and I shall assist you. Qingji replied, gazing at Mo Chen with intrigue. What should we do about 13? I saw her today. Mo Chen directed his gaze towards Night Hang. I will discuss it with sixth sister shortly. Night Hang understood that the her Mo Chen referred to was undoubtedly Chu Lingxiao's cousin, Chu Lingfei. Very well, whether you extend your neck or retract it, the outcome remains the same. Mo Chen nodded, seating himself and devouring his meal vigorously, knowing that some matters must be confronted. Night Hang approached Qingji, skillfully sidestepping any awkwardness in the process. After finishing his meal, Mo Chen cast a glance at Shang before departing. He felt a tumult of emotions within. On one hand was his deeply respected senior sister, and on the other, his beloved who had awaited him for over a decade. The unresolved matter tormented him, and he hoped that Shang's influence would persuade Qing Ji to relent. What is the situation regarding Shang? If it concerns our master, my senior sister can surely speak on behalf of you. 11th brother, Qing Ji inquired as she observed Mo Chen's departure. Chapter 79. The alchemical cauldron's spirit liquid. What is the situation regarding Shang? If it concerns our master, my senior sister can assist 11th brother in addressing it. Qing Ji turned to Shang and asked, Senior sister, allow me to elaborate. The primary concern for 11th brother lies in his fear of displeasing you. Shang replied while pouring a cup of tea for Qing Ji. Displeased? Pray, do elaborate. I would only feel joy regarding 11th brother's affairs. How could I possibly be displeased? Qing Ji responded, somewhat astonished. Shang then recounted the events involving Mo Chun and Chu Lingfei in detail. That 11th brother is truly insufferable. What transpires between Chu Lingxiao and myself is a matter of personal concern, bearing no relevance to others. Even if Chu Lingfei is that scoundrel's cousin, I would harbor no objections. Let him come forth. Qing Ji exclaimed at Shang. Shang exhaled in relief, knowing that Qing Ji was a person of reason, though he feared her might act irrationally in a moment of agitation. With the situation at ease, he felt a newfound composure and rose to summon Mo Chen back. Senior sister. Upon arriving, Mo Chen greeted her softly. Do you truly view senior sister as someone devoid of reason and empathy? Do not dismiss the importance of this matter to senior sisterly. Even if it may seem insignificant, can 6th senior sister bear to see you unhappy? Qing Ji's eyes glistened with tears, her emotions a tumultuous blend of agitation and complexity. While she felt joy and comfort knowing Mo Chen was considering her feelings, she also experienced a pang of guilt and remorse for his actions. 6th senior sister. That is not my intention. I simply wish for your happiness. I am truly sorry, 6th senior sister. Mo Chen's voice trembled slightly. 11, for 12. 6th senior sister can do as much as you are able to do for her. We are siblings in the same school. Qing Ji said as she stepped forward to embrace Mo Chen, gently patting his back. Thank you, 13. With her heart unburdened, Mo Chen smiled at Shang. Senior brother 11, while we have resolved our issues, what if Chu Lingxia has objections? Shang pondered, considering another angle. He dares. If he disagrees, we shall force him to comply. I truly believe we can handle him. There is no need for master to intervene. I will simply discuss it with senior brother. Qing Ji snorted softly. Thank you, senior sister. I would like to have a drink. Did you bring the Qingshui wine? Mo Chen inquired with a smile. You scoundrel. Always taking advantage of senior sister, Qing Ji playfully slapped Mo Chen, yet she still produced a jar of wine. I am not taking advantage of senior sister. I am merely teasing 13. Are you all right with that? Mo Chen glanced at Shang. Go ahead and tease 13, if you dare. Master would not let you off lightly. Enjoy your drinks. Sikong, you should have a bit as well. I shall refrain from drinking, Qing Ji remarked, glancing in the direction where Yang Lei was in seclusion. Just as Qing Ji spoke, an astonishing aura emanated from the direction of Yang Lei's retreat, followed by a palpable disturbance in the spiritual energy within the courtyard. The breakthrough has been achieved. It is the aura of a 5th-tier practitioner. Qing Ji exclaimed with palpable excitement. Indeed, it is the essence of a 5th-tier cultivator. Shang, your 9th senior sister has succeeded, Si Kongqi remarked. It seems our 9th senior sister is about to emerge. Let us celebrate with some wine. Shang was overjoyed, sharing in Yang Lei's triumph. Among his senior brothers and sisters, Yang Lei had always been the most protective, making Shang feel a particular affinity towards her. Not so fast. Consolidating one's cultivation will take several days, but I can indulge in some wine now, Qing Ji replied with a smile. 6th senior sister. Does this mean that 9th senior sister is now the foremost among the 2nd-generation disciples of our Medicine Valley? Mo Chen inquired with great enthusiasm upon learning of Yang Lei's advancement. In terms of cultivation, she should indeed hold the top position, yet in practical combat, the 2nd generation of Medicine Valley still boasts formidable talents. Take our eldest senior brother, who a few years ago defeated a 5th-tier practitioner in the early stage. That Chu Lingxiao is no simple character. Just thinking of that scoundrel incites my ire, Qing Ji remarked as she uncorked the wine jar. With Yang Lei's successful breakthrough, the atmosphere lightened for the group. Qing Ji, Mo Chen, Shang, and Si Kongqiu joined together in revelry. It would be more accurate to say they were savoring the wine, as the blood-red brew was quite potent. only Shang could drink it heartily. Here are your cultivation resources, the Gathering Yuan pills and the Enhancing Yuan pills. Master only provided 2 Enhancing Yuan pills for you to consume at the 3rd and 7th levels of Gathering Yuan. After sipping a few gulps of wine, Imo-chan produced a small pouch and tossed it to Shang. It contained the cultivation resources allocated to him by the sect. What is in this bottle? Upon unwrapping the parcel, Shang discovered 2 distinct vials. It is the medicine cauldron spirit liquid. This is utterly vexing. After a brief introduction, Imo-chan pursed his lips and inquired, what exactly is the medicinal cauldron essence? Nightsang opened the vial and took a whiff before asking. Indeed, it is rather shameful to boast. However, I must mention that 13 is unaware of the essence's true effects. Qingji remarked with a smile. Subsequently, she elaborated on the origin and efficacy of the medicinal cauldron essence. This essence is a mystical liquid produced by the 8 Dragon Cauldron, a treasured artifact of the Medicine Valley, specifically sourced from a unique location atop the Pill Cauldron Cliff. The essence is distilled from the convergence of celestial energy, yet it is exceedingly rare, with only 10 to 20 drops harvested annually. In the Medicine Valley, only those of the heavenly rank are permitted to utilize it. Neither elders nor royal disciples possess such privilege. Then how did I receive it? Nightsang queried, somewhat astonished. Are you unaware? Your current safety level in the Medicine Valley is heavenly, and your cultivation resources are on par with those of a heavenly disciple, albeit without the corresponding strength and status. Qingji explained. After pondering this, Nightsang realized that he must account for the benefits bestowed by the sacred cauldron scriptures. 13. This is a remarkable treasure. Only our senior brother and 9th sister from the Taishan Peak have ever utilized such a thing, Imo-chun remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the medicinal cauldron essence. What benefits does it offer? Nightang asked, sealing the vial once more. Though it does not directly assist users in enhancing their cultivation, it refines the true energy of the practitioner and fortifies the body. Remarkably, it does not invoke any inner demons. Every individual possesses a soul, an intangible essence that undeniably exists, akin to the varying sensitivities of perception among people. The latent efficacy of this medicinal elixir lies in strengthening the soul, ensuring that future cultivation remains untainted by madness. Qingji spoke. Here are 2 bottles. Senior sister, senior brother, please take them. Si Kong. Should I acquire more in the future, I shall certainly gift you some. Shang directly handed the 2 vials containing the medicinal elixir to Qingji and Imo-chun. What are you doing? These are your cultivation resources, not ours. Keep them for yourself. Qingji shot a glare at Shang. Senior sister, my cultivation is progressing smoothly. I do not require this, Shang replied, shaking his head. Shang, this is a matter of principle. You should take it. Qingji insisted. Your current cultivation of Master S Veil of Heaven technique necessitates a strong physique. She handed the bottles back to Shang. Chapter 80. Beast Child Su Mu. After glancing at Qingji and Imo-chun, Shang accepted the elixir, understanding that both Qingji and Imo-chun held their own dignity and would not accept what did not rightfully belong to them. By the way, I have something to share. Just like our master, the leader of the Nineteen Peak has also taken in closed-door disciples. It seems this new competition will likely be dominated by the Nineteen Peak. Imo-chun's expression turned somewhat uneasy. As I ventured to gather resources for the 13th Division, I encountered that boy accompanying Tycoon, who was also there for the resources. He claimed to have shed his beastly nature, yet his eyes brimmed with a venomous cunning that sent shivers down my spine. At that moment, Tycoon boasted to me, mentioning that the Beast Child would participate in the newcomer competition, urging us at Taishan Peak to be prepared. That Beast Child smiled at me, mimicking the act of snapping a neck. Imo-chun spoke. That scoundrel. This is clearly a ploy from Jiuyin Peak. Qingji interjected with an expletive. Su Chenbai is at odds with the master, and he certainly won't miss an opportunity to undermine Taishan Peak. That Beast Child, no longer should he be referred to as such. His name is Su Mu, bestowed upon him by Su Chenbai. Imo-chun continued. Su Chenbai is truly despicable. What cultivation level does Su Mu possess? Qingji inquired. 5th layer of gathering essence. He is exceptionally gifted and possesses the ability to fight above his level. Imo-chun replied. Shang rose to depart, leaving behind a remark as he reached the stairs. I will strive to cultivate diligently. Watching Shang leave, Qingji shot a glare at Imo-chun. She understood the profound impact this news had on Shang. After all, Lu Yongyu had stated that one should either refrain from participating in the newcomer competition or, if participating, to present oneself with conviction. In such circumstances, How could Shang allow himself to falter? Imochen rubbed his forehead vigorously. His intentions were never to provoke this reaction. He merely wished to discuss the matter. With Sumu's participation, the newcomer competition had escalated to a critical juncture. Trust him. If he desires it, he will achieve it. The fifth layer of gathering essence is significantly higher than Shang's current level, and given time, it should not pose a problem, Shikong Qiyu remarked. Time is fleeting. Less than half a year remains. The annual sect competition occurs 3 months prior to the Disciple Selection Conference, Qingji remarked. Imochen shook his head, expressing that this system is fundamentally flawed. Some outer disciples have devoted several years to their cultivation. Does this truly qualify as a contest among novices? Even if Sumu is honing his skills in the medicinal chamber, the Valley Master cannot possibly withhold all teachings. Meditation and tranquility must surely be part of it. Upon returning to his room on the second floor, Shang consumed a blood essence pill and then half of a concentration pill before commencing his training. He was determined not to bring shame upon Taishan Peak. For the next few days, Shang remained largely secluded, subsisting on fasting pills while engaging in uninterrupted cultivation. On the fourth day, he emerged, not by his own volition, but rather at the insistence of Yang Lei, who had come to retrieve him. After his retreat, Yang Lei, aware of Shang's circumstances over the past few days, promptly ascended to the second floor to draw him from his chamber. Senior Sister 9, you've emerged. Congratulations. Shang greeted Yang Lei as he stepped out. Indeed, we must all celebrate with a drink. Yang Lei replied with a smile. 13. If your Senior Sister 9 does not summon you, do you intend to remain hidden indefinitely? Qingji inquired, casting a glance at Shang. I plan to swiftly break through to the Gathering Yuan stage. Shang responded. Well, take your time. Qingji nodded in agreement. The gathering was filled with merriment, as everyone feasted and drank. It is noteworthy that even within the Medicinal Valley, as well as among other elite factions, having members ascend to the 5th tier is a significant event, marking the advent of true power. Very well, should Chu Lingxiao dare to cause trouble, I shall confront him directly in a challenge. Previously, he was somewhat stronger than I, but now, I am confident in my ability to best him, Yang Lei declared. Sister Lu, I mentioned the matter of Sumu to 13. Did I provoke him? Imochen said apologetically. Not at all. He requires a rival. Sumu is ruthless. And 13 is certainly even more so. While Suchenbai seeks to undermine our Tixian Peak, it remains uncertain who will ultimately prevail. Qingji replied with a stern expression. Feeling that he could no longer refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or the essence of medicinal pills, Shang emerged from his chamber. He intended to soothe his emotions before attempting to break through to the Gathering Yuan stage. The Qi refinement stage and the Gathering Yuan stage represent distinct levels, marked by significant differences in the density of true energy and its quality. Although Shang had managed to repel opponents at the 5th and 6th layers of the Gathering Yuan stage through skill and physical strength, the disparity in true energy between the two stages was considerable. Upon exiting his room, Shang did not see Shikong and Qingji. He instructed his subordinates to prepare a meal while he went to check on Tianyu. Master Yi, this Tianyu has an enormous appetite. It consumes a wild beast each day, Xiaolu remarked. Feed it as much as it desires. This is funded by gold tickets, Shang replied, handing Xiaolu some gold tickets before grooming Tianyu's feathers. Tianyu had grown significantly, its wings now spanning over 3.5 shang. After playing with Tianyu for a while and having a light meal, Shang retreated into his room to enter seclusion, aiming to advance to the Gathering Yuan stage. Chapter 81. Advancing to Gathering Yuan. Qingji held high standards for her quality of life. Unless absolutely necessary, she refrained from consuming fasting pills. She made her way to the loft where Shikong Qiyu resided, intending to invite him to share a meal. Upon reaching the entrance of Shikong Qiyu's loft, Qingji paused in her steps. To Qingji's astonishment, she discovered that Shikong Qiyu was also in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. When Shikong Qiyu arrived at the secluded residence, her cultivation level was at the 4th rank, 7th stage, and she was now progressing towards the 8th stage of the 4th rank. What surprised Qingji was Shikong's trust in her. Any disturbance during the advancement could lead to failure and severe injury. After finishing her meal, Qingji chose not to cultivate, but remained in the main hall. Since Shikong Qiyu had placed her trust in her, she could not betray that confidence. Not only were Qingji and Shikong Qiyu on good terms, but given that they were friends of Shang, she felt compelled to assist. There exists a fundamental distinction between Qi refinement and essence gathering, pertaining to the quality of true energy. At present, What Yishang needed to accomplish was to compress the already saturated true energy, inducing a qualitative transformation. Transitioning from a gaseous state to a liquid state, the liquefaction of true energy signifies entry into the essence gathering stage, while the solidification of liquid true energy into pills marks the hallmark of a pill condensation stage cultivator. Yishang initially circulated the true energy in his dantian, calming it. After a quarter of an hour, he refined the spirit condensing pill, directing its medicinal potency towards his dantian, while forcefully compressing the true energy therein. As the true energy was compressed, a void appeared in Yishang's dantian space, allowing the energy generated by the spirit condensing pill to enter. Yishang refined this energy, continuing the compression process. This was an arduous endeavor, demanding utmost precision. Any mishap could result in the rebound of the compressed true energy, rendering all efforts futile and potentially injuring both the dantian and internal organs. Yishang persistently refined the medicinal potency of the spirit condensing pill into true energy, filling the void in his dantian, and then compressing it alongside the true energy already present within. As an hour passed, then another. Beads of sweat began to form on Yishang's forehead. He exerted tremendous effort to compress his vital energy, feeling the weight of immense pressure upon him. As time slipped away, at the very moment the third hour elapsed, a tremor coursed through Yishang's dantian. The vital energy, having been compressed to its utmost limit, underwent a transformative change, resulting in the emergence of a droplet of liquid vital energy. Following the appearance of this droplet, a chain reaction unfolded within Yishang's dantian. The misty vital energy that came into contact with the liquid droplet was assimilated into liquid form. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the vital energy within Yishang's dantian had undergone complete transformation. After continuing his cultivation for another hour, Yishang firmly established his prowess at the gathering yuan stage before finally rising to leave the room. He felt the discomfort of his sweat-soaked body and decided to take a bath. Descending the stairs, he was taken aback to find Qingji seated in the hall, sipping tea, as dawn had yet to break. "Are you haunting the place at this late hour?" Qingji remarked upon noticing Yishang. "I'm just going to take a bath," Yishang replied. After refreshing himself, the day had dawned. Dressed in a new robe, Yishang entered the hall. "Sister 6. Have you risen early, or simply not rested?" he inquired. "Have a cup of tea first. Sikong is in the midst of her advancement. I feared that some miscreants might disturb her, so I was keeping watch. I did not expect you to be advancing as well. You didn't even inform your sister," Qingji said, pouring him a cup of tea. "My advancement to gathering yuan is nothing significant. I merely wish to spare Sister 6 from unnecessary worry." Yishang replied as he took a seat. "Do not bear too much pressure. That Sumu is not to be feared. He simply began his cultivation earlier than you." Qingji was aware of Yishang's pressures and spoke to alleviate his burdens. "I understand, but we cannot tarnish the reputation of Taishan Peak," Yishang replied. "Suchabai is a treacherous individual who has held a grudge against our Taishan Peak for many years. Furthermore, the Four Seas sect falls under his 9 Peaks jurisdiction. When your 12th senior brother encountered trouble, Su Chenbai evaded responsibility, refusing to allow our Taishan Peak to seek revenge. This time, the acceptance of that beast child Su Mu into the sect is also aimed at us." Qingji continued. "Moreover, it has come to light that during sect competitions, 9 Peak frequently employs underhanded tactics. Other elders' disciples from Taishan Peak have fallen victim to their schemes. The most pressing concern is that the Valley Master is of advanced age, and the disciples under him are incapable of assuming his position. Thus, the Medicine Valley intends to select a new Valley Master from amongst the other peak leaders to succeed the current one at Danding Peak. The most likely candidates are Lu Yanyu and Su Chenbai, which often leads to conflicts between the two peaks. Su Chenbai aims to humiliate Taishan Peak and diminish Lu Yangyu's authority. My master has stated that he does not care for the Valley Master position. Besides, a single competition among newcomers is of little consequence. 9 Peak's desire to suppress Taishan Peak is nothing but a pipe dream. Do not overthink this. I share this with you so that you understand. Should a disciple from 9 Peak provoke you in the future, you must respond with utmost severity." Yishang nodded, comprehending the complexities within the Medicine Valley. As their conversation progressed, he learned that Jin Kan, the Peak Master of Tianyu Peak, and Su Chenbai of 9 Peak were brothers in arms, both disciples of the second elder of Medicine Valley. "By the way, senior sister, I have heard of a name, Lin Tianjua. Is he truly formidable?" Yishang inquired, having heard this name from Qi Ming before entering the Medicine Valley. "He is the foremost among the third-generation disciples, and also holds the top position on the alchemy list. He is a disciple of Luo Daoyuan. How do you know him? Qing Ji inquired. Yi Shang recounted the incident in Xiaogu town, where Qin Zhan attempted to kill him, and Qi Ming intervened, followed by Qin Zhan threatening Qi Ming. This is because our Tushuan Peak previously had no third-generation disciples. Otherwise, it would not be their turn to flaunt their prowess. Qing Ji snorted coldly. The two engaged in casual conversation, during which Qing Ji reminded Yi Shang to remain vigilant about the matter of the other dimensional space. In less than a year and a half, the Danding mountain range would open, and at that time, Yi Shang must cultivate to the consolidation of Dan stage. The is of great significance, as it is likely to yield extraordinary treasures. This is akin to a small world, and what lies within remains unknown to all, as no human has ever set foot there. Over countless years, it may give rise to various heavenly and earthly spiritual treasures. Chapter 82. Practicing spear techniques in an untouched realm. Countless years may forge supreme treasures, but it may also spawn formidable demonic beasts. Thus, risk and reward coexist. If you venture inside, you must exercise utmost caution. After speaking, Qing Ji rose and gazed toward the direction of the pavilion where Si Kong Chuyi resided. Yi Shang paused for a moment. Senior sister, what troubles you? Si Kong has successfully advanced. I never expected her to reach such heights at such a young age. Qing Ji remarked with a hint of wonder. Senior sister, I understand that once a cultivator reaches the 4th stage, their appearance undergoes little change. Isn't Si Kong still quite young? Yi Shang asked. She is around 23 or 24, not much older, Qing Ji replied. She is slightly older than me. Yet her cultivation level surpasses mine by a considerable margin. Nightshade tousled his hair and spoke. Qing Ji reached out to ruffle Nightshade's hair gently, encouraging him to take his time, for their starting points were indeed different. She continued to share insights regarding the dimensional spaces they had previously discovered. And Nightshade was already somewhat acquainted with these realms. What are you two discussing? As Nightshade and Qing Ji engaged in conversation, Si Kong Chuyi, having just bathed and donned a light blue dress, entered the hall. Let us talk about some matters concerning the sect. Congratulations to you, Qing Ji remarked with a smile. Nightshade has entered the Gathering Yuan stage, quite impressive indeed. His pace of cultivation is remarkable, chiefly because it lacks any superficiality. Si Kong Chuyi stated as she took a seat. In your presence, I feel like an ant, easily crushed at will. Nightshade chuckled self-deprecatingly. I have been cultivating for much longer than you. The achievements in cultivation largely depend on potential and opportunity. I have faith in you. Aren't you still supposed to help me fend off some individuals? Si Kong Chuyi said with a smile. Nightshade chose not to pursue this topic further, instead bowing his head to sip his tea. Before long, Xiao Lu entered, calling everyone to breakfast. After their meal, Nightshade began practicing the wind-chasing spear technique. As the true energy from his dantian surged forth, he discovered that his shockwave technique had reached 33 waves, with the speed of its release considerably enhanced, which brought him great joy. Under normal circumstances, one at the Gathering Yuan stage would be capable of unleashing around 30 waves of shockwaves. Now, not only had he surpassed that expectation, but the velocity of its execution had also improved. After a period of practicing the wind-chasing spear technique, Nightshade transitioned to training the mountain-suppressing hand. As the true energy circulated within his dantian, the diameter of the azure vortex in his hand exceeded a foot. Yi Shang extended his hand towards the artificial hill on the side of the courtyard. With a resounding boom, a piece of azure stone was sent flying from the hill. After this strike, Yi Shang's inner energy surged, allowing him to unleash another blow, matching the power of the first. Upon sensing the energy within his dantian, Yi Shang couldn't help but smile wryly. After 2 strikes, his dantian was nearly depleted, with only a fraction of his energy remaining. If the battle continued, he would soon exhaust himself completely. Calculating his options, Yi Shang understood that executing the Jinhua palm would not hinder the upcoming fight. However, delivering 2 strikes necessitated a swift resolution to the battle or reliance on the energy within his body. 13. Your Jinhua palm possesses remarkable strength. I recall that your 9th senior sister could only manage a single strike during her early formation stage. Only at the peak of her formation could she unleash 2. Qing Ji remarked as she approached Yi Shang. Perhaps my physical resilience is somewhat greater, but after delivering 2 strikes, my energy is nearly spent, Yi Shang replied. Be content. Among us at Taishian Peak, only your 9th senior sister has cultivated the Zhetian palm, yet its efficacy pales in comparison to yours. Thanks to the Zhetian palm, Your ninth senior sister has ascended to the status of a heavenly-level disciple, and now that she has reached the 5th tier, she enjoys eternal heavenly-level privileges within the sect, Qingji said with a smile. Shang was aware that at Taishan Peak, only the eldest disciple Gong Xian and Yang Lei were heavenly-level disciples, while Huanan's status fluctuated, reflecting the intense competition among the disciples of the 12 peaks. 13 is truly a source of reassurance. He requires no supervision and knows to strive for excellence, Qingji remarked, observing the approaching Sikong Chuyu. Even without innate gifts, diligent cultivation can lead to commendable achievements. Conversely, exceptional talent without effort yields meager results. The path to becoming a formidable cultivator lies in the harmonious blend of both talent and unwavering dedication, Sima Chuyu affirmed with a nod. Your words resonate with wisdom, Qingji responded, echoing Sima Chuyu's sentiment. Sister Qingji, I must express my gratitude for your assistance in guarding my trials. Had Xiaolu not informed me, I would have remained unaware. Thank you, Sima Chuyu said with a slight bow. Indeed, I find myself in need of a small favor, some cotton fabric. Sima Chuyu confessed, her cheeks flushing with a delicate blush. Understood, Qingji replied knowingly, her understanding as a woman transcending spoken words. Anything else you require? Nothing more. Thank you, Sima Chuyu replied with a shake of her head. Initially, Qingji and Sima Chuyu sparred with Shang, carefully modulating their cultivation levels to aid his spear technique. However, they soon ceased their training sessions with him. Shang's spear strikes possessed immense force, a potency unrelated to the depth of his true energy. While profound true energy could mitigate power, it could not nullify it entirely. Upon weapon contact, Qingji and Sima Chuyu invariably suffered setbacks and were repelled. Beast child, I'll show you who the real beast is. Just wait. You'll soon realize the might of our 13th. Having sparred with Shang, Qingji now held unwavering confidence in his abilities. While the beast child's strength lay in his formidable physique, Qingji no longer regarded it as a threat, having witnessed Shang's power firsthand. Beast child? Who is this beast child? Sima Chuyu inquired, seated beside Qingji as they observed Shang's training. Qingji, without reservation, recounted the events involving Taishan Peak and Jiuyin Peak. Isn't that a blatant display of shamelessness? Sima Chuyu remarked, her tone laced with disapproval. Listening to Qingji's words, Sikong Chuyu felt a surge of anger. Not only had the outer disciples trained for an extended period, but Su Qinbai's use of a beast child to contend with Shang was indeed a breach of decorum. Shang's current disadvantage lay in his low cultivation. While the beast child, being at the 5th level of gathering yuan, would undoubtedly receive vigorous training under Su Qinbai's guidance. In 6 months, one could only wonder what the situation would be. Although Qingji held confidence in Shang, a lingering worry resided in her heart. It was entirely feasible for Shang to advance to the 2nd stage of gathering yuan within half a year, with the aid of a yuan enhancement pill. He could potentially reach the 3rd stage, making him capable of facing opponents at the late stage of gathering yuan without issue. Sikong Chu remarked, indeed. The Master Lu has permitted Shang to consume the yuan enhancement pill only at the 3rd and 7th levels of gathering yuan, meaning he can only take one before the newcomer competition. If the beast child recklessly consumes 3, its cultivation will surely rise to the 8th or 9th level. Sikong Chuyu grasped the disparity in their situations. Shang, come and have some fruit. Take a moment to rest before continuing your training. Qingji called out to the sweating Shang. He was training in the garden of the auxiliary courtyard, while Qingji and Sikong Chuyu sat at a stone table beneath an ancient tree, enjoying fruit and tea. Shang approached, wielding his spear, though his striking force still fell short. Take your time, Qingji advised, tossing a towel to him. Have you considered separating your shockwave? One part can be channeled through the spear shaft to deflect your opponent's weapon, while the remainder can be focused at the spear tip, significantly amplifying your attack and destructive power. Indeed, I shall give it a try. Naitang swiftly tossed the green fruit into his mouth and proceeded to cultivate in accordance with Sikong Chuyu's guidance. Had he known earlier that he should have delayed sharing this, he would not have been so consumed by his training. Sikong Chuyu expressed his exasperation. You may be unaware, but 13 is an orphan. He yearns to become powerful in hopes of finding his family. Qingji lowered her voice as she recounted Naitang's circumstances to Sikong Chuyu. Naitang possesses a latent aura that is strikingly potent, unlike that of an ordinary child. He likely hails from a distinguished lineage, one that has encountered misfortune. After a moment of contemplation, Sikong Chuyu remarked, individuals are inherently different. The progeny of bandits inevitably carry a trace of their lineage. while disciples from noble families exude an innate grace and assertiveness, a legacy of their ancestral bloodline. According to the ancient patriarch's account, the two individuals who once protected Knight Shang were likely guards. Both perished, leaving no one to deliver the news, and thus no one came to seek Knight Shang. Qingji interjected. Sikong Chiyu nodded, surprised to uncover the depth of Knight Shang's backstory. Gradually, Knight Shang began to sense the feeling Sikong Chiyu had described, channeling the shockwaves into the body of the spear while controlling the rest to the tip. As for the energy within his being, it was merely to amplify the power of his strikes. After 2 hours of cultivation, he finally grasped the fluid transition of the shockwaves between the spear's body and tip. He ceased his training as darkness enveloped the sky, smiling at Sikong and Qingji before heading off for a bath. This fellow, how to describe him? To put it elegantly, one might say he is dedicated. Less charitably, one could call him obsessive, though it hasn't reached that extreme. Sikong Chiyu finished his tea, rose, and spoke. After 2 days of arduous training, Yishang resolved to undertake a task, intending to refine his skills and hone his marksmanship during the process. However, Sikong Chiyu opposed this notion, as she believed Yishang's cultivation level was insufficient, and he would face considerable pressure with the bronze tasks. Unfortunately, she could not accompany him on this venture. After a moment of contemplation, Qingji agreed, reasoning that practitioners emerging from a sheltered environment might exhibit a disparity between high cultivation and low combat prowess. True growth could only be achieved through battle, which would establish a balance between combat effectiveness and cultivation level, potentially even surpassing the expected capabilities for their rank. With Qingji's approval, Sikong Chiyu relented. After making necessary preparations, Yishang departed from Longquan Courtyard and arrived at Tianjik. Fortunately, I wish to accept the task, Yishang announced, presenting his identification token. Yishang, your time in the Gathering Yuan stage has been brief. Undertaking bronze tasks may prove challenging. You must understand that many practitioners at this stage often engage in black iron tasks, Dong Zhifa cautioned, aware of the amicable relationship between Sikong Chiyu and Yishang, and reluctant to see him take unnecessary risks. Thank you, esteemed law enforcer. I will exercise caution and refrain from taking on tasks as I did previously. I will seek one that I can confidently manage, Yishang replied, recognizing Dong Zhifa's advice as well-intentioned. Very well, pursue one that you can handle. Dong Zhifa conceded, handing Yishang a bronze task catalog. As Yishang perused the tasks, he overheard grumbling voices lamenting the fact that high-scoring black iron tasks had all been claimed. Disregarding the cacophony, Nightshade glanced at the task he had chosen, the extermination of a band of mountain bandits, numbering in the hundreds. The two leaders were both at the pinnacle of the Gathering Essence realm, and the objective was to obtain their severed heads. Although this task was considered relatively low risk among the bronze missions, it was still ill-suited for him. Engaging in missions requires not only brute strength, but also intellect. Logger Dong remarked, I shall not confront them head-on. I will wait for the opportune moment. There is no time constraint on this task, so I will proceed at my own pace, Nightshade replied with a smile. Very well. Remember, life is of utmost importance, Dong Logger said before turning his gaze to the grand entrance of the celestial pavilion, as a figure clad in black entered. The youth, clad in black, bore a youthful visage, yet his physique was that of a full-grown adult. Nightshade turned to regard the black-clad youth, who met his gaze with a pair of eyes reminiscent of those he had encountered only when facing the golden-purple beast king and the black serpent. Cold and laced with a chilling intent to kill. After a brief exchange of glances, the black-clad youth proceeded further inside, calling out to a staff member to lead him into a private chamber. That's him. He has taken on numerous black iron tasks and even slain the Iron Leper trio outside the city, murmured several cultivators, observing the youth. He is also a disciple of the Medicine Valley, having completed 2/3 of the black iron tasks this month. Dong Logger whispered to Nightshade. A disciple of the Medicine Valley? What is his name? Nightshade sensed that his fate would intertwine with that of this black-clad youth, and it would not be a cordial encounter. Sumu, came the reply. Dong Zhifa addressed Yishang. Sumu. Yishang now understood that this was his primary adversary from the Medicine Valley's newcomer competition, dispatched by Nine Peak specifically to thwart him. He hadn't anticipated encountering him so soon. Thank you, esteemed enforcer. I shall proceed with my task. Yishang nodded to Dong Zhifa and departed from Tianjin, Quebec. Having met Su Mu, Yishang recognized that Su Mu was far superior to him. Unable to discern Su Mu's cultivation level, Yishang surmised that it was at least at the 4th level of Ju Yuan. Only by rapidly enhancing his strength could he hope to overcome him. Chapter 84. Tianyu's advancement. Dong Zhifa paused, his gaze fixed on Yishang's retreating figure. He sensed a subtle anomaly. Upon hearing Su Mu's name, Yishang's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and a palpable battle intent emanated from him. Both are exceptional individuals, yet profoundly incompatible, Dong Zhifa murmured to himself. However, he held a more favorable impression of Yishang. Yishang possessed a radiant demeanor, and even during his conflicts with Qinzhan and Ao Lai, he exuded a virile and fierce aura. Conversely, Su Mu evoked the image of a wolf, a venomous and insidious predator. Dong Zhifa harbored a strong aversion to Su Mu's gaze. Upon exiting Danding City, Yishang guided Tianyu towards the last known location of the band of brigands known as the Lu Mountain Bandits, in the Eastern Xin region. Across the Eastern Xian continent, bandits were ubiquitous. Only the most formidable among them dared to claim a mountain as their dominion. The majority were nomadic, fearing annihilation. With the existence of Tianji Ke, once they provoked a wealthy individual, a task would be issued for their elimination. Furthermore, independent cultivators showed them no mercy, often plundering bandits as a means of accumulating resources. The band of mountain bandits, known as the Lushan Bandits, is most frequently encountered in the Lushan region, a place once inhabited by the formidable Lushan sovereign. According to intelligence reports, these nefarious bandits engage in heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder, showing no mercy even to women and children. The entire family of an elderly man was brutally slain, leaving him heartbroken and determined to expend his entire fortune in an effort to eradicate the Lushan bandits. The expanse of Lushan is vast, spanning an area of 2,000 to 3,000 li, with the last sighting of the Lushan bandits occurring in the eastern mountain range of Lushan. Guided by Tianyu, Yeshang journeyed for 2 days to reach the eastern mountains of Lushan. Along the way, Tianyu captured a blue-patterned python, and together, they prepared the creature for a meal. This python was quite hefty, weighing between 200 to 300 jin, making the task of roasting such a substantial catch rather laborious. However, Yeshang had made preparations, having stored 2 slender steel rods in his spatial ring, which he used to skewer the prey for roasting. Currently, Tianyu's appetite was prodigious. He could go a day or 2 without sustenance, yet once he began to eat, anything less than 200 to 300 jin would be insufficient. Yeshang understood that this was due to Tianyu's need for energy to support his growth. At present, Yeshang could not ascertain Tianyu's cultivation level, but during his time at the Longquan Mountain Villa, he had inquired with Qingji. She informed him that Tianyu had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd stage and could transition into the fall stand or condensed stand stage at any moment. Qingji also mentioned that there was a significant likelihood that Tianyu could bypass the fall stand stage entirely and proceed directly to the condensed stand stage, as both humans and demon beasts with exceptional talent and deep foundations could leap directly from the gathering yuan to the condensed stand stage without the need for an intermediate phase. After ensuring Tianyu was well fed, Yeshang laid out a bear skin on the ground, providing a comfortable resting place for Tianyu. After allowing Tianyu to recuperate, Yishang also commenced his meditative cultivation. On this occasion, Yishang was not in a hurry to undertake tasks, as there was no temporal constraint, affording him the opportunity to cultivate concurrently. Following a night of cultivation, he performed a simple ablution in the early hours and began to hone his spearmanship in the Zhun Yu hand technique, while simultaneously dispatching Tianyu to procure game. That's the spirit, Tianyu. You have a penchant for serpents, whereas I favor fowl. Let us proceed in this manner. Yishang proceeded to a water source not far from their resting place, where he prepared the serpent and pheasant before roasting them over a fire. After partaking in the repast, Yishang mounted Tianyu's back and traversed the area in search of the Lu Mountain Bandits. Alas, to no avail. They alternated between rest and cultivation, as Yishang was in no particular hurry. Several days elapsed, and Yishang had yet to unearth any trace of the Lu Mountain Bandits, though fortunately, it did not unduly impede his cultivation. Subsequent to this encampment, Tianyu, having consumed his fill, took to the skies of his own volition, circumnavigating the vicinity before descending and emitting a pair of cries in Yishang's direction. Thereupon, he settled down at the innermost reaches of the canyon that served as their campsite. After some deliberation, Yishang surmised that Tianyu was on the cusp of a breakthrough. His aerial reconnaissance was intended to ascertain the presence of any potential threats. Observing Tianyu's recumbent posture, Yishang closed his eyes and resumed his meditative cultivation, barring a state of secluded cultivation. Yishang remained ever vigilant and prepared to confront any exigencies. 2 consecutive days passed without incident, causing Yishang a degree of anxiety and apprehension. However, He could only bide his time. Shang's 10,000 Dao treasure cannon had also reached a bottleneck in the blood refinement stage. But he had no time to dwell on his own breakthrough, as his primary concern was for Tianyu's successful advancement. On the afternoon of the third day, Tianyu exhibited fluctuations of energy, and the feathers upon his body began to tremble, stabilizing only after a brief moment. Upon closer observation, Shang discerned that Tianyu's aura had significantly strengthened, indicating that he had successfully advanced. His speed had increased by 30% compared to before. After flying a few laps, Tianyu descended beside Shang. Although his physique had not grown much, his presence was vastly more potent than previously. Come eat. You are full, and I must enter seclusion. Cutting 2 pieces of beef, Shang presented the entire cow to Tianyu. The 600 to 700 pounds of fragrant beef was nearly consumed by Tianyu. At each major tier, the final stage necessitates the solidification of one's cultivation and the sedimentation of one's essence, for only then can advancement be successfully achieved. The distinction between promotion and advancement is profound. Advancement signifies a fundamental transformation. Currently, Shang's cultivation was low, and he had yet to reach the threshold for advancement. However, the myriad paths of the could facilitate promotion, and he had some confidence in eradicating mountain bandits. Chapter 85. Finding the Bandit Den. The first layer of the myriad paths of the is called the Blood Refinement Realm, which is comparable to the ordinary Qi Refinement Realm. The second layer, the Muscle Strengthening Realm, corresponds to the Gathering Essence stage of Qi Refiners. The third layer, the Bone Forging Realm, aligns with the Dan Condensation stage. And the fourth layer, the Unification Realm, corresponds to the Spirit Separation stage. In the Blood Refinement Realm, one must not only refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the blood, enhancing its quality, but also open the major and minor meridians throughout the body, enabling the refined energy to permeate every sinew and flesh. The second layer, the Muscle Strengthening Realm, truly fortifies the meridians. In the first layer, the focus is merely on unblocking them. Should one cultivate to the second layer, it would eliminate the need for true energy, allowing Shang to contend with practitioners of the same level. This time, Shang aims to open the meridians in his chest and abdomen. These 2 areas consist of numerous smaller meridians, yet their complexity does not pose a significant challenge. A solid foundation is paramount, only after thoroughly unblocking the dragon meridians. Dragon neck, and both hands and feet can you proceed to this step. After consuming the essence blood pill, Shang directs the energy from his bloodstream towards his chest, surging forth in relentless waves. Whenever the energy wanes, he replenishes it with the essence derived from the refining of the essence blood pill. At this moment, he is alone. Had anyone been present, they would have witnessed his robe billowing as if a loach were writhing beneath it. The sensations of itch and pain clash violently against Shang's nerves, yet he grits his teeth, persistently channeling energy towards his chest. After nearly an hour, tranquility returns to his chest, allowing the energy to flow freely. Half of his advancement is complete. Shang then continues to manipulate the energy, directing it through his chest and waist to his abdomen. For practitioners, both the chest and abdomen are crucial areas, susceptible to fatal blows. Once the meridians in these regions are unblocked, Shang's physical resilience will significantly enhance, enabling him to withstand attacks with the abdominal energy, dissipating a considerable portion of the impact. Time slips away gradually, and one by one, the meridians in Shang's abdomen are opened. The agony of unblocking the meridians renders his face a ghastly pale. The pain of cramping and broken bones is what he endures now. Fortunately, this ordeal does not last long. After unblocking his chest, Shang invests another hour to successfully clear the meridians in his abdomen. With the chest and abdomen unblocked, the myriad energies from the myriad scriptures within Shang began to circulate, albeit limited to below the neck. Unblocking the channels of the neck was a task meant for those at the 9th level of the blood training realm. After concluding his practice, Shang stretched lazily, the bones in his arms and lumbar spine crackling in response. Rising to his feet, he indulged in a couple of hearty gulps of wine before proceeding to bathe. As Shang plunged headfirst into the water, Tianyu soared gracefully and landed in the same pool. Shang laughed heartily as he swam over to play with Tianyu, reveling in the joy of companionship on his cultivation journey, feeling profoundly content. After their refreshing bath, Shang groomed Tianyu's feathers, then resumed his meditation to consolidate his cultivation. Following a delightful meal, he began to practice his spear techniques, which had undergone some transformation. Once finished with his meal, Shang mounted Tianyu and continued his quest to locate the Lu Mountain Bandits. A mission he was not anxious about but could not entirely neglect. On the third day, Shang discovered traces of his quarry after scouring nearly 700 to 800 miles over the past 2 days. While flying at a low altitude on Tianyu, he spotted a target within a mountain hollow. However, he could not ascertain whether this group was indeed the Lu Mountain Bandits, so he resolved to investigate discreetly. The hollow contained stone houses, caves, and tree houses. Inside one stone house, 2 men were drinking and conversing. "Brother, just now a report came in. A flying demon beast passed overhead, not yet adult, but swift. We had no chance to capture it," spoke a man clad in a tiger skin vest, identified as Huang Ju, the second in command of the Lu Mountain Bandits. The elusive flying beasts are notoriously difficult to capture unless one discovers their lair and sets an ambush. However, we shall not dwell on such matters. Our immediate priority is to gather spiritual stones and unlock the hidden cave of the revered Master Lu Shan at the earliest opportunity. By doing so, we shall liberate ourselves from the daily anxiety that haunts us, and the treasures left behind by Master Lu Shan will enable us to transcend into formidable beings, no longer a distant dream. In that moment, will we still need to scurry about in hiding? A man, bare-chested and draped in a fur cloak, spoke. He was Huang Jun, the leader of the Lu Shan bandits. "We shall heed the elder brother's counsel." Huang Jun nodded in agreement. As Shang approached the mountain hollow, he dared not draw closer. He was acutely aware that the 2 leaders of the Lu Shan bandits were at the peak of the 2nd tier in cultivation. While this might seem insignificant to experts, to the average person, they were indeed powerful. Shang had encountered Zhang's son and others in ancient Nantown, all of whom were also in the late 2nd tier of cultivation. Furthermore, he could not ascertain whether these individuals belonged to the Lu Shan bandits. After carrying the small minion for several miles, Shang set him down and splashed some wine onto his face. "You filthy hunter, do you dare to provoke us? The Lu Shan bandits? Do you believe we won't wipe out your entire family?" The minion, upon regaining consciousness and seeing Shang's attire, crafted by Aunt Lin, threatened him. "You? Do you dare to kill me?" The minion's expression shifted as he realized from Shang's words that he was indeed a troublemaker for the Lu Shan bandits. "You may attempt to do so," Shang replied coldly, his heart stirring with murderous intent upon hearing the bandit's vicious threats. Chapter 86. Fishing in troubled waters. I shall speak. I shall speak. The minion confessed everything he knew without reservation. Upon hearing the confession of a lowly minion, Shang discerned that he had indeed arrived at the right location. This band was none other than the notorious Lu Shan bandits. Apart from a few lackeys dispatched for reconnaissance, the majority were stationed within a mountain hollow, which served as their stronghold. Furthermore, Shang had managed to extract information regarding the whereabouts of the 2 bandit leaders. Upon reaching the hollow, Shang refrained from making a direct entrance. Although the likelihood of being detected was minimal, he preferred to exercise caution. He advanced along the slopes of the mountain, skillfully evading 2 sentinels, and stealthily slid into the hollow, meandering aimlessly. His current attire, while not as formidable as that of the bandits, was sufficiently inconspicuous. He felt no need to be overly anxious, for it was unlikely that every bandit would be familiar with one another. Shang proceeded deeper into the hollow, knowing that the 2 leaders, Huang Jun and Huang Ju, resided within the innermost stone dwellings. As he drew closer, he confidently wielded the minion's scabbard, feigning the demeanor of a patrolling guard. A few bandits noticed him but did not question his presence. Gradually, he approached the stone houses at the heart of the hollow. At that moment, the curtain of one stone house was lifted, revealing Huang Ju clad in a tiger skin vest. "Armatzi, fetch a few jars of wine and bring them to my chamber," he commanded one of the sentinels. "Certainly, Deputy Chief. Please wait a moment. Come along with me to collect the wine," Armatzi beckoned to Shang. Seizing the opportunity to draw nearer to the 2 bandit leaders, Shang hastened his steps. Armatzi, accompanied by Shang, made his way towards the eastern mountainside. As they walked, Shang's heart burned with fury upon glimpsing the prison cell, which contained 7 or 8 women, stark naked. This sight revealed the sheer brutality of the Lu Shan bandits. "What are you staring at? Behave well, and I might speak to the second in command on your behalf. You may yet have your chance." Armatzi shot a glare at Shang before leading him into a storage room filled with cured meats and jars of liquor. Armatzi lifted 2 jars, and Shang secured his dagger at his waist, mirroring Armatzi's actions before following him towards Huang Ju's stone house, the one devoid of guards. The other stone house had a sentinel stationed outside. Shang recognized him as the aide to the formidable leader Huang Jun. Huang Ju's stone abode was lavishly adorned, with a plush blanket draped over the stone bed, the floor strewn with animal pelts, and a golden candlestick gracing the table. The chair he occupied boasted armrests embellished with jeweled chains. Against one wall stood a wooden post, to which a woman was bound. Her arms were stretched and secured to the crossbeam, her head bowed, obscuring her face. Yet, Shang could discern her chests rise and fall, indicating she was still alive. Damn it, I can't resist the urge to rob when I see this. You too, join me for a drink, Huang Ju exclaimed with a curse. Armatzi eagerly opened a jar of liquor and poured a bowl for Huang Ju. Hey, you look somewhat unfamiliar, Huang Ju remarked, eyeing Shang. Second in command, he is a newcomer. Shang replied, bending slightly. Really now, why would a rascal like you send a rookie on patrol? Armatzi orchestrated a verse for Pizawu. I am uncertain how to arrange it. Yet I shall proceed as directed. Shang, oblivious to the nuances of Pizawu, thought little of the matter. Outside, with sentinels stationed everywhere, your absence is inconsequential. Come, let us indulge in some wine. Huang Ju, however, remained unsuspecting. The trio lifted their cups and commenced their revelry. Once the first jar of wine was depleted, Huang Ju instructed Armatzi to gather some roasted meat. As he prepared to refill Huang Ju's cup, Shang noted that one jar of wine had run dry. He turned to procure another. In a moment of inspiration, while grasping the jar, Shang inadvertently stowed it into his storage ring. He then retrieved a jar of potent liquor from the waist belt bestowed upon him by Uncle Nyo, turning to shield Huang Ju's view as he opened it. Ah! The aroma of the wine was intoxicating. Hasten, pour swiftly. As the jar was uncorked, Huang Ju caught a whiff of the fragrant liquor. A fine wine indeed, albeit rather potent. Who would have thought that after raiding that tavern, such a treasure remained? After savoring a bowl, Huang Ju's visage flushed, prompting him to request Shang to continue pouring. Although Huang Ju possessed a commendable tolerance, after several consecutive bowls, he began to feel a bit lightheaded. Observing Huang Ju on the verge of collapsing, Shang persisted in pouring, exclaiming, the second leader has an excellent capacity. Let us indulge further. This wine is exceptional. Do not share it, for it is solely for us brothers. In a state of inebriation, Huang Ju retained a glimmer of awareness that fine things should not be offered to others. After a few erratic kicks, he became still. Save me. A faint voice emerged. Shang turned towards the source of the sound and discovered a woman, bound to a wooden post and unclothed, lifting her head and attempting to speak. Her lips were chapped, a testament to her prolonged suffering. She stirred awake due to Huang Ju's restless thrashing, inadvertently striking a wooden post. Shang turned to the previously open wine jar, pouring a bowl of liquor for the woman. Do not utter a word. I shall seize the opportunity to rescue you. For now, we must eliminate the other bandit leader, lest we find ourselves unable to escape. Upon hearing Shang's words, the woman fell silent, merely gasping for breath. Shang poured a measure of liquor towards Huang Ju's throat, cautious of the scent of blood attracting undue attention. After all, they were inhabitants of the mountains, acutely aware of the stench of carnage. While Armatzi stood dazed, Shang seized the moment, gripping Armatzi's neck with his left hand and forcefully twisting his head with his right. A sharp crack echoed, and Armatzi fell still, his neck broken by Shang's strength. Chapter 87, The Treasure Map. After dispatching Armatzi, Shang dragged the lifeless body inward. Wait here. I will rescue you after dealing with the chief. Do not make a sound, he instructed the woman bound to the wooden post. At this moment, he dared not release her, fearing that the tormented woman might panic and flee in his absence. As for her cries, he was not concerned. She lacked the strength to call out meaningfully. Even if she did, the other bandits would likely assume it was merely the second-in-command engaged in some activity, dismissing it without further thought. Shang retrieved 2 jars of potent liquor gifted by Uncle Nyo, cradling one under his arm while holding roasted meat in one hand, and exited the stone house, making his way towards the room where Huang Jun awaited. What are you doing? The guard stationed before Huang Jun's stone house intercepted Shang. The second-in-command remarked that this was a fine wine and instructed me to present it to the chief. Nightshade spoke up, after casting a glance at Nightshade. The burly bandit with a bushy beard and a scarred forehead permitted him entry. The second-in-command asked you to deliver the fine wine, so open it. Let me see what quality it is. Huang Jun, originally lost in contemplation, perked up at the exchange at the door. Nightshade placed the roasted meat on the table before Huang Jun and then uncorked the wine jar. The Qingxue brew possessed remarkable potency, Yet Nightshade hesitated, feeling a pang of regret as he retrieved Uncle Nyo's strong liquor. Ah, it smells delightful. As Nightshade poured a bowl of wine, Huang Jun eagerly seized it and gulped it down. Observing Huang Jun finish his bowl, Nightshade continued to pour. Huang Jun drank 3 bowls in succession. Scar, come in and join us for a drink. The burly guard at the door stepped inside, and Nightshade poured him a bowl. Thank you, Chief, Scar said, raising the bowl and downing its contents. For bandits, fine liquor was essential. Their life, fraught with peril, necessitated strong spirits to numb their anxious minds. Keep pouring, Huang Jun urged, feeling the effects of the alcohol. Watching the two alternate between bowls, Nightshade felt a twinge of concern. This exquisite wine was only available at Uncle Nyo's place, and at this rate, they would surely finish 2 jars. Moments later, 1 jar was emptied, leaving Huang Ju and Scar with bleary eyes. What are you dawdling for? Keep pouring, Scar interjected before Huang Jun could speak, his alcohol-fueled bravado rising. As the second jar of wine dwindled to a mere half, Huang Ju and Ba Zi succumbed to slumber, not due to a lack of vigilance, but rather because their stronghold was indeed secure. Even without the presence of numerous sentinels, detection was a formidable challenge. Just as Shang drew his weapon, Huang Jun's nose twitched, stirring him from his stupor. He caught the scent of blood. Rising upright, Huang Jun beheld Shang's gun aimed menacingly at him, prompting an instinctive block with his right hand. Crack! Do not kill me. I have something to say, he implored as Shang prepared to fire again. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, sweat beaded on his brow. Speak, Shang commanded, his gaze icy. I possess a secret I wish to share. Provided you spare my life, Huang Jun asserted through clenched teeth. Speak, and let us assess its worth, Shang replied, his expression unwavering. I have the treasure map to the cave of the revered Lu Shan, along with knowledge of how to enter. First, tend to my wounds, or I shall perish. Huang Jun divulged, revealing the utmost value he held in the face of impending death. Shang advanced a step, his finger pressing against Huang Jun's right arm artery. You can regulate the bleeding of your other arm with your vital energy. Now, quicken your pace. I lack patience. Huang Jun, enduring the searing agony, continued. At the entrance of the revered Lu Shan's cave lies the 2 instruments array. Over the ages, some spirit stones in the array's foundation have lost their power, leading to chaos within the formation. Even with knowledge of how to enter, one cannot pass without collecting spirit stones to restore the 2 instruments array. He gasped through the pain. I cannot divulge more. Doing so would strip me of my value. Only if you swear not to kill me will I reveal further details. Huang Jun's gaze lingered upon Shang, yet inadvertently, he cast a glance at his severed right arm. Following Huang Jun's line of sight, Shang noticed a storage ring adorning the stump of Huang Jun's arm. I cannot accept this. Huang Jun's words stumbled forth, his throat pierced. Yet his eyes betrayed an indomitable spirit. Shang bent down, retrieving Huang Jun's severed arm, removing the ring from his finger. He then pricked his own finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall. He sought to discern the true nature of this storage ring. As the blood permeated, a peculiar sensation arose, revealing a unique space within Shang's mind. He cast the ring into his own storage ring, severed Huang Jun's head, and surveyed the room, finding no items of value before exiting the stone abode. Upon returning to Huang Ju's dwelling, he gently lowered the woman who had been bound to a pillar. A closer inspection revealed that this woman, around 20 years of age, possessed not only a captivating figure, but also an exquisitely delicate face. Are you able to walk? Shang inquired, aware that another fierce battle awaited him. 2 of the most formidable mountain bandit leaders were slain, yet nearly 200 bandits remained, many of whom were of the first tier. I can, the woman replied, draping a piece of tiger skin over herself. However, it covered her upper body but failed to conceal the lower half. Shang collected Huang Ju's head and glanced around the stone house for any overlooked items, ultimately noticing Huang Ju's storage belt, which he promptly seized. Accompanied by the woman clad in tiger skin, Shang first proceeded to unlock the prison, liberating all the women confined within. Accompany me, and if demise befalls you, lament your ill fate, though I shall endeavor to safeguard you. With these words, Nightfall released the women from their captivity. We are grateful, Your Honor. Should death claim us, we shall bear no resentment, a woman, her body marred by the welts of rattan lashes, declared. Nightfall emitted a sharp whistle, summoning his avian companion to watch over the vulnerable women as he advanced. His priorities lay in battle, and he could not afford to divert his attention. As the whistle echoed through the air, the mountain bandits surged forward. However, the celestial bird arrived first, positioning itself as a sentinel. Safeguard them and prevent any approach, Nightfall instructed, before plunging into the fray, engaging the onrushing bandits. The celestial bird shielded the women, ensuring their safety as they followed. Nightfall was not inherently bloodthirsty, but the depravity of the bandits incited his wrath. Their merciless pillaging left a trail of carnage, sparing only the comeliest women, a testament to their utter ruthlessness. Within the confines of the prison, Nightfall had witnessed the squalor and brutality endured by the captives. Devoid of even the most basic comforts, such as bedding, their bodies bore the scars of unrelenting abuse. This fueled Nightfall's fury. In a mere half-hour, Nightfall had vanquished scores of bandits, his form now stained with their lifeblood. Slaughter him. He is nearing exhaustion, a bandit chieftain bellowed. Nightfall inwardly scoffed at the assertion. His reservoir of genuine energy remained substantial, with 2/3 still intact, and his physical strength had barely waned. The battle raged on, with bandits continuously falling to the ground. The women traversing the blood-soaked terrain appeared increasingly pallid. They had witnessed carnage before, their kin slain by these marauders, yet the present horror was unparalleled. Advancing while slaying, Shang did not need to select his targets. Any foe obstructing his path was dispatched, and those attempting to flee were relentlessly pursued and eliminated. Shang exhibited no mercy, fully aware that these individuals were irredeemable. If they were spared today, they would undoubtedly wreak havoc again. They pressed onward to the entrance of the mountain pass, where 70 or 80 bandits had already succumbed, leaving over 100 remaining at the threshold. Tianyu, upon spotting fleeing foes, pursued them with lethal intent, ensuring none escaped. With a shout directed at Tianyu, Shang charged towards the encircling bandits. Amidst the fray, Shang recognized his own shortcomings, his lack of speed. Some bandits moved swiftly, striking and retreating before he could counter their attacks. His deficiency in agility was a significant drawback. He had contemplated this issue previously, but as Gongxian had stated, without merit points from the sect, one could not acquire advanced combat techniques, only a basic set. The complementary technique Shang received was the Wind Chaser Spear technique, while the Jinyu Hand was obtained from Fengchen. As the battle continued, Shang's energy waned, and the number of bandits diminished, with some fleeing while many fell victim to Tianyu's claws. This massacre persisted for half an hour, until Shang's vital energy was nearly depleted, signaling the conclusion of the conflict. In the depths of despair, the Nightshade was uncertain how many had fled, yet the number was likely not substantial. With Tianyu in relentless pursuit, the only means of escape lay in the dense thickets or the blind spots of Tianyu's attacks. "My lord, I have nowhere else to go. I am willing to serve as a humble maid," implored a woman who had been rescued from the confines of a prison. "I too beseech you, great lord. The demons have slaughtered everyone in my village." Another woman knelt, echoing the plea. As her words hung in the air, other women followed suit, bowing in supplication. Nightshade felt a heavy burden upon him. While he had saved them, abandoning them was not an option. To leave these women behind would surely lead them to their demise. "My lord, we are willing to be your servants," the kneeling women chorused. "Very well, I shall devise a plan. First, we must find a place to rest," Nightshade replied, nodding in agreement, and led the group of women away from the ravine. After traversing several miles, they discovered a location near a water source where Nightshade allowed them to rest while instructing Tianyu to hunt for sustenance. "Did you allow that scoundrel to have his way with you?" inquired a woman, seemingly in her 30s, who had also been rescued from the prison, casting a wary glance at those saved from the same fate. "No, I did not, though he subjected me to relentless torment. I made it clear that should he attempt to force himself upon me, I would take my own life, which deterred him, though it hardly makes a difference," replied the woman draped in animal skins. Nightshade grasped the implication of her words. While her innocence remained intact, she had endured considerable humiliation. During her rescue, he had noticed a bloodied wolf tattoo etched upon her chest, alongside a metal ring affixed to a more delicate part of her anatomy. "Let's dispense with these matters. I lack suitable attire here. Once we reach a town, I shall procure some for you." Nightfall finds it unseemly to be amidst a group of unclothed women. Though these women have endured torment, their figures and beauty are of the highest caliber, else the brigands would not have spared them. Nightfall is faced with two options: either to deliver these individuals to the Bamboo Garden Township in Celestial Cypress City, or to arrange for them to reside at the Dragon Spring Mountain Villa. The villa's vast expanse necessitates attendance. During their repast, Nightfall broached the subject, inquiring as to their preferences. Those desiring an independent existence would be settled in Bamboo Garden Township, while those disinclined would be relocated to his Dragon Spring Mountain Villa. "My lord," a woman cloaked in tiger skin began, "I shall accompany you to the villa and assist in its upkeep. In my youth, I aided my father in his mercantile endeavors and can be of service to you." She identified herself as Heloise. "Very well," Nightfall acquiesced. "You shall accompany me to the villa. As for the rest of you, contemplate your future lives. Bamboo Garden Township is a place of simplicity and discretion. I shall not divulge your past, nor shall anyone pry. Marriage and the establishment of families are well within your reach." Nightfall's words plunged the women into contemplation, culminating in divergent resolutions, for the lives they sought were disparate. After a night of respite and a morning meal, Nightfall presented Heloise with a set of his own garments. Without hesitation, Heloise exchanged her raiment in Nightfall's presence. Given what Nightfall had inadvertently witnessed in Xuanzhou's chamber and during their journey, propriety had become a mere formality. "You possess discernment," Nightfall remarked. "Organize them." "I find myself ill-equipped to do so." Observing the scantily clad women, Shang found his thoughts drifting to see Kong Chuyu, creating a sense of unease. He delegated the matter to Hai Luo, as the women were more likely to heed her instructions, considering their remarkable feat of preserving their virtue under Xuanzhou's dominion. Chapter 89. Rare Elixir. Despite their ordeal, the women, being of hardy mountain stock, recovered swiftly. In 4 days, the party reached the nearest town, where Shang secured lodging at an inn. He arranged for the women to bathe in hot water and rest, before seeking out a beast-drawn carriage. Although Shang yearned to explore the Lu Mountain Venerable's grotto, he recognized that the present circumstances were not conducive to such an endeavor. Firstly, traveling with a group of women would be cumbersome, and secondly, he was yet to make adequate preparations. Upon examining Xuanzhou's storage ring, Shang discovered that the brigand, while affluent by ordinary standards, was impoverished in terms of cultivation resources. Aside from a few spirit stones of inferior quality, he possessed several vials, each containing a solitary pill. Consulting the alchemical notes left by Feng Chun, Shang identified the pills as exceedingly rare youth preservation pills. This explained their survival, as Xuanzhou would undoubtedly have consumed any cultivation-enhancing elixirs. The remaining contents consisted of mundane valuables, of little use to Shang. Shang also unearthed a map detailing the location of the Lu Mountain Venerable's grotto. The map's antiquated nature led him to suspect that Xuanzhou had experienced some fortuitous encounter, as the storage ring itself was a treasure, typically beyond the reach of cultivators below the Fourth Order. Nightshade was indeed correct. This was obtained by Xuanzhou during a raid on a village inhabited by the descendants of the revered Master Lushan. The master had left behind a message, stating that if any of his progeny possessed extraordinary talent, they should take the ancient map and seek out his hidden dwelling. Although there were no remarkable figures among the descendants of Master Lushan, there were several practitioners. However, the village fell victim to Xuanzhou's treachery. He poisoned the inhabitants before committing a massacre. In a desperate attempt to preserve his lineage, the village chief presented a storage ring and the ancient map, yet ultimately, he too fell victim to the madness of Xuanzhou. Nightshade, however, was unaware of these events. During a moment of respite, Nightshade contemplated whether he should seek guardians in town to escort the group of women to Danding City while he departed first. Ultimately, he dismissed the notion, as he remained concerned about potential dangers along the way. Having already rescued them, a few additional days were inconsequential. Handling matters with care would ensure there were no regrets. After a night of cultivation, Nightshade freshened up and stepped out of his room. Upon seeing the women, who had tidied themselves, his spirits lifted. They were all rare beauties. This realization made him understand why they had survived. The bandits' discerning eyes were not without merit. Nightshade procured 2 beast-drawn carts and set off with the women, while Tianyu soared above, surveying the surroundings. The carts were driven by 2 men who typically transported goods, but were now accommodating passengers, a rare occurrence that prompted them to regard Nightshade with newfound respect. Hailuo and 4 other women shared a cart with Nightshade, where Hailuo prepared tea for him using the charcoal fire within. "You all seem to have recovered quite well, haven't you? Do not address me as Lord. Simply call me Shang." "What is your name?" Shang inquired, accepting the tea from Hailuo. "My name is Luo Wei," the woman responded softly. "Indeed, a fine name. Do not be disheartened. What is past. Regardless of what transpired today, the sun will invariably rise again tomorrow," Shang remarked, discerning the woman's melancholic disposition. "What you say is true, Lord," Luo Wei replied. maintaining her form of address and nodding to Yishang, though a glimmer of light returned to her eyes. After a brief exchange, Yishang closed his eyes and commenced meditation. Having entered the Jiyuan realm, Yishang's primary focus was the accumulation of true energy. Similarly, upon advancing in the Lianxue realm, one experiences a period of rapid cultivation advancement. The women in the carriage scrutinized Yishang. At this moment, he was serene, akin to a scion of a noble family. Yet, they still harbored the image of Yishang's ruthless slaughter, a stark contrast to his current demeanor. As Yishang journeyed onward, within the Dragon Spring Mountain courtyard, Qingji grew anxious. Yishang had been gone for many days without a word, unsettling her. Sister Qingji, rest assured, Yishang is unlike others of his age. He possesses a composed mind and ample combat experience. He will be fine, Sikong Chiyu, who had undertaken several missions with Yishang, reassured her. I am aware of that, yet I cannot shake this unease, Qingji sighed. Then I shall inquire at Tianjike regarding the mission Yishang accepted and its direction, Sikong Chiyu offered. Do not go out just yet. It would render these days of hiding pointless. Let us wait a little longer, and if there is still no news, I shall investigate, Qingji remarked, shaking her head. Nevertheless, she felt a surge of motivation. Sikong Chuyu's actions demonstrated that he truly regarded Yishang as a friend. As Yishang settled the payment for the beast cart, both Qingji and Sikong Chiyu arrived at the entrance of the villa. Sister Qingji, let us step inside and discuss, Sikong Chiyu suggested with a smile. Qingji released her grip and instructed Xiao Lu. Please arrange for them and prepare some food. They led Yishang into the grand hall of the villa, where Yishang recounted the details of the recent mission, the situation of the women involved, and his plans moving forward. Indeed, heading to Zhuyuan town is a commendable arrangement. However, if one is reluctant to go, they may remain here in the villa. Such a spacious estate requires management. Relying solely on Xiao Lu and her companions leaves them utterly exhausted. Qingji concurred with Yishang's decision. Sister Lu, I have gifts for you, Yishang announced, presenting 2 bottles of rejuvenation pills to Qingji and Sikong Chiyu. Qingji opened the vial and examined its contents. Unable to discern the nature of the pills, it was Sikong Chiyu who recognized them as rare rejuvenation pills. Are these the kind that preserves one's appearance indefinitely, even until death? Qingji inquired with surprise. It may not be entirely unchanging. That could be an exaggeration, but any change would be minimal. Sikong Chiyu replied with a smile. 13. Where did you acquire such treasures? Qingji gazed at Yishang with excitement, unable to comprehend how he had managed to procure such a precious elixir. It was an unexpected boon. She intended to give this beautifying pill to her 9th sister. Yishang then produced a jade screen and remarked, Your 9th sister need not worry. Once she ascends to the 5th tier of the illusory realm, her appearance will remain unchanged. Sikong Chiyu imparted knowledge about cultivation to Yishang. So that's how it is. Then I shall not give it to her. 6th sister, this is also a gift for you. Yishang retrieved Huangjun's storage ring and handed it to Qingji. Although this storage ring was not as spacious as Yishang's original, he noticed that Qingji was still using a storage belt, prompting him to offer her this gift. What is this? Qingji inquired as she held the storage ring. Some spiritual treasures require a master to be recognized, and the storage ring is considered the most basic form. No need for that. You may keep it for yourself. The storage belt belonging to my sister is also of exceptional quality, Qingji interjected, attempting to deter Yishang. However, Yishang acted swiftly, nullifying the recognition of the ring as she spoke. You, my friend, are quite affluent, Qingji remarked upon seeing Yishang possess another storage ring, and she accepted it without hesitation. Sikong, since you have a storage ring, do refrain from looking at me with such envy, Yishang said, noticing Sikong Chuyu's gaze upon him. Then I have none. Will you gift me one? Sikong Chiyu asked with a smile. Of course I would. Yishang nodded without hesitation. The 6th sister has truly struck a fortunate deal. Qingji donned the storage ring on her finger. Sister Qingji, your junior is indeed quite generous to you, Sikong Chiyu remarked, glancing at Yishang. Yishang chuckled and rose to prepare tea. Qingji inquired about the origin of Yishang's storage ring. Yishang, without reservation, recounted the tale of his recent acquisition. I never expected you to be so fortunate. When do you intend to visit the cave of the revered Master Lu Mountain? Qingji asked. We shall discuss it later. I plan to learn a technique for body movement. A lack of agility and slow speed in battle is a significant disadvantage. Yishang replied. I possess a manual on body movement techniques. Take it and give it a try, Sikong Chiyu suggested. contemplating as she produced a tome and extended it towards Shang. Shang, however, did not accept the book. He regarded Sikong Chuyu and shook his head. That is not appropriate. In both sects and families, the cultivation techniques are confidential inheritances, and Shang wished to spare Sikong Chuyu from future dilemmas. This is personal. It was a gift from my grandfather. Please take it. Sikong Chuyu insisted, grasping Shang's hand and placing the tome into his grasp. Sikong, we are friends. And under normal circumstances, I would not decline. However, this tome truly is not suitable. Qingji interjected, also wishing to prevent Sikong from facing inquiries in the future. Let me add a few words. My grandfather is a formidable practitioner who established his own faction, and he does not concern himself with the transmission of these techniques. Take it and cultivate. Sikong Chuyu smiled at Shang. Upon hearing Sikong Chuyu's words, Shang accepted the tome. Qingji assured Shang that she would handle matters concerning the women, allowing him to focus on his cultivation, which was of utmost importance. Shang then shared his experiences within the realm of Su Mu. It appears that Su Mu's path is akin to yours, emphasizing practical application. However, his cultivation surpasses yours considerably, which places you at a disadvantage, Sima Chuyu analyzed. Shang nodded, acknowledging the accuracy of Sima Chuyu's assessment. He resolved to suspend mission endeavors and focus on augmenting his true energy cultivation, as well as advancing the myriad Dao Codex to the tendon-strengthening realm. Su Chonglin, the chief steward of the Taixien Peak's outer disciples, also oversaw all of the peak's commercial affairs. As the second protector of Taixien Peak, he was stationed in Danding City. Qingji also provided the women with gold notes, some of which were for Gu Laodai, and the rest were for the women's settling expenses in Zhiyuan town. On his side, Shang opened the movement technique manual given to him by Sima Chuyu. This movement technique manual is called Dragon Soaring the Nine Heavens, which is divided into 3 major levels: Dragon Leap, Dragon Ascension, and Dragon Flight. Shang opened the Dragon Leap chapter and began studying it. After taking a look, Shang smiled. The biggest difficulty for cultivators to practice the Dragon Soaring Nine Heavens movement technique is that they need to open up some specific meridians on their legs. But now Shang's leg meridians are all open. Holding the manual, Shang moved around the room, practicing the Dragon Leap movement technique. In Shang's cultivation room, there is a cloud bed, a desk, and a chair. Shang moved faster and faster, but his body did not touch the desk or chair. When performing the Chasing Wind Spear technique, Shang also stepped on the Dragon Leap step, his body sometimes advancing, sometimes retreating, erratic and uncertain. At first, it was a bit awkward, but slowly the body became more and more flexible. Observing from the sidelines, Sikong Chuyu murmured, "Sister Qingji, this Shang is really excessive. It took me more than 10 days to open up the meridians to cultivate this Dragon Ascension body technique. And this guy took it for one night, and is now practicing it with remarkable proficiency." Indeed, little 13, Qingji chuckled, "I'm not entirely sure about his affairs either. But it's true that he's gone too far. He cultivated a second-order combat skill while still in the first order. He's the second among our senior brothers and sisters to cultivate the sky-shielding hand. Our 9th junior sister only cultivated the sky-shielding hand after having a certain foundation of cultivation. Certainly, if there's an invitation, I can go. I'll invite you then," Qingji said with a smile. "Then I will certainly go, Sister Qingji. Don't forget," Sikong Chuyu nodded. "All right." Qingji nodded as Shang, practicing his spear play, became increasingly adept with his footwork. Watching Shang's cultivation, Qingji, feeling inspired, took her longsword and, with a flash of her body, landed opposite Shang, attacking him with her sword. Coming under attack, Shang began to counterattack with his spear. After Shang's counterattack, Qingji began to defend. She didn't suppress her cultivation, wielding her longsword to repel Shang time and time again. Shang's hands alternately tightened and loosened, controlling the rebounding force. Shang's strength was formidable, but Qingji's true energy was even stronger, completely offsetting Shang's power and transmitting it through their weapons to Shang's hands and arms. This forced Shang, whose fingers had an extremely strong grip, to alternately tighten and relax to control the transmitted force. Repelled by the force, Shang pressed forward, employing the Dragon Leap step and Gale Force spear technique in a relentless assault on Qingji. He was unworried about harming her. Given the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, Shang continued his offensive, while Qingji remained stationary, solely focused on defense. Her primary intention was to allow Shang to unleash the full extent of his offensive capabilities. "Halt. This is exhausting," My arms are going numb. Qing Ji exclaimed after a quarter of an hour of combat. Upon hearing Qing Ji's call, Yishang ceased his attack. You can endure this? Your arms aren't numb or aching? Qing Ji inquired with a hint of curiosity, observing Yishang's unaffected demeanor. Each time I attack, I experience a momentary ache from the rebound of your true energy, senior sister, but it quickly subsides, Yishang explained. Qing Ji, he's truly monstrous, isn't he? Sikong Chiyu remarked with a smile. I won't contend with him any longer. In a few days, I'll summon Lao Jiu. His strength is formidable. I'll have Lao Jiu train him, Qing Ji said, shaking her arms. Sixth sister, what matter requires my presence? A voice echoed as Yang Lei arrived, clad in a green robe veiled with white gauze. Ninth sister, you've arrived. I've just sparred with 13 for a while, and my arms are failing me, Qing Ji said, massaging her arms. So intense? Then let me try. 13, are you still capable? Yang Lei asked Yushang. Certainly, Yushang affirmed with a nod. Very well, let's proceed. It's been many years since I last wielded a weapon, Yang Lei said, retrieving a black longsword, 3 inches wide and 4 feet long, from her storage ring. Yishang's feet quaked as he took 3 consecutive steps, thrusting his spear toward Yang Lei's right arm. Indeed, not simple at all. Continue, Yang Lei exclaimed, brandishing the longsword in her right hand. Nightshade moved 2 steps forward and struck again with his gun. After Yang Lei replaced Qing Ji, Nightshade channeled all of his shock energy into the gun's body. He understood that among Lu Yangyu's disciples, only Yang Lei, who alone practiced the Zhetian hand, possessed the highest physical strength and power. Like Qing Ji, Yang Lei adopted a defensive stance, allowing Nightshade to launch a relentless barrage of attacks. With each successive strike, as she was pushed back repeatedly, Nightshade noticed that the shockwaves affected his arms, causing the energy within his flesh to circulate more swiftly and penetrate deeper. The battle raged for over half an hour before Nightshade finally paused, having completely exhausted his vital energy and physical reserves. Now is the perfect moment for cultivation. I should begin my training, Yang Lei remarked as she sheathed her long sword. This 13 force is incredibly formidable, and the shock energy in your gunplay is quite challenging. Watching Nightshade's silhouette fade away, Yang Lei massaged her fingers. Ah, it's good that you've come. I cannot afford to be your sparring partner, Qing Ji interjected. That's no issue. I train wherever I am. This time, I brought Ziming, Chu Ning, Zhui Zhuang, and Tang Tian along. Ziming is training with me, while Chu Ning, Zhui Zhuang, and Tang Tian have entered the Gathering Yuan stage and are off to Tian GK on a mission. They are currently shopping and will join us shortly. Yang Lei explained. Ziming refers to Jiang Ziming, who is Yang Lei's disciple. They all progress rapidly in their training, though they pale in comparison to 13. Qing Ji commented. Yang Lei nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while Chu Ning, Tang Tian, and Zhui Zhuang excelled, they still fell short when compared to Nightshade. In the days that followed, as Yushang's true energy and the vitality within his body reached saturation, he engaged in practice with Yang Lei. Once their true energy and physical energy were depleted, he turned to meditation. This left Chu Ning, Tang Tian, Chu Zhuang, and Jiang Ziming, who had arrived at the Longquan courtyard, utterly astonished. They had not anticipated Yishang's remarkable strength. During one of Yishang's training sessions, Chu Zhuang sparred with Yang Lei, who, employing identical force, effortlessly sent Chu Zhuang's longsword flying with a single strike. There was no doubt that I had exerted the same force moments ago. Without any restraint on my cultivation level, Yang Lei remarked, casting a glance at Chu Zhuang and the others. 13. Uncle 13 is extraordinarily formidable, Chu Ning exclaimed, only to be met with a disapproving glare from Yang Lei, prompting him to hastily revise his statement. Those wishing to undertake missions should proceed. If you lack confidence, remain here to cultivate. By the way, junior sister Jiu, how is the situation with Shenrong? Qing Ji inquired of Yang Lei. He is doing well under senior brother's guidance. Senior brother is even more stringent than you, senior sister, and he needs to face some hardships. However, he has now gone to third senior brother. As senior brother is currently in seclusion, Yang Lei responded with a smile. Shenrong, being Qing Ji's disciple, had been entrusted to Gong Xian upon Qing Ji's arrival at the Longquan courtyard. With Gong Xian now in seclusion, Shenrong was handed over to Huanan. The days spent training alongside Yang Lei and subsequently engaging in arduous cultivation allowed Yishang's prowess to ascend rapidly. Whenever his true energy and bodily vitality waned, he replenished them with spirit-gathering pills and blood essence pills before resuming practice. This constituted a cycle of expenditure and accumulation, fostering swift advancement without any superficiality. We went to undertake a mission but were scolded by someone. We refused to back down and ended up being struck, Chu Ning recounted, rubbing his bruised eye. Who was the person? Yang Lei inquired coldly. He claimed to be Su Mu, came the reply. Chu Ning began to speak, still rubbing his eyes, which were bruised. 13's opponent? Qing Ji paused, then recalled who Su Mu was. That scoundrel is taking advantage of his superior cultivation to resort to such tactics, Yang Lei said, narrowing her eyes, her gaze filled with murderous intent. Yang Lei was aware of Su Mu's situation, and this development was clearly aimed at Taishan Peak. Ninth Martial Ant. The three of us are no match at all. We were completely overwhelmed, Tang Tian said, wearing a bitter expression. Knowing you are outmatched, you should strive to cultivate diligently and turn shame into courage, Yang Lei said, visibly angered but also aware that it was not the fault of the three disciples. Su Mu had been cultivating for a significantly longer period and possessed exceptional talent. After reprimanding the three, Yang Lei started to head outside. Ninth junior sister. What are you intending to do? Qing Ji inquired, stopping Yang Lei. Daring to harm the people of Taishan Peak, I will now sever his claws. Yang Lei responded coldly. Such an action would be undignified and would lower us. We shall await 13 to deal with him, Qing Ji advised. Yang Lei flung her sleeves and sat down. She was incensed. It had been many years since anyone dared to provoke Taishan Peak. Those who had provoked Guan Yi were simply ignorant of the situation and lacked discernment, and now someone else dared to act recklessly. Ninth junior sister. If we were to act against him, Taishan Peak would undoubtedly proclaim that we fear losing face in the sect competition, thus falling into their trap. Furthermore, our master would also suffer humiliation. Qing Ji explained the crux of the matter. Tycoon, the foremost disciple of Taishan Peak, finds himself outmatched by both Gong Xian and Yang Lei, ranking 7th on the heavenly rankings. Previously, Yang Lei could easily suppress him, and now, having ascended to the 5th tier, her dominance is even more pronounced. With her recent breakthrough, she has automatically withdrawn from the heavenly rankings. Even if she were to defeat Tycoon, it would not affect his standing. While I do not oppose this, there is no need to rush. It is prudent to first cultivate 13 properly, as Qing Ji expressed her thoughts. After pondering for a moment, Yang Lei nodded, understanding that to strike a legitimate blow to Taishan Peak, it would be essential for the newcomers of Taishan Peak to vanquish Su Mu in the upcoming competition. During a subsequent sparring session with Yang Lei, Shang sensed something was amiss. Unlike her usual playful demeanor, Yang Lei was now silent, occasionally countering and exploiting Shang's weaknesses, albeit in a restrained manner. After their battle, Shang went to take a shower, and upon finishing, he found himself alone, with no sign of Yang Lei, but he did encounter Si Kong Chuyu. Si Kong, I've noticed something unusual about senior sister Jiu. What transpired? Shang approached Si Kong Chuyu, who was by the secluded pond, observing the fish. Si Kong Chuyu recounted the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing this, Shang grew quite furious, resolved to seek out Su Mu at Tianji, Quebec. Do not allow the actions of others to hinder your own plans. Whether you can locate him remains uncertain, and your chances are not particularly favorable. Your strength is rapidly increasing. Delaying until the newcomer competition will significantly enhance your opportunities. Si Kong Chuyu urged, grasping Shang's rope. Si Kong, isn't there a prohibition against fighting in Danding City? How dare he resort to violence? Shang inquired, grappling with his confusion. They initiated hostilities at the entrance of Tianji, Quebec, before the arrival of the city garrison. Your three fellow disciples had already been vanquished, and Su Mu departed with impunity. Even if the city guards had arrived promptly, would they dare to confront the second-generation disciples of Taishan Peak? Furthermore, since Taishan Peak dared to release Su Mu, they would undoubtedly have escorts covertly accompanying him. Si Kong Chuyu recounted the situation to Shang and provided an analysis. Shang nodded to Si Kong Chuyu. Are you comfortable here? If there's anything you need, please inform me, and I'll assist you. Just promise me you won't run off. Si Kong Chuyu smiled at Shang. I'm quite comfortable. I'm just imposing on you all. Don't mention it. If you like it, that pavilion is yours. Your smile is truly captivating. Gazing at the smiling Si Kong Chuyu, Shang remarked with some emotion. Upon hearing Shang's words, Si Kong Chiyu's face flushed slightly. As no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner before, she nodded. Shang then went to cultivate. A few days prior, he had consumed the dragon bone pill and cultivated the Wan Dao Bao Dian to the peak bottleneck of the 8th level of the blood refining realm. He needed to stabilize his cultivation and, once it was secure, attempt to break through to the 9th level of the blood-refining realm. He aimed to enter the tendon-strengthening realm of the Wan Dao Bao Dian as swiftly as possible. Yaogu is intricate, and it's truly inappropriate for him to be entangled in it. He shouldn't have to bear these burdens. Yang Lei approached Sikong Chuyu's side. Indeed, he's young, and the pressure is considerable, but I believe he can withstand it. Sikong Chuyu shook her head and responded. To be frank, over the years, our Taishan peak has followed a different path from the other peaks. The other peaks are not aligned with us, and Shusan and the others have many adversaries. Yang Lei said with some concern. In the realm of the Medicine Valley, each disciple possesses resources, and every peak has its own share as well. Due to the matters concerning Guan Yi and his reluctance to squander resources on mediocrity, Lu Yongyu chose not to accept new disciples. Nevertheless, the total resources of the Taishan peak remain abundant, which has caused a sense of imbalance among other peaks, leading to a tendency to conspire against Taishan peak. However, due to its formidable strength, they dare not act recklessly. This year, the acceptance of third-generation disciples by Taishan peak has unsettled the other peaks. Such dynamics are commonplace. Every faction and sect operates differently. In certain cultivation families, competition among brothers is even more ruthless, devoid of any semblance of camaraderie. Sikong Chuyu inhaled deeply, remarking that some of the events around her are indeed products of familial strife. Yang Lei refrained from elaborating further, concerned that if the situation persisted, the Medicine Valley might struggle to withstand the oppression from the Jinyan sect. Lu Yongyu had privately mentioned to her that some individuals within the Medicine Valley had even been bribed by the Jinyan sect. After 2 more days of cultivation, Yi Shang entered seclusion, aiming to elevate the Wandao Sutra to the 9th level of the blood refinement realm. The emergence of Sumu instilled a sense of pressure within Yu Shang, while it did not pertain to his personal matters. It was related to the honor of Taishan Peak, and retreat was not an option. Upon learning of Yushan's seclusion, Qingji and Sikong Chuyu were both somewhat surprised. As Yushang was still a distance from reaching the pinnacle of the Gathering Yuan first level, making seclusion unnecessary. Engaging in daily sparring with Yang Lei would have been the most efficient path for his cultivation. Logically, Yishang should not have made such a choice. However, Yang Lei seemed to sense something, and she did not comment on Yishang's decision to enter seclusion. Seated in the tranquil chamber, Yishang first stabilized his cultivation and then consumed a blood essence pill, commencing his breakthrough. This time, Yishang aimed to open the meridians within his neck. By harnessing the energy coursing through his blood, he began to impact the intricate network of channels within his neck, striving to clear them one by one. He felt a sense of urgency. The Nine peak was already at his doorstep, yet his strength was insufficient. In Chapter 93, Blood Training Level 9. The neck is a critical juncture for both humans and beasts, densely packed with subtle meridians. To delve deeper into the myriad paths of the ancient tome, Yushang needed to unseal all the meridians throughout his body, allowing the energy within his blood to circulate freely. At present, all the meridians below his neck had been successfully cleared, leaving only those in his neck and head. If he were to open the meridians of his neck entirely, he would ascend to Blood Training Level 9. If he also managed to clear those in his head and body, he would reach the realm of strengthened meridians. As the energy surged and collided within his flesh, the muscles in Yishang's neck writhed akin to worms, and his face flushed with exertion. The pain, coupled with a tingling numbness and a sensation of suffocation, rendered him quite uncomfortable. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort as he accelerated the energy impact. The challenge of achieving Blood Training Level 9 lay in the necessity for speed. Any delay could induce suffocation or even fainting, leading to a potential failure in his breakthrough. The greater the intensity of the impact, the more pronounced the pain and tingling sensations became. Yishang yearned for a modicum of pain in exchange for less discomfort and suffocation, yet reality offered him no such reprieve. Waves of these negative sensations assailed him, pushing him to the brink of endurance. This predicament ignited a fire within him, his hands clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, which helped him maintain consciousness and control over the ceaseless energy impact within his flesh. As the suffocating sensation threatened to overwhelm Yishang, the majority of the meridians around his throat became unblocked, alleviating the choking feeling somewhat. At that moment, the most pressing threat to Yishang was the asphyxiation he had been experiencing. With its diminishment, his sense of urgency significantly lessened, primarily due to a clearer mind. With clarity restored, Yishang focused on channeling his energy to further open the meridians in his neck. Freed from the burdens of suffocation, he overcame the most formidable obstacle. His pace in unblocking the meridians quickened, and within less than an hour, he successfully cleared all the pathways in his neck. Once the meridians were unblocked, the flow of energy within his body became remarkably smoother. He consolidated his cultivation, practicing until dawn. Upon concluding his training, Shang rose and gently moved his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Standing upright, he unleashed a powerful punch forward, generating a swirling vortex of air in front of his fist. Following this, he delivered several more punches, realizing that while his strength had not increased significantly after this advancement, the energy within his body now flowed with greater ease. After taking a refreshing bath, Shang made his way to the main hall of the secondary courtyard. "Sir, do you require my assistance in tidying your room?" inquired Hailuo, who was busy cleaning in the hall. "That would be acceptable," Shang replied after a moment's thought, leading Hailuo to his room for the cleaning. He understood that Hailuo would soon become a member of the Longquan courtyard, so there was no need for excessive formality. Too much politeness would only make Hailuo uncomfortable. "Junior sister Jiao, Sikong, are you not going to cultivate?" Shang greeted them with a smile. "We are different from you. Sometimes one's state of mind is of paramount importance. Walking and sipping tea are forms of cultivation," Yang Lei remarked with a smile. "Shang, I sense a distinct vitality emanating from you," Sikong assessed as he scrutinized Shang. "Indeed, I have made some progress in another direction." Shang nodded in acknowledgement. "Here are the robes I purchased for you yesterday along with the boots. You needn't worry about finances. Treat yourself better," Yang Lei said as she presented several garments to Shang. "I have grown accustomed to wearing the robes made by Aunt Lin since childhood," Shang replied, glancing at the coarse fabric of his attire. "Shall we continue our practice?" Yang Lei inquired, gazing at Shang. "Not yet. I must first solidify my cultivation." Shang shook his head. "You must hasten to elevate your cultivation. Combat skills are merely one aspect. The essence lies primarily in your cultivation." Yang Lei nodded in agreement. As Shang resumed his training, Yang Lei made her way to the eastern loft of the other courtyard, where Chu Ning, Tang Tian, Chu Shuang, and Jiang Ziming were gathered. "Get up, all of you. Is this a pigsty?" Yang Lei fumed upon entering the hall of the loft, appalled by the disarray. With shorts and socks strewn about. At the sound of Yang Lei's outburst, Chu Ning and Tang Tian appeared in disheveled attire, hastily tidying up. After delivering her scolding, Yang Lei stormed out in a huff. In the main hall of the other courtyard, Qingji encountered Yang Lei. "What troubles you, junior sister Jiao? You seem quite incensed." "Those rascals, you should have seen it. Their quarters have become a pigsty, each of them sleeping bare-chested and snoring loudly." Yang Lei seated herself as she recounted the scene. "They are still quite young. Gradual guidance will suffice." Upon hearing the reason for Yang Lei's anger, Qingji smiled and remarked, "Just a few days ago, they were bruised and battered, yet they still lack the motivation to strive." Yang Lei, somewhat agitated, responded, "If they do not exert themselves, the burden will inevitably fall upon Shursan's shoulders, who is even younger than they are." Qingji chose not to speak further, for she too felt a deep resonance with this matter. If Chuning and Tang Tian did not put forth their efforts, the pressure on Shang would become exceedingly burdensome. After a morning of training, Shang emerged in the afternoon. "Where is senior sister Jiao?" Upon entering the hall and not seeing Yang Lei, Shang inquired of Sikong Chuyu. "She is at the training ground, feeling a bit displeased," replied Sikong Chuyu. The two of them made their way to the training ground. Inside, they found Yang Lei wielding a rot-tin stick as she instructed Tang Tian and the others in their combat techniques. Shang chuckled at the sight. With Gong Xian and now Yang Lei both employing rot-tin sticks, one might wonder if all the disciples of Xianfeng share the custom of using such implements for discipline. "Uncle Shursan, help." Chuning called out to Shang with a distressed expression. "I told you to call out." Yang Lei's arm swung, and several rot-tan strikes landed on Chu Ning's backside, her face a mask of fury. Chu Ning dared not utter a word and quickly hopped aside, casting a longing glance at Shang. "Shursan, you will engage in combat with these four. Allow them to perceive the substantial differences that exist even among those of the same rank." Yang Lei instructed Shang. "Do not hold back. If you allow them to harbor misconceptions, they may very well lose their lives in the future due to insufficient understanding." It seemed that Yang Lei was aware of Shang's thoughts and offered a timely reminder. Chapter 94. Your opponent, observing Shang's hesitation, Qingji, who had followed closely, spoke up, urging him not to fear the possibility of hurting their opponents, if they could not learn from their shame and strive for improvement. then they were destined to remain stagnant. Shang nodded in agreement. Are you all prepared? Let us proceed. With Shang's command, Tang Tian brandished a battle knife and charged towards him. Clang! A sharp sound resonated as Tang Tian's weapon was effortlessly deflected by Shang's spear. The force behind Shang's strike was immense, enhanced by over 30 waves of shock energy, rendering Tang Tian incapable of maintaining his grip on the knife. As the weapon was sent flying, Tang Tian himself stumbled backward, shaken by the impact. Ignoring Tang Tian, Shang flicked his right wrist and lunged towards Chu Zhuang. Chu Ning and the others were left in stunned silence. They had once surpassed Shang by a considerable margin, yet in just a few months. He had ascended to an entirely different realm, leaving them unqualified for combat against him. Uncle Shursan, your second-generation disciple is not comparable to us third-generation disciples, Chu Ning remarked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. What are you all pondering? Do you believe that being a second-generation disciple grants Shursan greater advantages? Cast aside such thoughts. Since his initiation, he has received the same resources as you. Everything else is the result of his own diligence. Qin Ji, observing the negativity in Chu Ning and the others, felt a surge of frustration. She understood that they were merely seeking excuses for their shortcomings. Sixth sister, ninth sister. They simply need time to adjust. I have known Chu Tian and Tang Ning for quite some time now, and I have little more to say except this. An ancient sage once told me in Zhu Yuan village, if you truly desire something, you can achieve it. Knight Tang began to speak, expressing his gratitude for the teachings of Uncle 13. Chu Ning and Tang Tian, along with a few others, cupped their hands in respect towards Knight Tang, as the events of the day had left a profound impact on them. Tang Ning and the others bowed slightly before taking their leave. Will they be disheartened? Knight Tang inquired, observing Chu Ning and the others depart. Not at all. They possess resilience. They have merely encountered a setback, Yang Lei replied, shaking her head. After conversing for a while, Knight Tang and Yang Lei engaged in a sparring session. They fought with all their might for about an hour, and with a smile towards Yang Lei, Knight Tang headed off to take a bath. To endure such intense combat for an extended period is no small feat, even at the pinnacle of energy gathering. It would be a challenge. Yet, 13 managed to persevere, Qin Ji remarked with a sense of admiration. The strength of his physique is truly formidable. With power surging like relentless tides, 13 has made significant progress in his physical cultivation, Yang Lei added. 13's dedication to his training is exceptional. Children from ordinary families at this age are still indulging in their parents' affection, Qin Ji expressed with a twinge of sympathy for Knight Shang's hard work. Only through relentless effort can he hope to defeat Su Mu in the sect competition. The thought of that scoundrel filled her with indignation as she went to take a bath. After practicing with Knight Tang for a while, Yang Lei was also drenched in sweat. Upon returning to his room, Knight Tang resumed his cultivation, resembling a sponge capable of absorbing energy and enhancing his strength. Once his training concluded, Knight Tang entered the main hall and spotted Lu Yangyu. Master, it is a pleasure to see you, Knight Tang said promptly, bowing in greeting upon seeing Lu Yangyu. I understand, Master. Knight Tang acknowledged with a slight bow. You have the opportunity to clash with him. The Council of Elders has decided to alter the rules of the sect competition. Starting this year, all disciples who have been initiated for 3 years or less will be considered newcomers and can participate in the newcomer showdown. This means that you and Chu Ning will have the chance to engage in 3 rounds of competition. Whether one emerges as a dragon or a mere insect cannot be determined in just this instance, Lu Yangyu spoke. Master, if one ascends to the 13th level of cultivation swiftly, wouldn't it be possible to participate in the elite disciple competition within a year or 2? Why then remain constrained to the newcomer showdown? Yang Lei inquired, perplexed. That will not be the case. It depends on the individual disciple's choice, Lu Yangyu replied. Master, you may not be aware, but the disciples from Ninein Peak are exceedingly arrogant. Their Su Mu has injured Chu Ning, Tang Tian, and Chu Zhuang. Yang Lei recounted the events of a few days prior. I have come to address this very matter. It is not merely Chu Ning and the others. The disciples of Ninein Peak and Tianyu Peak have allied to obstruct our fellow disciples from Taishan Peak during their training. Several disciples under your martial uncle have sustained injuries. This time, both your 7th and 8th senior brothers have arrived. Whatever confrontation they seek, we shall face it. Lu Yangyu stated while sipping his tea. Then I shall go as well. I will teach that Su Mu a lesson, Yang Lei declared, a spark of excitement igniting within her. Master, I must join, she insisted, unable to contain her eagerness to seize an opportunity for retribution, as she had been harboring frustration for the past few days. Do you understand why I do not permit you, my ninth disciple, to engage with Sumu? One reason is the loss of status, and the other is that he is your rival, Lu Yongyu said, casting a glance at Shang. Chapter 95, The Elder's Decision. The disciples comprehend. Shang bowed respectfully to Lu Yongyu once more. Indeed, it is sufficient to know. The matters concerning Taishan Peak will be managed by my esteemed master and your numerous senior brothers and sisters, so there is no need for you to worry. Lu Yongyu remarked to Shang. The disciple understands. Shang nodded in acknowledgement. Are there any issues regarding your cultivation? Lu Yongyu shifted the conversation. There are no problems. Senior sister Lu and senior sister Yang are present, and they have been guiding me through any queries I had, Shang replied. Currently, he faced no challenges. The cultivation of the 10,000 Dao Canon required no additional instruction, and the practice of the Holy Cauldron scripture was progressing smoothly as well. Very well. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek their counsel. Lu Yongyu expressed his confidence in his disciple. He believed that both Qing Ji and Yang Lei would provide Shang with ample guidance. After conversing with Shang for a while and leaving behind some gathering essence pills, Lu Yongyu departed to attend to other matters. Once Lu Yongyu left, Shang resumed his cultivation. With Yang Lei absent, he refrained from troubling Qing Ji, recognizing that she was not as powerful as Yang Lei, and sparring with him would be arduous for her. Has senior brother 7 and senior brother 8 arrived? Is senior sister 9 doing well? Shang greeted a few individuals. As his senior brothers and sisters gathered, Shang shared a drink with them. During their conversation, he gleaned insights into Lu Yongyu's changed demeanor. From Shi Tianlin, Shang learned that the esteemed elder from the offering tower had sought Lu Yongyu for a discussion, urging him to vie for the position of the next valley master against Su Chenhua. He also became aware that the turmoil within the Medicine Valley was about to commence. Taishan Peak would retaliate, and the leaders of Jiuyin Peak, Tianyu Peak, and several other peaks would also take action. However, Taishan Peak had allies, namely Yunhai Peak. Senior sister, after your team dealt with the disciples of Jiuyin Peak, was there no one left to oversee them? Shang inquired. Are you referring to the city guards of Danding City? At this moment, Ao Yushan could only feign indifference. He was unwilling to involve himself in the conflicts among the various peaks of the Medicine Valley. Besides, by the time the city guards arrived, the battle would have been resolved. Yang Lei took a sip of wine and remarked, then it would have been in vain. Can they simply let it go? Shang asked with a hint of concern. If they cannot resort to physical confrontation, then they will resort to verbal disputes, be it insults or complaints. Let them do as they please. 13. Come and drink. Zhou Zheng poured a large bowl of wine for Shang and filled one for himself as well. As Zhou Zheng had pointed out, upon learning that several of his disciples had suffered grievous injuries, Su Chenhua was infuriated. His disciples could not match their opponents, and he found himself powerless. As the peak master, he could not take action against the disciples of other peaks. Even if Yang Lei were to break through, the Ninein Peak would still struggle against the onslaught of the Taishan Peak disciples. After all, the top position on the heavenly rankings had been held by Gong Xian for many years, and Yang Lei consistently ranked within the top 5, while Su Chenhua's eldest disciple, Tai Kun, was merely in 7th place. Master, how shall we address this matter? Su Chenhua's third disciple, Jiang Shang, inquired. Those rascally disciples of Lu Yongyu are all lunatics. Do not allow our disciples to confront them directly. I shall seek out the Grand Elder. Su Chenhua decided to pursue a different course of action. Initially, his plan was to intercept the other second-generation disciples of Taishan Peak during their missions to Tianji-Ke, aiming to undermine Taishan Peak's morale. Since Lu Yongyu's disciples had not been actively participating in these tasks. However, to his surprise, Lu Yongyu's disciples emerged, launching a powerful counterattack. In light of the impasse, he was left with no choice but to alter his strategy and seek support from the sect to suppress Taishan Peak. Behind the Danding Peak, in a humble abode, Su Chenbai encountered the Grand Elder. Master, you must address the disciples of Taishan Peak. Lu Yongyu has permitted them to assault the disciples of other peaks, and many from Jiuyin Peak have been grievously injured, Su Chenbai said, bowing respectfully. What is the reason for this? Did not your disciples of Jiuyin Peak provoke them first? To hold others accountable, one must first examine oneself. The Grand Elder replied without opening his eyes, directly countering Su Chenbai's words. Master, it is Taishan Peak that has gone too far. For many years, they have acted tyrannically, treating other peaks as if they were not their brethren. Su Chenbai responded after a moment of contemplation. As Su Chenbai exited the humble abode, he frowned, feeling perplexed. In the past, When such incidents occurred, the Grand Elder, even if reluctant to intervene directly, would always send someone to inquire. His earlier words had clearly been an admonishment directed at Su Chenbai. Unknown to him, within the Medicine Valley's offering tower, the esteemed elders had already reached a consensus. With most supporting Lu Yongyu as the next Valley Master, the Grand Elder had been present during that decision. In the pine forest stood a tower, the secluded retreat of the second Elder, Qianwu, known as Songtalin. Master, your disciple Chenbai requests an audience. Upon arriving at the tower, Su Chenbai bowed again. Come in. The tower's door opened of its own accord. Master, there have been some issues at Jiuyin Peak, Su Chenbai said as he entered the tower, bowing once more. There are matters you are unaware of. Even if you do not come, I would seek you out. Many among the esteemed elders support Lu Yangyu's rise. You must exert yourself, Qianwu said, opening his eyes. Master, how can this be? Su Chenbai exclaimed, feeling a surge of urgency upon hearing Qianwu's words. The disciple has lost his opportunity, disappointing his master. Su Chenbai's eyes were filled with astonishment. He never anticipated that Lu Yongyu had garnered the support of the majority of the esteemed elders in the offering tower, which led to the failure of some of his plans. It is of no consequence. You have made efforts, and besides, opportunities are not entirely absent. Communicate with Jin Kan and reach out to the peak masters with whom you have a good rapport. Possessing strength as a Valley Master is one aspect, but popularity and leadership skills are also essential qualities that a Valley Master must possess. Remember, do not overstep your boundaries. Competition is acceptable, but not at the expense of the interests of the Medicine Valley. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Now go. Qianwu waved his hand at Su Chenbai. Chapter 96. The onset of chaos. Having completed these matters, Su Chenbai approached Tianyue Peak with a grim expression, intent on meeting Jin Kan. In the loft behind the Grand Hall of Tianyue Peak, Su Chenbai encountered Jin Kan. Senior brother, what brings you to my Tianyue Peak? Inquired Jin Kan, the Peak Master of Tianyue Peak. I come from the Master. I require your assistance. Junior brother, Su Chenbai stated directly, cutting to the chase. What did the Master say? Jin Kan asked as he sipped his tea. The Master hopes you can assist me in contacting the other Peak Masters to help me ascend to the position of the next Valley Master, Su Chenbai replied. Since the Master has requested this, I will do my utmost to assist you. Yuan Tai from Forget Cloud Peak has a good relationship with me, and I can rally him. As for Dai Tongyan from Qingshi Peak, he is at odds with Lu Yongyu, and given my rapport with him, it should not pose a problem. After considering Qianwu's advice, Jin Kan shared the resources at his disposal. At present, considering both you and me, we possess 4 votes. It is best not to mention the main peak. We must rally at least 2 more peaks to have a chance of success. Su Chenbai pondered for a moment and spoke. Well, excluding Yunhaifeng and Beijifeng, we can communicate with Yi Xiling from Ziweifeng. Additionally, we can strive to win over Feng Yuan from Liyunfeng. As for Sueki of Beilyafeng, his stance remains uncertain. He is notoriously obstinate. Jin Kan expressed his thoughts. After requesting Jin Kan's assistance, Su Chenbai departed, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. He was confident in Jin Kan's support, yet he feared Jin Kan might not take it seriously, especially after bringing up Qianwu. The ensuing days descended into chaos, as disciples from Tianyue Peak, Jiuyin Peak, and Wangyun Peak frequently provoked the disciples of Taishan Peak. Subsequently, the disciples of Qingshi Peak also joined the fray, targeting Taishan Peak's disciples. Faced with relentless provocations, Taishan Peak retaliated fiercely, striking back decisively at any act of aggression. Moreover, with the disciples from Yunhaifeng and Beijifeng siding with Taishan Peak, the factions led by Jiuyin Peak quieted down. Meanwhile, Yishang diligently focused on his cultivation, indifferent to the turmoil outside. Over the course of 20 days, he elevated his prowess to the 2nd level of gathering essence. However, the pace of his training with the Wandao Classic had slowed. He had consumed dragon bone pills to advance from the 8th to the 9th level of blood refinement, necessitating stabilization of his cultivation. Upon entering the 2nd level of gathering essence, Yishang found his true energy's intensity significantly amplified, enhancing the power of his chasing wind spear technique. Now, he dedicates his mornings to practicing the chasing wind spear technique, dragon leaping steps, and Jinyue hand, while devoting his afternoons and evenings to refining his true energy and studying the Wandao Classic. He was aware of the circumstances outside, yet he discerned that it would be better to feign ignorance regarding these matters, for he lacked the capability to intervene. At present, the struggle lay between the 2nd-generation disciples of the various peaks, while the 3rd-generation disciples had largely withdrawn. Chu Ning, Tang Tian, and Chu Zhuang had also ceased their tasks, opting instead to cultivate alongside Shenrong within the serene confines of Longquan Courtyard. Chu Ning remarked that the disparity in their progress stemmed from their attitudes. Their slow advancement was attributed to a lack of proper dedication to their training, unlike Shang, who maintained a more serious approach. It was not that Shang wished to abandon them, but rather that he found himself unable to assist. Without the utilization of his powers or the application of his shock techniques, what could he possibly practice? He had no time merely to serve as a sparring partner. Though Lu Yongyu, Yang Lei, and others believed that Shang could forego this round of competition among the newcomers and instead focus on the next 2 sessions. Shang was resolute in his desire not to yield. He understood that opportunities must be seized with diligent effort. Only through hard work could one grasp the chance for success. In the Medicine Valley, merely reaching the 5th tier would automatically elevate one to the position of protector. Protectors themselves held ranks. A disciple of the heavenly tier who ascended to the 5th tier would become a heavenly protector, enjoying an exalted status. As some elders had not yet attained the 5th tier and had instead relied on their seniority to gain their positions. When a heavenly protector engaged in a skirmish with sect disciples, it was akin to a feudal exercise. As Shang was diligently cultivating, he heard Yang Lei's voice and promptly descended the stairs. The 9th senior sister wished to drink, and it was imperative he partake. 6th senior sister, do you have any wine to offer? Yang Lei inquired, casting a glance at Qing Ji, who approached alongside Si Kong Chuyu. In Taishan Peak, only Qing Ji possessed fine wines. Very well, I owe you, but only Bai Chao brew, Qing Ji replied, producing a jar of wine. 9th junior sister, take a look at this, Qing Ji said with a smile, raising her left hand for Yang Lei to see. A storage ring. 6th senior sister, you haven't undertaken any heavenly tier missions, have you? Moreover, you have not taken on the advanced task from Tianji Ke. Yang Lei exclaimed in surprise. I have not undertaken any tasks, but I am fortunate to have a remarkable junior brother. That is sufficient for me, Qing Ji replied, wrapping her arm around Shang's shoulder. Was it sent by Shang? Yang Lei inquired, directing her gaze at Shang. You are correct. Shang also gifted me something wonderful. But unfortunately, you have no need for it, Qing Ji chuckled. What do you mean I have no need? Even if I don't need it, I still want it. Shang, you are most inconsiderate. As a senior sister, how can you show favoritism? Yang Lei's beautiful eyes were fixed on Shang. 9th senior sister, do you not possess a storage ring? If you do not, I shall find a way, Shang said, somewhat embarrassed. Your attitude is commendable. Now confess. What other treasures do you have? Yang Lei said as she turned and took a seat. Chapter 97. Insulted Shang recounted the story of how he acquired the storage ring. Hand it over. Yang Lei extended her hand towards Shang. What? Shang was momentarily taken aback. The ageless pill, give it to me, Yang Lei commanded, her gaze fixed on Shang. Shang did not understand why Yang Lei, having already reached the 5th tier and maintained her beauty, would still desire the ageless pill. Nevertheless, if she wanted it, Shang would certainly oblige. He produced the vial containing the ageless pill and handed it to Yang Lei. 9th junior sister, you no longer require the ageless pill. Why do you still want it? Qing Ji asked, voicing the thoughts of everyone present. Yang Lei's explanation soon clarified her motives. She intended to safeguard it for Shang's future partner, fearing that he might, in a moment of impulsiveness, be swayed and subsequently part with the ageless pill. Upon Yang Lei's pronouncement, Sima Chiyu's countenance flushed, betraying her discomfiture. Sima, I harbor no such intent. Your camaraderie with Shang warrants this gift, Yang Lei clarified, discerning the impact of her words on Sima Chiyu's reddened visage. My marital prospects do not hinge on elixirs of eternal youth, Shang murmured sotto voce. Pray, cease your muttering and articulate your thoughts audibly, Yang Lei retorted, her ears having caught Shang's subdued pronouncements. Old Gu posits that matrimony necessitates compatibility of temperament and mutual support, with physical allure being secondary, Shang proclaimed, adopting a more upright posture. Do you profess indifference to marrying a woman of surpassing beauty, unconcerned with her agelessness? Spare me your falsehoods, Yang Lei scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Shang. There is no need for dissimulation. Verily, comeliness is desirable, and what of eternal youth? Am I to be denied the pursuit of a woman who has attained the 5th rank in cultivation? Shang exclaimed, his face suffused with crimson. His ardor fueled by Yang Lei's skepticism. Well spoken, aspiring one. Partake in this libation. Should you encounter a woman who captivates your heart, yet remains below the 5th rank, seek an elixir of eternal youth from your senior sister, Yang Lei declared, pouring a cup of wine for Yi Shang. Yi Shang, having relinquished the remaining 6 vials of the aforementioned elixir to Yang Lei, drained his cup in a single draught. 13th, do not be agitated. Your 9th senior sister harbors no ulterior motives, merely a concern for your youthfulness, thus retaining a vial for your future use, Qingji elucidated, casting a reassuring glance at Yi Shang. 6th senior sister, spare your explanations. This scoundrel vexes me beyond measure, Yang Lei lamented. Her hand raised as if to strike Yi Shang, only to be lowered in resignation. I understand and acknowledge that this is the kind intention of senior sister Jiao. Yet how shall I articulate this? It is not that it lacks utility. Rather, in my heart, its significance truly diminishes. Old Father Gu once stated that emotions intertwined with material interests lack purity. Yi Shang spoke up. Haha, your old Father Gu articulates wisdom well. I shall visit Zhu Yuan town again and share a drink with him. Yang Lei's anger dissipated, as she comprehended that Yi Shang was not merely sulking, but genuinely held such sentiments. Sikong, with your extensive experience, does my junior brother not strike you as somewhat unconventional? Qingji inquired with a smile, glancing at Sikong Chuyu. Not unconventional, but rather innocent, Sikong replied, casting a glance at Yi Shang. After indulging in libations for a while, Yi Shang retired to cultivate. Sikong Chuyu departed, intending to gather information at the home of law enforcer Dong. After a night of cultivation, as Yi Shang descended the stairs, he encountered Sikong Chuyu, who was accompanied by a young lady. The girl donned a red gauze dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, gathered at the back of her head, exuding an aura of cold aloofness and pride. Yi Shang, this is my cousin Chuyu. She has come here to find me, so I brought her along. Sikong Chuyu introduced. Yi Shang was familiar with Miss Chu. He nodded slightly in her direction. I was expecting someone of greater stature. Cousin, why do you associate with such a dandy? With a mere cultivation level of gathering Yuan's second stage, he is clearly an ineffectual wastrel. Chuyu disregarded Yi Shang, turning to converse with Sikong. Ayu, what are you saying? Do not speak carelessly. Quickly apologize. Upon hearing Chuyu's words, Sikong Chuyu's expression shifted. It is nothing, Sikong. Miss Chu has just arrived. Please attend to her. I shall go see Tianyu. Nightshade departed from the hall to seek Tianyu. Although he could not suppress his anger upon hearing Chuyu's words, he donned a smile to spare Sikong Chuyu any discomfort. What a piece of work. He possesses an astonishingly thick skin, Chuyu remarked with disdain as she observed Nightshade's retreating figure. Ayu, if you continue to speak in such a manner, I shall be quite vexed. How well do you truly know Nightshade? Even if you are unaware, his status as my friend warrants your respect, she retorted, her irritation evident. Cousin, despite your elaborate ruse along the way, you have not escaped notice. Several key figures within the Sikong family are aware of your arrival in Danding City. My aunt has instructed me to find Officer Dong. Hence my stay at his residence, came the response from the region's representative. What do you intend to do? Chuyu inquired, her gaze fixed upon Sikong Chuyu. What do you mean, Chuyu? I am beginning to doubt who truly sent you here, Sikong Chuyu declared, turning to glare at Chuyu, her displeasure apparent. It was indeed my aunt who sent me, Chuyu replied. You speak with such ease, even while fabricating lies. At that moment, a middle-aged woman clad in white descended gracefully from the sky at Longquan Bun. Aunt Yun, what brings you here? Upon seeing this woman, Sikong's face lit up with joy. The young lady instructed me to come. Otherwise, the mistress would have fallen into this girl's trap. The young lady remains oblivious to her arrival. Having learned of Officer Dong's whereabouts through other means, the woman referred to as Aunt Yun explained. Just then, Yang Lei, Qingji, and Nightshade arrived. With Yang Lei's energy surging, prepared for battle. The cultivation of this middle-aged woman is exceedingly profound, posing a threat to everyone's safety. Thus, Yang Lei and Qingji are compelled to prepare for battle. Chapter 98, The Departure of the Fair Lady Junior Sister. Aunt Yun is a close confidant of my mother and harbors no malice, explained Sikong Chuyu, hastily positioning herself between Yang Lei and the woman to avert any conflict upon sensing Yang Lei's rising battle intent. Yang Lei nodded and took a step back, retracting her combat aura. Yun Xia expressed gratitude on behalf of her lady. The middle-aged woman, identified as Yun Xia, acknowledged Yi Shang with a nod. What a pitiful creature. A sycophant at best. Young man, harboring designs on Chuyu is a grave miscalculation. Compared to Ji Yuhao, you are but a mere insect, Chuyu remarked disdainfully. Her eyes filled with contempt as she regarded Yi Shang. Cease your insolence. Sikong Chuyu turned and glared at Chuyu. Cousin, awaken. I act in your best interest. Chu Yu retorted scornfully, casting a derisive glance at Shang. Miss Chu, for the sake of your mother, I wish not to make this difficult for you. However, should you continue to meddle in matters concerning my lady, I shall have no choice but to silence you, Yinxia stated icily, her gaze fixed on Chu Yu. After a brief glance at Yinxia, Chu Yu took 2 steps back, showing signs of trepidation. My lady, we can no longer remain in Danding City. The most perilous locations often provide the greatest safety, and those individuals are likely to realize this as well. It would be prudent for us to depart. Yinxia advised Sikong Chiyu. Sikong Chiyu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Are you truly leaving, Sikong? Shang inquired softly. Indeed. If my family members were to locate me, it would spell trouble. Shang, I have noticed your jade pendant. It bears the emblem of your clan. I shall inquire further on your behalf. Sikong Chiyu nodded slightly, her spirits somewhat dampened. I am grateful for your care towards our young lady. Should anyone inquire about you here, simply speak the truth and avoid unnecessary trouble. Yunxia addressed Shang and the others. It is nothing. Sikong is our good friend, and assisting her is only right. Yang Lei and the others did not perceive Yunxia's words as belittling. Yunxia, a 5th-tier cultivator, currently appeared merely as Sikong Chiyu's attendant, indicating that matters surrounding Sikong Chiyu were of considerable significance. I shall return to Danding City when the opportunity arises. Shang, will you come to see me? Sikong Chiyu hesitated before asking. Indeed, I will. Please tell me where you reside. Shang earnestly replied, then inquired. Miss, you should first attend to your belongings. Yunxia advised the still chatting Sikong Chiyu. After a moment's hesitation, Sikong Chiyu seemed to have something to say but chose silence, nodding and proceeding to gather her things. Shang, there are certain matters it is better for you not to know. I do not intend to discourage you, but you and Chiyu inhabit entirely different worlds. Yunxia remarked once Sikong Chiyu had departed. Does friendship have any correlation with status? If so, then it cannot be deemed a genuine friendship, Shang countered. Not agreeing with Yunxia's assertion. I have inquired, and the most formidable forces in this region are the 7 great superpowers: the Holy Light Church, Thunderclap Sect, Red Cloud Sect, Carefree Sect, Nebula Gate, Golden Flame Gate, and Southern Dipper Gate. With a single word from the head of the Sikong family, any of these factions could be rendered to ashes. The Medicine Valley pales in comparison, so it is crucial for you to exercise wisdom. Yunxia's tone turned somewhat icy at this juncture. Nightshade chose not to continue speaking, not out of fear, but rather to avoid causing trouble for the Medicine Valley. He understood that, even if Yunxia's words contained an element of exaggeration, the Sikong Chiyu's family possessed formidable strength without a doubt. Is this what you call a threat? We extend our goodwill only to be met with such an attitude. It truly baffles me how individuals from esteemed families conduct themselves, Yang Lei interjected. Unable to contain her indignation, Sikong Chiyu seemed poised to say something but held back. With a swift motion of her arm, Yunxia summoned a golden-winged eagle. Miss, let us depart, she urged. Nightshade, 6th senior sister, 9th senior sister, I shall come to visit you, Sikong Chiyu declared. I, too, shall pay you a visit, Nightshade responded, taking a couple of steps forward before halting. It was Yunxia who stepped forward, blocking Nightshade's path and positioning herself between him and Sikong Chiyu. My family resides on Qingtian Mountain in the Qingtian domain, but I plan to visit my grandfather, who is located in the Yunwu Mountain of the same region. Sikong Chiyu explained before, at Yunxia's insistence, summoning a fire phoenix and climbing onto its back. I shall remember that. Take care of yourself. I will come, Nightshade affirmed. Bah. You won't even have bones left by the time you reach the Qingtian domain. Chiyu spat at Nightshade before swiftly mounting her own flying beast. As Sikong Chiyu, Yunxia, and Chiyu departed, Nightshade remained rooted in place, gazing in the direction where they had vanished. Honestly, what a bunch of insufferable people. Not a single decent individual from those prominent families. That madwoman's initial words were tolerable, but her later remarks were truly grating. If her cultivation weren't so advanced, I would have crushed her and that mouthy girl without hesitation. Yang Lei spoke with resentment. Might makes right, she said. But for someone from the firmament domain to come to the Eastern profound domain, it requires a significant expenditure. It's truly been hard on Sikong. The young lady of a prominent family ran such a great distance to escape an unwanted marriage. Qingji gently shook her head, a hint of empathy in her eyes. Shang remained silent, taking a swig from his wine jug, a palpable discomfort settling within him. 13th, do you perhaps harbor affection for Sikong? Yang Lei inquired, her tone gentle yet probing. I can discern that she holds you in some regard. Yang Lei added with a smile. After a brief interlude, Shang excused himself to cultivate. It would be disingenuous to claim that this incident had not affected him. Yunxia and Chu Yu were excessively arrogant, and the underlying reason for their disdain was a perceived lack of strength. He devoted himself to cultivation for 2 days, only emerging from his chambers thereafter. Not finding Kong in the main hall, Shang felt a sense of loss, prompting him to rise and make his way toward the pavilion where Kong Chu Yu resided. Within the confines of Kong Chu Yu's pavilion, Shang wandered aimlessly. Upon reaching the threshold of Kong Chu Yu's bedchamber, Shang hesitated momentarily before ultimately stepping inside. The instant he entered the room, Shang noticed 2 sheets of pristine paper resting on the desk, bearing traces of handwriting. Letters. It dawned on Shang that these were missives left behind by Kong Chu Yu. With hurried strides, he seized the letters in his grasp. Chapter 99. Amuletic Jade. After perusing the contents, Shang comprehended the reason behind Kong Chu Yu's protracted packing and her several instances of near speech. She had refrained from refuting Yunxia's assertions, instead choosing to convey all she wished to express in these letters. The script was elegant, albeit with a touch of haste, revealing the urgency of Kong Chu Yu's situation. The letter detailed the current predicament of the Kong family. Kong Chu Yu's grandfather serves as the current patriarch, while her father, Kong Tianding, the third son of the patriarch, is the most distinguished and a formidable contender for the next head of the family. Several of Kong Chu Yu's uncles, intent on undermining Kong Tianding, devised a plan to use Kong Chu Yu as a means to forge an alliance through marriage with the formidable Yu family. Should this union materialize, Kong Tianding's position as heir apparent would become unassailable. However, everyone within the Kong family understands that Kong Chu Yu is cherished by Kong Tianding. Regarded as his most treasured possession and his Achilles heel, he would never sacrifice his daughter's happiness for the sake of patriarchal authority. Kong Chu Yu's uncles played a ruthless hand. Should Kong Tianding oppose their plan, his standing within the family would plummet, resulting not only in the loss of his claim to leadership but also in ostracism. They were acutely aware that Kong Tianding would undoubtedly refuse. In a bid to shield her father from such emotional turmoil, Kong Chu Yu chose to flee, eventually finding her way to the Eastern Xuanzhou domain. At the bottom of the letter, Shang discovered a jade pendant, an intricately carved ancient piece. The front bore the characters for Kong, while the reverse was inscribed with her name, Chu Yu. Clutching the pendant, Shang felt a tranquil calm wash over him, dispelling the emptiness within, leaving only a renewed drive, a determination to cultivate his skills and seek out Kong Chu Yu. 13. You are truly here. What do you have in your hand? Yang Lei and Qing Ji approached Shang from behind, with Yang Lei reaching out to take the letter from him. Shang made no effort to resist. There was nothing shameful in what he held. Is the jade pendant in your hand a keepsake from her? Qing Ji gazed at the jade pendant in Shang's hand and inquired. Shang nodded and subsequently stowed the pendant away. It is rare for someone to part with a personal jade pendant, especially among young women. Kong Ren is quite exceptional, contrasting significantly with her companions, Yun Yi and Chu Yu. Qing Ji spoke. You are still quite young. With diligent cultivation, it won't be long before you reach the 4th tier. Yang Lei passed the letter in her hand to Shang before exiting alongside Qing Ji. The feelings between Shang and Kong are shrouded in ambiguity, yet undoubtedly, this sentiment will take root in their hearts, with hopes for a favorable outcome. Qing Ji sighed and remarked, it is evident that Kong holds affection for Shang. Every time we converse, her cheeks flush, and this time she even left behind the jade pendant, signaling her interest. Yang Lei has a fondness for Kong Chu Yu, and she felt reluctant when Kong departed. During dinner that evening, Qing Ji initiated the conversation. Shang, are you all right? What do you mean? Shang set down his utensils, gazing back at Qing Ji in inquiry. What about Kong? Qing Ji pressed on. What about Kong? What concerns do you have? With diligent practice, once I reach the 4th tier, I can simply visit her in the Qingtian domain. Shang resumed his meal. Giving Shang a thumbs up, Yang Lei continued eating. Realizing that their worries had been unfounded, Shang had already simplified matters in his mind. Each day, Shang continued to spar with Yang Lei, though she ventured out every few days to Danding City and Tianjike to seek trouble with disciples from Jiaoying Peak, Tianyu Peak, Wangyan Peak, and Qingshi Peak, generally avoiding low-tier disciples, but showing no mercy when it came to second-generation disciples. The formidable actions of the disciples from Taixian Peak, coupled with the support from the disciples of Yunhai Peak and Beiji Peak, have rendered the disciples of the other peaks nearly silent. Those who dared to emerge were swiftly dealt with, rendering them unable to complete their tasks. As the situation stabilized, Xu Ning, Tang Tian, and Zhu Zhuang ventured out on their assignments, while Shen Rong, whose strength was slightly inferior and yet to reach the gathering yuan stage, remained behind. Entering the hall, Yi Shang greeted the two individuals, Sister 13, Brother 11. Let me introduce you. This is Chu Lingfei. You may call her Sister Lingfei. Lingfei, this is Yi Shang. My 13th junior brother, Mo Chen stated as he rose. I have had the pleasure of meeting Sister Lingfei, Yi Shang said, slightly bowing in respect. 13. I must express my gratitude for your assistance with certain matters, Chu Lingfei remarked with a smile. Well aware that it was Yi Shang who had interceded on her behalf regarding Qingji. Sister Lingfei, you are too kind, Yi Shang replied, shaking his head with a smile. After engaging in conversation for a while, Yi Shang took his leave to resume his cultivation. 13th junior brother truly exemplifies diligence. Chu Lingfei mused as she watched him depart. His dedication is not merely ordinary, it borders on the extraordinary, Qingji remarked, admiring Yi Shang's perseverance. By the way, where is 13th's friend Sikong? Mo Chun inquired after surveying the room. 11. Let us avoid discussing Sikong for now, at least in front of 13, Qingji responded, recounting the recent events. The eldest daughter of a prominent family, and in such a predicament, 13 bears a heavier burden than I do, 11 said, inhaling deeply. 13 has achieved more than you. His perspective is that diligent cultivation suffices, unlike you, who shy away from confrontation when challenges arise. Qingji cast a disdainful glance at Mo Chun and inquired, by the way, how are your affairs progressing? Is everything well with the Chu family? What does that scoundrel Chu Ling Xiao have to say? Upon hearing Qingji's words, Chu Lingfei felt a twinge of embarrassment. Fully aware of the conflict between Qingji and Chu Ling Xiao, for the past few days, the senior brother has been preparing for seclusion. So I didn't mention it to him. It's of little consequence, regardless of their agreement or disagreement. I shall seize Ling Fei, Mo Chun declared, thumping his chest. You need not worry. When the senior brother emerges from his retreat, we could also request your 9th senior sister to intervene. I doubt anyone would dare to obstruct us. Qingji remarked, taking a sip of tea. There won't be any opposition from my family. My cousin will not hinder us. He is not that petty. Chu Lingfei replied with a smile. Then let us bide our time. It would be more suitable for your 9th senior sister to handle this matter rather than the senior brother, Qingji contemplated before speaking. 6th senior sister. I apologize on behalf of my cousin, Chu Lingfei said, offering a slight bow to Qingji. Lingfei, what are you doing? You and 11 share a deep bond, making you my own sister. Your cousin's misdeeds have nothing to do with you. You need not feel burdened. Qingji quickly reassured Chu Lingfei, assisting her to rise. Chu Lingfei nodded and took her seat, having arrived with concerns that Qingji might not show her any consideration. However, the situation unfolded differently than she had anticipated. As she understood that Qingji was willing to set aside her grievances for the sake of Mo Chen, due to the camaraderie shared among the senior and junior disciples. In the Valley of Medicine, the unity of the Taishan Peak has gained a remarkable reputation. Chu Lingfei harbors a deep admiration for the fraternal bonds shared among Mo Chen, Qingji, and others. Once again, as he resumed his cultivation, Yi Shang engaged in sparring with Yang Lei. Yang Lei would only be absent for a short while each time, typically a day or half a day. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed continuously, as Yi Shang was repeatedly forced to retreat, only to launch another attack in an instant. This spectacle astonished both Mo Chun and Chu Lingfei. It was simply unimaginable that someone at the second level of gathering essence could exhibit such prowess. The other third-generation disciples of Taishan Peak, who had accompanied Yang Lei to the Longquan courtyard, were equally taken aback. During the grand ceremony for accepting disciples, Yi Shang had been the weakest among them, yet now, none of the third-generation disciples dared to confront him. The visible energy coursing through Yang Lei's black sword was intimidating. They knew that if they dared to engage, their weapons would be sent flying, and they might even sustain injuries. Yet, Yi Shang, with his agile footwork, continuously unleashed his strikes, changing angles even as he was pushed back. After half an hour of intense practice, Yi Shang, drenched in sweat, sheathed his weapon and bowed slightly to Yang Lei before heading off for a bath. This routine was his norm. After training, he would converse with Tian Yu, spar with Yang Lei, then wash up before resuming his cultivation. Rest assured, 9th senior sister, did you hear what your master said? I have no interest in sparring with you all. Starting tomorrow, except for Shen Rong and Cheng Jiang who have yet to advance. Everyone else will pair off for battles. 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon. If anyone dares to hold back or play tricks, well, I'm afraid it will be vine shoots stir-fried with meat, Mo Chen remarked, addressing Chu Ning and the group. Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, Chu Ning and Tang Tian shuddered. Their master, Gong Xian, was known for his unique dish, vine whipped stir-fried meat, and their ninth martial aunt, Yang Lei, shared a similar penchant. The mere mention of vine whip sent shivers down their spines. The intense sparring sessions had exhausted the vital energy within Yushang's body and the power derived from the myriad path scripture. Meditation and training following such rigorous practice not only replenished energy but also significantly enhanced their cultivation. After over 20 days of arduous training, Yishang stood on the brink of a breakthrough with the myriad path scripture. This was a crucial advancement, not merely a promotion, but an evolution. After exchanging greetings with Yang Lei, Yishang remained tranquil for 2 days before entering seclusion. Old Ninth, do you think our 13th martial uncle is somewhat of a freak? Tang Tian inquired from a loft near Tianshui Lake. Not just any kind of freak. I realized that when we were climbing the Dan Ding cliff. Chu Ning concurred with Tang Tian's assessment. Fortunately, he is our martial uncle. Had he been part of the third generation, his rigorous training would have made our lives exceedingly difficult. Zhuo Zhuang mused while stroking his chin. The loft housed 4 individuals, Tang Tian, Chu Ning, Zhuo Zhuang, and Shen Rong. Let us set that aside and discuss my perplexity. Despite my diligent efforts in cultivation, I find myself stymied. When I first began, 13th uncle was at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Even if he progressed to the 4th level, I was at the 7th level then. Now, I am stuck at the 9th level, while he has directly ascended to the 2nd level of gathering essence. Is there any justice in this? Shenrong lamented. Feeling somewhat disheartened by his own stagnation, the master and the elder disciple mentioned that our treatment at Taishan Peak is the same, thus there can be no error. The only distinction regarding the 13th uncle lies in his acquisition of a gathering qi pill and a dragon bone pill. This is not the crux of the disparity. Cultivation demands not only abundant resources but also innate talent and relentless effort. Do you recall our time in the spirit gathering array? The 13th uncle absorbed far more energy than we did, indicating his superior innate ability. As for resources, while we were cultivating at Taishan Peak, he was undertaking missions. Engaging in tasks for the Celestial Extreme Pavilion earned him points, which could be exchanged for resources. This is how the gap has widened. Chu Ning reflected upon this and articulated his conclusions. The 13th uncle possesses greater talent than us. We are 3rd-generation disciples, while he is a 2nd-generation disciple, which serves as evidence of this. Coupled with his fervent cultivation regimen, this has created a significant disparity. We must strive diligently, otherwise we shall not even come close to his shadow. Chu Zhuang interjected, indeed, we must put forth effort. Shenrong waved his arm, asserting that the rise of Yishang had not diminished the confidence of the few, but rather ignited their fighting spirit. It was not only Chu Ning and Tang Tian who felt this way. Other 3rd-generation disciples of Taishan Peak, such as Qing Jiang and Jiang Ziming, were also engaged in discussions regarding Yishang's situation. Ultimately, they all recognized the necessity of hard work. Otherwise, the gap with Yishang would only widen. They were all relatively exceptional individuals, as evidenced by their prominence during the disciple selection ceremony, and their mental fortitude was mature, not fragile. This group of youngsters is commendable. They have not been disheartened by the 13th uncle's prowess, Yang Lei remarked with a smile while sipping tea in the hall. With elevated cultivation, one's perceptive abilities grow stronger. The circumstances within the Longquan courtyard were thoroughly discerned by Qingji and Yang Lei, who discovered that the 3rd-generation disciples of Taishan Peak had not been adversely affected, which brought her great joy. I have always been perplexed, Old Ninth. How does 13 possess such formidable strength? Where does his body refining technique originate? And will it impact his cultivation of true energy? Qingji expressed her concerns. There is no need for worry. We can analyze the situation. Regardless of the source of the body refining technique, it is evident that 13 does not harbor any sinister energy, but rather exudes a vigorous essence. This indicates that it is a righteous technique. Moreover, whether or not it interferes with 13's true energy cultivation is not a concern. Should we observe a decline in his progress, we can intervene accordingly, thus resolving any issues, Yang Lei reassured her, her understanding of Yishang surpassing that of Qingji's. With what you have said, Ninth Sister, I feel more at ease. At this rate, in the competition among newcomers, 13 and Su Mu still have a chance to shine. Qingji nodded in agreement. Chapter 101. Breaking through blood refinement, his potential surpasses ours, to say nothing of other matters. I cannot match him in the cultivation of the Shatian hand. Even our master began her training at the second level, while 13 was able to cultivate it at the first level. This is innate talent. Sumu, with his natural resilience, will soon understand what it truly means to possess a formidable physique. Yang Lei remarked, taking a sip of tea. 13 is currently in the mid-stage of the second level of gathering essence. He does not require seclusion. His choice to enter seclusion now likely indicates a new breakthrough in his body-refining technique, Qingji stated. The immense force of 10,000 pounds imposes absolute dominance over practitioners of the same level, rendering battles against stronger opponents feasible. At present, the most effective combat technique for Xuanzhou appears to be the shockwave strike, which enables him to engage in direct confrontations without suffering disadvantage. Qingji remarked that even she found Yishang's shockwave strike formidable. For practitioners at the initial stage of the Dan condensation realm, the prospect of directly injuring Xuanzhou is nearly impossible. This exemplifies the power of mutated combat techniques. As Xuanzhou's cultivation progresses, the potency of the shockwave strike will become increasingly pronounced. Yang Lei also held great admiration for Yishang's shockwave strike. While Yang Lei and Qingji conversed, Yishang was laboriously undergoing a breakthrough. The energy within Yishang surged up his neck, crashing against his head, exerting pressure on the delicate networks of his facial features. A sensation that is exceedingly arduous to endure, as this area is among the most sensitive in the human body. At this moment, Shang experienced greater agony than during his previous trials at the 9th level of the blood refinement realm. However, having endured the torment of numerous breakthroughs, he managed to persevere. The energy's impact contorted his facial features, causing them to warp, while he gritted his teeth. The sound of grinding echoing as sweat streamed down his face. This marked the bottleneck of his transition from the blood refinement realm to the strong muscle realm. By clearing the meridians in his head, the pathways throughout his entire body would also open, allowing the energy within his blood to circulate freely, thus enabling him to embark on the second tier of the 10,000 Path Sutra. Sweat cascaded down Yishang's trembling visage, drenching him entirely, as if he had just emerged from water. He steadfastly endured, knowing that surpassing this threshold would result in a significant leap in his physical strength, affirming his suitability for the cultivation of the 10,000 Path Sutra. The blood refinement realm serves as the foundation, while the strong muscle realm marks the true commencement of his cultivation journey. The intensity of the stimulation caused Yishang's body to tremble incessantly. However, he resolutely persevered, enduring the excruciating pain akin to that of ants gnawing at his flesh. This breakthrough required a longer duration, spanning 2 hours, before Yishang finally unblocked the meridians surrounding his ears. The area near his ears was the last point of impact in his endeavor. Once it was cleared, the flow of blood within his body surged at an accelerated pace. An extraordinary sensation dawned upon Yishang's mind, as he felt capable of delivering a single punch that could fell a tiger. Previously, the blood in Yishang's head circulated normally, devoid of any energy. The meridians were obstructed, preventing the energy within the blood from passing through. Now, with his meridians unobstructed, his entire being was in harmony, resulting in a swifter flow of blood. To stabilize his cultivation, Yishang took an hour before emerging from his room, only to find that it was already late at night. After a night of cultivation, he awoke in the early morning and made his way to the dining loft. This dining area had been arranged by Xiao Lu, as the number of people in the Longquan courtyard had increased, making communal meals more convenient. Upon seeing Yishang arrive, Yang Lei waved him over. After greeting Chu Ning and Tang Tian with a smile, Yishang took a seat opposite Yang Lei. Feeling refreshed? Did you gain anything during your seclusion? Yang Lei inquired, taking a sip of water and regarding Yishang. Indeed, I experienced some breakthroughs in various aspects. Yishang replied with a nod. My vitality is more robust than ever, which is quite rare. If it reaches a certain level, it will manifest as a vital essence that wards off malevolent forces, Yang Lei remarked, studying Yishang intently. At the very least, now that you have entered the desolate mountains and marshes, ordinary mosquitoes will no longer dare to bite you. Having prepared a bowl of broth for you, Shang, Qingji said, eat up. Afterward, Hailuo and the others brewed tea for everyone in the garden of the courtyard. So, you've all become young masters, have you? Yang Lei instructed Hailuo and Luo Wei. From now on, don't cater to them. If they want tea, they can brew it themselves. We mustn't indulge such habits. Chu Ning and the others, who had been seated, immediately stood up. Though it seemed a trifle, certain customs should be cultivated. Take tea, for instance. It's about cultivating one's character. It's better to do it oneself, Qingji said to Chu Ning and the others with a smile. 6th martial aunt. Does that mean 13th martial uncle doesn't need to cultivate his character? Are you showing favoritism? Tang Tian said, wearing a wry expression. Your 13th martial uncle is as steadfast as iron and stone, resolute beyond compare. He's sufficient for now, Qingji said, pointing to Shang's chest. 11th martial brother. Tang Tian's resolve is insufficient, double his training. And Chu Ning, Chu Zhuang, and Shen Rong are to be included. Living together in a pavilion, they're not learning anything worthwhile. They need to be educated, Yang Lei instructed Mo Chen. Mo Chen nodded, understanding that Yang Lei intended to train them specifically. Chu Ning, Tang Tian, and Chu Zhuang were indeed in need of discipline, but Shen Rong was simply an unfortunate soul. Upon hearing Yang Lei's words, the faces of Chu Ning, Tang Tian, and the others turned ashen, and they dared not utter another word. 13th, shall we continue? Yang Lei asked, rising to her feet and looking at Shang. A resounding vibration emanated from the clash of weapons. Shang was forced back, but as he retreated, he loosened and then tightened his grip, minimizing the force of the recoil. Then, employing the dragon leap step, he continued his forward assault, strength exceeding 10,000 pounds. Very good. Today, I shall begin my attacks as well. Yang Lei, after uttering a few words about her black iron sword, launched an assault on Shang. As Shang defended himself, Yang Lei relentlessly attacked, her speed of strikes escalating with each passing moment. Employing the dragon leap technique, Shang evaded her onslaught, while simultaneously channeling his strength and shockwaves into his spear to counter her relentless barrage. Yet, despite his efforts, he was unable to withstand the intensity of her attacks. Waves of vital energy surged towards his arms, rendering him incapable of resisting. Chapter 102. Requirements. Yang Lei continued to circle around Shang, unleashing a flurry of strikes that left him breathless. However, she refrained from employing overwhelming force, as that would undermine the purpose of her training. After a mere quarter of an hour, Shang collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, devoid of any energy within his flesh, and Dantian, utterly spent. After resting for only a few breaths, he rose and departed. Unexpectedly, the limits of the 13th were quite profound. I had thought he would succumb sooner, murmured Mo Chen. Limits are forged through endurance. He has persevered. In that moment, even a peak second-tier fighter might not have withstood the onslaught for a quarter of an hour. That is true resilience. Qingji remarked upon the dampness left behind where Shang had sat, indicating it was the sweat he had shed. Did you all notice? No one is compelled to emulate him, yet it is essential to understand that strength is self-derived. If one aspires to become formidable and earn reverence, then the path taken by Shang is the most effective and direct. Upon concluding her words, Yang Lei chose not to engage further with the others. Some matters are best left briefly touched upon, for elaboration serves little purpose. Tang Tian and Chu Ning exchanged glances before departing, feeling disheartened by Shang's prowess. Previously, they harbored certain reservations, surmising that Shang's diligence was merely a facade, intended to impress the elders of Taishan Peak. However, such notions have now been dispelled. I find myself somewhat admiring of the 13th disciple. The intensity of my attacks commenced at the intermediate stage of the 3rd tier, subsequently diminishing to the initial stage. His ability to withstand such force stems not only from his tenacity, but also from the robustness of his physique. Engaging in sparring sessions with him proves mutually beneficial, enhancing my own physical resilience. Yang Lei remarked to Qingji, I am confident in the 13th disciple's prospects in the forthcoming competition for nascent talents. Qingji turned her gaze towards the main edifice of the courtyard. Shang immersed himself in cultivation for the better part of the day, emerging in the evening to partake in a meal after having taken a bath. Following his morning sparring session with Yang Lei, he had immediately commenced meditation without even pausing to cleanse himself. 13th disciple, was your sparring session with your 9th senior sister arduous? Mo Chen inquired as he dined, prompting Chu Lingfei, who was seated beside him, to playfully pinch him. Arduous, indeed, but more so gratifying. My cultivation advances rapidly, and my combat prowess is augmented commensurately. Shang responded, continuing to fill his mouth with sustenance. 11th disciple, do you perceive the disparity? You fixate upon the unfavorable aspects, whereas the 13th disciple discerns the gains. Yang Lei cast a disdainful glance at Mo Chen. Serves you right, for your vanity. Qingji, too, shot a sidelong glance at Mo Chen. Mo Chen merely chuckled, remaining silent, realizing that he had inadvertently courted trouble. Having concluded their meal, Shang and Yang Lei resumed their sparring. The bottleneck at the fourth tier has ensnared countless cultivators, even those endowed with prodigious talent. A propitious moment is required to surmount it, lest one's cultivation remain perpetually stagnant. Yang Lei crossed the threshold, allowing for an increase in cultivation. Of course, after reaching the fifth tier, the energy required for advancement is immense, demanding years of unwavering dedication. Shang's fervor invigorated the training atmosphere at Longquan Courtyard, compelling Tang Tian, Chu Ning, and others to diligently cultivate day after day. However, a latent issue arose with Shang during his practice in the blood realm of the 10,000 Path Sutra. He had relied on blood essence pills to assist his training. Now, the efficacy of these pills was not as potent without being in the blood realm, necessitating the consumption of 2 pills each time. Moreover, the supply of blood essence pills was dwindling. After some calculations, Shang realized that he could only sustain their use for 2 more months, causing him some anxiety. After finishing breakfast once more, Shang did not engage in sparring with Yang Lei. "Senior sister, I wish to visit the Tianji Pavilion. You need not rush to undertake tasks now. This method of cultivation seems quite beneficial. If you feel fatigued, perhaps a few days of rest would suffice," Yang Lei remarked. Sensing that the pressure she imposed on Shang was somewhat excessive. "It is not as you perceive, senior sister. I require certain materials and wish to explore the Tianji Pavilion. Otherwise, it may hinder my progress," Shang replied, shaking his head. "What materials do you need? We can assist you. It is indeed premature for you to tackle the bronze tasks, while the black iron tasks pose no challenge for you. Wasting time is unwise." Qing Ji interjected in opposition. "Senior sister, I intend to refine a second-tier elixir. But I lack the gall of the black and white dual-flower python and the blood of the golden silk leopard, both in substantial quantities, along with Qingluo grass." Shang articulated his needs, revealing the components essential for concocting the second-tier elixir, leopard fetus strengthening pill. "What second-tier elixir are you attempting to refine? I have not heard of it before," she inquired. Qing Ji massaged her forehead, contemplating, yet she could not arrive at a conclusion. The elixir for strengthening the meridians was an ancient formula, essential for enhancing her physical prowess. Shang spoke up, revealing that he had identified a suitable potion for himself through the alchemical notes of Fengchun. The gallbladder of the black and white double-flower python was readily obtainable, yet the golden silk leopard required a search. Qingluo grass was easily purchasable, as it was abundantly available in apothecaries. With her high level of alchemical expertise, Qing Ji was well acquainted with the requisite materials. "Are you in a hurry?" Yang Lei inquired after a moment of thought. "I need to acquire it within 2 months." Shang affirmed, steadfast in his commitment to the cultivation of the 10,000 Tao scriptures. "Very well. I shall make a trip to the sect and procure the resources you require," Yang Lei offered, understanding that while accompanying Shang ensured her safety, it diminished the significance of her own training. "Senior sister, I lack merit points in the sect. I shall forego the gathering yuan pill and instead exchange it for materials. If there is a shortage, I will compensate with spirit stones." Shang produced several low-grade spirit stones. He possessed 2 high-grade spirit stones, yet he was reluctant to utilize them, for their value far surpassed that of low-grade and mid-grade stones. Even if one offered an excess of low-grade stones for exchange, no one would be inclined to trade. "That won't be necessary. As a celestial-level disciple, it is permissible for you to use some materials. I will handle the arrangements," Yang Lei stated, declining Shang's spirit stones. Upon arriving at the Tianji, attendants were there to greet Shang. As he beheld a young woman clad in a flowing white robe, he recalled Sikong Chuyu, wondering what she was currently occupied with and whether she had safely arrived at Yunwu Mountain. "Young master, please follow me," said the receptionist, observing Shang lost in thought. I was wondering if Director Dong is available," Shang replied, attempting to regain his composure. "You seek Director Dong? Allow me to relay your message." Although I cannot guarantee his availability, the receptionist remarked, casting a glance at Shang. She perceived him as merely a second-tier martial artist and doubted that Director Dong, the head of Tianji in Danding City, would entertain such a visitor. "Please do inform him. I am Shang," he added, nodding courteously. After a brief appraisal, the receptionist proceeded to inform Director Dong, albeit with a hint of skepticism regarding Shang's ambitions. However, she was also mindful that he might be a young master on an important mission. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Tianji, Director Dong, engrossed in a collection of essays, promptly descended upon hearing of Shang's arrival. "Greetings, Director Dong. Shang acknowledged with a slight bow as Dong approached. Quickly, prepare a pot of fine tea and bring it to the reception room on the second floor. Let us ascend, instructed Director Dong, leading Shang to the meeting area above. Director Dong, I apologize, but Sikong has been discovered while in my care. Shang began once seated. Not to worry. Although the young lady did not come here before her departure, she did send word upon reaching Dongxian City, and I am fully informed of the circumstances. I greatly appreciate your attentiveness to my young lady during this time, Director Dong replied, clasping his fist in gratitude. With a look of mild surprise at Shang's demeanor, Director Dong proceeded to recount some of his own experiences. In truth, Director Dong was an outer disciple of Yunwu Mountain. When Yangyu, the mother of Sikong Chu, married, Dong Jifa accompanied her to the Sikong family, becoming one of her bodyguards. Due to the impracticality of male guards, Yangyu requested Sikong Tianding to make arrangements. Naitang nodded in understanding, having previously found it peculiar that Dong Jifa held such profound respect for Sikong Chu. The young lady had expressly instructed that he should assist Naitang as much as possible, so Dong Jifa said, "You need not stand on ceremony with me, Naitang, should you require anything." At that moment, the receptionist entered and overheard this remark, her expression shifting in surprise at Dong Jifa's regard for Naitang. Is there no decorum? Do you not know to knock? Dong Jifa shot an irritated glare at the woman. The receptionist quickly apologized and bowed, retreating. Is Tianjike a force of the Sikong family? Naitang was taken aback by Dong Jifa's words. The Sikong family extending its influence to Dongxian continent was indeed alarming. No. The situation is more complex than you perceive. It is of no consequence to share a few details. Dong Jifa poured himself and Naitang a cup of tea and began to elaborate. Tianjike has a long-standing legacy, the specifics of which remain unknown. It spans across the 9 domains and 18 prefectures, and is a force that cannot be shaken nor dared to be provoked. Any power that trifles with Tianjike will be obliterated, and the identity of the obliterator remains a mystery. Such a vast organization, of course, necessitates management. The personnel of Tianjike hail from all corners, comprising members of family factions, sectarian powers, and independent cultivators. The administrators affiliated with various factions naturally strive to secure benefits for their respective groups, and this is a point the higher-ups of Tianjike do not interfere with. The sole principle is that the interests of Tianjike are paramount. Betraying these interests is strictly forbidden, and those who do will face severe consequences. Currently, the Sikong family is leveraging the network of Tianjike to discover talent. If any particularly outstanding individuals are identified, the Sikong family will seek to recruit them. This approach is not exclusive to the Sikong family. Other families are employing similar strategies. Indeed, various factions are on the lookout, and Tianjike itself engages in this practice. Your potential is high, and you have garnered red attention in Danning City. I will report this to the Sikong family, but first, I must inform the upper echelons of Tianjike. This is the established protocol, explained Dong Jifa to Shang. Am I marked with red attention? What does that signify? Shang pondered, realizing this also pertained to his own standing. Red attention indicates a level of scrutiny, but to be recruited by Tianjike, this is insufficient. There are also designations of purple attention, black attention, and so forth. It is essential to understand that the management personnel recruited by Tianjike, like myself, are also lower-tier members, while core members are those cultivated and embraced by Tianjike, continued Dong Jifa's elucidation. I understand. A vast organization must possess a comprehensive management system. However, these matters currently bear little significance to me, Shang remarked with a smile. It is commendable that you can remain composed despite knowing this. Take your time. Indeed. These issues do not directly concern you at the moment. Are you here to undertake a mission or to exchange for something? Dong Jifa inquired. Indeed. I seek information regarding the golden silk leopard. I wonder what price I must pay to acquire such knowledge. Nightshade inquired. The golden silk leopard? Allow me a moment to look into it. This is merely a matter of information. You need not concern yourself with anything. I still possess this authority. However, do bear in mind that the golden silk leopard is a tier 3 beast, and you may find it beyond your capabilities, Dong Jifa contemplated before responding. Very well. Do as you see fit. I wish not to bring you any trouble, Nightshade reiterated, unwilling to cause Dong Jifa any inconvenience due to his own pursuits. Fear not. You may enjoy your tea here while I seek the necessary materials, Dong Jifa smiled before departing. Under normal circumstances, Dong Jifa would not be permitted such an action, as information is the wealth of the Tianji Pavilion. Providing it freely would equate to undermining the pavilion's interests. However, Nightshade's situation was distinct. He was a highly regarded individual within the Tianji Pavilion. Offering a modicum of harmless assistance could foster goodwill, laying the groundwork for future affiliations. It is somewhat distant. But that is inconsequential. Can Dong Gfa provide me with a map? Nightshade pondered, resolved to embark on this journey. As the concoction of the leopard fetus strengthening pill was imperative. Very well. I shall present you with a map of the Eastern Xuanzhou region. This will facilitate your travels henceforth. Dong Gfa produced a map, handing it to Nightshade. It was a 5-foot square animal hide map, adorned with markings of desolate mountains, expansive marshes, and various cities. The white markings denote urban centers, signifying secure zones. Green markings indicate general areas, while red markings denote perilous regions. Black signifies forbidden territories inaccessible to humans. Therefore, one must heed the color delineations on this map. Enforcer Dong instructed Shang on how to interpret the map. Shang stowed the map, then bowed to Enforcer Dong, expressing his gratitude. After procuring some clover at the Heavenly Pole Pavilion, Shang exited and encountered Chu Ning, Tang Tian, and others near the entrance. Due to their lower strength, they undertook missions together. 13th Uncle, where are you headed? Do you require our assistance? Tang Tian inquired. No. I shall depart now. Exercise caution during your missions. Shang boarded his beast-drawn carriage and proceeded out of the city. 7th Senior Brother, isn't 13th Uncle typically inactive? Has he become restless? Chu Ning remarked. Among the initial generation of disciples at Taishian Peak, ranking was determined by age, regardless of their master's seniority. Nangong Dai, being the eldest, was the first senior sister, and Tang Tian was ranked 7th, hence Chu Ning's address. Having purchased several containers for the golden-striped leopard's blood, Shang left Danding City. Once outside, he mounted Tian Yu's back, directed its course, and instructed it to fly at high altitude. He then sat cross-legged near Tian Yu's neck and commenced meditative cultivation. The high-altitude flight served to circumvent attacks from demonic beasts in the wilderness below. Since its advancement, Tian Yu's speed had greatly increased, covering 6,000 to 7,000 miles in a single day. As dusk approached, Shang noticed a small town unlisted on the map and decided to settle there for the night. In the only inn of the small town, Shang reserved a room and arranged for his servant to roast several wild boars for Tian Yu. After ensuring Tian Yu was well fed, Shang exited the inn, intending to procure some wine for future storage, as the availability of supplies on the road was uncertain. Carrying water would lead to spoilage, while wine was the optimal choice. He came upon a dilapidated blacksmith's shop, where a burly man, bare-chested, was forging a hunting spear, a common weapon utilized by hunters to rend the flesh and hide of beasts. Excuse me, how much for this spear? Shang inquired. This is custom-made for an adult. It's not suitable for the average person, the middle-aged blacksmith replied, pausing his work to wipe the sweat from his brow. Shang picked up a spear, feeling its substantial weight. It must weigh around 300 pounds, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary hunter to throw, let alone wield with any lethality. Nevertheless, he found it appealing. With the strength, the weapon's potential would be formidable. Young man, can you handle that? The blacksmith observed Shang skillfully spinning the spear in his grasp, his astonishment evident. I quite like it, but unfortunately, it's tailored for someone else. Shang responded with a smile and a nod. That large tree over there, give it a shot. If this spear proves effective in your hands, I might be willing to part with a few for you, the blacksmith suggested. With a swift motion, Shang sent the spear forth. Its tip glimmered with a brilliant light as it flew toward the ancient tree some 20 paces away. Thud. The spear struck the tree with a resounding thump, and then it vanished from sight. A middle-aged man emerged from the blacksmith's shop, dragging his somewhat tattered beast-hide shoes towards the ancient tree. Shang followed closely behind. The ancient tree bore a gaping hole, the size of a bowl, created by a spear hurled by Shang. Where had the spear gone? The man circled the tree, peering through the opening. Shang moved away from the ancient tree, advancing 6 or 7 paces before retrieving a spear that protruded only half a foot from a stone wall. Observing Shang's actions, the middle-aged man was filled with astonishment. Such a formidable weapon. Clutching the spear, Shang noted that it had pierced through the ancient tree and embedded itself in the stone wall, its blade unmarred. Who dared to dismantle my bear's den? A brawny woman emerged, brandishing a large wooden club, responding to the commotion. Sister Luo, please don't be angry. It was merely an accident. I will help you fix it tomorrow, the middle-aged man said with a conciliatory smile. Yishan's spear had created a hole in the stone wall, the edges trembling with cracks, the damage being quite severe. Sister, it was my inadvertent mistake. I must leave tomorrow, so I cannot repair it myself. Here's some silver as compensation, Yishang offered, producing 2 silver ingots. Young brother, what are you doing? You brought trouble upon yourself. Let him handle it. I cannot accept this silver, Sister Luo replied, shaking her head. But sister, this simply cannot be. I must take responsibility for my actions. Yishang insisted, shaking his head. This was his affair. He could not allow the blacksmith to bear the brunt of it. Rest assured, in our town, things are handled this way. I will certainly help you fix it tomorrow. The blacksmith chuckled. That's how our town is. My village is much the same. When I was a mischievous lad, the village Andes would chase me with sticks, raising quite a ruckus, but they never truly struck. A wave of nostalgia for Bamboo Garden Village washed over Yishang. I understand, Yishang responded, producing 500 taels of gold, half of what he carried. The blacksmith accepted 2 bills and returned the rest, explaining, although the materials for this spear are quite precious and cannot be forged elsewhere, I took a liking to you. Consider this a small token. Uncle, is this short spear difficult to forge? Yishang inquired, somewhat surprised. So that's how it is, Yishang mused. Realizing the blacksmith was no ordinary man, or he wouldn't have been able to forge such a formidable short spear. The blacksmith beckoned Yishang over to the spears. Come. These 6 are not to be touched. Leave me 2 for my collection, and the other 12 are yours. Yishang hesitated, unsure about accepting them. 200 taels of gold were compensation for the client's materials, but he couldn't let the blacksmith work for nothing. After a moment's contemplation, Yishang produced a vial of essence blood pills. Uncle, I know gold would be inappropriate, and you wouldn't accept it anyway. These are essence blood pills, which can replenish vital energy. Please, accept them. Yishang offered the pills to the blacksmith. Haha, you're an interesting young man. Did you develop your strength by consuming these? The blacksmith chuckled as he accepted the essence blood pills. I'll accept this as a gift, not an exchange. I hope all the weapons I forge find worthy owners. Nightfall then stowed the short spears into his storage ring. Let's have a drink. The blacksmith was elated. How about you sample the wine I brought, uncle? Nightfall produced the 100 herbs brew given to him by Qingji, not because he was reluctant to part with the azure blood brew, but because the latter was far too potent. Drink up. Nightfall poured another bowl for the blacksmith. After half a jar of the 100 herbs brew, the blacksmith succumbed to intoxication. Carefully sealing the remaining half jar, Nightfall rose and draped the coat hanging to one side over the blacksmith. Then placed a jar of 100 herbs brew on the table, followed by 10 low-grade spirit stones beside the jar. He left the crystals, fearing that those commissioning weapons might be displeased with the blacksmith, and he wished to prevent any trouble for him. Upon returning to the inn, Nightfall meticulously wiped down all 12 short spears. He genuinely cherished them. In the past, while hunting in Bamboo Garden Village, he frequently hurled black iron spears to slay demonic beasts. Now, with 12 short spears, he believed his ranged combat abilities would see an improvement. As he polished the short spears, Nightfall noticed inscriptions on them. At the handle, the words Sky Piercer Spear were etched. He felt the name was indeed fitting for these short spears. As dawn gently broke, Nightfall departed astride Tianyu. Awakening from his slumber, the blacksmith stretched languidly, and his robe slipped off, revealing that he had slept through the night. A very intriguing lad. That flying demonic beast is no simple creature either. The Sky Piercer spears were quite a bargain for him, all 12 of them. But the wine was indeed fine. The blacksmith mused to himself, then noticed the wine and crystals Nightfall had left behind. The blacksmith inhaled deeply, stood up, and appeared as though he had transformed into a different person. Stinky blacksmith. Who was that young man yesterday? The formidable Luo de Sa appeared. Remarkable young man. The celestial spear suits him perfectly. I have given him 12. Let him savor the wine he has left behind, which is quite delightful. The blacksmith uncorked half a jar of herbal brew and poured a bowl for Sister Luo. Damn it, you scoundrel. We have traversed numerous cities, and you toil at the forge of weapons, crafting arms and gathering materials, and for a jar of wine. You give it away? Sister Luo scolded the blacksmith as she took a hearty sip of the wine. How is it? Quite splendid, isn't it? He bestowed upon me gold notes, insisted I keep a jar of wine, and even gifted me elixirs. After he departed, he left behind crystals, such a considerate lad. I am fond of him, the blacksmith responded with a smile. Indeed, he remains oblivious to the arduous task of forging the celestial spear, had it been an ordinary weapon. The cost he incurred would have been substantial. Alas, in terms of value, what he has spent pales in comparison to the celestial spear. Sister Luo shook her head. 6 celestial spears are sufficient for us. With 8 remaining, let us give him the rest. It is best to make full use of our resources. The blacksmith downed a bowl of wine. That young man left early. When shall we depart from here? We have been here for over a decade. Perhaps the outside world has forgotten us, Sister Luo remarked. Sitting cross-legged on the back of Tianyu, Yishang diligently practiced the myriad scriptures and true energy. As for Tianyu, Yishang need not worry. Tianyu possesses intelligence and will not lose its way. Tianyu, let us commence our hunt, and then set up camp for rest, Yishang instructed. Glancing at the dimming sky, Tianyu was capable of traveling even during the night. However, Yishang was reluctant, not wishing for Tianyu to endure undue hardship. Believing that rest was essential after sunset, after a brief period of low-altitude flight, Tianyu spotted his quarry, a massive python, the thickness of a water barrel. Coiled around the trunk of an ancient tree, its scales a vivid shade of green. With a swift motion of his right hand, he brandished the piercing spear, launching it forth with eagerness to test its formidable power, seeking to comprehend its might before engaging in battle with the golden silk leopard.